The shrill cries of cicadas in midsummer were so harsh they felt like they were tearing at one's nerves. Inside the third-grade classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the air was stifling, as if the room had been turned into a gigantic steamer. The key to the transformation jutsu lies in precise control of chakra. On the podium, Irika pinched a half-used piece of chalk and rapped it against the blackboard, the sharp clacks echoing through the room. Naruto. Stand properly and stop making faces over there. Irika bellowed, and the chalk tip flew with uncanny accuracy, smacking into the forehead of a blonde boy with spiky hair. Ouch! Iruka-sensei, this trick is way too easy, I've already mastered it. Uzumaki Naruto clutched his forehead and protested loudly, drawing a wave of laughter from the entire class. Idiot. Sitting in the front row, Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snort, his face full of undisguised disdain. On the throne by the back row window, Fujiwara Tatsuya rested his cheek in one hand. His eyelids drooped as if he were a salted fish that had lost all dreams, quietly watching the farce unfolding before him. So full of energy, these guys who could turn into cannon fodder at any moment, he thought to himself. Tatsuya muttered inwardly. It had been 6 years since he transmigrated into this damned world of Naruto. As a frequent guest of the orphanage, he had no Kekkei Genkai, no clan backing, and had not even managed to test out a decent chakra affinity. In this world where bloodline meant everything, civilian shinobi were nothing more than expendable consumables. When Genin fought civilian Chunin, charging in were little more than a superficial scratch before being counter-killed. Tatsuya, what are you spacing out about this time? Beside him, Nara Shikamaru let out a long yawn and leaned over, boredom written all over his face. Nothing, just contemplating life, Tatsuya replied without even lifting his eyelids. Thinking about life is such a drag, Shikamaru muttered, sprawled over his desk like a puddle of sludge. The graduation assessment is coming up soon. How are you preparing for it? I don't seek merit, only a passing grade. Tatsuya smacked his lips. My goal is to get into Konoha's logistics department. Drink tea, stamp documents, collect a deadweight salary every month, he continued. Then when I'm old, just take my pension and lie low peacefully until the very end. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Your ambitions are even more afraid of trouble than mine. Tatsuya could not be bothered to argue. You don't understand. If I don't play it safe, am I supposed to go risk my life against those bugged monsters piloting Gundam-level power? He had long since laid out his plan. During the graduation assessment, he would carefully control his score to be placed in an ordinary class, doing only the simplest rank missions. When major incidents like the Ninetales Rampage or the Konoha Crush plan arrived, he would file for sick leave in advance and hide in an air raid shelter. As long as he survived the Fourth Great Ninja War and waited for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, he could win by simply lying low. Perfect. In his heart, Tatsuya gave a thumbs up to his own path of cowardice plan and was just about to shift into a more comfortable position to continue napping. At that very moment, ding, a crisp mechanical chime sharp enough to pierce the soul erupted without warning from the depths of his mind. Tatsuya jolted, his whole body shuddering as he nearly slipped off his chair. What was that sound? System loading. 10, 50, 100. Congratulations to the host. After successfully surviving a 6-year novice period, the strongest ninja template system is now officially activated. The icy mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Tatsuya was stunned for 3 seconds, then a surge of wild joy erupted within him like a volcano. A cheat ability, his transmigrator's standard golden finger delayed for a full 6 years, had finally arrived. I knew it, there's no way a transmigrator would really be stuck as cannon fodder for life. Tatsuya forced down the crazed curl of his lips, shouting inwardly in excitement. System, what functions do you have? Hurry and give me an introduction. This system exists to help the host become the strongest in the ninja world. Upon initial activation, scanning the host's soul traits and matching an initial divine level template. As the words fell, Tatsuya's vision suddenly dimmed. Immediately 3 cards radiating blinding golden light floated across his retinas. On the first card was a handsome blonde man in a white ceremonial robe smiling like the sun. S-rank recommended template golden flash Namikaze Minato. Core abilities Flying Thunder God Technique Rasengan Extreme Neural Response Speed. System appraisal mobility maxed out, if you cannot win simply flee. No one in the ninja world can keep up, a dream card for all who walk the path of survival. Tatsuya stared, eyes wide, practically drooling. Flying Thunder God, this was the ultimate life-saving technique. As long as he planted enough kunai throughout safe zones, who could possibly kill him? He eagerly turned his gaze to the second card. On it was a formidable man in red armor, with long black hair flowing behind him. S-rank recommended template God of Shinobi Senju Hashirama. Core abilities secret would release techniques Sage level body vast chakra reserves. System appraisal, as long as you still draw breath, you can instantly return to full health. Your sheer toughness will drive enemies to despair. Damn, Senju Hashirama. That's a supreme pick too. Tatsuya's heart pounded wildly. With that sage body and would release, he would be a walking fortress. The final card depicted an old man smoking a pipe. A-rank excellent template 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen peak period core abilities mastery of all 5 elemental releases instruction in ninjutsu. System appraisal though he lacks Kekkei Genkai his means are diverse, and he has no obvious weaknesses. Tatsuya decisively skipped over the 3rd. With Minato and Hashirama on the table who would pick that old. Pick Minato. Definitely Minato. Tatsuya howled inwardly in mania. This card was practically tailor-made for his path of survival. He had no intention of fighting ever. In this lifetime combat was out of the question. At the slightest hint of danger, he would zip back to his cozy bed in Konoha with a flicker of flying thunder god. That was the proper way for a transmigrator to live. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. The mechanical voice urged. I choose Namikaze Min. Tatsuya stretched out the small hand of his intent eagerly reaching to click the dazzling Minato card. However, at the very instant his intent was about to touch the card, beep beep beep. A shrill red alarm suddenly shrieked through Tatsuya's mind. The golden interface of the system was instantly drowned beneath a wash of blinding blood red. A massive error sign flashed furiously across his retinas. Warning. Unknown error detected. System database has been disrupted by unidentified chakra interference. Template pool has suffered severe. Tatsuya's smile froze on his face. What kind of joke is this? You crash on me at the critical moment. A sharp sound like shattering glass rang out. Namikaze Minato's card fractured. Senju Hashirama's card shattered as well. The sea of golden light vanished without a trace. In its place loomed a deep crimson space oppressive to the extreme. Error repair failed. Initiating forced backup protocol. The once emotionless mechanical voice now carried a strangely distorted static. Backup protocol. Give me Minato back, damn it. Tatsuya cursed furiously in his heart. Then a card bound tightly in thick black chains leaking a dark red miasma slowly emerged from the shadows. The image on the card was neither a sunny handsome man nor a majestic god of war, but a pair of scarlet terrifying eyes patterned with intricate tomo. Extremely dangerous forbidden template autolock. Template name Uchiha Madara. Tatsuya went completely blank. He stared fixedly at the 3 bloodstained characters on the card feeling as though all the blood in his body were suddenly rushing backward. Uchiha Madara. Tatsuya swallowed hard in his heart, his mind wiped clean. Warning, this template is in severe conflict with the current world's peace order. Warning, hatred value for this template is locked at max. Warning, as a civilian orphan, if the host chooses this template, it is highly likely that Konoha's top brass will notice and send him straight to a dissection lab. System strongly advises please do not. ZZT. Forced binding countdown commencing. Stop. I'm not choosing anything, alright. Tatsuya was utterly panicked now. This wasn't a golden finger, this was a death warrant. Uchiha. He was the greatest villain in the ninja world, the ultimate boss, who kicked the 5 Kage around like balls, a taboo whose very name Konoha's upper echelon avoided speaking aloud. And now some nobody with no background and no real strength suddenly awakened Madara's power. If that rat skulking in the sewers Danzo got wind of this, Tatsuya would be strapped to an operating table and cut into 8 pieces before the night was over. I don't want to be any strongest shinobi, I want to cancel. Hurry up and cancel it. Tatsuya hurled his intent against the glowing red exit button again and again. Yet the system interface seemed entirely frozen, refusing to respond. 5. The countdown ticked down mercilessly. It's over, it's all over. Sweat poured down Tatsuya's forehead as he clawed at his hair with both hands. Beside him, Shikamaru noticed something was off and nudged him doubtfully. Tatsuya, why is your face so pale? Are you sick? Tatsuya could no longer hear Shikamaru's voice. In his world, only the scarlet countdown remained. 4. 3. Heavens, are you playing with me? All I wanted was to quietly stamp documents and drink tea. 2. 1. Countdown complete. Forced binding successful. Forbidden template Uchiha Madara loaded at 1. Boom. At the very instant the system's voice fell. A torrent of extremely violent icy chakra saturated with the intent to destroy erupted inside Tatsuya's body like a dam breaking. Tatsuya drew in a sharp breath of cold air, his eyes instantly laced with bloodshot veins. It felt as though some ancient ferocious beast had been forcibly crammed into a tiny glass bottle. But that was not the worst of it. The worst part was that the system seemed to have short-circuited from the earlier bug. Not only did it announce binding success in Tatsuya's mind, it broadcasted into reality. ZZZT, the previously bright third-grade classroom, suddenly dimmed. It was as if all sunlight had been forcibly devoured by some unseen force. Then right above the podium, a massive 2-meter-tall holographic screen was projected out of nowhere. The screen blazed with scarlet light, dyeing the entire classroom into a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. At the center of the screen was Tatsuya's usually lackadaisical face enlarged for all to see. Beside his image stood the silhouette of a terrifying figure wearing ancient red armor and holding an enormous war fan. The silhouette's eyes were crimson like blood, gazing down coldly at every person in the classroom. Below the images in largest bold font, a line of blood-red text blazed: "Congratulations, trainee Fujiwara Tatsuya. Successfully bound S-rank rogue ninja ultimate forbidden template, Uchiha Madara." Clack. On the podium, the half-used chalk in Irika's hand dropped to the floor and crumbled into dust. In the front row, Naruto, who had been preparing a string of hand seals for a prank, froze mid-gesture, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg. Sasuke, forever trying to look cool, snapped his head up, locking his gaze on the 3 characters for Uchiha on the holographic screen. His pupils trembled violently. The entire classroom, 30-plus students plus their homeroom teacher Irika, seemed to have been struck by a paralysis technique, each frozen in the pose they held a second before. Even the noisy chorus of cicadas outside the window seemed to have been choked off by the suffocating aura in the room. Silence. A deathly silence. Every head turned in unison, staring at Fujiwara Tatsuya at the back window seat as though he were some monstrous. Tatsuya sat rigidly in his chair. Staring at the enormous holographic screen hanging brazenly in midair, he felt as though his heart had already stopped beating. Social death. No, this was verging on literal death. After a full 30 seconds, Inuzuka Kiba was the first to recover. His hand shook as he pointed at the screen and then at Tatsuya. Kiba swallowed hard, his voice sharpening under the weight of his astonishment. "Tatsuya, have you completely lost? You had your pick of the Hokage through the ages, and you chose that clean exterminating outlaw wanted by the entire ninja world." At this point, Tatsuya felt the urge to simply drop dead on the spot. He wanted nothing more than to leap up and roar at the entire class. "The system forced me into this. I wanted to choose the 4th Hokage, damn it." But that raging Uchiha Madara chakra was rampaging through his meridians. A strange towering arrogance, the sort that looked down upon all from on high, was beginning to slip out of his control and seep into his emotions. Instead of rising to explain, he instinctively shifted into a more comfortable position and leaned back against his chair. Irika finally snapped out of it. He slammed a hand on the desk, his voice trembling. "Fujiwara Tatsuya. Is this some new prank jutsu you've come up with? This joke has gone way too far." "Exactly." Haruno Sakura jumped to her feet as well, disbelief written all over her face. "Uchiha Madara is the village's sinner and you choose him as your idol. Have you completely lost your mind?" Sasuke's expression grew so dark it looked ready to drip water. He slammed his hands on his desk and stood glaring at Tatsuya through gritted teeth. "Fujiwara Tatsuya, a mere civilian who can't even refine chakra properly, dares to taint the name Uchiha. You are insulting the honor of the Uchiha clan." The atmosphere in the classroom exploded. Mockery accusations and sharp intakes of breath tangled together as though they might rip the roof right off. "I'm dying of laughter. Ultimate forbidden template, seriously. Did this guy get his brain fried by an explosive? With his pathetic strength, what's the point of picking Madara? Just waiting to be dragged off by the Anbu for tea. A civilian is a civilian, only fit to choose flashy, useless gimmicks to court attention." The biting sarcasm surged toward Tatsuya like a rising tide. To them, Tatsuya's actions were like a beggar insisting on donning the emperor's new clothes, both laughable and pathetic. Tatsuya drew in a slow breath. He was doing everything he could to suppress the urge to tear down the entire school building. The scarlet holographic screen flickered twice before finally dispersing into motes of red light that vanished into the air. But the shock it left behind was carved deeply into everyone's vision. "Noisy," Tatsuya suddenly said. His voice was not loud, even tinged with laziness, yet the instant those 3 syllables slipped out, the air in the classroom seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. Everyone involuntarily shuddered. The noisy classroom fell silent, as if by miracle. Tatsuya slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his once ordinary black pupils, a strange glimmer of red seemed to flash. He did not bother looking at the classmates laughing at him nor at the infuriated Sasuke and Irika. He simply dug idly at his ear. "Isn't it just a measly template? Is all this fuss really necessary?" Tatsuya sighed, his tone laden with a lifeless sort of resignation. "If I go tell Grandpa Hokage right now that I clicked the wrong one, do you think I can still switch to Minato?" The entire class fell into a fresh stupor. What kind of thought process was that? Shikamaru frowned, gaze tightening as he studied Tatsuya. He suddenly leaned closer to Tatsuya, lowering his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear. "Tatsuya, be honest with me." Shikamaru paused, his tone becoming more serious than ever before. "That killing intent you released just now, what on earth was that?" Shikamaru's languid deadfish eyes turned razor-sharp in an instant, locking onto Chenyi with a predatory intensity. Chenyi's heart gave a violent jolt as a bad feeling surged up from his gut. His chakra had rampaged out of control just now. This high IQ guy had likely sensed something amiss. Killing intent. You must not have fully woken up yesterday. Chenyi forced a laugh, flipping through the textbook on his desk with exaggerated rustling, trying to smother the awkwardness with noise. "The wind was just too strong a moment ago. It made my back feel cold. You must have imagined it." Shikamaru frowned, clearly unconvinced by such a flimsy excuse. He had just opened his mouth to press further when the suffocating stillness in the classroom suddenly burst like a balloon pricked by a needle, shattering completely. After a brief pause, an uproarious wave of laughter erupted, as if it could blow the roof clean off. The laughter made the window panes buzz. Ha ha, my stomach hurts. Inuzuka laughed until tears streamed down his face, clutching his belly as he hammered madly on his desk. Chinyi, did you take the wrong medicine at lunch? Inuzuka pointed toward the back row, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Or have you gone insane wanting to play hero? Putting on such a grand show. Out of all those formidable Hokage, you could have chosen, you went and picked a massacred Uchiha, one who's a wanted traitor across the entire Shinobi world. Akamaru sprawled on Ya's head, poked out his little snout, and barked twice, as if joining in the mockery. Exactly, picking a traitor as your idol. Do you plan to head straight to the interrogation rooms in AMBU after graduation? One clan heir who usually loved bullying civilians let out a shrill, sarcastic whistle. And you even set up some kind of holographic projection, all flashy for nothing. Only to end up with such a big move. You're the punchline of the century. The surrounding students chimed in one after another, their eyes toward Chinyi filled with contempt and the kind of pity reserved for idiots. To them, a commoner would always be a commoner, even his daydreams were directed at the wrong target. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his blonde hair, glancing blankly from side to side. Who's Uchiha Madara? Is he really strong? Stronger than the fourth Hokage? Idiot Naruto, you don't even know that. Sakura's fist slammed down on Naruto's head without mercy, making him bare his teeth in pain. He's a supervillain who almost destroyed Konoha, a madman beyond reason. Hands on her hips, Sakura raised her voice as she lectured. On the podium, the half-piece of chalk in Irika's hand finally slipped from his fingers, falling to the floor and shattering into powder. His eyes widened, mouth half open, as if he were seeing this usually invisible student for the very first time. In the front row, Uchiha Sasuke's expression had already turned so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Hearing the word Uchiha tossed around as a joke by this crowd, his hands clenched into tight fists. Veins bulged across the backs of his hands, his knuckles turning white from the force. Fujiwara Chinyi. Sasuke shot to his feet, his chair scraping across the floor with a piercing screech. He turned, black eyes blazing with barely contained fury as he fixed his gaze on the back rows. A dead last who can't do anything. How dare you let the name Uchiha pass your lips? Sasuke ground the words out between his teeth, step by step walking up to Chinya's desk, looking down on him from above. Put away your childish tricks. This is a grave insult to the Uchiha clan. Faced with Sasuke's aggressive pressure, Chinyi had instinctively intended to back down, as he always did. They were classmates after all, seeing one another day in and day out, no need to invite trouble over a damned system. A survival mattered more than pride. Yet just as he was about to open his mouth and apologize, the violent chakra belonging to Uchiha Madara, newly bound within his body, suddenly roared to a boil like water on the verge of overflowing from a pot. An overwhelming sense of arrogance, looking down upon all living beings from on high, crashed over him without warning, tearing his salted fish mentality to shreds. It was as if a voice bellowed within his mind, the majesty of Uchiha brooks no offense from ants. Leaning back against his chair, Chinyi not only did not dodge, he lifted his chin slightly instead. He met Sasuke's blazing gaze, heating his own eyes cold, as if he were looking at a corpse. Insult. Chinyi let out a soft, derisive laugh, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile tinged with mocking disdain. A little brat who doesn't even know how his own clan was wiped out, and you dare talk to me about Uchiha's glory. His long fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a steady talk-talk rhythm. We're not even talking about anything more than a name. A glint of danger flashed across Chinya's eyes. Even if I stepped on the Uchiha crest today, ground it beneath my heel, what exactly could you do to me? The moment those words left his lips, the noisy classroom fell utterly silent, as quiet as if a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at Chinyi as though he had lost his mind, mouths hanging open wide enough to swallow an egg. Had this guy gone insane? A commoner who usually cowered and nodded to everything now not only dared talk back to the prodigy Sasuke, but deliberately stabbed straight into the sorest part of his heart. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, the cord of his reason snapping in an instant. You're courting death. He snarled, his right hand shooting out like lightning to seize Chinyi by the collar. His other hand clenched into a fist, whistling through the air as it drove straight toward Chinya's face. Stop, Sasuke. From the podium, Irika finally snapped out of it, shouting at the top of his lungs. With a flick of his wrist, the half-piece of chalk flew like a hidden weapon, striking precisely against a pressure point at Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke hissed in pain, his force slackening, the fist freezing less than an inch from the tip of Chinya's nose. Irika hurried down from the podium, forcibly pulling the two apart. What do you think you're doing? Graduation assessments are tomorrow. Are you planning a rebellion? Irika trembled with rage, jabbing a finger at their noses as he yelled. To use such force against your own classmates, do you have any respect for the village's rules at all? Sasuke violently shook off Irika's hand, fixing Chinyi with a frosty stare for a heartbeat. Just you wait. He tossed out that hard, threatening line, then turned back to his seat, his entire body radiating a chill that warned others to stay away. Jinyi straightened the wrinkles Sasuke had left in his collar, his heart in reality pounding like crazy. What the hell was with my mouth just now? Madara's template must be cursed. He ranted inwardly, forcefully altering my personality, and even comes with group taunting effects. This thing is practically pushing me down the villain's path. He swore he truly just wanted to quietly lie low and survive. Now it was a mess. He had not only become famous across the entire school, he had also thoroughly offended the male lead's rival. A life from here on out would hardly be easy. And you, Fujiwara Jinyi. Irika's ire instantly shifted to the true culprit. Your poor grades I can overlook. I assumed you were just a late bloomer. But what was this stunt supposed to be today? Even pranks must have limits. Irika pounded on Chinye's desk in anguish, the blows producing dull, resounding thuds. Uchiha Madara is an absolute taboo in this village. You chose him brazenly. Do you want Ambu to invite you in for tea? Under Irika's storm of rebukes, Chinye's earlier arrogance vanished in an instant. He skillfully deployed his ultimate move, acting like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, bowing his head and putting on the most obedient, repentant expression he could muster. I was wrong, Iruka-sensei. I really understand now. Jinyi blinked earnestly, his tone remarkably sincere. What happened just now? Chalk it up to not sleeping well last night. I was still dreaming. I dreamed I'd become some great savior figure and that light curtain. I must have accidentally triggered His ability to lie through his teeth without batting an eye had long since reached a master's level. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a passing fart. I swear I'll never do it again. Looking at Chinye's shameless, slippery demeanor that ignored all reprimand, Irika felt as though his fist had slammed into cotton. He drew in a deep breath, about to continue lecturing when a sound arrived from the hallway at just the right moment. The clear chime of the dismissal bell was practically heavenly music to Chinye's ears. Forget it, we'll end class here. Irika rubbed at his throbbing temples helplessly. Go home and prepare properly for tomorrow's graduation assessment. If any of you fail, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dismissed. With that, Irika snatched up the lesson plan on the podium and stormed out of the classroom. The very instant he stepped away, the strange mechanical voice echoed once more in Chinye's mind. Ding. Detected host has successfully triggered large-scale emotional fluctuations. Emotions of mockery, anger, and shock collected. Parameters align with Uchiha Madara's defiant and unbridled character traits. Template synchronization rate has increased slightly. Current total synchronization rate 1.5. What the being mocked and hated actually increases my proficiency. Jinyi froze, wondering if this system's criteria were fundamentally deranged. Before he could process it, the mechanical voice dropped another bombshell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing initial binding of a forbidden template. System hereby issues a Newbie Deluxe gift pack. Gift pack has been sent to the system storage space. Please retrieve it promptly to avoid expiration. A gift pack. Chinye's heart skipped a beat, his earlier gloom and anxiety swept away in an instant. The tropes of transmigration novels had not lied, though the system was somewhat malicious, having forcibly bound him to a dangerous figure. The benefits at least had not failed to arrive. Madara's template may draw hatred like a magnet, but he's still the ceiling of combat power in this world. Chinye's thoughts began to race. This newbie gift pack should at least give me fireball technique right. Or maybe straight up a 3-demo Sharingan. That would be hitting the jackpot. If I could go all the way in one step and get rib-style Susanoo defense, I'd march straight to root block Danzo's door and charge him protection fees. As Irika declared the end of class, students were already streaming out in small groups. Passing by Chinye's desk, many still refused to miss the chance to cast looks of disdain or schadenfreude his way. Come on, let's go, stop staring. Someone that clueless about his place in the world is destined to die as cannon fodder on some crank mission. A girl from the same class tugged her friend away at a brisk pace. Exactly, keep your distance from him, he's bad luck. Jinyi treated all this gossip as mere wind blowing past his ears. How could sparrows ever comprehend the ambitions of a swan? When he soared through the sky in a fully manifested Susanoo, someday they'd be the ones kneeling on the ground begging to call him father. With practiced motions, he stuffed a few tattered books into his bag, slung it over one shoulder. Without greeting anyone, not even acknowledging the hesitant Shikamaru beside him, Jinyi lowered his head and squeezed his way out of the classroom at a brisk pace. Leaving the gate of the ninja academy behind, Jinyi did not return to that crowded, dilapidated orphanage. Instead, he deliberately chose quiet alleys, avoiding the patrol routes of the security squads. After several twists and turns, he slipped into an abandoned, dead-end alley. Moldy wooden crates and miscellaneous junk were piled on both sides, the air tinged with a faint stench of rot. Jinyi leaned against the slick brick wall layered with moss, scanning left and right. Only after confirming that no ambu were tailing him did he finally release the stale breath that had been trapped in his chest. When he had pretended calm in the classroom and talked back to Sasuke, his back had been soaked in cold sweat. In this shinobi world where lives were as cheap as weeds, showing off without the power to protect oneself was tantamount to digging one's own grave in advance. Now it all depends on whether the system pulls its weight. Jinyi rubbed his hands stiff from tension, his gaze turning fiercely intense. Gathering his focus in his mind, he muttered under his breath, "Open system space." His vision instantly shifted into a dark red virtual space. At the center of that space floated a beautifully wrapped golden gift box. An ostentatious bright red bow sat perched on top. Jinyi licked his dry lips, unhesitatingly touching it with his will. Enough dithering, open the Newbie gift pack and extract Madara's initial power. Ding! Newbie Deluxe gift pack is now opening. Password verification passed. Opening successful. A blinding burst of golden light detonated in the depths of his mind, forcing Jinyi to squeeze his eyes shut. He held his breath in nervous anticipation, heart lodged in his throat. As the light slowly faded, 3 gentle halos hovered quietly in the system space. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Uchiha Clan exclusive fire release talent initial grade. System note: no hand seals required. Greatly enhances the refinement speed of fire nature chakra and the power of related ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Uchiha Madara's basic taijutsu essentials. System note contains the battlefield killing techniques used by Madara. Muscle memory will be directly implanted. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 initial bloodline awakening serum. System note can perfectly activate the dormant Uchiha genes within the host and awaken Sharingan single tomo form. Staring at these 3 rewards, Jinyu sucked in a sharp breath. Although they hadn't handed him world-shattering cheats like Susanoo right off the bat. For a civilian genin whose chakra was pitifully scarce, these 3 boons were nothing short of a heaven-defying transformation. Fire release talent taijutsu essentials and Sharingan. Jinye's voice trembled slightly under the weight of his excitement. In this bloodline-obsessed world, Kekkei Genkai were the greatest license to walk sideways wherever one pleased. Once he had Sharingan, even if only the most basic single tomo form, his perception and nerve response speed would skyrocket exponentially, his strength leaving his peers several streets behind in an instant. Extract all of it right now. Unable to suppress his wild joy any longer, he barked out commands in his mind. Command received: powers are now integrating. Warning: bloodline modification may be accompanied by mild pain. Host is advised to prepare psychologically. Bring it on, if it makes me stronger. A little pain is... Jinye's bold words cut off abruptly as his expression changed dramatically. A pain like his bones being ground to dust inch by inch exploded from deep within his heart, surging along his blood vessels and ravaging his entire body with unstoppable force. Jinye's vision went dark, his legs turning to noodles beneath him as he collapsed to his knees in the muddy, moss-covered alley. Damn it, you bastard system. You call this mild pain? He clamped his teeth together, 10 fingers gouging deep furrows into the mud as sweat poured off him like a waterfall. Within him, cells were rearranging and the nerves in his eyes felt as though they were being stabbed with needles and roasted over flames. Just as Jinyi teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, breathing turning labored, a faint rustling sounded from beyond the alley. A moment later, a cool, slightly childish girl's voice rang out abruptly at the shadowed entrance. Who's hiding in there? In the dark and narrow alley, the air seemed to have solidified. Jin gritted his teeth tightly, forcing back a scream that threatened to escape his throat. He curled up behind a moldy wooden box resembling a boiled shrimp drenched in cold sweat. Who is hiding? At the alley entrance, a girl with a high ponytail stopped, her tone cold and tinged with vigilance. Jin held his breath, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. If discovered in such a state, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Meow. Just then a filthy stray cat sprang out from the pile of garbage. It knocked over several empty cans and swiftly vanished along the wall. The girl at the alley entrance fell silent for 2 seconds. So it was just a stray cat. The footsteps gradually faded away, finally disappearing completely into the hustle and bustle of the street. Jin collapsed into the mud like a lump of clay, gasping for breath. The pain quickly dissipated like receding tides, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of lightness. He clenched his fists. A crisp cracking sound echoed between his knuckles, and it felt as if a beast lay dormant within his muscles, ready to tear apart its prey at any moment. I'm alive. This revival is truly deadly. Jin wiped the mud off his face and, taking advantage of the dimming light, rushed out of the alley towards the back mountain of Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, in a spacious and bright office, a faint scent of tobacco lingered. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a large mahogany desk, taking a deep puff from his pipe. Thick white smoke rings escaped his lips, slowly dissipating in midair. On the desk before him lay a crystal ball shimmering with clarity. Inside the crystal ball, Jin could be seen with his backpack, bowing his head as he entered the alley. Is this how things... The third Hokage squinted, his weathered face showing no trace of emotion. In front of the desk, an ambu ninja wearing a cat mask knelt on one knee, displaying an extremely respectful posture. Yes, Lord Third. The ANBU lowered his head, his voice betraying a rare hint of hesitation. The student named Fujiwara Tatsuya created a massive holographic projection in the classroom. The projection clearly showed the forbidden template along with that man's name. At this point the ANBU couldn't help but pause, as if even mentioning that name felt taboo. Uchiha Obito, right? The third Hokage tapped his pipe, stating the name for him. Yes. The ANBU quickly nodded. And at that moment the temperature in the entire classroom seemed to drop. The students reported feeling an extremely palpable killing intent emanating from him. Even Uchiha Sasuke was intimidated. The ANBU's tone quickened, sounding somewhat anxious. My lord, this prank that incites mass panic must be dealt with seriously. Or directly handed over to the torture department to clarify what kind of new ninjutsu that holographic projection is. The third Hokage did not immediately respond. He picked up a thin file from the desk and casually flipped through a couple of pages. It was Fujiwara Tatsuya's information. Fujiwara Tatsuya, 10 years old, a commoner orphan. Father Fujiwara Hiroshi, mother Fujiwara Yoshiko, both were lower ninjas of Konoha and died in a trap of explosive tags at the front lines of the Third Shinobi World War. This child ranks second to last in physical skills, dead last in ninjutsu, and fails to reach the passing line in genjutsu. The third Hokage gently tossed the file back onto the desk, letting out a soft sigh. Zhang, do you think a commoner genin who can't even master the transformation jutsu can wield a new type of genjutsu that even ANBU cannot see through? The ANBU known as Zhang paused, carefully recalling the details he had observed from the shadows. I was on the tree outside the classroom at that time, and I indeed felt no chakra fluctuations. That's right. The third Hokage reignited his pipe, taking a deep puff. Something without chakra fluctuations is either a lost ninjutsu artifact or a prop obtained from a flea market. The third Hokage's gaze grew somewhat sympathetic. This child wants to be noticed too much. But my lord, what about that killing intent? Zhang still felt somewhat uneasy. That man's name is too sensitive for the village. The third Hokage chuckled, his laughter carrying the weight of time's reassurance. Killing intent. A cornered rabbit will bite when driven by a beast that is merely a human's instinct for survival. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling Konoha village under the twilight. He knows that the graduation assessment is tomorrow, and with his grades he will undoubtedly be eliminated, sent to the logistics division, or forced to do farm work. A commoner orphan with no background, no talent, he fears being abandoned by this village. The third exhaled a long puff of smoke, his gaze deep. Thus he attempts to attract attention through such extreme and foolish means. He thinks that by mentioning the taboo name Uchiha Obito, he can make himself stand out. Zhang, upon hearing the third's analysis, blinked beneath his mask, suddenly enlightened. So my lord, you mean he is trying to show off? Otherwise. The third turned around and sat back in his large leather chair, his tone flat, devoid of any ripple. The power of the Uchiha clan comes from their cursed bloodline, Sharingan. Without those eyes, without that bloodline, even if he did stumble upon some secret scroll of the Uchiha clan by sheer luck, he would still be unable to withstand such violent chakra. Forcing himself to train would only lead to his own destruction. This statement was logical and well-founded, making it hard to refute. In the Shinobi world, bloodline was an insurmountable chasm. To covet the power of a Shura without Uchiha genes, that was more ridiculous than a fool's dream. I understand now. The ANBU Zhang knelt on one knee, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. What about monitoring him? Withdraw most of the personnel. There's no need to waste valuable ANBU resources on a useless person. The third Hokage waved his hand, seemingly losing interest in this topic. Let the roots in the village stay low, don't provoke such attention-seeking fools. If there is a commotion, it might provoke that restless factor Uchiha Sasuke and disrupt the village's stability. Yes. Just send a low-level ANBU to keep a distant watch on him for a few days. The third Hokage tapped the ashes from his pipe, sealing the conclusion. This child is already useless. Once he fails the assessment, this farce will naturally come to an end. Dismissed. As you command, Lord Third. With a slight ripple in the air, the figure of ANBU Zhang instantly vanished from the office. The Hokage building fell silent, only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. The third Hokage looked at the crystal ball on the desk where Chen's figure had already disappeared. He shook his head, picked up a report on the border friction with the Land of Wind, and soon cast aside the common orphan from his mind. At this moment, in a dense grove on the back mountain of Konoha village, rarely visited by people, night had fully descended. Only a few dim moonbeams filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the leaf-covered muddy ground. The surroundings were so quiet that one could only hear the chirping of insects. Huff. Finally made it. Jin leaned against an old tree thick enough for 3 people to hug, gasping heavily. He now not only felt no fatigue, but instead felt an endless surge of energy throughout his body. That lightness emanating from deep within his bones made him want to howl at the sky. The system's bloodline transformation is truly powerful. Jin excitedly rubbed his hands, his eyes shining remarkably in the darkness. He realized his vision had improved. He could see the veins on the leaves several dozen meters away, and even track the movements of ants crawling on the bark with perfect clarity. Without needing to activate the Sharingan deliberately, the physical enhancement brought by the awakening of his bloodline had already surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. What shocked him even more was the power flowing through his meridians. If his chakra before was like a small ditch that could dry up at any moment, now this ditch had not only widened into a rushing river, but the water was boiling. That chakra exhibited an extremely violent, fiery, and domineering attribute, as if with just a thought it could shred everything before him. Is this the power of a one synchronization rate? Jin lowered his head, looking at his hands that trembled slightly from excitement. It's so powerful. This solid sense of strength is something he had never experienced in the 6 years he had survived in this world. What is the first step of the survival plan? It's to keep a low profile. But the premise of being Loki is that you must have the strength to flip the table at any moment, otherwise it's just playing the fool. What is learned from books will always feel shallow. A true understanding comes from practice. Jin muttered a line from a poem he learned in his past life, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. He had to test it out. Just how far could this Uchiha-exclusive basic fire release talent reach? He took a deep breath, trying to recall the hand seals Irika drew on the blackboard during the day. In C. Dog Chen. This is the most common yet the Uchiha clan's signature crank ninjutsu, fire release great fireball technique. The system says no hand seals are needed, but I'll still gesture a bit to find the feeling. Jin muttered as he slowly raised his hands, forming a vertical position with his index and middle fingers in front of his chest. Just as he was about to channel chakra, attempting the first seal, the violent chakra in his meridians seemed to have sensed the smell of blood and erupted in an instant. A scalding hot current surged from his dantian straight up to his throat fast enough that he couldn't react in time. The air temperature around him skyrocketed, and the dry leaves even emitted a faint burnt smell. Chen's eyes widened in shock, feeling like he had a red-hot iron in his mouth, burning him so badly he wanted to curse. Damn me. This feels a bit off. Why is the fire rushing out on its own? His throat felt as if he had swallowed a piece of red-hot charcoal, and a scorching wave surged directly to his forehead. Chen quickly closed his mouth, forcibly stifling the fiery release that was about to erupt. If it were really to erupt, the commotion would be considerable. The back mountain of Konoha is a place constantly patrolled by the Umvu. Starting a fire in the middle of the night would be akin to carrying a lantern to the outhouse, seeking death. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Chen was choked and began to cough violently, tears almost bursting forth. Damn it, this fire release talent is too overwhelming. He pounded his chest forcefully, taking quite a while to suppress that fiery energy. The system says no hand signs are needed. It seems to be true. Chen wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, murmuring with lingering fear, just one thought and chakra automatically transforms into fire release. If a fight breaks out, I would be like a moving fire dragon. However, even though the fiery energy had been suppressed, the raging chakra within him showed no signs of calming down. On the contrary, it was like a pack of beasts caged for too long, frantically searching for an outlet. Meanwhile, an extremely strange emotion began to silently invade his mind. Chen's usually lazy and indifferent eyes were undergoing an astonishing transformation at this moment. His gaze became profound and cold, carrying a sense of indifference that seemed to see through all things. His chin involuntarily lifted slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a hint of arrogance. The way he looked at the towering trees around him was no longer as if he was hiding behind cover. Instead, it was as if he were gazing at a pile of decaying wood that could be crushed at any moment. A bunch of ants dare to block my path. A cold and contemptuous remark suddenly slipped from Chen's lips. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen himself shuddered. Damn me. He slapped his forehead, cold sweat immediately breaking out. Why does this template also forcefully alter personality? Chen raged internally, desperately shaking his head in an attempt to shake off that arrogant feeling. I'm a man who intends to survive until the end. If this temper carries over to school, how many beatings will I take in a day? The character of Uchiha Madara was too overpowering. That ingrained arrogance and dominance was subtly influencing his subconscious. Just moments ago, he had contradicted Sasuke in the classroom, and now he was inexplicably spouting such cringeworthy lines. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll become a lunatic yelling, "Do you also want to dance?" every day. No, I must find a way to vent, otherwise I might end up with a split personality. Taking a deep breath, Chen forcibly suppressed that lofty arrogance with sheer willpower. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on the ancient tree before him, as thick as 3 people could embrace. The system just provided the essentials of basic taijutsu just in time to practice on you. Chen slightly bent his legs, assuming an extremely standard combat starting stance. This movement was something he had never learned. Yet at this moment it felt as natural as flowing water, as if this body had undergone countless trials. Huh. Chen shouted softly, his right leg forcefully pushed off the ground. With a muffled thud, dirt flew and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was so fast that it even shocked him. This speed is at least 3 times faster than before. Before he could think further, his right fist carrying a whistling wind slammed heavily against the rough tree bark. Without using any chakra, it was pure physical strength. Boom, crack, accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache. The iron-hard old tree trunk trembled violently, countless withered leaves falling like a rainstorm. Chin retracted his fist. He saw that on the bark, which could withstand the strikes of ordinary genin's kunai, there was suddenly a fist-sized pit several inches deep. Around the pit, the wooden fibers were radiating and fracturing, with even a few cracks extending up to the treetop. Hiss. Chin inhaled sharply, looking at his unscathed right hand with disbelief. Is this the basic taijutsu of Madara? Is this really called basic? Although he often fought in the orphanage in his past life, that was just blind luck. He had only learned the surface of the taijutsu taught in the ninja school. But that punch just now, the power, technique, muscle coordination, and breathing were simply perfect to the extreme. It was as if Uchiha Madara's combat instincts had been etched into his DNA. Let's do it again. Having tasted the sweetness, Chin was excited, and the chakra within him and that restless emotion finally found an outlet. He was like a tiger released from its cage, unleashing a storm of attacks on the unfortunate old tree. Straight punches, hooks, side kicks, elbow strikes. No fancy moves, just the simplest and most direct aesthetic of violence. Each strike was substantial and powerful, accompanied by the sound of tearing air. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds echoed in the quiet grove, startling the birds within 100 meters. Chen's strikes became faster and more fluid. Those originally awkward moves turned into a masterful display under his actions. He felt he was no longer the underachiever who couldn't even perform transformation jutsu well. Instead, he was a battle-hardened Shura, reaping the lives of enemies on the battlefield. Boom! Accompanied by a final powerful spinning kick. The ancient tree let out a painful cry, its massive trunk suddenly snapping in two. The upper half tilted and fell, crushing several nearby small trees, raising a cloud of dust. Whew! Refreshing. Chin exhaled a long breath, standing still. Sweat rolled down his cheeks, dripping into the soil. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The violent chakra within him had finally calmed down. That arrogant feeling of wanting to punch through Konoha also dissipated considerably. This taijutsu essence is too abnormal. Even without using ninjutsu, I could definitely take on 3 ordinary genin. Chin clenched his fist in satisfaction, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. He looked at the chaos around him. The broken ancient tree, the few small trees that had been crushed, and the ground covered in fallen leaves and deep pits. The destructive power here, saying it was caused by a genin, would be unbelievable. Oh no, I got too excited and forgot to control my strength. Chen's scalp tingled. The back mountain of Konoha had quite a few umbu patrolling. If they saw that a mere civilian orphan could break a century-old tree with his bare hands, Danzo, that old dog, would definitely send someone to invite him for tea tonight. At that point, whether it was for dissection research or mind control, he would have no say in the matter. No, I must quickly destroy the evidence. Chin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, looking around for something to disguise the scene. Should I smear some mud on it? No, the break is too fresh. How about setting it on fire? Even worse, starting a fire in the middle of the night is just asking for death. Just as Chin was scratching his head, sweating profusely, a very faint rustling of leaves suddenly came from the bushes behind him. Rustle, rustle. Chen's body tensed up instantly, like a wild cat with its fur standing on end. He turned around sharply, his dark eyes flashing with vigilant light in the darkness. He had been too focused on venting that he didn't notice someone approaching. With his heightened perception, it was impossible for an ordinary person to get so close without making a sound. Unless the other party was a ninja trained rigorously. Who's there? Chin lowered his voice, his right hand instinctively reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Although there were only a few rusty kunai there, it was better than nothing. The sound from the bushes ceased. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, only the sound of the night wind rustling through the leaves. After a full half-minute, just when Chin thought he had misheard and was about to go check, the bushes were gently parted from a figure with short black hair wearing a loose nightgown slowly walked out. Under the dim moonlight, Chin could see the newcomer's face clearly. It was his classmate Nara Shizune. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and held a pillow adorned with a deer antler. She looked like she hadn't fully woken up and was extremely impatient from being disturbed. Fujiwara Chin. Shizune yawned, her gaze lingering on Chen for a second before landing on the horrific broken tree behind him. Her eyes, which had been half closed due to sleepiness, widened instantly upon seeing that terrifying break. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in her gaze. What on earth? Although Shizune's voice carried a hint of drowsiness, her logic was terrifyingly clear. Making such a huge commotion here in the middle of the night, are you practicing lumberjack skills? Pale moonlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves and fell upon a thick splintered log, which shavings lay scattered across the ground as if a sudden gale had just swept through. Jinglu clutched a cushion stamped with antlers, standing before a scene of ruin. Her eyes, usually clouded with sleepiness, now stared unblinkingly at the jagged break in the ancient tree. The break was not a clean cut from a blade, but a brutal explosive rupture. The wood fibers had been torn outward as if detonated from within. Such force was beyond the means of a low-ranked shinobi, and even most proficient taijutsu users could not have produced it. Jingliu's gaze drifted slowly until it rested on Yuan Qinyi sweating and standing before the broken trunk. Qinyi remained frozen mid-turn, his body rigid as stone. He had never expected that a late-night vent in the back hills would fail to summon the Umbu and instead draw the class's resident brainiac. At this hour, Jinglu let out a long yawn, her voice thick with the annoyance of being woken. Are you practicing lumbering in the middle of the night? She nodded toward the mangled old tree with a tone equal parts bemused and curious. Qinyi gave an awkward laugh as his mind raced. He could not, under any circumstance, let her send out anything suspicious. The Naolong clan were as subtle as lotus roots, a single slip, and she would weave a whole conspiracy from it. Ahaha, Jingliu. Qinyi scratched the back of his head and quickly assumed a bland, apologetic expression. Isn't the graduation assessment tomorrow? My taijutsu is awful, so I thought I'd cram a bit in the back hills. He pointed at the shattered tree and heart unmoved began to spin a ridiculous tale. I guess the tree was hollowed by worms, he continued. I was practicing Ironhead, I headbutted and it just broke on its own. Nearly gave me a heart attack. As he spoke, Qinyi feigned rubbing his unblemished forehead with deliberate concern. Ironhead. Jinglu frowned, eyeing his smooth brow and then the rough bark. The explosive fractures at the break clearly bore the marks of highly condensed fist force or a heavy impact. Who's headbutting a tree with enough force to tear its fibers radially? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't buy such a lie. Still, Jinglu did not expose him. She disliked trouble. Like LMAO, she wouldn't pry into others' secrets unless her own interests were involved. Every orphan survives in Mai with some camouflage. Perhaps this fellow who always joked about slogging through to retirement was not as useless as he seemed. Jinglu gave a perfunctory nod and buried her face in the cushion with a little rub. Then keep practicing your Ironhead. Don't break any more trees. If the patrol catches you, there'll be a fine. She turned away, dragging her oversized robe, and teetered off toward the edge of the grove. Honestly, it's so loud, I'll find another place to sleep. Qinyi didn't breathe easy until Jingliu's silhouette vanished behind the brush. His muscles finally relaxed, and he dropped onto a splintered log with a heavy sigh. The Naolong clan's intuition is ridiculous, he muttered. He wiped cold sweat from his brow. Jingliu's single look had clearly detected something amiss, but fortunately she had not pressed it. First rule of survival: if I don't admit it, there's no proof. I can't stay here. Qinyi rose and brushed mud from his trousers. The earlier taijutsu test had given him a first impression of this body's strength. A one synchronization with the Uziba band template had granted him uncanny regeneration and explosive power. Even the muscle density seemed altered. He felt like a humanoid tyrannosaur. Yet no matter how potent his close-range strength in a world of devastating ninjutsu, he still lacked a reliable long-range lethal option. The system granted an Uziba exclusive Huiduan aptitude. It supposedly needs no hand seals. Qinyi stroked his chin, his eyes flickering in the dark. My chakra almost erupted into flames earlier, so it seems true. But how powerful is it? I need a safe place to test it. The back hills were out of the question. Jinglu had already been drawn by the noise. If he unleashed fire release there, he'd likely alert half of Mai's Umbu. He considered briefly and then ran toward Mai's outskirts. Minutes later, Qinyi stood on the bank of the Nanha. The river was one of Mai's main water sources, broad and slow-flowing. At this hour there were no shadows about save for the occasional fish breaking the surface. This will do, water quenches fire. Even if the power is large, it should not spark a conflagration. Standing on the pebble-strewn shore, he inhaled the cool, damp air. He closed his eyes and sank his awareness inward. The savage chakra that belonged to Uziba rushed through his meridians like molten lava. No seals, just convert chakra directly. Qinyi followed the memory the system had fed him and tried to guide that force. As chakra surged into his chest, he felt his lungs swell like bellows being pumped at a frantic pace. Heat compressed and converged within him. The sensation was as if he had swallowed a burning sun. His Adam's apple bobbed to the air around him, immediately turned searing hot. Mist on the riverbank vaporized in the sudden heat, forming a thin white haze that clung around him. Qinyi snapped his eyes open and their pupils reflected the inner blaze, giving him an uncanny feral look. He made no seals, only planted his feet and widened his stance. His chest swelled, compressing air to the extreme. Huh. He let out a low roar from deep within. The wild chakra burst through his throat like a breached dam. It was no ordinary flame, but a dark crimson ball of fire suffused with annihilating heat. The moment it left his mouth, it billowed outward. Within the blink of an eye, it swelled into a sphere more than 5 meters across. The dark crimson light painted Nanhuchuan's night sky in a sanguine hue, and the heat warped the air itself into visible ripples. Qinyi was dumbstruck. What the hell? This is a crank jutsu great fireball. The size, the heat, this rivals a top jonin unleashing a brink fire release. The massive crimson sphere thundered like a falling meteor and hurtled toward the broad river with irresistible boom. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the river. When the fireball struck the water, it did not extinguish, but instantly vaporized vast swathes of the river. Tons of water boiled away into a gigantic steam explosion. A dense white plume rose like a mushroom cloud thrusting toward the heavens. Chinyi was thrown backward by the blast wave and landed hard on the pebbles. Scalding steam slammed into him, stinging his face. He gaped at the still-seething river and the towering vapor column. Was that a little too much? He swallowed and looked at his hands. That had been only a one-template sink. If a full Yaziba ban were to unleash Great Fire Extinguish, wouldn't it boil this river dry? System, your fire release is a bit scorching. Chinyi rubbed his parched throat. That eruption had drained nearly half of his chakra. Clearly such a trump card could not be used recklessly, or he would be left hollow. Still, having this move in reserve should guarantee tomorrow's graduation assessment. He grinned, pushing himself up from the stones. He shook dust from his trousers, spirits high. A survivalist needs a few tricks up his sleeve. Though ostentatious, the fire release could be tamped down. With careful chakra control, it could be disguised as a more ordinary great fireball. It's late, better head back to sleep. Tomorrow I'll go to class and watch those kids play at being Shinobi. Chinyi stretched and turned to leave. At that moment, a flicker at the edge of his vision caught his attention. Along the rim of the rising white steam, something gleamed in the shadow of the riverbank. Chinyi froze and became instantly alert. He was sensitive to the slightest disturbance now. He crept toward the shadow and pried aside several large pebbles. Nestled in a crevice lay a shuriken, but unlike Maya's standard blades, it bore a sinister serrated edge, and its surface was coated in a deep purple toxin. More troubling, a near-invisible chakra thread was tied to the shuriken's tip. Chinya's expression turned cold. A poisoned shuriken, and that peculiar design. He had been a devoted Shinobi fan in his previous life. He recognized it at once. This was a hidden weapon commonly used by Shoin puppeteers. But why would Shoin armaments be found deep inside Mai's territory? And the toxin's sheen showed it had been applied recently. Could a Shoin spy have slipped in? The thought crossed his mind, then he dismissed it. The Chunin exams were far away. Shoin had no reason to infiltrate now. Even if they had infiltrated, who would be so foolish as to leave poisoned weapons in a place as exposed as Nanhachuan? Unless they were tracking something or they were being tracked. Chinyi crouched but did not touch the shuriken. He followed the direction of the chakra thread with his eyes. It led into a dense stand of reeds on the riverbank. A wide swath of reeds had been flattened and faint drops of dark red blood dotted the mud. Troublesome. He rubbed his temple. Anything involving foreign shinobi was trouble he wanted no part of. Nosy interference gets you killed, such was the iron law of the shinobi world. He planned to rise and walk away as if he had seen nothing. But a weak groan came from within the reed's cough. Help, please. The voice was faint and labored, definitely someone gravely wounded and oddly familiar. Chinyi stopped brows knitting. That voice, it can't be, can it? He hesitated, curiosity getting the better of him, and gently parted the reeds by moonlight. He found a figure collapsed in the mud, a Chunin wearing a green vest, 3 poisoned shuriken embedded in his chest, blood soaking half his body. The Chunin's face was ashen, his lips turning purple, clearly poisoned, his inhalation shallow and labored. Clutched to his chest was a mud-smeared scroll bearing Umbu top secret markings. Chinyi drew a cold breath. This was bigger trouble than he had imagined. The wounded Chunin stirred and forced his eyes open. When he saw Chinya's youthful face, a flash of despair crossed his eyes. Kid, run! Coughing up blood, he used his last strength to grab Chinya's pant leg. Shoin rogue shinobi. Before he could finish the words, his eyes glazed over and he stopped breathing. His hand that had clutched Chinya's trouser fell limply. Chinyi stood frozen, looking at the dead Chunin, and then at the classified scroll in the man's arms. He felt utterly helpless. He had just spoken of quietly slogging through to retirement, and now he was entangled in a murder involving foreign rogue shinobi and Umbu secrets. This was not survival, this was the way of slaughter. 2 options lay before him. 1, turn and run, pretend he had seen nothing. But the Umbu would eventually investigate the scene and know someone. 2, take the scroll and hand it to the Huaying, but that would force him to reveal some of his own capabilities and likely make him a target for those Shoin rogues. What choice? He cursed under his breath. Just as he prepared to drag the Chunin's body into the river to hide the evidence. 3 sharp whistles split the night from the trees behind him. 3 poisoned saban flashed like serpent's fangs in the moonlight, streaking toward the hollow at the back of his neck, his throat, and the base of his skull. They came so fast that every escape route was sealed. Found that, my rat? Huh. It's a kid. A hoarse voice laced with killing intent called from the branches. Never mind. Since we saw him, he dies with the rest. 3 poisoned kunai tore through the night wind, sealing off all of Chinya's escape routes in a deadly formation. This ambush was brutally vicious, clearly aimed at delivering a fatal blow. In that critical moment, Shinyi didn't even glance back. He had no time to think. He was driven solely by the instincts imprinted in his body after the brutal transformation. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding rapidly like a bellows drawing in the surrounding air. The ferocious chakra, which had been compressed in his throat and was on the verge of exploding, finally found its outlet. There were no complicated hand seals. Not even a single unnecessary movement. Shinyi turned sharply, opened his mouth, and a low roar erupted from deep within his throat. Boom! A dark red flame as deep as blackness roared out of its confinement like an ancient beast imprisoned for a millennium. That could not even be called a fireball. It was a wall of fire formed by extreme heat pushing forward with the power to obliterate everything. The three deadly kunai sizzled the moment they touched the wall of fire, vanishing into 3 wisps of smoke without even half a second of resistance, leaving not a trace behind. But this was merely the beginning. The dark red wall of fire surged forward, even expanding in the air. In the blink of an eye, it swelled into a massive fireball over 5 meters in diameter, like a miniature meteor plummeting down. The fireball crashed towards the forest where the ambusher was hiding with a deafening explosion, then it continued unabated, plunging into the wide surface of the Nanha River. Boom! It felt as if the heavens and earth were left with only this massive sound. The surface of the Nanha River instantly boiled. The gigantic fireball was not extinguished by the river water, but instead, due to its unreasonable high temperature, it instantly evaporated all the water within a radius of several meters. Sizzle. 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 The sharp sound of steam evaporating echoed across the night sky. The thick, unbreakable white steam surged up like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion, obscuring the sky. A large part of the Nanha River was enveloped by the scalding steam, and the trees within dozens of meters instantly shriveled and dehydrated. The terrifying recoil made Shinyi stagger, slipping back 2 or 3 steps on the pebble-strewn riverbank before stabilizing his stance. Cough cough. What the hell? Shinyi covered his scalding lips, tears forced out by the heat. He stared blankly at the boiling and bubbling river ahead, resembling a hot spring. Is this a crank ninjutsu? He was so stunned by himself, the power was outrageously beyond reason. Although it drained nearly half of his chakra, the destructive force was beyond what even a genin could achieve. Even a typical jonin, after spending a long time forming seals to unleash a great fireball, would consider themselves lucky if it had even a third of the scale. And I didn't even form any seals. Shinyi looked at his hands, feeling both excited and unnerved. A non-seal instantaneous release with power comparable to an A-rank fireball. If anyone saw this, no matter how many mouths he had, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Just as Shinyi was shocked by his own power. Less than 30 meters away on another large tree, a shadow clung tightly to the trunk, trembling violently as if it had been shaken by a sieve. That was a root operative sent by the 3rd Hokage to keep an eye on Shinyi, codenamed Raccoon. Raccoon's mind was utterly blank and his face behind the mask twisted in extreme fear. This can't be real. I must be seeing ghosts. He gasped heavily, his eyes fixated on the boy standing amidst the steam as if a demon had descended. A civilian orphan. The second to last in every subject. Damn the files. What kind of genin can unleash a 5-meter-wide super fireball without forming seals? Not to mention the color and temperature of that flame. Even from over 30 meters away, it was scorching enough to singe his hair. That pure destructive chakra fluctuation he had only felt in the extremely dangerous Shrank mission scrolls back in the village. Uchiha. Could it be that the aura in the classroom during the day was not a prank? Raccoon swallowed a mouthful of saliva, mixed with fear, his heart pounding like a drum. No matter how this happened, it was definitely beyond what a mere genin like him could handle. The Sand Village rogue ninja who barely brushed by the fireball was probably already reduced to ash. I must report this to the 3rd Hokage immediately. This kid is a monster in sheep's clothing. Raccoon didn't even have the courage to look again, forgetting even the most basic infiltration protocols. He bit his finger, rolled and crawled to form seals, transforming into a puff of white smoke and disappearing from the branch with a bang. The speed was so fast it was even more reckless than during his dark ninja assessment. Feeling the sudden disappearance of the chakra fluctuation behind him, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Shinyi's back. This is bad. He quickly turned his head to look at the tree where Raccoon had just been hiding. There really are eyes from the root in this back mountain. Shinyi smacked his thigh in frustration. That commotion just now was too loud, they definitely saw it. A major taboo: never expose your trump card unless you are absolutely confident in overturning the table. Although his physical skills were decent, and he could perform a large fireball when faced with a true elite jonin or a cunning old fox like Danzo, all he could do was run. I've really become the center of a troublesome whirlpool. Shinyi looked at the corpse of the Konoha chunin beneath his feet along with the top-secret scroll stained with mud. He should have just played dead in the reeds. No, I can't stay here. If I do, I'll end up being wrapped up by the root agents. Shinyi decisively made up his mind. He didn't even glance at the top-secret scroll. Curiosity kills the cat, as some secrets once touched can never be washed away. As for that Sand Village rogue ninja, he had even less interest in confirming whether he was dead or alive. Being hit directly by a fireball of that high temperature, he probably wouldn't survive even if he didn't die. Time to run home to sleep. Jinyi swiftly turned concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet, transforming into a shadow and dashing towards the orphanage. Less than 5 minutes after he left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 elite dark ninjas wearing animal masks appeared instantly on the banks of the Nanha River, exuding a chilling murderous intent. They had rushed over immediately after receiving Raccoon's incoherent emergency report. However, when they saw the scene before them, these 3 elite dark ninjas who had seen life and death and were calm as water collectively gasped. The wide Nanha River had been forcibly cut off. The pebbles on the riverbank were burned red and shattered, presenting a terrifying crystalline form. The river water was still violently boiling, bubbling up huge bubbles, and the rising white steam made the surrounding air unbearably hot. The air was filled with a sharp burnt smell mixed with steam. Not far from the riverbank there was a long blackened gully over 10 meters long. The trees along the way had all been roasted into charcoal, and a few faint dark red flames remained on the ground, refusing to extinguish. This was done by that 10-year-old civilian genin. One of the dark ninjas wearing a dog-faced mask spoke hoarsely, filled with disbelief. Such destructive power is at least a rank fire release requiring extremely high-density chakra compression. The leading dark ninja with an eagle mask crouched down, touching the hot ground. No traces of hand seals, a pure chakra release. He stood up, his eyes beneath the mask becoming incredibly serious. If this is true, then Konoha may have truly produced an extraordinary monster. Another dark ninja found the corpse of the Konoha Chunin in the reeds along with the top-secret scroll that had fallen into the mud. Captain, there's a corpse here, one of ours. We've also found the missing top-secret scroll. The fatal wound was from a sand village's poison shuriken. The eagle-faced dark ninja walked over, inspecting the wound and the scroll, his expression growing colder. A rogue ninja from the sand village. Could it be that they fought here to seize the scroll? Then what about that kid Fujiwara Tatsuya? Captain, we found traces of blood and charred clothing fragments over. The dark ninja responsible for searching the forest shouted. From the traces, it looks like an adult ninja was hit by a fire release and heavily injured while escaping. The eagle-faced dark ninja was silent for a moment. A 10-year-old genin not only unleashed an rank fire release without forming seals, but also directly overwhelmed a suspected elite rogue ninja from the sand village. This sounded like a fantasy. Seal off the scene. Collect the bodies and the scrolls. The eagle-faced dark ninja issued orders decisively. This matter has exceeded our authority. We must immediately report to the Hokage at the highest level. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha village, in the dark, damp underground base of Shimura, Danzo. What did you say? The only remaining eye in Danzo's gaze gleamed with greed and an unbelievable fervor. He stared intently at the root spy kneeling before him. That civilian orphan unleashed a fireball with power comparable to an rank in Nanha River without forming seals, and repelled a rogue ninja from the sand village. Absolutely true, Lord Danzo. The spy's voice was devoid of emotion, although I didn't see him perform the technique with my own eyes. The destruction at the scene and Raccoon's report match perfectly. Ha ha ha. Danzo suddenly let out a chilling low laugh. He gripped his cane tightly, his fingers turning pale from excessive force. Sarutobi, you really have become muddled in your old age. This extraordinary weapon, you actually think he's just a civilian identity, no family ties, a thirst for power. This is simply the perfect vessel that heaven has bestowed upon my roots. Danzo's eyes turned extremely cold. Relay my orders. Bring him to me before class division ends tomorrow. He snorted coldly. If he doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, then break his hands and feet. I just need him alive, even if he becomes a cripple. The Hokage Tower, the top floor office, is brightly lit. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the urgent scroll just delivered to his desk, his brow furrowing deeply as if he could crush a fly. The content of the scroll was the reconnaissance report from the Ambu's Eagle team compiled overnight from the scene. Instantaneous, with no hand signs, suspected a rank fire release, large-scale vaporization of river water, crystallization of rocks. The third Hokage muttered the words from the report, his hand clutching the pipe, trembling slightly. He could not connect the terrifying destructive power described in the report with the civilian orphan who was ranked second from the bottom in all subjects in the daytime files. This is impossible. If he truly possesses such strength, how could he have hidden it for 6 years? The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, sinking into profound thought. Could it be that his vision had truly failed him? Sir, do we need to immediately send someone to capture him for question? The Ambu Eagle team captain, half kneeling on the ground, spoke coldly. Not yet. The third Hokage waved his hand, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his murky eyes. Since he chose to test his abilities in such a remote place like Nanjechuan, it indicates that he is still deliberately hiding. If he is indeed a genius, Konoha cannot afford to lose a potential combatant during this tumultuous time. Moreover, if that power truly bears the scent of Uchiha Obito, as the Ambu reported, we must tread carefully. If he becomes cornered and goes berserk in the village, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's observe first. The third Hokage ordered in a deep voice, "I will personally oversee his graduation assessment tomorrow. You may leave for now." "Yes." The vanished instantly. Just then there was a soft knock at the office door. A man with a spiky silver hair wearing a black mask and with his left eye covered by his forehead protector pushed the door open. He was holding an eye-catching book titled, "Make Out Paradise." It was Kakashi Hatake, who had just returned to the village after completing an S-rank confidential mission. Hokage-sama, the mission in the Land of Wind has been successfully completed. Here is the report. Kakashi lazily placed the scroll on the desk, but his dead fish eyes caught sight of the Nanjetsuan reconnaissance report that the third Hokage had yet to put away. "Oh, Kakashi, good work." The third Hokage put away his pipe and smiled, nodding. "What's wrong? You seem quite interested in this report." The third Hokage pointed to the scroll on the desk. Kakashi scratched his head and stuffed "Make Out Paradise" into his pocket. "I wasn't interested at first, but I accidentally overheard a few words from the Umbu's report in the corridor just now. A 10-year-old civilian genin not only performed a rank fire release without hand signs, but also effortlessly dealt with a rogue ninja from Sunagakure." Kakashi shook his head and let out a light laugh. "Hokage-sama, don't you think the Umbu's intelligence-gathering abilities are a bit exaggerated? Do you think this is false?" The third Hokage countered. "It's not false, it simply defies logic." Kakashi analyzed seriously. Even if he had been refining chakra since birth, a 10-year-old civilian child's meridians absolutely cannot support the instantaneous release of a rank ninjutsu. Moreover, this is without hand signs. Such changes in chakra properties and forms cannot be achieved without the aid of the Sharingan or decades of hard training. Kakashi was known as a genius. He graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and reached Jonin at 12. Even he would not dare claim he could perform a rank ninjutsu without hand signs at the age of 10, let alone someone who ranked at the bottom in the ninja academy. I also find it hard to believe. The third Hokage sighed, handing the report to Kakashi, but the evidence at the scene does not lie. Since you are interested, you might as well go see it for yourself. Kakashi took the report, glanced at it, and finally showed a hint of seriousness in his dead fish eyes. "Since Hokage-sama says so, I will take a trip to Nanjetsuan, considering it a stroll after the mission." After speaking, he placed the report on the desk and turned to leave the office. The night breeze was cool. Kakashi leaped a few times and soon arrived at the riverside of Nanjetsuan on the outskirts of Konoha. Although more than an hour had passed, a pungent burnt smell still lingered on the riverbank. The temperature of the residual moisture in the air was obviously several degrees higher than that of the surroundings. Kakashi stepped onto the riverbank, the pebbles underfoot crunching noisily. He crouched down, carefully observing the stones that had been burned to a glass-like state under the moonlight. This temperature. Kakashi's right eye widened suddenly. Ordinary fire release, even if cast by a jonin, would at most only blacken or shatter the stones. To melt and crystallize the stones directly, what kind of terrifying instantaneous high temperature is required? He stood up and walked to the channel that had been scorched to charcoal. Kakashi took a deep breath, then slowly raised his left hand, pushing the forehead protector covering his left eye upward. A crimson eye with 3 black tomo suddenly opened in the darkness. The Sharingan. With the Sharingan's abnormal chakra perception, the world before Kakashi changed. What appeared to others as a charred land now revealed traces of dark red chakra. These traces, although very faint, cling to the surrounding air like a malignant growth. Kakashi extended a finger and gently touched the remaining chakra trace. Buzz. In the instant his fingertip made contact, an extremely violent and domineering will of destruction surged through his finger straight into his brain. Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning, quickly retracting his hand, his heart racing uncontrollably. What kind of monster chakra is this? He stared in shock at his fingertip. In that fleeting moment, he could feel a shiver. This was not ordinary fire. Within it was a sense of suffocating pressure and an overwhelming arrogance. Such quality and density can definitely not be produced by a mere genin. Kakashi took a deep breath, pulling his forehead protector back down to cover the Sharingan. Even an ordinary elite jonin wouldn't be capable. He recalled the Shrink Rogue ninja scrolls he had seen in the Umbu archives. Even among those notorious criminals, it was rare to find such pure destructive aura in their chakra. Fujiwara Tatsuya. Kakashi repeated the name in his mind. A bottom-of-the-barrel student who had disguised himself at the Ninja Academy for 6 years suddenly awakened such terrifying power just before graduation. And he even claimed to have chosen Uchiha Obito as his template. This was beyond mere talent, it was akin to a walking nuclear bomb. Interesting, truly interesting. Kakashi stood up, looking towards the distant lights of Konoha village. Originally disinterested in the new genin tomorrow, he now felt an unprecedented anticipation. It seems I must personally see the graduation assessment tomorrow. Kakashi stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning light flashing in his dead fish eyes. I hope you can bring me some real surprises, kid. Don't let me down. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated orphanage in a remote corner of Konoha village, Tatsuya kicked open the wooden door to his tiny single room without taking off his shoes and collapsed in a spread eagle position on the hard wooden bed. I'm exhausted. He gazed at the ceiling, panting heavily. That massive fireball technique was exhilarating, but the after-effects were not light. Not only was most of his chakra drained, but his throat felt like it was on fire. Yet what bothered him the most was the mess he had left behind at Nanjechuan. I wonder if the Umbu checked the scene. If they trace it back to me, I will deny everything. Tatsuya calculated his countermeasures in his mind. At worst, I'll just say it was that rogue ninja from Sunigakure who started the fire. I was just passing by. The survival principle: as long as I am not embarrassed, the one embarrassed is others. While he was pondering, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Tatsuya instantly became alert, performing a fish leap from the bed, his hand already reaching for the kunai hidden under his pillow. Tatsuya, are you asleep? A gentle and elderly voice came from outside. It was Granny, the head of the orphanage. Tatsuya sighed in relief, shoving the kunai back under the pillow. Not yet, Granny. What's wrong? The wooden door creaked open. Granny entered holding a steaming bowl of miso soup. Seeing you return so late, you must not have eaten anything. She placed the soup on the rickety little wooden table beside the bed, looking at Tatsuya with affection. Tomorrow is the graduation assessment. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't pass to become a ninja, it's perfectly fine to stay and help me take care of the other kids. Looking at this elderly woman whose face was full of wrinkles, but who always cared for him. The arrogance that had arisen from his chakra surge completely dissipated from Tatsuya's heart. He picked up the miso soup and gulped down a large mouthful. Don't worry, Granny. I will definitely pass, and I will become the most stable ninja. All right, Granny. Granny smiled, ruffling Tatsuya's hair before turning to leave the room. Tatsuya finished the last sip of soup and lay back down. He gazed out at the bright full moon outside, his expression gradually becoming resolute. Since I already have the strength to turn the tables, there's no need to be timid like before. However, one must still be cautious when necessary. Anyone who dares to target me, whether it's Danzo or the Umbu. Tatsuya's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of that eerie red light flashing deep in his eyes once more. Then let them taste what Uchiha Obito's wrath feels like. Sleep. Tomorrow I'll aim for a passing score, perfectly breezing through the assessment. He pulled the blanket over his head, preparing to conserve his energy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a dull thud. The long-neglected window of his room was suddenly forced open from the outside. A cold wind mixed with leaves rushed into the room. Tatsuya suddenly threw off the blanket, his gaze sharpening in the darkness like a blade. Four ninjas wearing bizarre animal masks and dressed in black cloaks entered through the window like ghosts. They moved in perfect synchronization, instantly occupying the four corners of the room, surrounding Tatsuya tightly in the middle. Root. Tatsuya's pupils contracted as he instantly recognized these infamous figures. The leading root ninja slowly drew a short blade from his back, coldly staring at Tatsuya, who was sitting on the bed. Fujiwara Tatsuya, Lord Danzo wants to see you. Come with us. The night was deep in the depths of Konoha village. In the dimly lit damp corridor, only a few flickering oil lamps cast eerie shadows on the walls. Shimura Danzo sat in a large stone chair, leaning on a cane with his right hand. His head was wrapped in thick bandages, and his remaining left eye was fixed intently on the root spy kneeling before him. You mean the commotion at Nanha River was caused by that commoner brat named Fujiwara Tatsuya? Danzo's voice was raspy, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, exuding an undeniable authority and barely concealed excitement. Yes, Lord Danzo. The spy bowed his head low, his tone devoid of emotion, like a machine without feeling. The results of the Umbu investigation have confirmed it. A large area of the Nanha River has vaporized, with pebbles crystallized and the trees along the way completely charred. No traces of chakra from hand seals were found at the scene, and the energy fluctuations were extremely pure and violent. The spy paused slightly, seemingly digesting this outrageous intelligence. Preliminary assessment indicates it was an ultra-class fire release executed without hand seals. Additionally, a dead Konoha Chunin was found along with traces of a runaway Sand Village trader. Bang! Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground, and the dull thud echoed in the empty basement. He was even excited enough to stand up from his stone chair. Ha ha. Good. Very good. Danzo let out a chilling low laugh. In his single eye a glimmer of greed, madness, and a wolf-like hunger sparkled. That old fool Sarutobi actually thought he was just putting on a show. A common orphan unbound by family ties, unrestrained by bloodlines, has endured in the Ninja Academy for a full 6 years. Danzo paced back and forth, the sound of his cane striking the ground growing faster, revealing his extreme excitement. This is simply the perfect killing weapon gifted to me by heaven for the roots. In Danzo's view, while the geniuses from the noble clans in the ninja village were useful, they had too many thoughts, making them hard to control completely. But an orphan like Tatsuya, with just a bit of manipulation, brainwashing, control, or imposition of curse seals, could easily be turned into an absolutely loyal mad dog with nuclear-level destructive power. The aura of Uchiha Madara's power. Ultra-class fire release executed without hand seals. Danzo repeatedly chewed on these words, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. No matter whether he truly has any connection to Uchiha or not, as long as he enters the roots, everything about him belongs to me. With such a level of combat power, I wonder what Sarutobi will use to suppress me. The position of Hokage will eventually be in my grasp. With this thought, Danzo abruptly turned around, his gaze cutting through the darkness to sweep over the root members hidden around. Relay my orders. A, B, C, D. You four set off immediately to that orphanage. For figures wearing various animal masks instantly knelt on one knee, their movements synchronized. The murderous aura they radiated was far more intense than that of the ordinary Umbu patrolling the Nanha River. These were emotionless killing machines cultivated by the roots. Take advantage of the fact that old Sarutobi hasn't reacted yet, and bring back that brat named Fujiwara Tatsuya before the class division tomorrow morning. Danzo's tone was icy, forbidding any mistakes. If he dares to resist or attempt to escape. Danzo tightened his grip on the cane, a murderous glint flashing in his single eye. Don't hold back, just break his arms and legs. Disable his tendons. As long as he has a breath left, make sure he doesn't die. I only need him alive. Even as a useless person, he will still be of great use in the roots. Understood. Lord Danzo. The four root ninjas replied in unison, their voices echoing like sounds from hell. The next second. Whoosh. 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 For sounds of slicing through the air erupted, and the shadows melded into the darkness below like ghosts rushing towards the orphanage. Danzo sat back down in the stone chair, stroking his bandaged right arm. There lay his greatest secret and trump card. Fujiwara Tatsuya. He whispered, a confident and sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon you will understand where the true darkness of Konoha lies. Your power can only be used by me. On the outskirts of Konoha village in the dilapidated orphanage, Tatsuya lay sprawled on his hard wooden bed. His blanket had been kicked to the floor, and he lay there with his eyes closed, emitting soft snores, seemingly in deep sleep. However, if any Byakugan or sensory-type ninja were present here, they would be shocked to discover that the chakra within Tatsuya was circulating along an incredibly slow yet profoundly mysterious route. This was the automated cultivation method he had summarized from reading novels in his past life. Though the effectiveness was minimal, it was better than just sleeping. A person on the path of survival must not only endure, but also utilize every fragment of time to enhance their strength. Who? Tatsuya turned over, mumbling something indistinctly. Barbecue. Another 10 plates. Madara will pay. Just as he was dreaming sweetly. Bang. A muffled yet clear impact suddenly resonated in his room. That was the sound of the wooden window frame being violently pushed open and crashing against the wall. A cold wind mixed with a few dried yellow leaves rushed into the cramped single room. The temperature dropped sharply. Tatsuya's snoring abruptly stopped. He didn't even open his eyes, but his previously relaxed muscles tightened in less than 1/100th of a second, like a bowstring drawn taut. The abnormal perception brought by Madara's template allowed him to instantly lock onto the intruder's position. 4 of them, each occupying a corner of the room. The windows and doors were firmly blocked. Moreover, the breathing of these 4 individuals was extremely calm, their heartbeat slow, and their murderous intent was restrained to the extreme. They were definitely not ordinary thieves. The roots. Tatsuya sneered inwardly. He had just caused such a commotion at Nanha River, thinking that the first to come would be the Umbu of the 3rd Hokage. Unexpectedly, it was that old dog Danzo hiding in the sewers who acted faster. Looks like this old dog has his eye on my flesh. Tatsuya did not act rashly. He kept his eyes closed, maintaining a steady breath, pretending to still be asleep. He wanted to see what these root rats intended to do. In the darkness, 4 masked root ninjas stood like statues, quietly observing Tatsuya on the bed. The leading masked man, A, made a gesture, meaning the target has no resistance capability. Knock him out and take him away. Another root member, B, standing by the bed, nodded. He drew a black iron rod from his waist, aiming at Tatsuya's nape. This iron rod was coated with a potent anesthetic. With just a light strike, even a large elephant could be instantly taken down, let alone a 10-year-old child. B raised the iron rod without any hesitation and swung it down hard, just as the iron rod was mere centimeters away from Tatsuya's neck. Whoosh! Tatsuya's originally tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. In the darkness, a heart-stopping flash of blood-red light flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. He did not even rise, but twisted his body at an extremely strange angle while still on the bed. The iron rod, carrying a gust of wind, nearly grazed his scalp as it smashed into the pillow. Bang! The low-quality pillow was instantly crushed and the buckwheat husks exploded all over the bed. What? Root member B was taken aback. How could his seemingly guaranteed strike be dodged by a sleeping genin? How was that possible? Before he could react, a pale, seemingly frail hand shot out from the flying buckwheat husks like lightning. Snap! This hand accurately grasped the wrist of root member B holding the iron rod. Root member B felt a terrifying force akin to an overwhelming tidal wave surge through his wrist. It felt like being clamped tightly by an iron vice, the bones creaking under the unbearable strain. In the middle of the night, barging into someone else's room without knocking. Tatsuya's voice was cold and piercing, slowly resonating in the dim room without a hint of childishness. Using the force from his wrist, he leapt up from the bed. "Aren't you masked perverts being a bit too rude? Get him." The lead man reacted swiftly, immediately realizing the intelligence was wrong. This kid was definitely no lamb to be slaughtered. He shouted sharply, drawing the short blade from his back, lunging towards Tatsuya. The other two root members also attacked simultaneously, throwing shurikens that sealed off all of Tatsuya's escape routes. "Looking for a fight?" Tatsuya curled the corner of his mouth into a proud sneer. He not only did not let go of root member B's wrist, but instead pulled back sharply. "Then let's play." "Then let me play with you." With that, Chin also grasped Genbu-E's wrist and pulled him back forcefully. Genbu-E let out a cry of agony, losing his balance, as he was used by Chin as a human shield, smashing into Genbu-Bing, who was attacking from the left. A dull crash echoed in the cramped room as the two tumbled together. Meanwhile, the attacks from the leading Jia and Ding were already closing in. The short blade and shuriken blocked all of Chen's escape routes. However, Chin had no intention of dodging at all. He lightly pushed off the edge of the bed with his left foot and soared into the air like a feather. In midair, he executed an astonishing twist, effortlessly avoiding the deadly attacks and landing steadily on the beam. The entire movement was fluid and swift, so fast that it didn't even stir the air. The four Genbu ninjas below were left dumbfounded. Was this really something a 10-year-old commoner ninja could do? Such agility and reaction speed, even an elite Chunin captain from the Dark Division would be hard-pressed to match. The intelligence is wrong. This kid definitely has issues. The leading Jia reacted quickly, realizing that they had possibly bitten off more than they could chew with tonight's mission. "Form a formation. Use sealing techniques to suppress him," Jia shouted sharply. However, before they could change their formation, Chin, standing on the beam, flashed a mocking red light in his eyes. He exerted force in his legs, and with a loud bang, the fragile beam was instantly broken beneath him. Like a hunting hawk, he dove down, targeting the recently risen Genbu-E and Bing. Not good. Jia and Ding were alarmed, realizing it was too late to rescue them. All that could be heard were two crisp cracking sounds. Chen's knee precisely struck the vital point on the two's backs. They didn't even have a chance to scream before rolling their eyes back and fainting. Instant kill. Now it's just the two of you left. Chen slowly straightened his body, cracking his neck with a resounding pop. Jia and Ding stood back to back, staring intently at the boy, exuding a dangerous aura, cold sweat soaking their backs. Who exactly are you?" "Me." Chen smiled, his smile dazzling. "I'm just an ordinary lower ninja who wants to retire peacefully." "It's you who insisted on disturbing my sleep." The next morning, the sun shone brightly. The playground of the ninja school was bustling as the annual graduation assessment officially began. Chin was yawning, blending into the crowd. His eyes were slightly dark, suggesting a lack of sleep from the previous night. Of course, he hadn't slept well. After stripping the four Genba ninjas of their clothes, tying them up like zonzi, and leaving them at the Hokage building's entrance, he only managed to sleep after dawn. I bet that old dog Danzo is furious right now. Thinking of this, Chin felt a bit better. In the center of the playground, Irika and Mizuki were holding a thick stack of lists, shouting to maintain order. "Everyone stand straight. Line up in class order." Today's assessment consists of 3 parts: the clone technique, shuriken throwing, and a strength test. Only those who pass all 3 will receive the Konoha forehead protector and become a true lower ninja. The students were all in high spirits, eager to try. First up, Akimichi Choji. The chubby Choji stepped forward, nervously forming hand seals. With a bang, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. Clone technique qualified. Next, Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba, with Akamaru, confidently stepped forward. His shuriken throwing hit 9 out of 10 targets, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The assessment proceeded in an orderly manner. Chin stood at the end of the line, feeling drowsy. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. As Irika called out this name, the girls in the playground erupted into a chorus of screams. Go Sasuke. Sasuke-kin is the coolest. Sasuke, with a cold expression, stepped forward, each movement textbook perfect. His clone technique was flawless. His shuriken throwing hit the bull's eye, and he excelled in the strength test. Without a doubt, he was the first place. Next, Fujiwara-chan also. When Irika called out this name, the atmosphere in the playground suddenly turned strange. All eyes turned to the boy at the end of the line, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The commotion from the classroom yesterday had already spread throughout the school. Look, that's the idiot who chose Uchiha Madara. I heard he even talked back to Sasuke yesterday, truly an act of ignorance. I bet he won't pass today, just wait to be eliminated. The suppressed laughter and murmurs spread through the crowd. Chin sighed, treating these idle comments as background noise. He walked slowly to the center of the assessment area. Irika watched him, his expression complex. There was worry, frustration, and even a hint of curiosity that he himself was unaware of. Chin, you go first with the clone technique. Are you ready? Chin nodded. He originally planned to casually form a hand seal, create a mediocre clone, and barely scrape by with a passing score. Just to survive, to not stand out. Staying low-key was the way to go. However, just as he was about to raise his hand to form the seal, that troublesome system rang in his mind once again. Ding. Detected that the host is on a stage under everyone's attention. Temporary mission triggered display a dominating presence shocked the audience. Mission reward template synchronization rate increased by 1. Chen's actions froze instantly. Not again. He roared in his mind. Does this damn system have a grudge against the phrase stay low-key? Must it push him to the forefront? A 1 synchronization rate, while it doesn't sound like much. Yet for Chen at this moment it represented a tangible boost in power. His physical arts would grow stronger, his chakra would increase, and his Sharingan might even evolve because of it. This temptation was too great. To do or not to do. Chen's inner self was in a fierce battle. If he did it, his low-key plan would be completely ruined, and he would definitely become a key surveillance target for higher-ups. If he didn't, this 1 synchronization rate would vanish, and he wouldn't know how long he'd have to wait for the next mission to trigger. Damn it, let's do it. After hesitating for just 3 seconds, Chen made his decision. Staying low-key isn't about retreating all the time. Occasionally exposing oneself in front of absolute benefits is also a way to survive better in the future. Isn't it just about shocking the audience? Today, I'll show you kids what a true dimensional strike looks like. Having come to this conclusion, Chen sighed helplessly as if he was reluctantly deciding to no longer hide all for that 1 sync. He didn't test the clone technique first. Instead, he walked straight to the edge of the playground in front of the heavy iron strength testing post. It was a huge post made of hard iron birch wood wrapped in a thick layer of iron skin, said to withstand a full strike from a Chunin without cracking. Irika was taken aback. Chen, what are you doing? It's not time for the strength test yet. Chen ignored him. He stood in front of the testing post and took a deep breath. The lazy look in his eyes, which always seemed like he was half asleep, suddenly transformed into one of disdain and coldness in that moment. An invisible, almost tangible aura erupted from his not-so-tall frame. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. The students who had been laughing earlier felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Their laughter abruptly halted. What? What kind of aura is this? Irika and Mizuki's pupils shrank instinctively, taking half a step back. Even Sasuke, standing at a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief. The sense of oppression was even 10 times stronger than yesterday in the classroom. What? What does he want to do? A timid student asked with a trembling voice. Chen did not respond. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers clenched into a fist. He didn't pose in any way, nor did he channel a hint of chakra. It was just a simple motion of throwing a punch. Yet this very motion created an illusion for It was as if they were not looking at a 10-year-old boy, but a primordial Asura about to swing the hammer of divine punishment. That post. Irika's lips began to tremble as an extremely absurd thought surged wildly in his mind. He can't possibly be thinking of breaking it with a single punch. In that moment, Chen's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. If he was previously a puddle of sun-baked mud, now he resembled an ancient Asura awakened from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Killing intent. Cold, pure, and devoid of any impurities, it swept across the entire playground like an invisible tide. He did not strike a flamboyant pose, nor did he even mobilize his chakra. Casually, he swung his right fist forward. Time seemed to be pressed on the slow-motion button at that moment. In everyone's retinas, that fist, not particularly thick, appeared to tear through the air, leaving a faint white afterimage. Immediately, the fist collided with the indestructible iron measuring column with a thunderous crash. There was no dull thud as expected. Instead, a sound that sent chills down everyone's spine erupted. Boom, crack. The sound was like a bolt of thunder from the heavens exploding in everyone's ears. The iron measuring column trembled violently. Then, in the horrified gazes of the onlookers, a visible web of cracks spread wildly from the center of Chen's fist. Crack. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering connected into one like a death knell from the Grim Reaper. The next second, that iron measuring column, which was said to withstand the full force of a Chunin without breaking, actually snapped in half. The upper half of the column, as thick as a barrel, soared into the sky with terrifying rotational inertia, like a boulder thrown by a catapult. It traced a shocking parabolic arc through the air. Spinning, it flew several meters away, crashing heavily into the stone wall of the testing area with a resounding boom. The wall instantly collapsed, creating a massive pit over a meter in diameter. Dust filled the air. The entire playground fell into a silence so profound it was deathly. Just a second ago, the playground had been bustling with laughter and chatter. At this moment, it felt as if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone's laughter was choked as if a duck had its neck squeezed stuck in their throats. Their faces still bore the contempt and amusement from just a moment ago. But at this moment, those expressions had completely stiffened, twisted into something comical and absurd. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside, like statues collectively petrified. Gulp. Someone in the profound silence struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. The sound seemed so abrupt, so jarring. Standing at the front of the line, Uchiha Sasuke's dark pupils had shrunk to the size of pinheads. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from extreme shock and disbelief. Pure physical strength. A single punch broke the measuring column. How is that possible? When he tested it just now, he had exerted all his strength and only left a shallow imprint on the metal. This guy who usually couldn't even refine chakra properly, how could he possess such monstrous power? Next to him, Uzumaki Naruto's mouth was agape, nearly dropping to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! That hurts. This isn't a dream. That column was really sent flying by Chin. Akimichi Choji's chips scattered with a loud crash, yet he remained oblivious. Inuzuka Kiba's mocking expression turned to one of terror, and his companion Akamaru shrank in fear into his arms, trembling. What? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Is he even human? In the crowd, Nara Shikamaru and Nara Shizune exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness and shock. This is bad. Shikamaru muttered, this guy is hiding way too deep. By the podium, Mizuki's stopwatch fell to the ground with a snap, shattering into pieces. He opened his mouth but couldn't produce a sound, as if his soul had been sucked away. As the chief examiner, Iruka was even more blank-minded. The thick roster of students in his hands slipped feebly from his fingers, scattering papers all over the ground. Iruka stared blankly at the boy standing in the center of the arena, radiating a terrifying aura. He looked again at the massive pit in the wall, smoking. He felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned at that moment, then ground to dust. A failure. A common orphan. Was this really called a failure? Even if you dug up all the Hokages from their graves, there would be no one as monstrous at the age of 10. Half a minute passed. Iruka finally found his voice, stammering, and with a quivering tone announced the results of the assessment. Fujiwara-chin. Strength test. Full score. This announcement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the silence of the playground. Full score. Really full score. God, what did I just see? After a brief silence, a more terrifying uproar erupted. All the students buzzed like a boiling pot, whispering and discussing. The gazes directed at Chin transformed from disdain and mockery to profound fear, awe, and disbelief. Yet in the eye of this storm of attention, Chin seemed to have done something trivial. He slowly retracted his fist, and the palpable Azura aura around him vanished in an instant. As if the powerful figure that had just looked down upon the world was merely an illusion to the crowd. He returned to being that sleepy, harmless slacker. He scratched the back of his head, displaying an innocent and somewhat embarrassed expression. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, he leisurely walked up to Iruka. Iruka instinctively took half a step back, looking at Chin as if he were viewing a tailed beast draped in human skin. Chin. You. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. Chin blinked with a tone so sincere it was hard to find a flaw. This column's quality is just too poor. He pointed at the broken section, still embedded in the ground, looking troubled. I thought it was sturdy, seeing Sasuke hit it so hard. Who knew? I barely exerted any force and it broke on its own. Iruka. All the teachers and students. You barely exerted force. It broke. Is this even a human language? If you had used force, would you have lifted this entire playground? Iruka's mouth twitched wildly. He now seriously doubted whether he had taught anything meaningful in his 10+ years of teaching. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found he couldn't utter a single word. Meanwhile, Chin completely ignored the piercing gazes directed at him from behind. He yawned widely, hands slipping back into his pockets, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers. He strolled down from the podium like an old man taking a leisurely walk after a meal. Who's next? Hurry up, I want to finish the exam. I still need to go back for a nap. The lazy voice, though quiet, clearly reached everyone's ears. Silence. Once again, a deathly silence enveloped the area. Only the gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen test score sheets from the ground. After a long while, a timid girl in the crowd finally asked her companion in a trembling voice, Hey, do you think if we get assigned missions later we won't end up in a group with him? A single punch shattered the strength testing pillar. This astonishing scene swept through the entire Konoha ninja school like a Category 12 hurricane overnight. The name Fujiwara Tatsuya became an instant sensation. However, this time it was not because he chose some forbidden template, but rather due to his terrifying and unreasonable strength. Konoha Azura, human-tailed beast, Iron Fist Tatsuya. Various bizarre nicknames were bestowed. The next day, all the genin who passed the graduation assessment returned to their familiar third-grade classroom. Awaiting them was the final judgment of their fate, class assignments. The atmosphere in the classroom was noticeably different from yesterday. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from the seat by the window in the back row, as if the occupant was not a classmate, but rather a prehistoric beast likely to go berserk at any moment. Tatsuya was completely unfazed. He lay sprawled on the desk, yawning, appearing like a lazy fish that hadn't woken up. It was as if the Azura who exploded the playground with a single punch was not him at all. Silence. Iruka walked up to the podium with a thick stack of lists, slamming his hand on the desk. His gaze instinctively flicked towards Tatsuya, his Adam's apple bobbing. He had spent the night watching the scene, and the terrifying destructive power had kept him awake all night. Ahem. Iruka cleared his throat, trying to appear more authoritative. First of all, congratulations to all of you. From today onwards, you will be ninjas who can stand on your own in Konoha village. Next, I will announce your future mission partners as well as the Jonin teachers who will guide you. The three-person team is a tradition in Konoha aimed at maximizing teamwork capabilities. Iruka recited the same monotonous opening speech while the students below perked up their ears, nervously sweating in Class 1. Class 2. Iruka methodically read from the list. Each name he announced sparked either excitement or disappointment among the students. Class 8 Hyuga Hinata Inuzuka Kiba Yamanaka Shino. Class 10 Nara Shikamaru Nara Choji Akimichi Choji. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi was unsurprising. Shikamaru sighed, wearing a troubled expression of just as expected. Finally, it was time for the highly anticipated focus. Iruka took a deep breath, paused, and glanced between Naruto and Sasuke. Class 7 Uzumaki Naruto. Yay! Naruto excitedly jumped up from his seat. Sakura Haruno. Sakura was momentarily stunned before letting out a wail. And Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly, crossing his arms with a blank expression, seemingly unfazed by the result. What? Why do I have to be in the same class as that idiot Naruto? Sakura cried out in despair, grabbing her hair. Great. I'm in the same class as Sakura. Hehe. Naruto wore a goofy grin, completely ignoring Sasuke's icy glare that could kill. Watching this familiar scene, Tatsuya lay on the desk, feeling immensely satisfied. The plot hadn't changed, the main trio was still the same three. This meant that future dangerous missions like the Wave Country task, the Chunin exams, and retrieving Sasuke would have nothing to do with him, a mere bystander. Perfect. Tatsuya was already calculating how to slack off and drank missions. He pressed his hands together, fervently praying towards the several massive Hokage rocks outside the window. Please don't assign me to any strange class. The best would be one of those marginal OB classes responsible for cleaning the streets for the village. As long as I can live my days peacefully, I promise I won't break anything again. However, it seemed that the heavens particularly enjoyed playing tricks on Tatsuya. On the podium, after Iruka finished reading the list for Class 7, he did not immediately jump to Class 9 as usual. He paused, picked up the last piece of paper, and his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Next is a specially formed temporary class. Iruka's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone. Special class. Everyone froze, including Shikamaru and Sasuke, who displayed expressions of confusion. Tatsuya felt a chilling premonition wash over him. According to the special instructions of the third Hokage. Iruka cleared his throat, his gaze slowly moving, eventually landing on the few students in the back row whose names had yet to be called. Special Class 9 composed of the following three individuals. Tatsuya held his breath, gripping the hem of his clothes tightly. Please don't let it be me, please don't let it be me. The first one, Nara Shizune. Iruka called out a name. In the crowd, the black-haired girl who had encountered Tatsuya while practicing the Iron Head skill slowly raised her head. She still appeared as if she hadn't woken up, her gaze calm and expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the result. The second one, Inuzuka Ryu. A boy with short brown hair and 2 red fang marks on his cheeks stood up. Compared to Inuzuka Kiba, he looked more fierce, flashing a smile that revealed a mouthful of white teeth, exuding a wild aura. Tatsuya felt a slight sense of relief. The combination of the Nara clan and the Inuzuka clan was strange, but at least it had nothing to do with him. However, in the next second, Iruka's judgment-like voice utterly shattered all his illusions. And the last one. Iruka looked at the fiery name on the list, took a deep breath, and almost shouted each word. Fujiwara Tatsuya. Buzz. Tatsuya felt as if a giant bell had been struck hard in his head, ringing loudly. He stiffly lifted his head, meeting Iruka's complex gaze from the podium. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone's eyes converged on Tatsuya like searchlights. This time their gazes no longer contained mockery and scorn. Instead, there was deep apprehension, curiosity, and a hint of sympathy. Being in the same class as the monster who exploded the strength-testing pillar, were they going to execute missions or be his punching bags instead? It's over. Tatsuya's vision darkened, and he nearly slid off his chair. The very thing he feared most had happened. Special class, these 3 words sounded like a cannon fodder class meant for doing dirty and laborious work. Moreover, he was placed in it alongside a highly intelligent Nara clansman and a seemingly combative Inuzuka clansman. How was he going to enjoy his lazy days from now on? Inuzuka Ryo turned his head, grinning at Tatsuya, his eyes filled with unabashed fighting spirit. You're the guy who broke the pillar with a single punch. Interesting. I look forward to your performance, and hope you won't disappoint me. Nara Shizune, on the other hand, cast a faint glance at Tatsuya. A trace of barely perceptible brilliance flashed in her calm eyes as if to say your secret will eventually be uncovered. My life is utterly bleak. Tatsuya lay despondently on the desk covering his face with a textbook. Alright, the class assignment ceremony is now over. Iruka announced, this afternoon your guiding Jonin teacher will come to pick you up. Dismissed. The students left the classroom in groups, many of them turning back frequently to point at Tatsuya. Naruto draped his arm around Sasuke's neck laughing as they walked past Tatsuya. Hey Tatsuya, I heard you're really strong. Let's have a match sometime. Sasuke snorted coldly, shaking off Naruto, casting a complex glance at Tatsuya before silently exiting. Soon the classroom became empty. Only Tatsuya, who lay on the desk pretending to be dead, and his two future victim teammates remained. Hey, I was going to say something. Inuzuka Raya was about to speak when a lazy footstep suddenly echoed from the corridor outside the classroom. A man with spiky silver hair and a mask was leisurely walking past the window holding a book titled Make Out Paradise, completely engrossed. It was the Jonin teacher of Class 7 Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to sense something and paused slightly. His exposed dead fish eye through the bright window landed squarely on Tatsuya, who was lying on the desk. His gaze was deep, filled with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Oh, is this the surprise that the third Hokage spoke of? Kakashi chuckled to himself. Interesting, truly interesting. He withdrew his gaze and continued onward. However, Tatsuya in the classroom suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if being stared at by a dangerously wild beast. He jerked his head up, looking out the window. The corridor was empty with only a few beams of sunlight spilling onto the floor. Was that just my imagination? Hey, are you even listening to me? Inuzuka Ryu impatiently tapped Tatsuya's desk with his finger. Don't drag us down in the afternoon survival exercise, Azura. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the lush green grass. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the fragrance of fresh grass. In the third training ground of Konohagakure on the central open space, 3 members of the special team, Class 9, officially gathered for the first time. Inuzuka Kiba stood with his arms crossed, exuding a rebellious demeanor, while his ninja dog Akamaru occasionally stuck out its tongue at his feet. Nara Shikamaru leaned against a tree holding her treasured deer antler pillow, seemingly ready to fall asleep at. On the other hand, Fujiwara Tatsuya had his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the clouds drifting across the sky with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. He wore a philosophical expression of who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Suddenly a rustling of leaves stirred, creating subtle ripples in the air. A tall, graceful figure silently appeared before the 3 of them. The newcomer had long black curly hair, fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and was dressed in a tight-fitting red and black ninja outfit. What stood out the most were her sparkling ruby-like eyes, bright and piercing. She was Yuhi Kurenai, a Jonin of Konohagakure and a master of illusion arts. Are you Class 9? Yuhi Kurenai's voice was crisp and melodious, carrying a hint of mature femininity. She glanced around, assessing her future 3 students. Inuzuka Kiba, full of wildness, was a decent attacker. Nara Shikamaru, exceptionally intelligent, served as the brain of the team. When her gaze fell upon the boy with the blade of grass in his mouth, who appeared to be quite carefree, her brows subtly Fujiwara Tatsuya. She had heard this name mentioned at least 10 times by the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage office yesterday. Kurenai, this child is quite special. The 3rd Hokage had been sitting behind his desk, taking a deep puff from his pipe. He may be hiding powers far beyond the ordinary, or he might just be a mediocre show-off. Your mission is to use your illusion techniques to probe into his true inner self. Let's see if he has a sword that can protect Konohagakure or a bomb that might explode at any moment. The 3rd Hokage's advice still echoed in her ears. Yuhi Kurenai pulled her thoughts back and revealed a professional smile. Now that everyone is here, let's start with a simple self-introduction. She pointed at herself. I am Yuhi Kurenai, your guiding Jonin skilled in illusion arts. I enjoy red bean soup, dumplings, and fine wine, and I dislike sweets. As for my dream, it is to see you little ones become capable ninjas in your own right. Now it's your turn, starting with. She pointed at Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba grinned broadly, flashing a mouthful of white teeth, and shouted with energy, I am Inuzuka Kiba, and this is my ninja dog Akamaru. I love barbecue, and I can't stand slowpokes. My dream is to become the strongest Inuzuka ninja, surpassing all my ancestors, and to make the name Konohagakure Fong resonate throughout the ninja world. He spoke passionately, and even Akamaru at his feet barked twice in response. Full of enthusiasm, Yuhi Kurenai nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to Nara Shikamaru, who was nearly asleep against the tree. Shikamaru seemed to sense the gaze and lazily raised his head, stifling a delicate yawn. Nara Shikamaru. His voice was soft and carried a hint of lethargy. I love sleeping and playing shogi, and I hate troublesome matters. As for my dream, I haven't thought it through yet, maybe just to find a job that's not too troublesome. After saying that, she buried her face in her pillow and closed her eyes again. Yuhi Kurenai twitched her mouth. No wonder she's from the Nara clan. This aversion to trouble was clearly molded from the same mold. Finally, all eyes turned to Fujiwara Tatsuya, who had shown little reaction from the beginning. It's your turn, Yuhi Kurenai reminded him. Tatsuya lazily spat out the grass from his mouth and stretched widely. Is it my turn? He rubbed his eyes looking as if he had just woken up. I am Fujiwara Tatsuya. His voice was soft, even somewhat lethargic. I love sunbathing and daydreaming, and I dislike overtime and meetings. At this point, he paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if he were yearning for something. As for my dream, he sighed, his tone filled with longing for the future. It is to find a safe 9-to-5 job with weekends off, full meals provided, and full social insurance, working until I am 60 and retiring honorably, living off my pension in peace. At this, the entire place fell silent. Inuzuka Kiba's jaw nearly dropped, looking at Tatsuya in disbelief. Hey, are you joking? Aren't you the guy who broke the strength measuring column with a single punch? Shouldn't your dream be to become the Hokage or— Shikamaru also lifted his head from the pillow, a strange look flashing in his usually half-lidded eyes. Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brows even tighter. What kind of dream is this? It's even less ambitious than the Nara kid. Moreover, why does this sound so fake? Someone who can smash the strength measuring column with a punch would willingly settle for a mundane office job. This was hardly consistent with the spirit of a passionate youth. He is hiding something, Yuhi Kurenai made a judgment in her heart. Moreover, he is hiding it very well. Even his personality and dreams are disguised seamlessly. The more he behaves like this, the more it indicates that he has issues. The third Hokage's concerns were correct. This boy named Fujiwara Tatsuya is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. It seems I can't probe him with ordinary means. Yuhi Kurenai sneered inwardly. Aren't you good at disguising yourself? Then I want to see if your disguise can hold up in front of me, the greatest illusion master of Konoha. Well, that concludes the self-introductions. Yuhi Kurenai clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the three. Her face still bore a gentle smile, but a strange glint flickered in the depths of her ruby-like eyes. An invisible, colorless, and extremely subtle chakra wave spread silently around her, centered on her. Before we begin the official survival exercise, let's play a little game. Yuhi Kurenai's voice took on a somewhat ethereal quality laced with an enchanting charm. A game that can reveal your deepest fears. Inuzuka Kiba hadn't reacted yet, only feeling a blur before his eyes as his consciousness suddenly became hazy. Nara Shikamaru furrowed her brows, seemingly sensing something was off, but before she could form hand seals for defense, a strong wave of drowsiness engulfed her mind. As for Tatsuya, he stood in place, hands still in his pockets. He watched as the surrounding scenery began to twist and warp like ripples on water, a barely perceptible cold smile forming on his lips. Playing illusions with me? You're just showing off. He didn't even activate his Sharingan, merely stirred the overwhelming mental power belonging to Uchiha Obito within him. An invisible mental storm instantly took shape, ready to tear apart this childish illusion. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly changed his mind. Wait, this is actually a good opportunity. Tatsuya's eyes flashed. I was just worried about how to fully embody the ordinary persona. Why not just play along and let her see my true fear instead? With that thought, Tatsuya retracted all his— He allowed the cold illusion chakra to invade his brain, even actively cooperating, feigning a dazed expression. In the next second, the training ground completely vanished. What replaced it was an endless darkness. Immediately following, countless cherry blossom petals radiating a pink glow fell like a blizzard from the sky, enveloping the three completely. This was the rank illusion technique of Konoha Sakura Falling Blossom. It could pull enemies into an illusion space, revealing their deepest fears, and thus shattering their mental defenses. Outside the illusion space, Yuhi Kurenai looked at the three genin before her, now frozen in a daze, and a confident smile curved her lips. Alright, now let me see. She focused all her attention on Tatsuya. You monster, what is it that you fear deep inside? Inside the illusion space, Inuzuka Kiba was being chased around by a group of giant hairless cats, terrified to the point of losing his wits. Nara Shikamaru, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by an array of complex shogi moves, forcing her to calculate 100 winning strategies, making her feel as if her brain would explode. As for Tatsuya, he stood amidst the swirling cherry blossoms. He knew Yuhi Kurenai was peering into his heart. Taking a deep breath, extreme fear and despair began to manifest on his face. He shouted with trembling voice into the empty darkness, exhausting his strength to vocalize his deepest fear. No. Don't. My retirement pension. My old age insurance. My paid vacation. Please don't deduct my attendance bonus. Cherry blossoms danced in the sky, carrying a drowsy fragrance. In the moment the illusion descended, Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru stared blankly, completely losing consciousness. However, Fujiwara Tatsuya, who was at the center of the illusion, seemed unfazed. He even reached out to catch a phantom cherry blossom petal, examining it with interest before his eyes. This special effect is quite realistic, far superior to the 5-cent effects from my past life, Tatsuya scoffed, looking around at the falling cherry blossoms with a look of disdain. A leaf village, a rank illusion, the falling cherry blossom technique. For him who had inherited Uchiha Madara's mental prowess, such a level of illusion was akin to using a feather duster to poke at a steel fortress. It was neither painful nor irritating, in fact it was somewhat amusing. Outside the training ground, Yuhi Kurenai hid within the canopy of a large tree, intently observing the inner worlds of the three. Inuzuka Kiba was afraid of cats, while Nara Shikamaru feared complex calculations. Very good, the inner weaknesses of these two children are quite obvious, they can be trained accordingly in the future. Kurenai nodded in satisfaction, then turned all her attention to Tain. Alright, now it's time to see what this little monster is made of. Let me see someone who can shatter the strength-testing pillar with a punch. What are you truly afraid of deep down? Before Kurenai could finish her thoughts, the confident smile on her face suddenly froze. For in her perception, Tan's inner world revealed no bloody, violent, or any other dark images. On the contrary, she saw a clean and bright office where Tain was dressed in a sharp suit, sitting at a desk piled high with documents. On the desk sat a steaming cup of goji berry tea. Just then a bespectacled figure resembling a leader walked in, holding an attendance sheet. The leader pointed at the attendance sheet and began to scold Tain. Then Tain buried his head in his hands, crying bitterly and shouting something about pension, retirement insurance, and full attendance awards. Kurenai. Her brain crashed for a full 3 seconds. What the hell is this? A creature capable of breaking a century-old tree with bare hands, and yet his deepest fear is about having his salary deducted. Is this reasonable? This is completely inconsistent with the persona of a passionate youth. Could it be that the third Hokage really misjudged him? Kurenai frowned deeply. Is he really just a lazy fish who only wants to lie around and waste time? Just as Kurenai fell into deep self-doubt, Tain, still performing in the illusion space, grew somewhat impatient. Isn't this illusion dragging on a bit too long? He didn't want to waste his precious nap time on such a boring game. It's better to wrap this up early and go back for a nap. Tain sighed helplessly. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his Sharingan. The domineering chakra belonging to Uchiha Madara merely stirred gently within his meridians. Buzz, an invisible yet immense mental storm erupted violently at Tan's center. Crack. A sharp sound of shattering glass suddenly echoed through the air. The cherry blossoms dancing in the sky instantly froze. Following this, the entire illusion space shattered like a mirror struck by a giant hammer. Transforming into countless flickering red shards, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Puff. Kurenai, who was peering from the treetop, was struck like by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The illusion was forcibly broken, and the caster would suffer severe backlash. She felt as if her brain had been pierced by a heated iron rod, her vision darkening as she nearly fell from the tree. How is this possible? Kurenai gritted her teeth against the pain, gripping the tree trunk tightly, her face filled with disbelief. Her proud rank illusion was instantly shattered by a mere genin. Moreover, the opponent hadn't even formed a hand sign, he just shattered it with sheer mental force. How terrifying is this kid's mental strength? Cough, cough, cough. Kurenai clutched her chest, coughing violently. She knew she had kicked a steel plate this time. This kid is definitely not a lazy fish, he's a prehistoric beast cloaked in sheep's clothing. To mask her shock and embarrassment, and to forcibly turn this bizarre situation around, Kurenai took a deep breath, suppressing her surging blood. She jumped down from the tree, landing steadily in front of the three, pretending as if nothing had happened. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat, retrieving 2 silver bells tied with red strings from her ninja tool pouch. The bells tinkled cheerfully in the sunlight. Alright, the mini-game is over. Kurenai forced a gentle smile, trying to make her voice sound less shaky. Now the real meal of the day, survival exercise. She shook the bells in her hand. The rules are simple. Before noon, if you can snatch these 2 bells from my hands, you pass. Those who can't will not only miss lunch, but will also be tied to a nearby stake watching us eat. By the way, genin who fail the survival exercise will be sent back to ninja school for a retake. Kurenai finished speaking and glanced at the 3. Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru had just awakened from the illusion, still looking dazed. Survival exercise. What just happened? Kiba shook his head. It felt like I had a nightmare of being chased by a cat. Only Tain still had that sleepy lazy fish appearance, even yawning widely. So, Kurenai fastened the bells to her belt, a confident smile emerging at the corner of her mouth. Though she had just suffered a great loss in the illusion, she didn't believe this little brat could be as freakish in physical and ninjutsu as well. Exercise begin. As soon as her words fell. Roar. The most hot-tempered Inuzuka Kiba shouted and was the first to launch an attack. Akamaru, let's go. Ninjutsu Fong over Fong. He transformed into a high-speed spinning tornado, tearing through the air as he charged towards Kurenai. Nara Shikamaru, at the very moment of the start, swiftly slipped into the dense bushes beside him, preparing to find an opportunity to use the shadow bind technique. A typical cooperation between an attacker and a support. However, as the team's weakest member, Fujiwara, he neither charged recklessly like Inuzuka Kiba, nor concealed himself strategically like Nara Shikamaru. He simply had his hands in his pockets. Slowly, step by step, like an old man taking a leisurely stroll after dinner, he walked towards Kurenai at a relaxed pace, as if he were not participating in a life-changing assessment, but rather wandering through his own backyard. What is this kid up to? Kurenai frowned, a hint of caution rising in her heart. She easily sidestepped Kiba's forceful fang over Fong. Meanwhile, her peripheral vision remained firmly locked on the slowly approaching boy. Her instincts told her that this boy was 100 times more dangerous than the two teammates who had already revealed their strength. He's coming closer, he's walking step by step. Kiba, having missed his attack, landed on the ground and looked at Tan's back, jumping anxiously. Hey, Tane. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and help. Do you think this is a stroll? Nara Shikamaru frowned from the bushes. Something's off. His pace is slow, but each step is perfectly measured, and there's not a trace of disturbance in his rhythm. This is something no ordinary genin could achieve. What is he doing? Testing the waters. Or... Just as the two were puzzled, Tane finally reached within 5 meters of Kurenai. He stopped, lifted his head, and his usually half-closed eyes slowly opened. Hey, Kurenai Sensei. His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable tone. I'm socially anxious and don't like fighting or killing. How about you just give me the bells directly, and we can wrap this up early to go eat? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba almost fell flat on the ground. Is this guy an idiot? Who lets a jonin just hand over the bells? Kurenai was also laughing in anger. Little brat, are you underestimating jonin too much? She slowly assumed a fighting stance, her ruby-like eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. Want the bells? Then you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Before she could finish her sentence, Tane suddenly sighed, a tone full of helplessness. Sigh, this is such a hassle. He shook his head, the lazy fish demeanor vanishing without a trace. In its place was an intensely dangerous aura, as if he had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. He slowly withdrew his hands from his pockets. Since you refuse my offer. Tan's gaze suddenly turned as cold as ancient ice. Then don't blame me for being disrespectful to my teacher. Kiba looked at Tan's back, suddenly feeling a chill run up his spine, his voice trembling. A chilling and bone-piercing killing intent suddenly erupted from the not-so-tall body of Chunyi without any warning. It felt as if a colossal primordial beast, which had slept for millennia, had suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. The heart of Yuhi Kurenai skipped a beat. She instinctively took a half-step back and assumed the most standard defensive posture. This sense of oppression. It must be right. She gasped inwardly. It's exactly as described by the third Hokage, even more terrifying. She finally understood why the third Hokage placed such great importance on this seemingly ordinary civilian orphan. This kid is not a slacker at all, but a complete monster. I can't afford to be careless. Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the shock in her heart. As an elite jonin, she had experienced countless life-and-death battles, and her mental fortitude was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. No matter what secrets you are hiding today, I must force out all your trump cards. She decided to take the initiative, using her proficiency in taijutsu to subdue this oddly behaving kid first. Tooth for a tooth. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba launched his attack again, not far away. He and his ninja dog Akamaru transformed into two high-speed swirling tornadoes, striking from both sides to fiercely attack Yuhi Kurenai. Naive. Yuhi Kurenai scoffed coldly, not even turning her head. She merely tapped her toes lightly on the ground, her body floating back several meters like a weightless butterfly. She effortlessly dodged the powerful pounce of Inuzuka Kiba. Immediately after, she exerted force from her waist, performing an astonishing twist in midair. Body flicker technique. Swish. A faint afterimage was left in the air. Yuhi Kurenai's figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next second, she appeared like a ghost right in front of Chunyi. So fast. The eyes of Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru, hidden in the bushes, widened. Is this the power of an elite jonin? I can't even see her movements. A confident smile appeared on Yuhi Kurenai's face. Her long and powerful legs traced a sharp arc in the air, sweeping towards Chunyi's neck with a force that could tear through the air. With this kick, she used 70% of her strength. It was enough to break a tree trunk the thickness of a bowl. She was confident she could subdue this little brat instantly without causing him serious injury. However, the scene she imagined of Chunyi being kicked away did not occur. In Yuhi Kurenai's ruby-like eye, facing this potentially fatal attack, Chunyi didn't even blink. There was not a trace of panic or fear on his face. What was present was merely an almost bored indifference. It was as if in his eyes her seemingly decisive strike was no different from a child's playful tussle. How could this be? Yuhi Kurenai's heart suddenly sank. Just as the tip of her foot was about to touch Chunyi finally moved. His movements were not fast and could even be described as leisurely. He simply extended his right hand casually. That hand, pale and slender, looked almost weak. It didn't resemble the hand of someone with terrifying strength at all. Yet it was this very hand that moved with surprising speed and passed through the impenetrable shadow of Yuhi Kurenai's leg. Slap. A sound so faint it was almost imperceptible. Yuhi Kurenai felt a tightness around her ankle followed by an irresistible surge of immense force. Her full-force kick capable of shattering stones was effortlessly clamped by Chunyi using just 2 fingers. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Yuhi Kurenai maintained her kicking posture stunned in place. She widened her eyes, incredulously staring at the calm-faced youth before her. He blocked it. He actually managed to stop 70% of my force with just 2 fingers. How is this possible? Is his hand made of steel? If Yuhi Kurenai's heart was a stormy sea, then in Chunyi's eyes everything that just happened was utterly boring, almost like watching a cartoon. At the moment Yuhi Kurenai launched her attack, a black Magatama quietly emerged from the depths of Chunyi's dark pupils and began to slowly rotate. Single Magatama Sharingan activate. Under the Sharingan's abnormal insight, Yuhi Kurenai's lightning-fast body flicker technique looked as slow as doing calisthenics in his eyes. The muscle movement in her legs, the flow of chakra, even the gentle breeze raised in the air. Everything was clearly visible to Chunyi. He had hundreds of ways to easily dodge or counterattack, but he chose the most direct and showy one. He took it heat-in. Good force, but too slow. Chunyi held Yuhi Kurenai's ankle, even finding the teacher Kurenai, your taijutsu still has a lot of room for improvement. Yuhi Kurenai's face turned red instantly. It wasn't out of shyness, but a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could a renowned elite jonin be publicly schooled in taijutsu by a freshly graduated genin? If this got out, how would she ever show her face in Konoha again? Brat, don't get too cocky. Yuhi Kurenai shouted angrily, pushing off the ground with her other foot. Using the momentum, she performed a flip in midair, breaking free from Chunyi's grip. At the same time, she quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs the size of human heads erupted from her mouth, sealing off all of Chunyi's escape routes from every direction. Playing with fire with me. Chunyi laughed. He couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He just stood there allowing the fireballs to crash down on him. Boom. 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 The violent explosions rang out and flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed the spot where Chunyi stood. Chunyi! Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in shock from a distance. However, before he could rush over, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the center of the flames, instantly dispersing all the smoke and fire. As the smoke cleared, Chunyi still stood in place, hands in his pockets, not even a corner of his clothes singed. How is this possible? Yuhi Kurenai's eyes nearly popped out. He actually withstood the Phoenix fire technique without a scratch. What is his body made of? Teacher Kurenai, the game should be over now. Chunyi sighed as if he had lost interest in continuing. I have to get back for a nap. As soon as his words fell, swish! Chunyi's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. So fast. Yuhi Kurenai's pupils constricted, and she instinctively wanted to retreat to defend. But it was too late. A gentle breeze brushed by. Chunyi's figure had already appeared like a ghost behind her. Yuhi Kurenai felt a lightness around her waist. The 2 silver bells tied to her waist along with the red strings had somehow ended up in Chunyi's hand. Ding ding ding. Chunyi shook the bells in his hand, producing a crisp sound. I got them. Yuhi Kurenai stood frozen in place, her mind blank. She lost. An elite jonin like her actually couldn't even last a minute against a freshly graduated genin and was defeated in an instant. However, just as her mental defenses collapsed, Chunyi suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind coming from behind. It was Yuhi Kurenai's hidden move. She deliberately feigned weakness to lure him into relaxing his guard after obtaining the bells before launching a fatal strike. As expected, no elite jonin is easy to deal with. Chunyi sneered inwardly. He didn't even turn his head. Just as Yuhi Kurenai's hand blade was about to strike the back of his neck, he instinctively raised his right hand, which was gripping the bells, to block. At the same time, to dissipate the force from her strike, he suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! A crisp, teeth-aching metallic shattering sound suddenly echoed in the silent training ground. Yuhi Kurenai's seemingly certain hand blade came to a sudden halt in midair. She stared blankly at Chunyi's right hand. The 2 silver bells, which should have sparkled brilliantly at this moment. Actually, the crisp sound of metal shattering rang out. Yuhi Kurenai stood frozen, maintaining the pose of her hand blade strike. Chunyi opened his palm. The 2 bells, meticulously crafted by artisans made of pure copper and incredibly sturdy, had been crushed into 2 flat pieces of iron by his terrifying grip. The broken pieces of iron even retained clear fingerprints from him. The entire area fell into complete silence. Inuzuka Kiba's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a watermelon. Nara Shikamaru, hidden in the bushes, dropped the pillow in his hand with a thud. Chunyi stared at the 2 pieces of scrap metal in his hand, momentarily stunned. Whoa, I used too much strength. He blinked, turned his head, and looked at the now completely petrified Yuhi Kurenai, showing an extremely innocent expression. Teacher Kurenai, do I need to compensate for breaking these? He waved the pieces of iron in his hand and asked tentatively. Does this count as me taking them? Karina Yuhi stared blankly at the two pieces of the horrific bell wreckage in Chinya's palm. The gentle breeze blew, leaving the training ground in complete silence. Her lips twitched uncontrollably. This kid's grip strength could probably crush a person's skull with his bare hands. Just a moment ago, if her hand strike had truly landed. Now it seemed that it wouldn't just be the bells that were broken, but her own hand bones as well. Monster. Inuzuka Ryo's lips quivered as he looked at Chinya, as if he were gazing at a demon that had crawled out from hell. He finally understood why Sasuke had been so furious with this guy yesterday. This was simply not a combat strength of the same dimension. Nara Shizune silently picked up her pillow from the ground. She looked at Chinya, her usually half-squinted eyes sparkling with unprecedented curiosity and inquiry. Disguise. This guy was a complete facade from head to toe, inside and out. That dream of safe retirement was definitely a lie. Deep within his heart, he must be hiding a colossal secret that even the third Hokage would be wary of. Cough cough. Finally, Karina Yuhi snapped back to reality from her petrified state. She took a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent waves in her heart. As an experienced jonin, she knew she absolutely could not show any signs of losing composure. Although, the means were a bit crude. She looked at the scrap metal in Chinya's hands and managed to force out a smile that was more painful than crying. But after all, we did seize it. So this time the exercise. Everyone passes. Oh yeah. Inuzuka Ryo instantly switched from terror to excitement, bouncing around with Kuro in his arms. Chainai let out a sigh of relief. He casually tossed the two pieces of scrap metal into the bushes and reverted back to his usual sleepy demeanor. Great, we have lunch now. He yawned, seemingly indifferent to his earlier shocking display. Karina Yuhi watched as he seamlessly transitioned into this nonchalant state, the corners of her eyes twitching again. This kid's acting skills could probably win him the Little Golden Man of the Ninja World Oscars. Just like that, the Special Team 9 passed the survival exercise in a remarkably bizarre manner. In the following half-month, they embarked on a tedious, yet essential life of drink missions. These tasks were specifically designed to cultivate the teamwork and obedience of lower ninjas. Most of the content consisted of trivial chores. For instance, helping farmers with weeding. Inuzuka Ryo and Kuro made a mess of the field, their efficiency extremely low. Nara Shizune hid in the shade of a tree, hugging her pillow and soundly asleep. Meanwhile, Chainai found the coziest patch of grass, lying on it to soak up the sun. He claimed, "I am sensing the vitality of the weeds through photosynthesis in order to find the optimal weeding route." As a result, by the time they were almost finished with their slow work, Chainai accidentally tripped over a stone underfoot, which rolled down the slope and precisely struck a hidden. Thousands of hornets swarmed in. Inuzuka Ryo and Nara Shizune were frightened into scrambling out of the field. The weeds, however, were completely devoured by the enraged hornets. Mission perfectly completed. For example, helping the community clean up litter from the river. Inuzuka Ryo refused to enter the dirty water. Nara Shizune claimed she was allergic to water and would break out in rashes. Chainai sighed and volunteered to jump into the river. However, after just a few steps, he accidentally stepped on a loose riverbed stone. Boom! With a loud crash, a large hole was blasted open in the makeshift dam downstream. The rushing river instantly changed course, carrying all the debris rapidly towards the waterfall downstream. The river was cleaned, even cleaner than if a dog had licked it. For another example, helping Konoha hospital care for ninjas injured during missions. Inuzuka Ryo was so clumsy that he almost ripped the bandages off an injured Chunin's broken leg. Nara Shizune, meanwhile, was telling cold jokes to the patients, lowering the temperature in the entire ward several degrees. Chainai found the quietest ward, acting as a caretaker for an umbu who had fallen into a coma due to mental trauma. He did nothing but sat beside peeling apples and talking to himself. Being a ninja is truly a high-risk profession. You work so hard to get into the umbu and then end up being made a vegetable. What a bad deal. If it were me, I would find a clerical job, drink tea every day, read the news. How leisurely. Killing and fighting the most annoying. I have social anxiety and I faint at the sight of blood. He rambled on all afternoon. As a result, the umbu, who had been in a coma for half a month, whom even Tsunade couldn't help, inexplicably woke up due to his lazy remarks. The first thing he did upon waking was to point at Chinya's nose and curse, "Get lost. Even if I die, I don't want to hear your garbage talk." After half a month, Special Team 9 completed all the tasks at twice the volume of their contemporaries with an extremely bizarre efficiency. They became the undisputed kings of drink missions. However, as the guiding jonin, Karina Yuhi felt like she was about to suffer a mental breakdown. She looked at the mission report in her hands, her brow furrowed enough to crush a mosquito. Each time this kid named Fujiwara Chainai acted extremely perfunctory, always lying when he could and slacking off whenever possible. He always had that set of lazy remarks about social anxiety, troublesome, and wanting to retire. But strangely enough, every perfect resolution of the task was inextricably linked to his accidental actions. Once it was coincidence, twice it was luck. If it happened over a dozen times like this, it could only mean one thing. He is acting like me. Karina Yuhi rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling that her 10+ years as a ninja had been in vain. She could not see through this young man at all. He was like a mystery wrapped in thick fog. The more you attempted to get close, the more you lost your direction. The strength he revealed was enough to shock and awe. Yet his displayed personality was so lazy that it made one question their life choices. What does this kid really want? Karina Yuhi was puzzled. Forget it, I won't think about it, my head hurts. She threw the report on the table, deciding to give herself a break today and go have a couple of drinks. However, just as she was about to head out the door, swish! An umbu wearing a mask silently appeared in front of her. Jonin Yuhi, the Hokage, urgently summons you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. Karina Yuhi's heart sank. Urgent summons. Could something major have happened? She didn't dare to delay, quickly changed into her ninja outfit, and using a few body flicker techniques raced to the Hokage building. Upon pushing open the office door, she found her 3 troublesome students already standing inside. Inuzuka Ryo still had that fearless expression. Nara Shizune was hugging her pillow, seemingly about to fall asleep while standing. And Fujiwara Chanai was standing in the farthest corner from the Hokage's desk, trying hard to lower his presence, as if afraid of being called out by the 3rd Hokage. Behind the desk, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, his expression somewhat grave. Everyone is here. He nodded as he saw Karina Yuhi enter. Originally, such a task shouldn't have been assigned to freshly graduated genin like you. But due to the urgency of the situation, most of the jonin and chunin in the village are already on missions. So we can only trouble you to run this errand. As he spoke, the 3rd Hokage took out a photograph from his drawer and handed it over. Karina Yuhi received the photo and looked down. The photograph showed a plump orange cat with snow-white fur looking extremely arrogant. This is... Karina Yuhi was momentarily stunned. The 3rd Hokage knocked the ashes from his pipe, coughed a couple of times, and said, in an extremely serious tone, "This is the beloved pet cat of the Fire Country's daimyo's wife Xiaohu. It went missing yesterday afternoon while taking a stroll in the back mountains of Konoha. The daimyo's wife is almost going crazy and we must find it within today." So... The 3rd Hokage's gaze slowly swept over the 3 members of Team 9, finally landing on the boy hiding in the corner. This is today's drink mission, to capture the daimyo's wife's pet cat Xiaohu. Though the mission level is D, its importance is comparable to ins rank. Success is the only option, failure is not allowed. Jinya, standing in the corner, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Catch a cat. And it's the cat of the Fire Country's daimyo's wife. This is definitely a death flag. According to the tropes of transmigration novels, a seemingly simple cat-catching task will surely lead to some major trouble. Taking leave. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the boy hiding in the corner, whose face clearly expressed, "I don't want to go to work," and almost smashed him with his smoking pipe. This kid who dared to punch through the strength testing column yesterday is now so timid. Stomachache. The 3rd Hokage chuckled meaningfully, his tone as gentle as that of a grandparent coaxing a grandchild. Just in time, Tsunade has just returned to the village. She is the best medical nin in the ninja world. How about I send you to the hospital with the umbu and let her perform a comprehensive autopsy? Upon hearing the words autopsy, Chin felt a shiver run down his spine and cold sweat instantly broke out. He quickly retracted his raised hand and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "No, that's not necessary, Lord Hokage. I suddenly feel that my stomach doesn't hurt anymore and am full of energy." He patted his chest vigorously, loudly assuring, "It's just a little cat. Our Team 9 guarantees to complete the mission." As if being sent by that violent Tsunade for an examination is a joke. He certainly did not want to be the first lower ninja in Konoha's history to be dissected for taking sick leave. As long as you have that determination, that's good. The 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction. "Go ahead, Kurenai, I believe in you." He gave a meaningful glance at Yuhi Kurenai, who understood immediately. This was another testing opportunity given to her by the 3rd. Half an hour later, holding a photo of a chubby orange cat, Team 9 arrived at the edge of the forest behind Konoha village. The trees here were dense and the bushes were thick, a favorite hiding spot for various small animals. It was also a sacred place for couples to date and for ninjas to engage in clandestine fights. "All right, everyone, get your spirits up." Kurenai clapped her hands and set up the tactics. According to the intel, the little tiger was last seen around here. It wears a special bell made by the daimyo's house. You can hear it as soon as you get close. We will spread out in a triangular formation and search the area thoroughly, contacting each other every 10 minutes using code. Ryu and Haiwamaru will take the eastern side, Jinkai you take the west, and Shin you take the central area. Kurenai intentionally assigned Shin the most unlikely open area to hide a cat. She wanted to see what kind of mischief this boy, who always seemed to accidentally create miracles, would cause this time. "Got it." Inuzuka Ryu whistled and waved his hand excitedly. "Haiwamaru, let's go. The first to find that fat cat gets chicken legs for dinner." Woof. The boy and dog darted into the dense forest to the east, disappearing from sight. Nara Shikamaru, on the other hand, leisurely hugged a pillow and walked toward the western path. His leisurely stroll seemed more like a dream than a mission. In the blink of an eye, only Chin and Kurenai. Chin let out a long yawn and stretched lazily. Teacher Kurenai, I'm heading out too. Go ahead, Kurenai nodded, leaping away into the treetops to watch from above. Chin looked around at the empty surroundings and pouted. Catching a cat. What a pain. He muttered to himself while walking, ranting internally. What's so great about this crappy mission? I'd rather sweep the streets back in the village. Though he said this, his perception had already silently spread out. In this forest, any rustle of leaves would not escape his ears. Something's moving. After walking less than 100 meters, Chin suddenly halted. He heard an extremely faint rustling sound about 50 meters to his left. It seemed something was moving quickly. Could it be that I found it so soon? Chin felt a rush of excitement. If he could catch that fat cat early, he could wrap up and go take a nap. He immediately followed the sound, treading lightly as he approached. After passing through a patch of grass taller than a person, Chin finally saw the source of the noise. It was a bush that was shaking violently. Meow. Meow. A weak, pained meow came from within. Found it. Chen's eyes lit up as he was about to pounce. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed. Something was off. The sound sounded too weak. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint smell of. Chin instantly became alert. Instead of rushing forward, he picked up a stone and threw it at the bushes. The stone struck the bush with a muffled thud. The meowing inside abruptly ceased. Following that, the bushes began to shake even more violently. Roar. A low, deep roar that sounded nothing like a cat's, but rather like a wild beast suddenly erupted from deep within the bushes. Chen's pupils constricted as he instinctively took 2 steps back. The sound was filled with a sense of rage and bloodlust. In the next second, boom. The dense bushes exploded as if detonated by a bomb. Dirt and fragments flew everywhere. A massive shadow exuding a strong stench of blood leaped out from the exploded bushes. Bang! The shadow landed heavily on the ground, creating a shallow pit. As Chin focused his gaze, he inhaled sharply. That was definitely not the pet cat of the daimyo's wife. The monster before him, while vaguely resembling a feline, was undeniably massive. Its physique rivaled that of a full-grown calf. Its muscles were taut like steel, brimming with explosive power. Its snow-white fur was stained with mottled blood and dirt. A pair of eyes crimson as blood emitted a frenzied light that seemed to devour everything. Its mouth displayed sharp fangs that dripped with a foul liquid mixed with saliva. Around its neck hung a deformed, blood-stained golden bell. This is Little Tiger. Chen's mouth twitched wildly. How did the chubby orange cat in the photo transform into this horrifying sight? This was clearly a ninja beast that had undergone a mutation from being injected with some unknown drug. Roar. The mutated beast seemed to notice Chen's gaze. It let out a deafening roar filled with pain and anger. It seemed to retain a shred of consciousness, but it had been completely consumed by the rampage brought on by the drug. Crack. The mutated beast raised its paw larger than a human head and swiped it casually. A nearby tree trunk as thick as a bowl was effortlessly snapped like tofu. Wood chips flew everywhere. Chen's face instantly turned extremely serious. This power had undoubtedly reached the level of a chunin, if not stronger. This was no drink mission, it was clearly a brank or higher extermination mission. This is troublesome, I've messed up this time. Chin cursed silently in his heart. He now had 2 choices. One was to immediately fire a flare for help and summon Kurenai and the others. However, doing so would certainly involve him in the subsequent investigation, causing endless trouble. The other was to deal with this monster himself without exposing too much power. But with the monster's unknown strength, if he was forced to activate Susanoo, it would become a much bigger mess. Just as Chin was rapidly thinking of a countermeasure, the mutated beast had already lost the last shred of patience. Roar. It roared again, its limbs pushing off the ground. Its massive body transformed into a white flash, bringing with it a nauseating stench of blood. It opened its blood-soaked mouth wide enough to swallow an adult's head and lunged towards Chen's throat. The stench of blood filled the air, and claws as sharp as hooks threatened to tear him apart. Faced with this imminent death threat, Chin's first reaction was to turn and flee. What a joke. He didn't want to expose the hard-earned power he had just gained for the sake of killing a mere cat. The first tenet of survival: as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. If you can't win, then run. This is a truth etched into the soul. However, just as he was about to gather chakra at his feet for a tactical retreat, his peripheral vision caught sight of a petite figure standing under the shade of a nearby tree. Nara Shizuru. Unlike Inuzuka Kiba, who was flailing about, or Yuhi Kurenai, who was observing from a height, she stood quietly. Cradling her precious deer antler pillow, she stood there silently, her eyes, which were usually half-closed, now fixed intently on him. That gaze did not seem to be observing an accident. It felt more like she was scrutinizing a meticulously designed experiment. Oh no. Chin's heart sank, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. When did this highly intelligent and cunning girl sneak up on him? His attention had been entirely focused on the mutated cat, completely unaware of her presence. This is troublesome. If he turned and ran now, showing too much fear, the Nara clan with their intelligence would definitely become suspicious. A monster capable of smashing a force-measuring pillar, scared to the point of losing control by a mere cat. That alone was the greatest absurdity. But if he were to punch the cat, the situation would escalate even further. Saying he's socially anxious about fighting yet tearing apart a mid-level ninja beast. Isn't that like writing, "I have serious issues, come study me," on his forehead? Overacting is foolish. Acting too real leads to death. In the blink of an eye, Chin-Yes brain worked right. My persona is that of a lazy fish, not an idiot. I must find a way to deal with this cat without appearing too impressive, preferably something that looks like sheer luck. Just as the fangs of the mutated ferocious cat were less than half a meter from his neck, Chin-Yu finally made a decision. He cursed inwardly, troublesome, and an expression of extreme terror suddenly appeared on his face. He let out a short scream appropriate for his age. It felt as if something had tripped him, causing an exceedingly realistic stumble, and he suddenly lost his balance. His entire body fell sideways in an extremely awkward manner. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground, which was littered with fallen leaves and mud. The deadly lunge of the mutated ferocious cat, which seemed unavoidable, barely missed him due to sudden fall. Its sharp claws even grazed a few strands of his hair, leaving a stinging sensation. That was close. Chin-Yu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This acting was absolutely at the level of an Oscar winner. He not only portrayed the panic expected of a low-ranking ninja, but also just managed to evade a fatal attack. However, that was not the end. Just as the enormous mutated ferocious cat brushed past him, exhausted from its previous efforts, Chin-Yu, lying on the ground, suddenly flashed a glint of bone-chilling coldness in his eyes, which had been widened in terror. He extended his right index finger, without using a shred of chakra or any flashy movements. Thanks to the vast combat knowledge directly infused into his brain by the system belonging to Uchiha Obito, his understanding of biological structures had long surpassed that of all medical ninjas in the ninja world. He didn't even need to activate his Sharingan. He could clearly see the flow of every blood vessel and the contraction of every muscle within the mutated ferocious cat. And the most vulnerable and lethal nerve center. Now's the time. Chin-Yes' fingertip shot forward like a venomous snake, swift as lightning. In the mere 0.01 seconds it took for the mutated ferocious cat to pass over him, his fingertip lightly touched a hidden depression just beneath the giant cat's neck. There lay the nerve center, controlling all bodily movement. Puff. A sound extremely subtle, like the popping of a thin layer of window paper, echoed. After completing this, Chin-Yu immediately retracted his finger. The expression on his face switched back to one of horror and dazed relief. The entire process flowed like water, too fast for the naked eye to capture. From Shizuru's distant perspective, it appeared as if Chin-Yu had accidentally brushed the cat while flailing his arms during his fall. Roar! The bloodthirsty roar of the mutated ferocious cat abruptly stopped midair. In its place was an excruciating wail. It felt an eerie numbness, like an electric current coursing through its body. Its massive form lost control in an instant, all its strength ebbing away like a receding tide. Bang! It crashed heavily onto the ground not far from Chin-Yu, creating a shallow pit. Then it began to convulse violently, its limbs thrashing uncontrollably, spewing forth a large amount of white foam. Its once blood-red eyes quickly lost their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. After struggling for less than 10 seconds, its massive body suddenly stiffened and fell completely still, fainting instantly. One strike. Just a casual strike. A beast with strength comparable to a mid-level ninja just collapsed inexplicably. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chin-Yu hadn't even stood up. Huff. Huff. That scared me to death. Chin-Yu looked at the giant beast lying not far away, still twitching slightly, immediately turning into a dramatist. He slumped onto the ground, his face pale, shaking like a leaf. He gasped for breath as if that last encounter had drained all his strength. At that moment, a faint rustling sound echoed from the woods. Nara Shizuru emerged slowly from the shade, holding her pillow. She didn't rush to help Chin-Yu. Instead, she walked straight to the fainted, mutated ferocious cat. She squatted down and began to carefully examine the creature with her slender fingers. She first flipped the monster's eyelid and felt its carotid artery. Still a heartbeat, just deeply unconscious, Shizuru murmured. Then her gaze fell on the monster's neck. There were no wounds, not even a scratch, just a few disheveled hairs. It was as smooth as if nothing had happened. Shizuru's brow furrowed tightly. This was too abnormal. A rampaging ninja beast suddenly falls into a deep coma without any external injuries. That simply doesn't conform to logic. Unless it suffered some extremely precise attack that directly damaged its nervous system. Shizuru slowly stood up. She turned her head, and her usually lazy and drowsy eyes now shimmered with a sharp light like a blade. She walked step by step to where Chin-Yu was still slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Looking down at him from above, Chin-Yu raised his head, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Shizuru. That was so dangerous, that cat. It seemed to go crazy on its own. Before he could finish, Shizuru's cold voice interrupted him. She didn't ask if he was hurt or what had just happened. She simply lowered her head, staring deeply into Chenye's eyes. That gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul. Fujiwara Chenye. That strike just now, do you dare say? She paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Was that mere coincidence? Faced with Nara Shizuru's piercing gaze that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart, Chen also felt his heart skip a beat. Yet his expression remained one of seamless panic. He shook his head like a rattle drum, his voice tinged with a sobbing tone. It's definitely just a coincidence. Absolutely. He pointed at the giant cat that had fainted, delivering a performance beyond compare. I was so scared by it that my legs went weak. When I fell, my hands flailed in the air. Who knew it would foam at the mouth on its own? I swear it must have had an epilepsy seizure. It has nothing to do with me. This explanation was riddled with flaws, practically insulting the intelligence of the Nara clan. Shizuru quietly watched him, not saying a word. She merely cast a faint glance his way, and the meaning in her eyes was clear. I don't believe you. However, she ultimately said nothing. She silently withdrew her gaze and buried her face back into the soft, deer antler pillow, resuming her lazy demeanor. Everyone has their secrets. Since he didn't want to speak, she couldn't be bothered to ask. Too troublesome. Just then, swish. Swish. Two piercing sounds broke the air as Shiyu Hong and Inuzuka Ryu arrived on the scene, one after the other. What happened? I just heard the roar of a beast. Inuzuka Ryu looked at the creature lying on the ground, its size comparable to a small calf, and gasped in shock. Is this the fat cat from the photo? Shiyu Hong's gaze, however, was far sharper. She immediately noticed the deformed golden bell around the giant cat's neck and the extremely ominous residual chakra emanating from its body. This aura. Shiyu Hong's expression instantly grew serious. She crouched down and carefully plucked a few blood-soaked hairs from the giant cat, placing them into a specially made sealing scroll. It can't be wrong. This is the chakra fluctuation that only the failed subjects from the Root laboratory would have. Root. Jin also displayed a perfectly timed look of confusion. What is that? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Shiyu Hong coldly interrupted him. She stood up and gave Jin also a deep... This kid who had just made a splash in the graduation assessment yesterday coincidentally encountered a subject from the Root during a mission today. In this world, there are not that many coincidences. The only explanation is that this old fox Danzo is testing Jin also's limits in this way. Truly a group of insidious rats. Shiyu Hong cursed in her heart, but her expression remained calm. Alright, the mission target has been found, although there was a bit of an unexpected situation. She waved her hand, issuing orders. Ryo, you're in charge of tying up this cat. We must take it back to the village and hand it over to Lord Hokage immediately. Shizuru, you keep watch around to prevent any other subjects. Yes. Teacher Hong. Jin also weakly raised his hand. Shiyu Hong glanced at him, noticing his still trembling with fear demeanor. Her lips twitched. You. Just stay put, and don't cause us any trouble. Alright. Jin also felt like he had received a reprieve, sitting down on the ground, continuing to play his role of the overly frightened character. The mission quickly came to an end. The mutated fierce cat was tightly bound by Inuzuka Ryu with specially made ropes, and the group swiftly returned to Konoha. As expected, this incident caused quite a stir among the higher-ups in Konoha. The third Hokage personally ordered a thorough investigation of the matter, but in the end, only a few peripheral members of Root were caught as scapegoats and the matter was let go. As the fortunate one who subdued the monster, Chin also not only received a hefty mission bonus, but also earned an additional 3 days of paid leave. This made him feel overjoyed. That evening, Chin also hummed a little tune as he returned to his shabby single room at the orphanage. The room was small, with only a hard wooden bed and a rickety old wooden desk. But for Chin also this was already... He weighed the bonus in his hand, happily hiding it under his pillow. Not bad, this old dog Danzo is quite generous. If there are more tests like this that throw money at me, they can come more often. Chin also was clear in his mind. Today's incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Danzo. The purpose was to see just how much weight this Uchiha Obito template inheritor could bear. Fortunately, he was clever enough to use his excellent acting skills to turn a crisis that was bound to be exposed into a scene of good luck. However, this old dog definitely won't let it go easily. Chin also lay on his bed, crossing his legs as his gaze gradually turned cold. Today is just an appetizer, and the real killer move is probably yet to come. I must improve my strength quickly, or one day, if I'm really cornered by these rats in my bed, I won't even have time to cry. He closed his eyes, preparing to enter idle cultivation mode. However, just as he lay down at the moment, his consciousness was about to sink into slumber. Buzz, a faint sound as if a mosquito flapping its wings suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately after, the chirping of insects around the room came to an abrupt halt. The entire world seemed to have been muted. A cold and faint killing intent, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, silently seeped through the window. 3 of them. Not one more, not one less, exactly 3. Each targeting his heart, throat, and brow. Chin Also's heart suddenly shrank, but his body did not move. He maintained his supine position, not even changing the rhythm of his breathing. Here they come. This old dog Danzo after all couldn't sit still. After failing to probe during the day with the ninja beast, he directly sent people to carry out an assassination at night. Truly simple and crude with no technical finesse whatsoever. Since you all want to see my trump card, Chin Also's lips curled into a cruel arc in the darkness. Then I'll let you come and go without return. In that instant of thought, bang, bang, bang. 3 extremely faint sounds of breaking glass rang. 3 ninjas clad in black cloaks and wearing peculiar animal masks silently infiltrated through the windows and door cracks like black phantoms. Their movements were as swift as lightning landing without a sound. The kunai in their hands shimmered with a haunting blue glow under the dim moonlight. Those were deadly weapons coated with potent poison. The 3 of them formed a formation with no communication, their cooperation reaching an extreme level. At the same time, they attacked from 3 different angles, directly targeting the vital spots of the still sleeping youth on the bed. Heart, throat, back of the head. All were deadly points that could kill with a single strike. This was the classic killing formation of Root. Even experienced jounin would have no chance of survival if caught off guard in their sleep. As the 3 poisoned kunai came within less than half an inch of Chin Also's body, the air even carried the hiss sound of blades slicing through skin. In that moment where life hung in the balance, Chin Also's originally tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. In the darkness, his pitch-black pupils seemed to have been infused with molten lava, instantly transforming into a shocking shade of blood. A dark-as-ink tomo spun wildly in those blood-colored eyes, ultimately stabilizing above the pupil. Sharingan single tomo activate. In that instant, the entire world changed. In Chin Also's crimson vision, time seemed to be forcibly pressed down by an invisible hand hitting the slow-motion button. The 3 Root ninjas, originally lightning-fast thrusting motions, now resembled snails struggling in a mire, every detail infinitely stretched and slowed. He could even clearly see the slight tremor of the muscles in the wrist of the ninja on the left, as well as the grimace on the face of the ninja on the right due to exertion. And those 3 kunai tips traced out 3 extremely slow, yet unmistakably clear trajectories of death in the air. Everything became so slow, so ridiculous. Too slow. Chin Also slowly sat up from the bed. His voice was soft, but resonated clearly in the deathly silent room, reaching every ear. The pupils of the 3 Root ninjas contracted sharply, and for the first time sheer terror appeared on their faces. They wanted to change their moves to retreat. But it was already too late. Since you're here. Chin Also's lips curled into a cold smile belonging to Azura. Then leave your lives here. The foremost Root ninja felt a blur before his eyes. He didn't even see how Chin Also moved. A cold hand had already pressed against his mask. Who exactly are you? The Root ninja screamed in terror, feeling his soul tremble. The perceptive power of the Dangoyu Zualunian single tomo Sharingan reached its zenith in that instant. Through Chinye's blood-red gaze, the movements of the 3 Root ninjas unfolded so slowly they resembled frames of a stop-motion slideshow. A bunch of vermin. Chinye snorted coldly, and the red light in his eyes extinguished in a heartbeat. He did not even bother to rise. Just as the 3 poisoned kunai were about to pierce his body, he merely rolled lazily on the bed a few times. The motion looked no different from an unconscious toss and turn in sleep. Yet those casual rolls, seemingly random, twisted at such a cunning, unfathomable angle that they avoided every lethal strike with pinpoint precision. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull, heavy impacts resounded almost simultaneously in the cramped room. Chinye's elbows, knees, and heels struck like 3 red-hot hammers, each smashing into the most vulnerable joints and nerve clusters of the Root operatives. Not a trace of chakra was used in those blows. They were pure instinctive body techniques poured into him by the system, bearing the imprint of Uchiha Madara's relentless cultivation. These 3 elite Root ninjas, hardened by brutal training and accustomed to slaying, could not even comprehend what had happened before unbearable pain swept through them. The world before their eyes went black in an instant. A no scream escaped. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed like sacks of rotten hay upon the cold floor. A clean, instantaneous kill. Chinye sprang from the bed and dusted off clothes that were never dirty. He glared down at the 3 unconscious bodies on the floor and curled his lip. With this level of skill, and they dare attempt an assassination. Hasn't Huanzong run out of capable hands, sending these rotten apprentices to their deaths? He walked to the window and glanced at the black night outside. To simply finish them off would be too cheap for these rats, and disposing of bodies would be troublesome. If Huanzong is so fond of giving gifts, then I must reciprocate. A mischievous, malicious smile tugged at the corner of Chinye's mouth. He found some coarse rope used for drying clothes and stripped the 3 Root ninjas down to a single loincloth. Then, like binding a string of crabs, he lashed them together, hands and feet tightly secured. When he finished, Chinye hoisted his human bundle onto his shoulder and slipped silently through the window. A few bounds later, he vanished into the shadows outside the orphanage. Half an hour later. At the gate of the Hokage building in my village, 2 chunin on sentry duty were dozing against the gate. A faint breeze drifted by. Before they could react, a vast black object plummeted from above and crashed onto the steps before them with a thunder. Startled awake, the 2 leapt up and drew kunai charging forward. In the yellow glow of the lantern, they saw what lay. It was not an enemy. It was 3 root ninjas stripped naked, their bodies smeared with soot, filthy socks rammed into their mouths, and a wooden placard hung around them. On the placard, in crooked brazen handwriting, a single arrogant message read, "Tuanzong, old dog, your men are useless. Next time send real fighters. Your new father Tingyuan Chainai." The next morning before dawn, Chinyi was roused by urgent knocks at his door. "Tingyuan Chainai. The Hokage requests your immediate presence. Come with us at once." A cold, unequivocal voice called from outside the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, yawning, Chinyi opened the door. 2 umbu wearing fox masks stood there, radiating an aura that warned strangers away. Again. Chinye's heart skipped a beat, a trouble loomed. It seemed last night's stunt had indeed alerted the 3rd Hokage. After all, stripping 3 people and dumping them at the Hokage's gate was a bit too conspicuous. Got it, don't rush me. Let me put some clothes on first." Chinyi waved them off and dressed at leisure. All the while he raced through possible responses. How could he explain the 3 root ninjas? Claiming he knocked them out would expose his strength. Saying he knew nothing was impossible. The placard bore his. What a bother. Looks like I'll have to rely on my acting today. Chinyi sighed and followed the umbu into the familiar Hokage office, mentally slipping into his role. Smoke curled through the office. Yuanfei Risen, the 3rd Hokage, sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe, his face so sullen it seemed it might drip. Kneeling at his feet was an old man wrapped in bandages, one eye visible. Tuanzang, the village's shadowy master of covert operations. "Hokage, this is a frame-up by that brat." Tuanzang's voice was hoarse-threaded with anger he could not contain. How could my root operatives attack a mere academy student? This is clearly his fabricated slander. Enough, stop shouting. The 3rd Hokage waved an impatient hand and turned his sharp, penetrating gaze on Chinyi as he entered. Those cloudy elder eyes flashed with a piercing light as if able to read hearts. "Tingyuan Chainai." His voice was low but carried undeniable authority. "Tell me in detail what happened near your residence last night." Here it came, the old fox's probe. Chinye's heart tightened. He immediately flipped into full performance mode, wearing an expression of fright and bewilderment appropriate to his age. His body trembled slightly as his hands clenched the hem of his clothes. "Ho, Hokage." His voice quavered, half crying, exactly the frightened child he wished to portray. I don't know. Last night, after I finished my mission and lay down, I heard the window. Then, masked men rushed in. Tears welled in Chinye's eyes, huge pearls trembling on his lower lids. His acting was so convincing it surpassed professional actors. They were so vicious. They had knives and tried to kill me. I was terrified, so I rolled off the bed and hid under it. I didn't dare come out all night. As he spoke, 2 genuine tears slipped down his cheeks and trickled off his face. I don't know what happened to them afterward. When I woke in the morning, they were gone. I thought it must have been a nightmare. He sobbed while stealing glances at the 3rd Hokage's expression. The 3rd Hokage's brow furrowed deeper and deeper as if weighing the truth in Chinye's words. Beside him, Tuanzang trembled with rage. Nonsense. He pointed a trembling finger at Chinyi and raged. My 3 subordinates are veteran elite chunin. How could they be scared off by you? You're lying. You must have used some despicable trick to ambush them. Tuanzang's shout sent Chinyi into a wailing cry, shrieking as if wounded. His lament was pitiful beyond measure. I didn't. I really didn't. He sobbed and scrambled behind the Hokage's desk for shelter. Hokage, save me. That one-eyed old man is terrifying, he'll eat me. I'm just a powerless genin, how could I possibly defeat 3 chunin? The 3rd Hokage watched this dramatic scene, vein throbbing at his temple. He slammed his palm on the desk. Silence, all of you. He glared fiercely at Tuanzang, a look that carried an unmistakable warning. Then he turned to the still sobbing Chinyi. His expression grew complicated. This boy's acting was astonishing, so good that even this nearly 70-year-old fox could not easily discern truth from performance. Could last night really have been a misunderstanding? Perhaps the root operatives mistook the target and, finding only a frightened child, withdrew. Perhaps some Konoha shinobi who disliked Tuanzang, say Kakashi, had stumbled upon them, stripped them, and tossed them at the gate. Absurd, but not impossible. The 3rd Hokage drew a long puff from his pipe. A dense cloud of smoke hid his face. He waved a hand, weary in his tone. Very well. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. Chinyi, you may step down. Remember to lock your doors at night from now on. Why, yes. Thank you, Hokage. Chinyi felt absolved and fled the office like a man spared from execution, rolling and scrambling until he was well out of earshot. Only then did the 3rd Hokage exhale the smoke slowly and look down at the patch of floor dampened by tears, murmuring to himself, have I been mistaken? The boy's behavior scarcely matched that of a concealed powerhouse. He seemed more like a hapless fool who had stumbled into a higher-level feud and ended up frightened out of his wits. As the Hokage sank into thought, there came a knock at the door. Shiri-hong entered carrying a scroll, a hint of helplessness on her face. Hokage. She handed over the scroll. The Special Compilation 9th Squad has just completed the quota for all Drank missions. They have applied to advance to Crank missions ahead of schedule. Lord Hokage Team 9 requests to undertake a Crank mission ahead of schedule. Shiri-hong handed over the scroll in her hand, her tone filled with helplessness. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the scroll and looked at the words, "All Drank mission quotas have been exceeded," on it, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He certainly knew about the great achievements Team 9 had accomplished over the last half-month. Pest control, dam dredging, waking up coma patients. Each task was absurd, as if borrowed from a third-rate novel. At the center of all these coincidences was the boy named Fujiwara Tatsuya. The third Hokage was completely baffled by this kid now. If he called him a waste, he always managed to complete tasks in the most astonishing ways. If he called him a genius, his appearance, which seemed to want to engrave the words "I want to take it easy" on his face, truly made it hard for others to get motivated. Forget it, it's good for the young to have motivation. The third Hokage rubbed his brow and tossed the scroll aside. Since he couldn't find out anything, he might as well send him out for some experience. Whether he is a stallion or a horse, taking him out for a stroll will reveal everything. Approved. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and took out another scroll from his drawer. Just in time, there's a task in the Land of Waves to escort a bridge building expert. The difficulty isn't high, perfect for you to practice. Go Hong, it's time for them to see real blood. The next morning, the third training ground of Konoha, the assembly point for Team 9. Shiri-hong waved the brand new mission scroll in her hand, revealing a brilliant smile. Congratulations to you all, kings of Drank missions. She deliberately emphasized the word kings, causing Inuzuka Kiba to chuckle awkwardly. Today we won't be catching cats, we won't be weeding, and we won't be annoying people at the hospital. Shiri-hong raised the scroll in her hand. Crank mission out of the village, head to the Land of Waves to execute the escort mission. Ow. As soon as she finished speaking, Inuzuka Kiba howled excitedly. Finally, we can leave the village. I've had enough of those trivial matters. He rolled on the ground with his ninja dog Akamaru, filled with excitement. Leaving the village? What a hassle. Nara Shikamaru, on the other hand, hugged a pillow, yawned, and looked disinterested. However, Tatsuya's eyes lit up the moment he heard the words "out of the village." His eyes, which were always half-closed, now shone with unprecedented brilliance. Leaving the village. Doesn't this mean he can finally escape from the troublesome place that is Konoha? No more worrying about being cornered in his bed by Danzo's men in the middle of the night. Great. Tatsuya was overjoyed. Finally, I can go out and have some fun. Although he appeared to be slacking off this past half-month, he had indeed been busy behind the scenes. Not only had he solidified his single Tomo Sharingan, but with the help of the system, he had also increased his template synchronization rate by 0.5%. Now he was stronger than he had been half a month ago. He was just worried that he had no place to test his strength. Is everyone ready? Shiri-hong smiled as she looked at her three distinctly different students. Ready. Inuzuka Kiba responded with full energy. Nara Shikamaru replied weakly. We can set off at any time. Tatsuya was eager. All right then, aim for the Konoha gate, let's go. The group set off in high spirits towards the village gate. Tatsuya felt incredibly cheerful. He even began to hum a tune from his past life. However, when they arrived at the magnificent Konoha gate, the smile on Tatsuya's face instantly froze. At the gate besides Team 9 there stood another group of people. At the forefront was a shinobi with silver spiky hair, wearing a mask and holding a book titled Ika Ika Paradise with lifeless eyes. Behind him stood three very familiar figures. The boisterous Uzumaki Naruto, the stoic Uchiha, and following Sasuke, the infatuated Haruno Sakura. Team 7. In the center of Team 7 stood an old man wearing a straw hat, carrying a sake gourd with a flushed face and the smell of alcohol. It was the famous bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves, Tazuna. Kakashi-senpai. What are you doing here? Shiri-hong was taken aback and walked up to greet him. Kakashi looked up from his book, lazily waved his hand. Oh Hong, what a coincidence. He pointed to Tazuna beside him. We've accepted the same mission to escort this Mr. Tazuna to the Land of Waves. What? Shiri-hong was taken aback. Lord Hokage didn't mention this was a joint mission. Oh, it's not a joint mission. Kakashi closed his book, stuffed it into his pocket, and shrugged. Lord Hokage said that due to recent budget constraints in the village, to conserve resources, we would escort the same target together. So to speak, it's for mutual support. Shiri-hong. Tatsuya, standing behind, turned pale upon hearing conserve resources. Mutual support. I don't believe you. That old fox, the third Hokage, is clearly not at ease with me and has specifically sent Kakashi, his confidant, to monitor me. Moreover, Tatsuya glanced at the noisy Naruto and the cool Sasuke beside him. He felt his head buzzing as if it had grown 3 sizes. Going with the main character group. This mission is bound to have big trouble. According to the original story, the mission in the Land of Waves would encounter the Shrink Rogue Ninja Zabuza Momochi. What was originally just a simple crank escort mission could turn into a rank or above combat mission. My stable retirement plan. Tatsuya felt like crying without tears, realizing his life plan had once again gone off track. Alright, since everyone is here, let's not waste time. Kakashi clapped his hands, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Let's set off and aim to reach the next town before dark. The group set off from the gates of Konoha, embarking on their journey to the Land of Waves. As soon as Naruto left the village, he was like a wild dog off the leash, excitedly running around everywhere. Wow! Is this the world outside the village? The air is so fresh. Sasuke, however, crossed his arms and coldly walked behind, occasionally glancing at Tatsuya with a look of defiance in his eyes. As for Tatsuya, he intentionally walked at the back of the group. He lowered his head, hands in his pockets, trying to minimize his presence. I can't provoke them, but I can avoid them. As long as I keep my distance from the main character group, trouble won't catch up to me. After leaving the village for several miles, the official road turned into a dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the dirt path. Everything appeared so peaceful and serene. However, Tatsuya, who was at the back of the group, suddenly focused his gaze. He sharply noticed two extremely out-of-place, incongruous things on the dirt by the side of the road. Puddles. In weather that had been sunny for half a month, with the ground nearly cracking from dryness. In the middle of the road, two small puddles had inexplicably appeared. Moreover, the water in the puddles was crystal clear, without a trace of mud. As if it had just been poured down from the sky. TSK. Tatsuya clicked his tongue, shaking his head helplessly. What was meant to come had indeed come. He could even clearly sense that within those two puddles, two weak yet cold chakra fluctuations were lurking. Hey, I say, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, who was walking at the front, also noticed the two puddles. He curiously pointed at the ground and loudly asked, with such a big sun, how can there be water here? How strange. For half a month there has been nothing but sunny days. The ground is almost cracking. Where could there be puddles? At the back of the line, Shinji muttered under his breath, with one hand in his pocket, only loud enough for himself to hear. Hidden beneath his dark pupils, a single Tomo Sharingan was clearly analyzing the two unexpected puddles. Moreover, the stench of chakra in these puddles is simply like that of a dead rat just fished out of a sewer. This disguise is too shoddy, it's almost an insult to a ninja's intelligence. However, Naruto, who was walking ahead, was like a curious child, even wanting to crouch down and poke the puddle with his hand. Don't move, Naruto. Kakashi's voice rang out just in time, but he did not expose the situation. He simply urged the team to keep moving forward. Shinji curled his lip. Kakashi, that old sly fox, had clearly seen through it yet pretended to be oblivious. Was he trying to test the reaction speed of this group of rookie genin? Or was he still curious to see if this human-shaped mobile cannon would take action? Anyway, I won't take action. I'll let whoever wants to show off do so. With that determination, Shinju unconsciously slowed his pace even more, widening the distance between him and the team. Just at the moment when the vanguard, Kakashi, had just stepped over the two puddles, a sudden change occurred. Splash. The originally calm surface of the puddles suddenly erupted with two towering columns of water. Two thick spiked black chains shot out of the water like venomous snakes, striking with lightning speed. The chains intertwined in the air, forming a deadly net that instantly wrapped around Kakashi's body, binding him tightly from head to toe. What? Naruto's smile froze on his face, his pupils constricting violently. Sakura turned pale with fear, covering her mouth as she let out a short, sharp scream. Sasuke quickly drew his kunai, taking up a defensive stance, but his eyes were equally filled with shock. The first one. A hoarse voice filled with murderous intent emerged from the water columns. Immediately after, two rogue ninjas from the mist, wearing gas masks and armed with iron claws and chains, known as the Demon Brothers, rose from the puddles like black phantoms. One of them grabbed one end of the chain, a glimmer of cruel delight flashing in his eyes. Die. They suddenly exerted force, pulling outward. Pshhh. The horrifying sound of flesh being torn echoed. In the horrified gaze of the three members of Team 7, Kakashi's body was gruesomely shredded into several chunks of flesh by the sharp chains. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding grass red. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice trembled, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. He simply could not accept that the powerful Jonin instructor had been killed in the blink of an eye. Sakura completely collapsed to the ground, tears of despair streaming from her eyes. Enemy attack. Protect Mr. Tizuna. Over with Team 8. Kurenai's reaction was extremely quick. She pulled the terrified and half-dazed old bridge builder behind her. At the same time, she quickly formed hand seals, preparing to release a genjutsu to control the enemies. Kiba and Shino also immediately drew their weapons, positioning themselves on either side of Kurenai. However, the Demon Brothers were perfectly in sync. The second one. One of the mist rogue ninjas named Mito did not pause at all in the instant he had just killed Kakashi. Using the pull of the chain, he executed an incredible maneuver in midair. Swish! He transformed into a shadow, directly bypassing Kiba and Shino's defense, appearing behind Kurenai. Too fast. Kiba felt as though his vision blurred and the enemy was already behind him. Kurenai Zensei. Be careful behind you. Kurenai felt a sudden tightening in her chest upon hearing the warning. She was proficient in genjutsu, but her physical skills and reaction speed had always been her weaknesses. In that split second, she didn't even have time to turn around. She could only sense an extremely cold, bloodthirsty killing intent locking onto her back in an instant. Mito's face, hidden behind the gas mask, revealed a sinister smile. He raised his right arm high, the claw coated with potent poison and glowing with a bluish light, pierced through the air with a fierce wind stabbing towards Kurenai's heart. Die Leaf Woman. The claw was less than half a meter away from Kurenai's back. The shadow of death loomed heavily over her. There's no time. Kurenai could even feel the chilling aura radiating from the claw. She closed her eyes, her heart filled with despair. Could it be that my ninja career is going to end here? In that critical moment when the air seemed to freeze. Sigh, what a hassle. A voice filled with resignation and even a hint of morning grumpiness suddenly echoed out abruptly on the battlefield. In the next second, bang! A dull explosion sounded and the ground was stomped into a shallow pit. A figure not very wide and even somewhat slender appeared, like teleportation, ghosting between Mito and Kurenai, blocking in front of that deadly claw. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the forest. The sinister smile on Mito's face instantly froze. His claws, which could pierce through rock and were coated in deadly poison, actually stopped. They halted less than an inch away from the boy's chest. Unable to advance a single inch, Mito's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw that his claw was firmly gripped by a hand that was pale and seemed devoid of any strength. That hand seemed forged from the hardest steel in the world, remaining completely still. Hey! Jinyi had one hand in his pocket while the other hand was gripping Mito's claw. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the mist rogue ninja wearing the gas mask before him. A cold light flickered in his pitch-black eyes as if looking at a corpse. Wearing a gas mask during the day to scare people, didn't your mother teach you? Jinye's voice was low yet clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Not practicing hygiene will get you killed. As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of red, Xian Hong had already closed her eyes, prepared for the piercing pain of claws penetrating her heart. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive, instead a crisp sound of metal clashing rang in her ears. She suddenly opened her eyes. Standing before her was Fujiwara Tatsuya, who usually complained of social anxiety and lethargy. With one hand in his pocket, he firmly grasped the deadly iron claw of the rogue ninja Mist Phantom, as if he were casually swatting a fly midair. The sneer on the face of the rogue ninja froze. Through the murky lens of his gas mask, he saw that the one blocking his path was merely a child barely over 10. After a brief moment of shock, a cruel malice flashed in the rogue ninja's eyes. You little brat, daring to block my way, I'll shred you to pieces. He roared in fury, the muscles in his captured arm bulging as he attempted to drive the iron claw into Cheney's chest. Simultaneously, the chain in his other hand lashed out like a venomous snake, aiming for Cheney's neck. Is that all you've got? Cheney's gaze was utterly indifferent, as if he were regarding two insignificant dead insects. In the face of the rogue's dual assault, he advanced rather than retreated. His right hand suddenly exerted force. Crack! A piercing, bone-crunching sound echoed clearly in the silent woods. The sound was akin to someone violently snapping a withered branch. The rogue ninja let out a wretched scream, his body convulsing uncontrollably from the unbearable pain. His proud iron claw, along with the shattered bones of his forearm, had been crushed into a pulverized mess by Cheney's incomprehensible grip. The deformed iron claw dangled helplessly in midair. Before the rogue ninja could react to the excruciating, another rogue brother, Yudo, seeing his companion subdued, immediately abandoned the shredded Kakashi clone and swung his chain, rushing in from the side. Let him go, you bastard. Yudo's eyes turned bloodshot. The sharp chain whistled through the air as it swung violently toward Cheney's temple. Too slow. Chanai didn't even glance at Yudo. He yanked downward with the hand gripping the rogue's severed arm. Using this pull, his body executed a bizarre half-turn. Immediately after, his left leg snapped out like a compressed spring. Crack, boom. The kick was so fast it left an afterimage in the air. It even produced an ear-piercing sonic boom. Cheney's foot landed squarely against Yudo's chest. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. Yudo's ribcage instantly caved in and his gas mask shattered under the terrifying force, debris flying everywhere. He was launched backward like a cannonball, his feet leaving the ground. Crack, boom. Yudo's body crashed through 3 thick trees before crashing heavily into the mud over 10 meters away. He didn't even have the chance to groan. He tilted his head back, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, and instantly his eyes rolled back, falling into complete unconsciousness. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the rogue brother attacked to the moment two of them lay incapacitated, the entire process took less than a second. What was most terrifying was that Chanai had not formed a single hand seal nor had he employed any ninjutsu. Purely raw. Brutal. Violent. This was the unparalleled physical strength bestowed upon him by the Uchiha Madara template. Chanai released his right hand, and the rogue ninja whose arm had been crushed fell limply to the ground rolling in pain, while clutching his severed limb, his earlier arrogance completely vanquished. Chanai disdainfully pulled out a tissue from his pocket, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it onto the rogue's face. "Shut up, or I'll break your neck too." His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling coldness. The rogue ninja shivered, managing to suppress his cries of agony, only daring to emit a pained whimper from his throat. In the woods there was an eerie silence. Aside from the rogue's suppressed moans, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. Naruto, who was previously slumped on the ground, now gaped with his mouth wide open, his eyes nearly popping out. "Chanai, what did he do?" Sakura covered her mouth, forgetting to cry, staring in disbelief at the figure with his hands in his pockets. Was this the same person who struggled to perform transformation jutsu in class? Sasuke's hand gripping a kunai froze in midair. He stared intently at Chanya, his dark eyes swirling with shock, unwillingness, and deep jealousy. One move. Just one move. Without using ninjutsu or the Sharingan, he had instantaneously defeated two rogue ninjas who could even ambush Kakashi Sensei. How could this be possible? He hadn't even seen how Chanai had kicked. Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru were also petrified in place. Although they had long known about Chaney's achievement of breaking the power measurement post with a single punch, witnessing the terrifying dominance he displayed in this life-and-death struggle left them feeling deeply powerless. As for Xianhong, the shock she experienced was the greatest. Standing behind Chanya, she stared blankly at this boy who was half a head shorter than herself. If Chanai hadn't acted just now, she would have already been a corpse. But how did he manage to do that? That kind of speed, that kind of power was absolutely not something a mere genin could possess. "You." Xianhong opened her mouth, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Are you okay?" Me." Chanai turned his head, the icy killing intent on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a sleepy, laid-back expression. He scratched the back of his head, grinning innocently. "I'm fine, Teacher Hong. I just saw him about to hit you, and in a panic my body moved uncontrollably." Pointing at the unconscious Yido on the ground, he continued to ramble without a hint of embarrassment. "Maybe I've just had a bit more strength from chopping wood in the orphanage than others." Was that kick too hard? He couldn't have died, right? "I really don't want to go to jail." Chopping wood, more strength. What the hell? Chopping wood could develop such power to kick down 3 trees. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Xianhong's mouth twitched wildly. She could now be 100% sure that this kid was definitely pretending to be foolish. However, his acting skills and mental fortitude were impeccable. "He's not dead, just unconscious." At that moment, a lazy voice emerged from the branches above. "However, he has broken 7 or 8 ribs and his internal organs are severely damaged. He will probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair." Everyone's head snapped up. They saw Kakashi, who had just been smashed to pieces, perfectly unharmed, squatting on a sturdy branch holding that familiar book, Make Out Paradise. "Kakashi Sensei." Naruto and Sakura shouted in surprise. "You're not dead." Naruto's eyes welled up with tears of joy. "Honestly, I'm sorry to have worried you all." Kakashi leaped down from the tree, landing steadily on the ground. He ignored Naruto's complaints and cast a deep glance at Chanai with his dead fish eye. In fact, Kakashi was more shocked than anyone present. He had been hiding in the shadows, intending to use these 2 rogue ninjas to test the combat responses of this group of rookies. But at the moment the rogue ninja attacked Xianhong, even he felt that she was in danger and prepared to step in to save her. As a result, Chaney's speed was even faster than his. That pure explosive physical power made Kakashi feel as if he were witnessing a humanoid-tailed beast going berserk. Not even a hand seal, yet instantaneously defeating 2 rogue ninjas of Chunin level. Kakashi stroked his chin, his single eye narrowing. This kid's strength is probably already on par with mine. He walked in front of the rogue ninja whose arm had been crushed by Chanya, knocked him unconscious with a backhand chop, and then tied him up with rope. "Well done, Chanai." Kakashi turned around, looking at Chanai with a hint of testing in his tone. "That kick just now was quite explosive. Did you chop ironwood in the orphanage?" "Ahahaha, Kakashi Sensei is joking. It was just regular firewood, regular firewood." "Is that so?" Kakashi smiled non-committally, not pursuing the question further. He knew that asking more would yield no real answers. He approached the trembling bridge builder Tazuna, who was scared stiff. "Mr. Tazuna." Kakashi's voice turned cold and stern. "These 2 are rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, known for assassination and cruelty as the Demon Brothers. Our mission was merely a crank escort to prevent thief, yet now we have encountered ninja assassins. This has escalated to a rank or even a rank mission level. Are you hiding something from us?" Kakashi's single eye bore down on Tazuna. The forest was eerily silent. A faint scent of blood mingled with the earthy smell tightening the breath. Naruto gaped, staring blankly at the mist ninja on the ground whose ribs had been broken by a kick teetering between life and death. Sasuke gripped his kunai tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his wrist trembling uncontrollably. A single strike to kill. No seals, no ninjutsu, not even the use of weapons. Is this still the same kid who struggled to perform even the basic transformation technique at the Ninja Academy? What kind of monster is this? And Kakashi, who had just been playing dead, had suddenly appeared on a branch. His exposed dead fish eye was now fixated on Shinyi, shock roiling in his gaze like turbulent waves. As an elite jonin from the Umbu, Kakashi had seen many scenes. But he swore he had never encountered such an outrageous genin in his life. Such pure, unadorned physical power. The kind of nerve reaction speed that could accurately capture the trajectory of an enemy's attack at the moment of life and death. This is definitely not something a freshly graduated kid could possess. That kind of almost animalistic combat intuition could only be honed by a seasoned killer who had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood for decades, experiencing countless life-and-death battles. What on earth did this kid eat to grow up? Kakashi thought to himself. Just a moment ago, when Mingtu had sneak-attacked Yuhi Kurenai, even he felt that Kurenai was in danger and prepared to intervene. Yet Jinye's speed had surprisingly surpassed his. Is this really a genin? With such physical prowess, he would easily qualify as a special jonin. Shinyi. Yuhi Kurenai finally snapped out of her extreme fear. She looked at the boy with one hand in his pocket, her voice still trembling. How did you do that? She hadn't even seen how Shinyi managed to block that fatal strike. Hearing Kurenai's question, the cold, murderous intent on Shinye's face instantly dissipated. He perfectly concealed the arrogance belonging to Uchiha Madara that flickered in his eyes. He transformed back into that lazy, harmless, and unremarkable boy. Well. Shinyi scratched the back of his head, revealing a simple and even somewhat embarrassed smile. Kurenai-sensei, actually, I don't really know what happened. He pointed to the two ghost brothers on the ground and began his masterful fabrication technique. I just saw him about to hit you, and in a panic my brain heated up and my body moved uncontrollably. Maybe it's because I chopped firewood in the orphanage when I was little, so I have a bit more strength than others. He blinked innocently. Did I kick too hard just now? He won't die, right? I really don't want to go to jail. Chopping firewood. What? Just a bit of strength. What kind of chopping wood could cultivate such strength to break 3 trees? Do you think everyone is a fool? Kakashi, perched in the tree, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Now he understood that not only was this kid's strength abnormal, but his ability to spin tails was also top-notch in the ninja world. Chopping wood. You must have been chopping steel. Kakashi mentally complained. But he also knew that now was not the time to pursue these matters. Since Shinyi didn't want to expose himself, there was no need for him to uncover it. After all, having one more hidden expert in Konoha is not a bad thing for the village. He's not dead, just unconscious. Kakashi leaped down from the tree, interrupting the awkward conversation. He walked in front of the defeated Mingtu and swiftly knocked him out with a chop. Then he skillfully tied up the two ghost brothers with rope. Well done, Shinyi. Kakashi glanced at Shinyi, his tone flat, revealing no emotion. The strength you cultivated from chopping firewood is quite useful. Shinyi chuckled awkwardly. Kakashi-sensei is overpraising me. I just got lucky, pure luck. With the crisis temporarily averted, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Naruto excitedly ran over, circling around Shinyi. Wow. Shinyi, that kick you just did was so cool. Teach me. I want to learn that move that can kick people away without seals. Go away, what kind of violence should kids learn? Shinyi disdainfully pushed Naruto away. That was just a lucky break. If you want to learn, go find your Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke stood to the side, silent. However, his gaze towards Shinyi became increasingly complex and colder. Kakashi ignored the commotion of the genin and walked straight to the bridge builder Tazuna. At this moment, Tazuna, shaken awake from drunkenness by the earlier bloody scene, was trembling all over. Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi's voice turned cold and stern, his single eye revealing a scrutinizing gleam. These two are rogue ninjas from the Mist Village known as the Ghost Brothers. They were specifically sent to assassinate. Our mission was just a crank escort to protect against thieves. But now this has escalated to a brank or even a rank mission. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Tazuna. Are you hiding something from us? Under Kakashi's interrogation, Tazuna finally couldn't bear the pressure and revealed the truth. It turned out that the Land of Waves had been under the control of a tyrant named Gato, who monopolized all maritime traffic, leading to extreme poverty in the country. Tazuna was secretly building a cross-sea bridge to save the country. Gato hired ninjas to assassinate him to prevent the bridge from being completed. Because the country is too poor, even the funds for a crank mission were pooled together. We simply can't afford high-level ninjas. Tazuna, tears streaming down his face, knelt before Kakashi and Kurenai. I beg you, do not abandon them. If I die, the bridge won't be built and the people of the Land of Waves will perish. After hearing Tazuna's plea, the genin of Team 7 and Team 8 fell silent. Naruto was especially furious, shouting to take down Gato and protect Tazuna. Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged a glance. According to the rules, they could completely abandon the mission and return to the village upon encountering a situation exceeding the mission level. But looking at Tazuna's desperate eyes and this group of passionate students, both of them finally sighed. Alright, since we've come this far, let's continue forward. Kakashi made the team set out again. However, this time the atmosphere had become significantly heavier. Everyone knew that the road ahead could encounter even more dangerous enemies at any moment. Only Chinyi continued to stroll leisurely at the back of the group. He had his hands in his pockets, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. I knew it. I knew following the main character group would lead to no good. A crank mission instantly turns into an rank. This is definitely a death flag. He now just wanted to find an excuse to slip away. However, Yuhi Kurenai seemed to see through his thoughts intentionally, or not keeping an eye on him, fearing he would suddenly run away. Days later, the team finally crossed the border of the Land of Fire and arrived at the seaside. Tazuna arranged for a small boat to take everyone to the Land of Waves. Sitting on the boat and looking at the calm sea around him, Chinyi felt increasingly uneasy. He knew that according to the plot's development, the so-called Mist Demon could appear at any moment. I hope that guy doesn't come to trouble me. I really just want to be a quiet, handsome guy. The small boat sailed steadily over the water. The sun shone brightly and the sea breeze gently blew. However, just as they were about to land on the shore and enter the territory of the Land of Waves, the originally clear sky suddenly changed. A strange thick fog, heavy with moisture and coldness, surged from the sea without warning. In the blink, the dense fog enveloped the entire small boat and even the surrounding sea area. The fog was so thick it couldn't disperse and visibility dropped to less than 5 meters. Even standing face to face, it was hard to see each other's faces. Why did such thick fog suddenly appear? Naruto rubbed his eyes, shrinking back in fear. Kakashi and Kurenai's faces changed instantly. The two quickly drew their kunai, standing back to back in a circle to protect Tazuna in the center. Everyone be careful. Kakashi called out in a low voice, the eye concealed by his forehead protector, revealing a hint of serious tension. This fog is not natural. It's filled with killing intent. The small boat slowly approached the shore through the thick fog as a group of people nervously set foot on the land of the wave country. The fog grew denser, blanketing everything in white with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The air was not only filled with humidity, but also mixed with a palpable chill of murderous intent. This aura of malice was different from the crude hostility of the ghostly brothers. It slithered like a venomous snake, crawling up their ankles and wrapping around each person's neck. Naruto shivered, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. What? What is this feeling? So cold. Sasuke tightened his grip on the kunai, his knuckles turning white. He stared intently into the depths of the fog, his breathing quickening, the sound of his heartbeat echoing like a drum in the stillness. For the first time, he truly felt how close death was to him. At that moment, Kakashi's exposed dead fish eye suddenly constricted, and he shouted, "Everyone get down!" Before his voice even faded, an extremely piercing sound like the whirring of giant fan blades cutting through the air tore through the depths of the fog. Whoosh! The group had no time to think. Instinctively, they threw themselves down into the muddy ground. Swish! A massive shadow swept past them, grazing their heads. It was a gigantic sword over 2 meters long and as wide as a door. The sword spun rapidly in midair, creating a fierce wind that even hurt their scalps. Crack! A deafening sound reverberated. The enormous sword passed over the crowd and embedded itself deep into a towering tree that required 2 people. The group, still shaken, looked up. They saw a man standing on the wide hilt of the sword, his upper body bare, revealing muscles as hard as rock. The lower half of his face was wrapped in bandages, exposing only a pair of eyes filled with brutality and ruthlessness, and he wore the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. He stood with his back to the crowd, exuding an arrogant demeanor, like a Shura that had just emerged from hell. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Kakashi slowly stood up, placing a hand on the forehead protector over his left eye, his tone unusually grave. I didn't expect that the ninja hired by Kato would be such a big fish as you. Zabuza slightly turned his head, glancing at Kakashi from the corner of his eye. Oh, isn't that Kakashi of the Sharingan? His hoarse voice echoed in the fog, carrying a metallic rasp. No wonder those 2 useless brothers failed. However, Zabuza turned around, looking down at Naruto and the others with an air of superiority, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. Is there no one left in Konoha? You actually sent a bunch of wet behind-the-ears kids to their deaths. I could cut them in half with a single strike. Accompanied by his arrogant laughter, a terrifying pressure belonging to an elite jonin descended like a mountain, distorting the surrounding fog. Naruto's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, finding it hard to breathe. Sakura clutched tightly to Dazuna's clothing, tears welling in her eyes from fear. Inuzuka Kiba and Shino, though slightly better off than Team 7, were also pallid from the oppressive aura, their palms sweating profusely around their weapons. And the once proud Uchiha Sasuke was in the worst condition. Under this pure pressure of death, his body trembled uncontrollably. He realized in horror that the strength he prided himself on seemed like a joke in front of this man. A voice in his mind screamed frantically, "You can't escape, you will be killed. It would be better to end it yourself." In despair, he raised his kunai, instinctively pointing the blade at his own throat. "Sasuke, calm down." Kakashi noticed Sasuke's abnormality and immediately shouted to awaken his reason. "I won't let my companions be killed, I promise." Hearing Kakashi's words, the madness in Sasuke's eyes faded slightly, but he remained stiff and unable to move. Zabuza looked at the trembling genin with even more contempt in his eyes. Laughable assurances. In the presence of a true ninja, your childish games. "Hey!" A voice that was completely out of place, even carrying a hint of laziness and disdain, suddenly interrupted Zabuza's bravado. Everyone froze. Following the voice, they saw Fujiwara Tatsuya, who had been walking at the back of the group with minimal presence, now leisurely making his way to the front. With his hands in his pockets and head tilted up, he did not look at Zabuza's fearsome face, but instead stared at the giant beheading sword embedded deep in the tree trunk. In his usually half-closed lazy eyes there was an unmistakable disdain. "Uncle," Tatsuya scrunched his lips, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Is that sword moldy from being in the cellar? There's quite a bit of rust on it." He pointed at an inconspicuous dark brown spot on the blade, his face full of disdain. "In our village, this kind of scrap metal." Tatsuya paused, using a tone that could drive a person mad to finish his sentence. "Can't even split firewood, it can only be sold as scrap metal." As the words fell, the already silent forest was engulfed in an eerie stillness, even the sound of the wind ceased. Naruto gasped, almost biting his own tongue. Sasuke and Inuzuka Kiba stared at Shinji as if he were a monster. Has this guy gone insane? That's the ghost ninja from the mist. Even Kakashi-sensei must be on high alert around such an elite jonin. You dare to insult his sword to his face, calling it scrap metal. Good. Very good. Zabuza abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with violent rage fixated on Shinji. Infuriated, he laughed, his voice raspy like a saw cutting wood. The little brat from Konoha truly is more arrogant than the last. Since you are so eager to seek death. Zabuza suddenly drew his beheading sword embedded in the tree trunk. Then allow me to be the first to strike. With a whoosh, Zabuza's figure instantaneously vanished into the thick fog. Shinji, be careful. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed in shock, preparing to form hand seals. But Kakashi was faster than her. Watch out, Kurenai, your task is to protect Tazuna. Kakashi uttered a brief warning as his left Sharingan immediately locked onto a blurred shadow. He pushed off the ground, launching himself like an arrow, colliding with the massive beheading sword in midair. Clang. The kunai clashed against the large sword, creating a dazzling spray of sparks. Your opponent is me, Zabuza. Kakashi forcefully parried the sword while swiftly forming hand seals, forcing Zabuza to leap back into the infamous Sharingan. Kakashi, just as expected. Zabuza stood firmly on the water's surface, his gaze cold and sinister. But with just you alone, can you protect so many burdens? He quickly formed hand seals, ninjutsu hidden mist technique. The surrounding fog thickened, instantly nearly obscuring visibility entirely. Kakashi's line of sight was severely obstructed, leaving him to rely on the Sharingan to track the flow of chakra. Everyone close ranks. Form the swastika formation. Yuhi Kurenai shouted, urgently protecting the students of Team 7 and Team 8, as well as Tazuna tightly within the center. On the water's surface, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in a fierce clash. Water Dragon Bullet Water Wall hand-to-hand combat. The speed of the two was dazzling, splashes of water erupting and explosions ringing out continuously. So strong. Naruto hid among the crowd, watching the breathtaking battle on the water, feeling a mix of fear and yearning. Sasuke was fixated on Kakashi's movements, trying hard to discern the battle techniques of a jonin. Only Chinyu remained standing still, one hand in his pocket, even yawning. This hidden mist technique does affect my single tomo somewhat, Chinyu muttered to himself, but he was not. With his current perception, even with his eyes closed, he could precisely pinpoint Zabuza's location. On the water's surface, the battle intensified. Kakashi, utilizing the copying ability of the Sharingan, gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a heavy punch to Zabuza's chest. Bang! Zabuza's body instantly transformed into a puddle of water, scattering across the surface. Water clone. Not good. Kakashi was startled, quickly turning around. However, at the moment he turned, the previously calm water surface suddenly erupted into a column of water. Zabuza's true body appeared like a specter behind Kakashi, hands forming seals rapidly. You've fallen for it, Kakashi. Water-style water prison jutsu. A massive water sphere instantly formed, trapping Kakashi tightly within. One of Zabuza's hands was plunged into the water prison, maintaining the jutsu. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Haha. I've caught you, Sharingan Kakashi. This water prison is indestructible. Even your Raikiri cannot unleash its power within water. On the shore, Yuhi Kurenai and the lower-ranked Shinobi gasped in horror, sinking into deep despair. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted desperately, tears streaming down his face. It's over. Even the strongest Kakashi has been captured. A group of lower-ranked Shinobi would likely face total annihilation today. This is trouble. Yuhi Kurenai gritted her teeth. If it were just her, she would have no chance against Zabuza. Not to mention, she had to protect so many students and Tazuna. Don't waste your efforts. Zabuza looked at the panicked crowd on the shore, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. He swiftly formed seals with his free left hand, creating a water clone. Go kill all those brats, leave none alive. The water clone wielding the beheading sword grinned maliciously as it stepped onto the riverbank, advancing step by step. A terrifying killing intent bore down like a tangible force. Let's fight. Sasuke bit his lip, forcibly suppressing the fear within as he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. Woof. Inuzuka Kiba charged forward alongside Akamaru, tooth for tooth. Yet, although this water clone had only a tenth of its true Boda's strength, it was still far beyond what this group of freshly graduated lower-ranked shinobi could contend with. Bang! Bang! The water clone merely waved the beheading sword casually a couple of times, scattering Sasuke's fireball, while with the back of the blade it swatted Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru away like flies. Too weak, it's simply laughable. The water clone approached the crowd, raising the beheading sword high, the blade aimed directly at the stunned Naruto. Time to die, brat. Just as the massive blade was about to strike down in that moment of despair as Naruto closed his eyes. Sigh. An extremely helpless sigh suddenly echoed in Naruto's ear. In the next second, a figure not particularly wide stepped forward, blocking in front of Naruto. Chinyi. Naruto opened his eyes, incredulously staring at this figure. Sasuke and Sakura were also stunned. In this life-or-death situation, even Kurenai Sensei hadn't reacted in time, and he dared to step forward. Chinyi had his hands in his pockets. He ignored the beheading sword about to fall from above and the grinning water clone before him. Instead, he turned his head, casting a look filled with helplessness and disappointment at Kakashi, who was trapped in the water prison. Kakashi-sensei, you're supposed to be an elite jonin after all. Chinyi sighed, his tone filled with sarcasm. How can you fall into a water trap just from a fight? Seriously, I didn't want to work overtime. He shook his head, then slowly turned to face the water clone. His originally pitch-black eyes were suddenly filled with a blazing red light at that moment. Forget it, I have to help you dry it up. The water clone of Zabuza, upon hearing the words "burn it dry" from Chinyi, was momentarily stunned before bursting into a wild, raucous laughter. The laughter, hoarse and harsh, echoed through the thick mist. Burn it dry. Ha ha. The water clone thought, can you even rival my water style with your fire style? You simply don't have enough fire. After a brief pause, Zabuza's water clone let out a laugh that was both arrogant and somewhat jarring. This laughter was so intense that it caused even the decapitating sword to shake slightly in its grip, as if it had heard the greatest joke in the ninja world. The sound resonated along the mist-covered shore, reminiscent of an owl's call at night. Burn it dry. Ignorant little brat, haven't you learned even the basic theories in ninja school? His laughter ceased, abruptly replaced by a mocking gaze. The water clone pointed its great sword at Chinyi, looking down on him with a cruel disdain, as if regarding a corpse. Water style counters fire style. This is common knowledge. Ignorant little brat, is this how they teach you at the Leaf Village Ninja School? With your meager chakra, you think you can use fire style on water? Go die. Countering fire style is something even a toddler just learning to walk knows. As Chinyi was about to use fire style to dry up his words, the water clone abandoned the idea of striking directly with the sword and instead swiftly jumped back, hands forming a water prison. Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, witnessed the scene as his heart rushed like a hot pot boiling. He frantically began to form hand seals. Choshinmauchin. Water release water dragon bullet technique. As the ants climbed up, it was baffling how this kid, who usually appeared quite clever, could make such a fundamental mistake at a critical moment. Chinyi let out a low shout, and the river surface beside him began to churn violently. Splash! A massive water dragon towering 2 stories high and formed from the river water roared as it broke through the surface. The water dragon is unleashed. Get back! Kakashi struggled desperately in the water prison, releasing a stream of bubbles. The dragon, with a terrifying impact capable of shattering rocks, lunged at Chinyi with its jaws wide open. This isn't someone you can match. Kurenai tightened her grip on her kunai, preparing to charge forward. The massive pressure from the surging waters caused Naruto and Sakura on the shore to feel a wave of suffocation. Chinyi. But Chinyi stood his ground, unmoving, even lazily digging in his ear. Get out of the way. Sakura screamed while Sasuke gritted his teeth, preparing to form another hand seal. Chinyi lifted his head, the blood-red glow in his shadowed eyes intensifying. Yet facing the incoming massive water dragon, Chinyi did not retreat. Who dictated what is common knowledge? Was it you? A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, dripping with sarcasm. He not only didn't flinch, but instead lazily pulled his hands from his pockets. It was the innate arrogance belonging to Uchiha Madara. The water clone was thoroughly infuriated by Chinye's contemptuous demeanor, slightly parting its feet to take a casually strong stance. Hand seals. Non-existent. He didn't even look at the water dragon, merely tilting his chin slightly as a flicker of anger ignited deep within his dark pupils. Arrogant little brat die. He swiftly plunged the big sword into the ground, his hands becoming a blur as he rapidly formed hand seals. Choshin Mauzi Hien. Water release water dragon red bullet technique. Water counters fire. A proud curve appeared at the corner of Chinye's mouth. Splash. With a thunderous roar, the river water on the shore boiled like a cauldron. That's only because your water is too abundant while the fire of others is too weak. He inhaled sharply, his chest swelling as if a storm was brewing within. A gigantic water dragon over 10 meters long and entirely formed from flowing water erupted with a roar. The water dragon opened its massive jaws, carrying a terrifying momentum capable of shattering rocks, charging toward Chinyi with fury. The wild winds howled, splashing water everywhere. The pressure of that force surged toward his throat, raising the temperature of the air around them within seconds, causing Naruto and Sakura to cling tightly to each other, eyes shut in fear. Even Sasuke couldn't help but step back. Chinyi suddenly opened his mouth without the need for complicated naming, without retreating a step, his eyes filled with despair. This level of ninjutsu was simply beyond what a genin could contend against. But even more terrifying movements followed. A ball of terrifying flames compressed to the extreme, and showing a chilling dark red erupted forth, like a flood unleashed from a dam. Fire release Great Fire Annihilation miniature version. Chinyi did not flinch. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. With just a slight widening of his feet, he steadied his stance. The flames were not the ordinary orange-red, but carried a strange blackish red, indicating the heat had reached a critical point. Water counters fire. Chinyi took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows. The violent and blazing chakra belonging to Uchiha Madara had finally found its outlet. Boom! A deafening sound echoed like the apocalypse had arrived, exploding along the banks of the Nange River. The hot chakra felt like a volcano responding to a provocation, boiling frantically within his chakra pathways. The dark red flames roared like a primordial beast, opening its mouth to devour the heavens and earth, clashing heat-in against the roaring water dragon. There was no stalemate between water and fire as imagined, nor any common knowledge of water countering fire. The deeply compressed dark red flames, like a nuclear bomb being detonated, unleashed an overwhelming force that rendered the water style's advantages utterly laughable. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames erupted from deep within his throat. Fire release Great Fire Annihilation miniature version. Boom. The sound of rapid evaporation filled the air. The massive water dragon that had been so imposing moments ago was now met with a deafening explosion that shattered eardrums. The dark red flames, akin to a colossal beast of the wild, failed to withstand for even half a second against the fiery onslaught, and the gigantic body of the water dragon began to vaporize at an observable rate from its head. What? On the shore, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief as they watched the water dragon, which had seemed capable of devouring the world, collide violently against Chinyi. There was no stalemate between the water and fire. Even Zabuza's true body, trapped in the water prison, nearly had his eyes pop out at the sight of the scene. In the face of absolute crushingly high temperatures, the seemingly fierce water dragon collided, as if it were an ice block hitting a hot iron. It didn't even have time to emit a sizzle, as it vaporized upon contact with the flames. How could a water dragon bullet be vaporized instantly by a fire release that didn't even require hand seals? What kind of monstrous chakra quality is this? However, it wasn't over yet. After vaporizing the water dragon, the dark red flames only slightly diminished. They continued forward with unstoppable force, sweeping toward the water clone with a wild fury. And no, impossible. The water clone finally panicked, realizing this was an impossibility. Zabuza's water clone widened its eyes in horror, watching as the wave of dark red flames swallowed the water dragon whole, unable to withstand even a second against the fire release. It was utterly despairing as the dark red flames engulfed the water clone before it could even let out a scream. The water clone, along with the decapitating sword in its hand, was incinerated to nothingness by the devastating high temperature. Not only that, but the dense fog in the surrounding air was instantly evaporated, creating a massive vacuum zone. The rolling heat waves enveloped everything. The water clone barely managed to let out a short scream as the waves of heat washed over him. On the shore, Naruto and the others were scorched by the heat waves, retreating repeatedly, their skin feeling a sharp sting. They stared blankly at the riverbank, which had been turned to scorched earth. The previously boiling steam dissipated. The residual power of the flames surged forward, reaching the river surface, where the water clone had just been boasting about exterminating them, now leaving not a single trace. At that moment, standing at the edge of the scorched earth, the terrifying heat waves rolled and causing the temperature along the entire shore to spike. The vegetation around them instantly wilted and curled, even the soil beneath their feet cracked from the scorching heat. Silence. A deathly quiet. Cough cough. Chinyi coughed twice, wiping the residual heat from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the bubbling water, hearing no other sounds. Everyone stared blankly at the cleared riverbank, a satisfied smirk forming on his lips. Huff, after holding it in for half a month it finally feels good. Naruto forgot to breathe and Sakura forgot to— Sasuke looked at Chinyi with wide eyes. That was a clean hit, refreshing. Another strike. A one-hit kill. And yet the sheer range of this fire release was intoxicating. He turned his head, gazing at the water style that had been evaporated heating. Is this something a genin can unleash? Chinya's gaze returned to its previous lofty demeanor as even Zabuza's true body within the water prison was left utterly speechless. He was indifferent. Uncle, did you see that? He pointed at the still steaming water surface, a hint of mockery appearing on his lips. The common knowledge of water countering fire doesn't seem to apply here. Now you haven't even formed hand seals. The instant release of such a scale of fire release, even the Hokage couldn't manage that, could they? This brat. Do you really think your water prison can hold him? Zabuza's forehead began to bead with a thin layer of cold sweat. What kind of monster is this? Zabuza felt a wave of intense coldness rising within him as he watched Chinyi, his heart in turmoil. Not only was this brat's strength abnormal, but he also turned to look at Zabuza, who was still dazed in the water prison. You think your water prison can hold him? It's your turn now. He raised his hand, pointing at the hand Zabuza used to maintain the water prison. Kakashi, I suddenly feel like the water around us is getting hot. His prideful water prison technique was now facing the risk of being dried out by the very water he controlled. Are you serious? Are you going to roast me together with it? Within the water prison, Zabuza's true form widened its eyes in disbelief. Those eyes, filled with ferocity, were now filled with horror, as if his eyeballs might pop out. What did he see? His water clone was actually defeated in an instant by a mere genin. Even more ridiculous was that his proud water dragon bullet was instantly vaporized into nothingness by that little brat's unreasonable fire release, not even lasting a second. The common knowledge that water defeats fire was rendered a joke in the face of absolute high temperatures. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zabuza raged inwardly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, creating ripples on the surface of the water prison. When did Konoha produce such a monster? Even the yellow flash from back in the day at his age would never have possessed such terrifying destructive power. The miniature version of Great Fire Destruction that Jin also used primarily targeted the water clone. However, that terrifying heat wave still swept across the entire river surface, even affecting Zabuza's position. The temperature of the surrounding river water surged dramatically as Zabuza even felt as if the hand maintaining the water prison was plunged into boiling water. Damn little brat. Zabuza gritted his teeth, feeling a slight instability in the chakra flowing through his hand. Now's my chance. Kakashi, who had been trapped in the water prison holding his breath and waiting for an opportunity, keenly sensed this fleeting opening. A glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly unleashed his chakra. Kakashi exerted strength in both arms, forcibly pushing open the weakened water membrane that had become fragile due to the high temperature and the user's distraction. Splash! The indestructible water prison shattered with a thunderous roar, transforming into countless droplets. Kakashi gasped for air, performing a backflip to land steadily on the river surface several meters away from Zabuza. Zabuza, it seems your water prison isn't as sturdy as you thought. Kakashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, though somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained sharp. Sharingan Kakashi, consider yourself lucky. Zabuza looked at the freed Kakashi, his expression dark enough. He knew that his assassination plan for today had been completely disrupted by that unexpected Konoha brat. Now not only did he have to face Kakashi, but he also had to guard against that monster on the shore who could spew fire at any moment. But as the proud member of the Mist Village's Umbu, he would never allow himself to flee with his tail between his legs. Since you are so eager to seek death, then I shall fulfill your wish. Zabuza was thoroughly enraged. He decided to stop holding back and use the most powerful large-scale water release to crush this group of Konoha ninjas along with that damned brat into pulp. Allow me to show you what true water release looks like. Zabuza rapidly brought his hands together, his fingers moving like butterflies weaving through flowers as he frantically formed hand seals. Choshinmauzi Hyin. A series of complicated seals, dizzying to behold, rapidly took shape in his hands. Not good, it's that technique. Kakashi's face changed dramatically. He recognized the order of the seals all too well. It was a brink jutsu that required 44 seals to activate. When performed on this water-rich river surface, its power could even rival that of an rank jutsu. Everyone fall back. Kakashi shouted simultaneously, pulling down the forehead protector covering his left eye. The crimson Sharingan flickered under the sunlight, radiating an unsettling glow as the three Tomo slowly rotated. He had to use the Sharingan to synchronize and copy Zabuza's seals, using the same ninjutsu to counter the attack. This was the only way to counter it. However, forming 44 seals required even an elite jonin a few seconds of time. And in life and death battles, those few seconds could determine victory or defeat. Just as Kakashi lifted his forehead protector and prepared to focus on capturing Zabuza's movements, in an instant the boy on the shore, who had been standing with his hands in his pockets and a look of disdain, suddenly moved. Chin watched Zabuza frantically forming seals and couldn't help but yawn. "You're so slow at forming seals, are you a turtle?" he sighed. "Since you enjoy playing with water so much, I might as well join you for a bit." As he finished speaking, Chin abruptly lifted his head. The dark pupils hidden beneath his bangs suddenly transformed into a sea of blood red. The originally singular black tomo spun wildly and split within his eye socket. Buzz. Two black tomo, like sharp sickles, firmly locked in place within his crimson eyes. Single tomo evolve. Double tomo Sharingan activate. In an instant, Chen's world became exceptionally clear. Zabuza's rapid hand-sealing movements, which would dazzle anyone else, were infinitely slowed down beneath his double tomo Sharingan, with every detail laid bare. Even the flow of Zabuza's chakra within his body was as visible as if it were flowing through a transparent pipe. So that's how it is. This seal has some merit, but it's too complicated. Chen's lips curled into a proud, cold smile. He did not draw the kunai from his waist nor reach for his tool pouch. He simply slowly raised his hands. "Watch closely, old man, this is true speed." The next second, Chen's fingers moved. No afterimages, no whistling sound of slicing through the air. Because it was too fast. Choshin Mauzi Hain. Chen's hands moved like a precise machine set to match. He didn't even need to think, relying entirely on the replicative ability of his double tomo Sharingan and the prodigious ninjutsu talent inherited from Uchiha Madara. He perfectly replicated all of Zabuza's movements in an instant. No, it wasn't replication. It was surpassing. The 44 complicated seals took Chin less than 2 seconds to complete. This speed was more than a full double the pace of Zabuza. On the water surface, Zabuza had just finished his fight. He took a deep breath and was about to unleash his jutsu. However, a cold, indifferent voice that seemed to come from the abyss roared across the vast water surface even earlier. "Water release, water dragon bullet." The moment the voice fell, the water surface on the shore violently churned, and with a loud crash, a gigantic water dragon, even larger than the one Zabuza had just released, roared upwards. The water dragon, with a devastating momentum, opened its massive jaws, heading straight for Zabuza on the water's surface. What? Zabuza's eyes bulged in shock. His heart seemed to stop for a moment. What had he just heard? That brat actually completed the hand seals for the water dragon bullet before him. Moreover, the size and chakra density of this water dragon were even more exaggerated than that of the elite from his Mist Village assassination unit. How could this be possible? He was an expert in water release. Not only Zabuza, but even Kakashi, who was preparing to copy the ninjutsu, was completely frozen in place. His recently revealed 3 tomo Sharingan stared dumbfoundedly at the massive water dragon rising from the shore, his mind blank. Did he just form seals? Kakashi even doubted whether his Sharingan was malfunctioning. He only saw Chen's fingers blur for a moment, and then the ninjutsu was unleashed. This seal speed, even after training for 30 years, wouldn't be achievable. This brat not only has a monstrous physique and overpowering fire release, but even the speed of forming seals for water release is outrageous. Kakashi swallowed hard, feeling as if his 30 years as a ninja had been a joke. On the shore, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were equally dumbfounded. "Chin can use water release too." Naruto was so shocked he could barely articulate. Sasuke stared intensely at Chen's back, jealousy and unwillingness nearly bursting forth. Damn me. How much more power is he hiding? Faced with the gigantic water dragon rushing towards him, Zabuza had no time to think and could only hastily unleash the ninjutsu he had just completed sealing. Water release, water dragon bullet. Roar. A massive water dragon rose from in front of Zabuza, colliding head-on with Chen's water dragon. Boom. The 2 water dragons collided midair. The massive splash fell like a torrential rain, and the violent shockwave raised several meters-high waves on the water's surface. However, the stalemate lasted only a second. Crack. The water dragon unleashed by Zabuza was like a paper loach in front of Chen's larger and more solid water dragon. It was violently shattered at the head, transforming into a mist of water. Chen's water dragon, undeterred, crashed heavily into Zabuza's chest with its ferocious impact. Puff. Zabuza, as if struck by lightning, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His whole body was sent flying several meters away, landing heavily in the mud on the riverbank after several water tumbles. He struggled to rise, but found that several of his ribs were broken, leaving him without the strength to hold his blade. Defeated. Completely defeated. Zabuza fixed his gaze on the boy still standing with one hand in his pocket on the shore, a hint of fear finally appearing in his eyes. Who are you really? He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with deep unwillingness. Chin yawned, patted the water droplets off his clothes, and walked step by step towards Zabuza. Looking down at him. Me. I'm just an ordinary genin. Chin shrugged, gazing at Zabuza's disheveled appearance. Old man, I told you your blade was rusted. Now it seems your water release skills are getting rusty too. A thunderous roar split the air. Accompanied by two ear-splitting dragon cries, a water dragon from Mai and a water dragon from Wuin collided with a shattering impact midair. Rain pounded from the heavens, splashing the river into frantic white foam. The stalemate lasted barely a second before Zabujan's water dragon, as fragile as paper, was instantly pulverized. With a wet sound, Zabujan was hurled by the tremendous shock and slammed onto the muddy riverbank. The agony of broken ribs bent him nearly to the point of fainting. He coughed crimson, staring intently at the youth across the bank, hands thrust in his pocket and utterly unscathed. Only now did he see the eyes hidden beneath the fringe. Within the crimson irises, two black tomo turned, slowly radiating an aloof contempt that seemed to look down on all life. Sharingan. A tempest of disbelief rose in Zabujan's chest, his eyes nearly bulged. The Uziba clan's Sharingan. Apart from Kakashi, the impostor might actually harbored remnants of the Uziba. Moreover, the speed of the hand seals and the sheer quantity of chakra were 10 times more terrifying than Kakashi. He could not fathom it, a proud Wuin specter like himself, bested and trampled in his own mastery of water release by a brat scarcely 10 years old. While Zabujan's heart reeled and his faith in himself faltered, Kakashi's gaze on the river flashed with predatory calculation. Good opportunity. He snatched up a kunai and launched himself like an arrow toward Zabujan, intending to deliver a killing blow. Yet whoosh! A few faint slicing sounds came from the nearby woods. 3 gleaming senbon like serpent fangs struck from a fiendish angle and pierced the pressure points at the side of Zabujan's neck with lethal precision. Zabujan's body went rigid, his eyes rolling white as he toppled over, instantly motionless. Kakashi braked hard, eyes trained on the direction the senbon had come from. On a branch, a slight youth wearing the Wuin tracking Nin mask appeared without a sound. I am the Wuin assassination unit. I have tracked Zabujan for a long time. Bai's voice was cool and courteous as he dropped from the tree and approached the supposed corpse. Thank you for your help. I will take his body. There are many Wuin's secrets hidden within. Kakashi stepped forward and checked Zabujan's pulse. Finding no heartbeat, he nodded. If he's a tracking nin, then it's yours. Bai hoisted the heavy body and vanished in an instant from the spot. The genin of Team 7 and Team 8 all exhaled in relief. Mirin collapsed to the ground, panting and gulping air. Finally over. What a fright. Only Chini, standing on the riverbank, yawned in bored indifference. Under the insight of the double tomo Sharingan, Bai's little trick could not be concealed. The 3 senbon had not struck true death points at all, but pressure points that induce a death-like trance. Zabujan was not dead. The two of them had been conspiring to stage a ruse. Terrible acting, Chini snorted, and he was too lazy to call them out. Exposing them would only mean more fighting, and he did not wish to waste his precious chakra on such nonsense. Let's go, the mission is not yet finished. Kakashi called the others and escorted Dzina onward. In the days that followed, the group reached Bweji country and lodged into Dzina's Spartan home. The poverty of Bweji country exceeded all expectations. The civilians in the streets were skin and bone, their eyes bereft of hope. Exhausted from chakra overdraft, Kakashi lay in bed for several days to recover. Sensing something amiss about Zabujan's apparent death, he arranged chakra control training, tree climbing and water walking for Mingrenzuoju and Xuanzheng Liao. Chinyu naturally skipped the drills, claiming, I'm strong, I don't need this. He contentedly reclined on Dzina's roof to bask in the sun. Occasionally, he endured Nai Lang Jingliu's scrutinizing gaze. You're hiding something, she insisted more than. Chinyu always played dumb hide what. I'm so broke I can't even afford a 3-colored dango. A week later, Kakashi had finally regained his strength. At dawn, Dzina was due at the unfinished bridge site, escorted by Team 7 and Team 8. When they reached the sea-spanning bridge, a sinister fog rolled in once more. Here they come. Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector to reveal the Sharingan. Kakashi last time's score is due to be settled today. From within the fog came Zabujan's hoarse, arrogant voice. A cold wind swept across the bridge, and Zabujan materialized unharmed, shouldering his enormous blade. At his side stood the masked youth Bai. You really didn't die, Kakashi said coldly. Cut the chatter, Zabujan snarled as his gaze slid past Kakashi and locked onto Chinyu standing behind the others. The memory of being pinned and humiliated by that water dragon stirred a volcanic fury in him. Bai, take that brat, don't let him leave alive. Yes, mister. Zabujan. Bai's voice was void of feeling as he flashed to Mingrenzuoju and Chinyu. His gaze lingered on Chinyu for a beat, as if sensing a latent danger. Without a word, he formed an extremely uncanny hand seal in an instant. A single-handed seal. Secret technique, demon mirror ice crystal. With a bone-deep chill, a dozen impervious ice mirrors condensed from the ground and rose into being. Those ice mirrors, arrayed in an eerie formation, sealed Mingrenzuoju and Chinyu tightly within their midst, forming a hemispherical ice prison. What is this? Mingren frantically pounded at the ice, only to find it harder than steel. Bai's figure melted like a specter into one of the mirrors. Reflections of Bai appeared in each pane. In this space my speed is absolute, the cold voice murmured from every direction, like the whisper of death. Whoosh, countless poison saban shot forth from the ice mirrors like a fierce storm. Their target was the three trapped within. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Zuishu gritted his teeth and spat flame, but it could not even melt the mirror's surface. So fast, can't even see, Mingren shouted as he frantically swung kunai and suffered grazes to his arm. The two back-to-back fought desperately. Meanwhile, Bai focused the majority of his assault on the youth Zabuza, deemed the greatest threat. Yet faced with this rain of lethal senbon, Jinyi did not bother to dodge. He simply stood, one hand in his pocket, even yawning. The saban that should have pierced rocks struck him with metallic clinks, then fell inertly onto the ice. They could not even tear through the fabric of his clothes. Under the aberrant bodily density granted by the one-band template, such physical assaults were nothing more than an irritation. Just that. Jinyi rubbed his shoulder, which itched from the saban impacts, and curled his lip. He lifted his head. The Twintamo Sharingan hidden beneath his black hair regarded Bai's reflection in the ice with unabashed disdain. I say, masked fellow, Chinya's voice dripped with weary sarcasm. Your fancy ice looks intimidating, but when it comes to actually hitting someone, is this supposed to be some kind of scraping treatment? Gua sha. A ripple of surprise appeared for the first time in the cool voice from the ice mirror. He saw that his thousands of attacks could not even pierce the boy's skin, stirring up a storm of shock within him. What is this little brat's body made of? Steel. In that case, let me show you the true terror of the bloodline. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his white eyes as he formed another hand seal with one hand. Swish, 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 swish. The number of shurikens instantly doubled the frequency of the attacks, dazzling to behold. Within the icy prison, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in a precarious situation. Damn it. There are too many to stop. Naruto bore several new wounds, his blood staining his orange jacket. He desperately waved his kunai, yet he was still overwhelmed by the torrential rain of shurikens that he could not lift his head. Sharingan activate. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly turning blood red, with two tomo slowly spinning within. With the insight of the Sharingan, the flight trajectories of the shurikens became much clearer. He could barely use his body techniques and kunai to block the attacks aimed at his vital points. However, this high-intensity defense consumed a tremendous amount of his chakra and physical strength. Before long, beads of cold sweat began to form on Sasuke's forehead and his breathing grew rapid. Chanai. What the hell are you doing? Sasuke shouted in frustration while struggling to fend off the attacks, turning back to glare at the figure who had remained completely still the whole time. Are you frozen in fear? Hurry up and defend yourself. To him, Chanai was just standing there with his arms crossed, not even picking up a weapon. He was either frozen in fear or had given up resistance, preparing to wait for death. Yet in response to Sasuke's furious shout, Chanai seemed to be deaf to it. He even closed his eyes, allowing the poisoned shurikens accompanied by the sound of slicing air to collide with him, making a clinking sound. The sensation was like countless tiny raindrops hitting a window on a summer afternoon. It was neither painful nor itchy, even somewhat hypnotic. The force is a bit greater than before. Chanai extended his finger, casually flicking away a shuriken aimed at his forehead. He murmured to himself, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached Sasuke and Bai in the ice mirror. However, this ice's hardness seems to be lacking. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nearly spat out a mouth. Lacking hardness. I can't even melt it with a fireball technique, you call that lacking? Is this guy talking? Meanwhile, Bai in the ice mirror was completely enraged by Chani's utterly arrogant attitude. You reckless little brat. He abandoned his attacks on Naruto and Sasuke. Concentrating all his chakra, he controlled the thousands of shurikens raining down like a flood unleashed, directing them all toward Chanai. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. I'll turn you into a porcupine. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of shurikens converged in the air, forming a black torrent, shrieking with the sound of death, instantly engulfing the spot where Chanai stood. Chanai. Naruto shouted in terror. However, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. Clink, 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 clink. An extremely dense sound of metal clashing akin to that of a blacksmith's forge erupted wildly at the center of the shuriken torrent. Those shurikens capable of piercing steel upon contact with Chani's body unexpectedly struck an invisible wall of size, being repelled without exception. They clinked to the ground, piling up into a small mountain. When the rain of shurikens ceased and the dust settled, Chanai remained standing in place, hands in his pockets, not even changing his posture. His ordinary black jacket showed not a single wrinkle. Sigh. Chanai slowly opened his pitch-black eyes. He looked at Bai in the ice mirror, who appeared somewhat stiff from shock, and shook his head helplessly. The game should be. I set him in a hurry to go back and take a nap. The moment the words left his mouth, the lazy slack energy emanating from Chanai vanished without a trace. In its place was a suffocating aura of terror, as if he had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. He slowly drew his right hand from his pocket. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Not a single bit of chakra was mobilized. No flashy ninjutsu was used. He simply twisted his waist, dropped his shoulders, and turned his body. He channeled the terrifying power comparable to a tailed beast and modified by the template of Banyi into his right fist like a bowstring drawn taut. Buzz, the air around his fist let out a mournful cry, unable to bear the weight of this extreme power. A visible ring of white airwaves even appeared. What? What does he intend to do? Sasuke and Naruto widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Chānai. Bai in the ice mirror instinctively sensed a deadly danger and wanted to move immediately. But it was already too late. Chaney's target was the seemingly indestructible massive ice mirror before him. He took a deep breath and then slammed down hard onto the smooth, mirror-like surface. Shatter for me. Shatter for me. Na cold low command escaped Shinye's lips as his fist, charged with overwhelming force, slammed headlong into the unyielding ice mirror. Boom, crack, Na deafening world-rending explosion erupted within the sealed ice prison as if reality itself were being torn asunder. That sound bore no resemblance to a fist striking ice. It was as though an invisible Tempest hammer had plummeted from the heavens and struck the earth with cataclysmic fury. From the point of impact, Shinye's clenched fist, a visible shockwave of white air surged outward like a detonation. And the very atmosphere screamed in protest, compressed beyond endurance. Crack, 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 and the ice mirror struck hidden by Chenyi did not withstand even half a second. The instant his fist made contact, fissures exploded across its surface, not like ordinary ice, but like bullet-shattered tempered glass, spreading in jagged web-like fractures. Then pop. It detonated into a blizzard of glittering ice dust. Yet this was only the beginning. And the terrifying force behind that single blow did not dissipate upon shattering the mirror. Instead it surged forward with sentient ferocity, racing along the chakra-linked lattice, binding the mirrors together, defying logic, brute-forcing its way through. Chain reaction. And crack. Crack, 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 and sharp percussive bursts echoed like ignited firecrackers, overlapping into a relentless staccato within the ice prison. It was not merely the struck mirror that shattered, and dozens of crystalline ice mirrors, forged by Haku's prideful bloodline limit, encircling the three figures. In that instant, under the sheer, unadulterated physical force transmitted by Chenyi, they all collapsed, simultaneously, catastrophically. And ugh. Haku, hidden within the mirrors poised to launch his next assault, was struck as if by lightning. Na colossal recoil-like force surged through the chakra link, slamming violently into his internal organs. His body felt as though it had been struck hidden by a speeding train. And gah! A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Beneath his mask his face turned deathly pale, ashen as parchment. And he had no time even to cry out before hurtling backward like a severed puppet ejected from the disintegrating mirror fragments. He arced through the air, a tragic broken trajectory, then crashed onto the bridge over a dozen meters away with a thunderous THUD, sending shards flying in all directions. He twitched twice, then slumped into unconsciousness. One strike. And again, one strike. And no jutsu. No chakra. No flashy flourishes. Just a single perfectly executed barehanded blow. Haku's vaunted bloodline technique, the demonic mirroring ice crystals, so formidable even Kakashi found it vexing, had just been obliterated utterly and irrevocably by a single punch. A blizzard of ice dust drifted down like snowfall, and sunlight pierced the lingering mist, once more glinting off the bridge in prismatic brilliance. Inside the shattered ice prison, Naruto and Sasuke remained frozen mid-defensive stance, staring blankly at the scene before them, minds utterly void. What just happened? And Naruto stammered, unable even to recall how Chenyi had thrown the punch. There had only been one deafening roar, and then silence. And Sasuke's hand trembled faintly around his kunai. Ni's gaze locked onto the retreating back of the boy who had just withdrawn his fist, and was now casually shaking out his wrist. His newly awakened double Tomo Sharingan eyes brimmed with disbelief and profound crushing defeat. None punch, just one, and had shattered every ice mirror, even those impervious to his own great fireball technique. What manner of monster was this? And could such power truly belong to a human being? And finally quiet, and Chenyi brushed ice dust from his palms as if he'd merely flicked away a speck of lint. He turned toward Naruto and Sasuke, now utterly petrified, and gave a dismissive shrug. And hey, still standing there. Go check on your sensei Kakashi, before someone slices him in half. The tremendous commotion naturally reached Zabuza, locked in fierce combat with Kakashi at the far end of the bridge. And moments earlier he'd been locked in a water-style clash with Kakashi, neither gaining ground. Then, suddenly, a boom echoed behind him, rivaling the detonation of a tailed beast bomb. The bridge itself shuddered violently beneath his feet. And Zabuza's heart lurched. He instinctively whirled around. What he saw froze him solid. And Haku's prideful bloodline technique, the demonic mirroring ice crystals, had shattered. Shattered more completely than crumbling tofu. Haku, the prodigy Zabuza had entrusted to detain the Leaf Genin, lay motionless in the distance, lifeless or near death. Haku. And Zabuza cried out in raw disbelief. And he knew better than anyone the ice mirror's impenetrable hardness. Even his executioner's blade couldn't so much as scratch their surface. What in the world had transpired? And had Kakashi, that bastard, seized the moment to unleash some forbidden tech? His gaze swept past Naruto and Sasuke and landed finally on the boy standing calmly amid the falling ice dust, one hand tucked casually in his pocket. The boy hadn't formed a single hand seal, and no chakra flared from his body. And he simply stood there, serene, unruffled, as if that apocalyptic strike had nothing whatsoever to do with him. Zabuza's eyes bulged, veins erupting across his sclera, and he stared at Shinyi, burning with murderous intent, as if to devour him whole. Him again. And last time it was fire release, this time pure taijutsu. And had this brat really shattered Haku's bloodline limit with nothing but a single unadorned punch? Was he even human? And this wasn't a boy, he was a tailed beast wearing human skin. And when had Konoha produced such a monstrous anomaly? This intelligence file contained nothing about him. And Zabuza, distracting yourself mid-battle is a fatal mistake, and Kakashi's icy voice cut through the air beside him. Zabuza snapped back, only to find Kakashi's kunai already pressed against his throat. And yet Zabuza no longer harbored any will to fight. His mind replayed only that world-shattering punch and the boy's effortless wind-blown silhouette. And he had lost. From the moment that boy had moved, his defeat had been absolute. And Zabuza ignored the kunai at his throat. He whipped his head around, those eyes once brimming with brutality and killing intent now wide with utter collapse and incredulity. He pointed wildly toward Shinyi in the distance and roared at Kakashi, voice raw, unhinged, tearing from the depths of his soul. Kakashi, you call that thing a genin? Kakashi. You damn well call that thing a genin. Zabuza's hysterical roar reverberated across the bridge, its surface riven with fissures. The thick fog gradually lifted and sunlight poured back in. Yet Zabuza's heart was colder than the lingering mist. He stared at the boy not far off, one hand in his pocket idly kicking at the ice beneath his feet. The pride and fighting spirit that belonged to the ghost of the mist had been pulverized beneath an absolute display of power. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat beading at his brow, bereft of words. What could he say? That this boy was usually a lazy layabout in the village who schemed his way out of even drink missions. That his lifelong dream was to find a desk job and retire quietly. No one would believe it. Kakashi now seriously suspected that the third Hokage had not sent this boy to watch over him at all, but rather to send a walking bomb to serve as his bodyguard. I lost. Zabuza sagged, dropping the beheading blade in his hand with a heavy clang. He glanced at by lying unconscious, then at the unfathomable Kakashi and that strange boy. He understood. Today there was no turning the tide. Do as you please, kill me if you must. Accepting reality, Zabuza closed his eyes, ready to surrender to death. Kakashi tightened his grip on his kunai, prepared to finish off this srank rogue ninja once and for all. And then an unbearably shrill, brazenly triumphant cackle suddenly rang out from the far end of the bridge. The laughter cut like nails across glass, excruciating to the ear. Everyone turned in unison. At the bridge's end, as if from nowhere, a black tide of people had gathered. At their head stood a squat, rotund, middle-aged man in sunglasses and an expensive suit. He was Kato, the Blackheart capitalist of Boiji country. Behind him marched hundreds of armed mercenaries and street ruffians. They brandished every kind of weapon, spears and swords, halberds and axes, hooks and forks. Faces contorted, murderous intent radiating from them, they clogged the bridgehead until no water could flow through. Kato's cigar clenched between his lips swaggered forward with an arrogant gait. He never spared Kakashi or the others even a glance, striding straight up to Zabuza and flicking the fallen blade with the tip of his shoe. Tisk tisk tsk. Once the fearsome ghost of the mist, now beaten into this pitiful state by a few Konoha brats, Kato sneered, his face awash in undisguised contempt. What a waste. Zabuza snapped, lifting his head as fury flared in his eyes. Kato, what are you doing here? Kato's smile curdled into something cruel. What am I doing? He said, voice laced with malice. Why, I'm here to save money. He exhaled a thick white ring of smoke and spoke with languid deliberation. I hired you to kill that old man. Instead you failed, got beaten like a mangy dog. Since you're so useless, what reason is there to keep you around? With a flick of his hand, the hundreds behind him closed in, encircling Zabuza and the Konoha group. So I've decided to change plans. Kato spat the cigar to the ground and ground it under his heel. Kill all of you, every last one, including that old man. That way I save a fortune in fees and eliminate any future trouble. A perfect two-for-one, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zabuza's face drained of color. He finally understood that from the start he had been nothing more than a disposable pawn to this ruthless businessman. Betrayal, absolute and complete. Zabuza gave a bitter laugh, the last spark in his eyes died out. Slowly he drew a kunai from his pouch and bit down on it with his teeth. Even in death he would die like a true ghost of the mist, charging into battle. Yet as he prepared to ignite his remaining chakra for a suicidal dash, a hand rested lightly on his shoulder. "Hey, hey," a lazy voice murmured at his ear. Zabuza turned to see the face of the boy he both loathed and feared. Chinya yawned a cavernous yawn, still half asleep. "Uncle, don't be in such a hurry to die," he said, stepping between him and the enemy, his gaze passing over the massing crowd at the bridgehead. Kato stared at this suddenly brazen Konoha brat for a moment before erupting into an even more grating peal of, "Kid, are you out of your mind? Can't you see I have hundreds of men? You and your ragged lot want to fight me. Attack. Grind them into mince. Feed the men to the fish, keep the women." At Kato's bark, the mercenaries and ruffians roared and surged forward like a tidal wave. "Protect Mr. Dezina." Kakashi and Zirahong instantly formed a shield, placing the group behind them. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, ready to fight to the death. But Chinya simply stood in place, idly counting heads. 1, 2. About 300 or so. He cracked his neck, the bones sounded like a dry percussion. "Perfect, saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one." His mouth curved into an exquisitely cruel smile. "Since you are so neatly assembled." He drew a deep breath. The feral chakra that belonged to Uchiha Madara, which had settled after the earlier clash, roiled within him once more like a volcano about to erupt. An invisible, palpably solid aura burst from his body. The foremost mercenaries were so cowed by it that their knees buckled and they collapsed to the earth. Chinya slowly lifted his head. In the depths of his black eyes a strange demonic crimson flickered. He looked at those hundreds of snarling foes and in a voice small yet impossibly clear spoke so that every ear heard, "Are you ready to dance?" As soon as the words fell, Chin showed no hesitation this time. He was serious. In order to prevent exposing his astonishing trump card, he symbolically formed a Een seal. But the swelling of his chest was more exaggerated than ever before. The air was instantaneously sucked out, creating a brief vacuum. The violent chakra belonging to Uchiha Madara within him erupted like a gasoline barrel that had been completely ignited, surging madly up his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. A thunderous roar capable of collapsing a bridge. This was not a fireball. This was a towering crimson wall of fire, dozens of meters high and over 100 meters wide, enough to cover the entire bridge like a tsunami. The heat waves rolled, warping even the space due to the extreme temperatures. The wandering warriors who had been shouting to turn the leaf ninjas into meat paste just a second ago. In the next second, they were ruthlessly engulfed by this unstoppable apocalyptic flame. The shrieks of despair merged into one resembling a hell on earth. But it lasted less than 2 seconds. All sounds came to an abrupt halt. Not even ashes remained along with their weapons. They were completely reduced to nothingness by this crimson flame. As for the black-heart bully Kato, who hid at the back of the crowd still holding a cigar, he didn't even have time to think of fleeing before he saw a wall of fire rushing toward him. Then in an instant he was vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. The wave of fire continued unabated until it reached the edge of the forest on the opposite bank, only to slowly dissipate as the chakra was exhausted. It left behind a stretch of blackened wasteland several hundred meters long and over 100 meters wide, as if plowed by a meteor. The once crowded end of the bridge was now empty, not a single corpse to be found. Only a few wisps of blue smoke rose gently in the breeze. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Kakashi's forehead protector had not yet been lowered. His Sharingan stared blankly at the scorched earth ahead, his mind a blank slate. Yuhi Kurenai let her hand holding the kunai droop weakly, her lips slightly parted. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Inuzuka, Kiba, Nara, Shikamaru. Everyone seemed to be under a paralysis technique, even forgetting to breathe. One strike. Annihilated hundreds of people. Is this really a genin? This is like a nuclear bomb come to life. Huff. My chakra is running low, this technique is too costly. Jin also clapped his hands and yawned, breaking the suffocating silence. He turned to look at Zabuza, who was slumped on the ground, completely devoid of fighting spirit, and beside him Haku, who had just regained consciousness, looking bewildered. Uncle, your boss is gone, your salary is probably not coming anymore. Jin walked in front of Zabuza. Look, are you still going to fight? Zabuza forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Fight? What can I use to fight? I can't even take one of your blows. This former cold-blooded demon of the mist now had only despair and profound respect left in his eyes. Just do it, give me a quick end. Kill you. Too troublesome, I'd have to dig a grave to bury you. Jin curled his lip. You two better scram, live incognito, and find a place where no one knows you to spend the rest of your lives. You won't kill us? Haku asked incredulously. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and disappear before I change my mind. Jin waved his hand, turned around, and no longer looked at them. The path of survival dictates kill less, forge fewer grudges, and being low-key is the way to go. Though these two were rogue ninjas, their will had been utterly crushed now. Keeping them alive might still allow them to serve as tools. Zabuza took a deep look at Chen's back without saying anything more. Supported by Haku, he staggered away from the bridge, disappearing into the distant forest. The crisis was completely resolved. Old man Dazna wiped his tears, leading the commoners of the Land of Waves to work day and night. A few days later, the bridge was successfully completed. To commemorate this harrowing escort, Dazna insisted on naming the bridge Naruto Chinyi Bridge. After all, one was the spiritual leader and the other was a physical nuclear bomb. Team 7 and Team 8 finally set off on their journey back to the Leaf. 2 days later, in the Hokage building of Konoha Village, in the office on the top floor, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could drip with water. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a large desk. He held the mission report from the Land of Waves, jointly submitted by Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai, his hands trembling as if sifting grain. Anianon against the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi without a scratch. Pure physical strength shattered the bloodline limit ice mirror. Instantaneous unknown height temperature fire release evaporated a large water dragon. One strike of fire release killing Kato and hundreds of fully armed thugs, turning the end of the bridge into scorched earth. With each line the third Hokage spoke, the wrinkles on his face deepened and the cold sweat on his forehead increased. Thud. The pipe he had treasured slipped from his trembling lips, falling onto the desk and scattering ash everywhere. This. The third Hokage suddenly raised his head, his once murky old eyes now filled with undeniable horror and gravity. He fixed his gaze on Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai standing in front of the desk. Is what's written in this report truly what that civilian orphan named Fujiwara Tatsuya accomplished? Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever. Hokage-sama, every word is true. I even believe he still held back during the mission. Yuhi Kurenai also nodded, her tone dry. My genjutsu was ineffective against him. His mental power is terrifyingly immense. The office fell into silence once more. A monster. A true monster. The third Hokage murmured to himself, finally realizing the ridiculous mistake he had made. He had mistaken a prehistoric behemoth that could destroy Konoha at any moment for a fool seeking attention. Meanwhile, in the secret room adjacent to the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo, hidden in the darkness, heard everything through the root's listening device. Crack. The only remaining eye in Danzo's face erupted with a wildly greedy light. He gripped too hard, crushing the armrest of the sturdy stone chair beneath him into dust. Uchiha Madara's power. It must be Uchiha Madara's power. Danzo trembled with excitement. I must obtain him. At any cost. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and worked to calm the turmoil in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, they had regained the decisiveness of a Hokage. Kakashi Kurenai. The third's voice became deep and powerful. The information regarding Fujiwara Chinyi must be classified as an rank secret of the village. Aside from the two of you, no one is allowed to disclose it. Yes. Additionally, the third Hokage stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the bustling Konoha village outside, his expression deep and fearsome. The upcoming Chunin exams will definitely have spies from various forces infiltrating the village. Keep a close watch on him. If he shows any signs of movement or if there are indications of him being courted by other ninja villages. The third paused, a hint of long unseen killing intent in his tone. No need to report, immediately submit a request for an emergency extermination order. After the urgent extermination order from the third Hokage was issued, the surveillance on Fujiwara Tatsuya instantly escalated from a mere formality to the highest level. In the shadows, countless eyes were fixated on him. Even during his meals at the orphanage cafeteria, he sensed two extremely discreet gazes from the corner. Tatsuya was well aware of this, yet he remained indifferent. He continued to eat, sleep, and slack off as usual. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, that old fox of the third Hokage had no reason to move against him. Time quietly flowed by in this strange calm. Several weeks had passed since the mission in the Land of Waves. The streets of Konoha suddenly became lively. Many ninjas dressed in bizarre outfits and speaking with foreign accents appeared in groups throughout the village. Most of them wore expressions of arrogance and scrutiny, their gazes upon Konoha resembling that of someone strolling through their own backyard. Hey, look at that, isn't that a ninja from Sunagekure? Carrying a large fan, how strange. And over there, that one with the sound ninja headband looks quite ominous. The villagers of Konoha were abuzz with discussion. Only Tatsuya knew that this was a precursor to the coming storm. The Chunin joint selection exam was about to commence. The troublesome season has arrived again. Tatsuya leisurely chewed on a skewer, walking along the commercial street while holding a freshly bought dango. According to the storyline, the next events would be Orochimaru's invasion and Konoha's collapse plan. Another pile of troublesome matters. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, I'm just a bystander. Tatsuya mumbled indistinctly while taking a bite of the soft dango. Just as he was about to find a bench to sit down and enjoy his rare afternoon tea time, an extremely arrogant shouting suddenly erupted from a nearby alley. Hey, you little brat, are you blind while walking? Do you even know you bumped into me? Apologize to me right now. Tatsuya looked over at the sound, raising an eyebrow slightly. At the alley's mouth stood a boy from Sunagakure, his face painted with purple paint, holding a giant scroll and looking displeased as he gripped a child by the collar. The child, wearing a long blue and white striped scarf, could only be Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. Konohamaru trembled in fear while Udon and Moegi beside him looked ready to cry. "I'm sorry, it was an accident," Konohamaru quietly apologized. "An accident?" The Sunagakure boy Kankuro grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "You think a simple apology will let you off the hook? How naive, little one from Konoha." As he spoke, he raised his fist, ready to teach Konohamaru a lesson. "Stop right there." A cold, sharp voice interrupted from the side. Uchiha Sasuke leaned casually against the wall with one hand in his pocket, trying to look cool. He casually picked up a small stone from the ground, flicked it with his fingers. Whoosh! The stone, accompanied by a whistling sound, accurately shot towards Kankuro's wrist. However, Kankuro didn't even turn his head. The scroll on his back suddenly moved, and several barely visible chakra threads shot out in an instant, effortlessly shattering the stone with a loud crack. "Tisk, another pretentious brat from Konoha," Kankuro scoffed, dismissively, not taking Sasuke seriously at all. He hoisted Konohamaru, preparing to unleash his wrath. "Before I teach you a lesson, let this little brat know." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a lightness at his fingertips. The force gripping Konohamaru's collar had inexplicably vanished. "Huh." Kankuro paused, looking down. To his astonishment, his seemingly indestructible chakra threads had snapped. The break was as smooth as a mirror, as if cut by something extremely sharp. "When did this happen?" Kankuro exclaimed, turning around in shock. Unbeknownst to him, a seemingly harmless black-haired boy holding a skewer of dango had quietly appeared at his side. The boy had one hand in his pocket. The index and middle fingers of his other hand maintained a scissor-like pose. Just now he had used only 2 fingers to sever Kankuro's chakra line. "Why you? Who are you?" Kankuro instinctively took a step back, eyeing the suddenly appearing boy warily. Tatsuya leisurely swallowed the last piece of dango. He casually tossed the skewer into a nearby trash can, clapped his hands, and glanced at Kankuro with his always half-closed lazy eyes. "Hey, face-painted one," Tatsuya's voice was not loud, even somewhat muffled. "Making a scene in someone else's village and bullying children is quite rude, you know." His tone was as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. Yet Kankuro felt a chill shooting up from his feet to the top of his head. From this boy he sensed an extremely dangerous aura, even more terrifying than facing Gara. "You." Kankuro gritted his teeth while the puppet behind him stirred restlessly. At that moment, a cold, hoarse voice devoid of any emotion suddenly came from the tree trunk nearby. Everyone looked up sharply. There, hanging upside down from a branch, was a red-haired boy with a large gourd on his back, his forehead marked with a red love character. With his arms crossed, he held a peculiar posture. His eyes, surrounded by heavy dark circles, coldly looked down at those below. It was Gara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. To Gara. Kankuro trembled at the sight of him, his arrogance instantly evaporating without a trace. "Why are you here?" Gara ignored him, even directly overlooking the sulking Uchiha Sasuke beside. His eyes, filled with bloodlust, madness, and violence, locked onto Fujiwara Tatsuya, who had just finished his dango and was about to turn away. Upon seeing Tatsuya, Gara's pupils suddenly constricted. The monster within him, the Shikaku, let out an extremely uneasy low growl in his mental realm. As if encountering a natural enemy. Gara's gaze shifted. Within the bloodthirsty madness there was now a hint of wariness. "Kankuro, we are leaving." Gara's voice was hoarse. "Don't embarrass the village here." After saying this, he transformed into a cloud of sand and vanished from the branch. Kankuro felt as if he had been granted mercy, glaring fiercely at Sasuke and Tatsuya before helping the still trembling Konohamaru. "Consider yourselves lucky." He left those harsh words and hurried away. The conflict ended as abruptly as it began. Sasuke snorted coldly and also turned to leave. Only Naruto remained on the spot, excitedly looking at Tatsuya. "Wow! Tatsuya, you were so cool just now. You could even use your fingers as scissors. Teach me. Teach me. Go play somewhere else." Tatsuya pushed Naruto away, disdainfully yawning as he prepared to head home. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly felt an extremely cold and murderous gaze from the rooftop of a distant tall building locking onto him. Tatsuya paused his steps, subtly looked up, and caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. There, in the shadow of the distant rooftop, stood a figure wearing a straw hat and a red cloud-black robe. It was Uchiha Itachi. Tisk, troublesome characters are popping up one after another. Tatsuya grimaced, feeling an increasingly strong sense of foreboding in his heart. "This Chunin exam, it seems I won't even be able to slack off." He turned his head and looked at Naruto, who was still chattering beside him, suddenly asking, "Hey Naruto." "Huh? What is it, Tatsuya? You mentioned earlier." Tatsuya's expression turned somewhat strange. Why was that face-painted ninja holding the grandson of the third Hokage? Naruto paused for a moment and scratched his head. Right, Konohamaru is the grandson of the third Hokage, so what?" "Nothing." Tatsuya shook his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. I was just thinking. That Sunagekure ninja has some guts, doesn't he? You. There is a terrifying monster inside you. Gara hung upside down on a tree, his hoarse voice devoid of any emotion, yet it felt like a piece of ancient ice freezing the surrounding air. That terrifying killing intent, thick as reality, surged in like an invisible tide. On the leaves by the roadside, a thin layer of white frost even formed. So scary. Konohamaru trembled all over, his teeth chattering, hiding behind Naruto, not daring to look up. Naruto was also overwhelmed by this killing intent. Instinctively, he shielded Konohamaru, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Even the usually proud Sasuke couldn't help but grip his kunai tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. However, the primary target of this terrifying killing intent, Fujiwara Tatsuya, seemed unfazed. He didn't even lift an eyelid. Leisurely, he stuffed the last three-colored dumpling from the skewer into his mouth, chewing it slowly. This dumpling has a bit too sweet sauce. He smacked his lips, appearing completely indifferent to the killing intent that could drive an ordinary genin to despair. He brushed off the bamboo skewer's crumbs from his hands, finally lazily lifting his head to look at the red-haired boy hanging from the tree. Monster. Chia curled his lips, his tone filled with undisguised disdain. Are you talking about the raccoon in your gourd making noise like a market woman? The moment the words fell, the atmosphere at the alley's entrance froze. Kankuro and Temari's faces turned pale in an instant. How do you know? They looked at Chia as if he were a living ghost. Gara's status as a Jinchuriki was the highest level of secret in Sunagekure. Gara himself looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes, surrounded by dark circles, widened abruptly, his pupils constricting violently. At the same time, in his mental world, the gigantic raccoon Shikako, who had always been in a state of rage and drowsiness, suddenly jolted up as if its tail had been stepped on. This chakra, this scent, it can't be wrong. In Shikaku's enormous single-eye, fear emerged for the first time. It was the absolute terror engraved deep within its soul, stemming from the battle at the Valley of the End decades ago, where it was treated like a pet by that man and ruthlessly manipulated. It's Uchiha Madara. It's that bastard Zora. Shikako roared frantically in the mental world, slamming its massive sand paw against Gara's seal. Run. Get away from that monster. Ugh. The violent shock in the mental world caused Gara to emit a painful groan. He suddenly clutched his head, veins bulging on his forehead, his face displaying an expression of extreme agony. It felt as if thousands of needles were simultaneously piercing through his brain. Gara, what's wrong? Temari shouted anxiously. Gara didn't respond. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcibly suppressing the tearing pain in his mind along with Shikaku's unprecedented fear. He lifted his head again, looking at the black-haired boy with his hands in his pockets and an innocent expression. In his eyes, besides the previous bloodthirst and madness, there was now a hint of deep wariness and confusion. Kankuro Temari. Gara's voice was hoarse, carrying an unquestionable command. We're leaving. Without waiting for the two to react, his body turned into a swirl of sand and vanished from the branches. Hey, Gara, wait for us. Kankuro and Temari, not daring to disobey, shot a fierce glare at Chia and Sasuke, hurriedly following afterward. A confrontation that could spark a diplomatic conflict ended just like that abruptly. Naruto and Konohamaru remained stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Only Sasuke stared intently at Chia's back. He clearly saw that just now when Gara looked at Chia, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What a joke. That monster was afraid of this underachiever. A few days later, in the largest lecture hall of the ninja school, the air was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Elite genin from various major ninja villages, including Sunagekure, Otogekure, Amigekure, and Kusagakure, gathered together. On the unfamiliar faces, most wore expressions of pride, vigilance, and undisguised hostility. This was the venue for the first stage of the Chunin exam. Chia blended in among the Konoha candidates, finding a nondescript corner to sit down. He yawned, looking as if he could fall asleep at any moment. What a hassle, why do they have to do a written exam? He complained internally, just get straight to the fighting and say. Soon a man with a face full of scars and a forehead protector from the torture and interrogation force stepped onto the podium. Marino Ibiki. His sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, swept across the entire room, causing everyone he looked at to involuntarily shudder. I am the chief examiner for the first exam, Marino Ibiki. His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with undeniable authority. Now the exam begins. No whispering, no cheating. Anyone caught 5 times will be directly eliminated. The test papers were distributed. Chia picked up a pen and glanced at it, nearly bursting out laughing on the spot. These questions were outrageously difficult. What cryptography, ballistic analysis, tactical simulations? Let alone genin, even an ordinary chunin would be left bewildered. It's clear they don't want you to complete it. It's a test of intelligence gathering. Chia curled his lips, pushed the test paper aside, and lay down on the desk, pretending to sleep. He was too lazy to even glance at others' answers. Because he had a simpler, more direct way to cheat. He buried his head in his arms, quietly activating his Sharingan. To avoid exposure, he even wore a black eye mask he had scavenged from a street vendor. Under the perception of the Sharingan, he could see everything about the studious classmates in front of him, the pressure of their grip on the pen, the rotation of their wrists, even the slight tremors of their muscles. Every detail was crystal clear to Uchiha. He could even directly copy the answers they wrote through their muscle memory. The first one is C. The second. This kid doesn't know either. He's copying the guy next to him wearing glasses. Uchiha yawned while leisurely filling in answers on his answer sheet. The entire process flowed smoothly, as easy as solving a first-grade math problem. Time passed by seconds. In the exam room, various cheating methods emerged. The Shiranui clan's mind-switching technique, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, the Aburame clan's insects. Of course, many unfortunate souls were caught on the spot and directly expelled from the exam room. Soon it came to the last question. Ibiki's scarred face appeared even more sinister under the lights. Question 10 starting now. Before answering, I must announce a special rule. For this question, you may choose to answer or not. Those who choose not to answer will immediately lose their qualifications, but your teammates may continue the exam. And those who choose to answer if wrong. Ibiki's lips curled into a cruel arc. You will forever lose the chance to participate in the Chunin exam. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. Countless candidates turned pale, falling into extreme panic and struggle. Uchiha remained lying on the desk, even shifting to a more comfortable position. Playing psychological warfare. How boring. He certainly knew that the correct answer to this 10th question was simply not giving up. As long as they stayed, they would pass. One after another, over a dozen candidates couldn't bear the pressure and chose to forfeit. Just as Ibiki was about to announce the end of the exam. Don't underestimate me. A powerful roar suddenly erupted in the silent exam room. Naruto slammed his hand on the table, standing up, pointing a trembling finger at Ibiki. I won't give up in a place like this. Even if I have to be a genin for life, I will become Hokage to show you. This passionate declaration instantly ignited the fighting spirit of everyone in the exam room. The candidates who had been hesitating revealed determined looks. Very good. Ibiki looked at Naruto, and for the first time a hint of approval appeared on his scarred face. Everyone present. For the first exam, all pass. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers and joy. Boom. A loud bang. The classroom's window was shattered from the outside by a kunai. Glass shards flew. A figure dressed in fishnet with a hot body and purple short hair dazzlingly entered through the window, accompanied by a large black curtain. Everyone, you celebrated too early. The newcomer was the chief examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. She licked her lips, revealing an incredibly sickly smile. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and now it's my turn. Follow me, little brats. Anko laughed heartily, leading everyone to the enormous primitive forest surrounded by high barbed wire next to the ninja school. The 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. The second exam will be a survival exercise held here. Anko pointed at the eerie forest, smiling like a villain. Inside there are poisonous insects, ferocious beasts, and enemies wanting to snatch your scrolls. To put it bluntly, at least half of you will die in there. Her words plunged the previously excited genin into a state of icy despair. Uchiha gazed at the shadowy forest, his brows slightly knitting together. His nose gently sniffed the air. A faint yet nauseating scent mixed with the smell of dirt and decay wafted from deep within the forest. This scent. Uchiha's eyes turned cold in an instant. He turned his head, looking at Naruto, who was still rambling and oblivious to the impending danger, curling his lips. Hey, underachiever. What's wrong, Uchiha? Naruto looked over in confusion. Uchiha pointed to the dark forest, his face filled with disdain. Don't you think? There's a smell like dead rats in the sewers in that forest. At Yuhi Kurenai's command, the second phase of the Chunin exams officially commenced. Dozens of genin teams surged into the vast training ground dubbed the Forest of Death, through separate entrances swift as arrows loosed from bows. All right, we're moving out. Yuhi Kurenai glanced at the heaven scroll in her hand and addressed her team behind. Our objective is to locate a squad bearing the Earth Scroll and reach the central tower within 5 days. Stay sharp. This is no mere training ground behind the academy. Understood. Inuzuka Kiba let out an excited whistle and, with his ninja hound Akamaru leading the way, dashed headlong into the shadowed forest. Nara Shizuru meanwhile cradled a cushion and yawned lazily as she trailed behind. Uchiha Tatsuya strolled last in the formation, hands buried deep in his pockets, his expression radiating profound existential exhaustion. Knew this wouldn't end well. He railed inwardly, this wretched forest, swarming with mosquitoes, dripping with damp, demanding bloodshed. I'd rather sweep village streets. Special Task Force Team 9, scrolls in hand, formally entered the eerie, foreboding Forest of Death. Scarcely had they advanced when Kiba's acute sense of smell guided them safely around a treacherous swamp teeming with venomous insects. Shizuru, analyzing terrain contours and wind patterns, deduced a secure location, likely harboring fresh water. Their seamless coordination bespoke consummate professionalism. Tatsuya, however, contributed nothing but dead weight. Trailing behind the group, he alternated between complaining of sore legs and growling about hunger, his posture screaming imminent mutiny. Hey, you. Kiba finally snapped, halting mid-stride and wheeling around to glare furiously at Tatsuya. Are you even capable? At this pace, we'll never reach a safe zone before nightfall. What's the rush? Tatsuya yawned, plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, and tucked it idly between his teeth. This forest is vast, and we have 5 full days. Reaching the central tower is assured. Right now, conserving energy is paramount. Don't you know what tactical loafing means? You. Kiba stamped his foot in fury. Enough, stop arguing. Yuhi Kurenai massaged the bridge of her nose, stepping in to mediate. Just then Tatsuya's stomach let out a loud, unmistakable gurgle. He clutched his abdomen, his face contorting into an expression of excruciating agony. Oh, no. He squeezed his thighs together, face purpling with constipated distress. Sensei Yuhi, I'm ill. Must have eaten something rotten this morning. I need to answer nature's urgent call. Yuhi Kurenai and Kiba stared in stunned silence. Wait here, I'll be right back. Without waiting for reply, Tatsuya vanished into a dense thicket swallowed whole by the undergrowth. That good for nothing, mud that won't stick to the wall. Kiba slammed his fist into a tree trunk in frustration. Yuhi Kurenai watched the spot where Tatsuya had disappeared, her brow furrowed, eyes sharpened with suspicion. Stomachache. Why not earlier or later, but precisely now? Not a soul believed it. Deep within the thicket, Tatsuya wound through tangled paths, confirming no one followed, then instantly shed all traces of pain from his face. He wasn't ill, he had far more pressing business. Moments earlier, that accursed system lodged in his mind had blared a high-alert chakra warning. Warning. 2 extremely hazardous chakra signatures detected, colliding at high velocity 3 kilometers ahead. One signature matches Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. Tatsuya's eyes lit up instantly. One of the most iconic antagonists of the early Naruto era. Per canon, he was now hunting Uchiha Sasuke through these woods, preparing to implant the cursed seal of heaven. Might as well wander over, see what spectacle unfolds. Tatsuya moistened his lips. That mischievous Uchiha Madara-infused impulse stirred restlessly within him. Channeling chakra to his souls, he became a weightless specter, gliding silently, swiftly across the treetops. Not a whisper of sound betrayed his passage. Soon he neared the epicenter of the chakra eruption, a thick cloying miasma of blood and serpentine musk assaulting his senses, forcing him to grimace. Parting a broad fern frond, he peered cautiously forward and couldn't resist a low, appreciative whistle. Before him lay a ravaged clearing. Uzumaki Naruto lay unconscious on the ground, battered and bleeding. Haruno Sakura sat trembling at the base of a tree, paralyzed by terror. Even Uchiha Sasuke, the proud aloof prodigy, was in the worst shape of all. Bathed in blood, he knelt on one knee, driving a kunai deep into his own thigh just to stave off collapse from sheer dread. Before him stood a grotesque shinobi, pale as parchment, violet eyeshadow tracing his temples, wearing a grass village forehead protector. The man extended a tongue absurdly long, slowly circling his lips. His golden serpentine eyes burned with unmasked greed and feverish anticipation. Orochimaru, disguised as a grass village ninja. Such magnificent eyes, Sasuke-kun, he rasped, voice like dry scales scraping stone. Brimming with hatred and thirst for power. You truly are my perfect vessel. Who are you? Sasuke gritted his teeth, voice trembling, too terrified even to rise beneath that suffocating aura of slaughter. My identity matters little. Orochimaru grinned, a cruel jagged twist, as his neck suddenly elongated, boneless and impossible, twisting toward Sasuke. What matters is, you shall soon become part of me. Orochimaru's face rushed toward Sasuke's, pupil swelling monstrously. His jaws gaped wide enough to engulf an adult skull. Within 2 fangs, slender venomous serpentine, glistened with chilling predatory light beneath the forest gloom. Their target, Sasuke's pale, vulnerable throat. Sasuke's mind blanked entirely, his body locked in helpless paralysis. He could only watch, helpless, as those lethal fangs drew nearer, closer, to his pulsing carotid artery. It was over. He was going to die. In that suspended, breathless instant, where even air seemed frozen. When those fangs hovered a mere 0.01 centimeters from Sasuke's skin. A black blur, so fast it left no afterimage, cut through the void. Then, a slender pale hand, almost delicate in appearance, erupted from empty air. A sharp, crisp snap echoed. That hand clamped down on Orochimaru's outstretched face like a white-hot. The ecstatic, twisted visage instantly warped, like a balloon crushed in a fist. Ugh. Orochimaru's grin froze. For the first time, his golden serpent eyes flickered, not with malice, but with pure startled disbelief. He hadn't even seen where the hand came from. Then, a languid, indifferent, faintly disdainful voice cut through the tomb-like silence of the clearing. I mean, Tatsuya materialized from thin air, one hand still in his pocket, the other gripping Orochimaru. He tilted his head, studying the grotesquely elongated figure before him, then curled his lip in mild contempt. Sir, biting strangers by the roadside is profoundly unsanitary. And frankly, have you even brushed your teeth? Your breath reeks. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. Impossible. How could this be? With his elite Jonin-level perception capable of sensing any movement within 100 meters. He hadn't noticed how this boy had approached him at all. It was as if he had sprung forth from the void itself. You. As Orochimaru was about to speak, an excruciating pain shot through his face where he was being gripped. The seemingly pale and frail hand felt like a burning iron claw, strong enough to make him feel as if his facial bones were about to be crushed. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Orochimaru's reaction speed was at its peak. He didn't even attempt to break free, knowing that anyone who could close in on him in such a manner must possess strength far surpassing his own. A sneak attack. This was the only chance for a counterstrike. In that instant of being grasped by the face, Orochimaru's mouth opened wide. Hisses. Several pitch-black snakes shimmering with a bizarre purple light shot out from his mouth like arrows. They opened their mouths filled with venomous fangs, biting fiercely at the arm that was gripping Chen's face. Heaven's cursed seal. As long as they were bitten, even if it just grazed the skin, the cursed seal imbued with sage chakra would invade the opponent's body like a virus. At that time, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would have no choice but to submit to him. Come. Become my most perfect vessel. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with madness and greed. However, facing this potentially fatal sneak attack, Chen didn't even twitch an eyebrow. In the depths of his dark eyes, a trace of unabashed extreme disdain and arrogance belonging to Uchiha Madara flashed. Is this the extent of your disgusting little tricks? Chen scoffed, fully aware that Uchiha Madara's proud persona would never allow such sticky, disgusting things to come near him. Not only did he not let go. Instead, the volatile chakra that had just calmed within him erupted at this moment. A layer of visibly thick, deep blue chakra instantly wrapped around his entire right arm. This chakra solidified like armor, emanating a chilling aura that made one shudder. Ding! 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 A series of extremely crisp sounds like metal clashing rang out. The venomous snakes capable of biting through steel made contact with Chen's arm. Their fangs actually crumbled inch by inch. Not even piercing Chen's skin, they were shattered by that thin layer of chakra armor. What? What? Orochimaru was utterly dumbfounded. His proud cursed seal attack couldn't break through the defense. In that moment of shock, Chen moved. Get down. With a cold glare, Chen forcefully pressed down with his right hand that was gripping Orochimaru's face. He swung his body as if wielding a massive hammer, smashing Orochimaru's head, still suspended in midair, forcefully into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The hard ground crumbled like tofu at that moment. Centered around Orochimaru's face, a massive pit with a diameter exceeding 1 meter instantly formed. Spiderweb-like cracks crazily spread outward. Dirt and debris were lifted by the terrifying shockwave as if a heavy rain had fallen. Sasuke nearby was knocked back several steps by the blast, sitting on the ground in a daze. But that was not the end. Bang! Chen released his grip and Orochimaru's head was embedded in the pit like a smashed watermelon. Without any pause, he twisted his body at the waist. The power comparable to that of a tailed beast surged through his spine, shoulders, and arms, finally converging on his right fist. Whoosh! A heavy punch accompanied by a piercing sound of air being cut landed solidly on Orochimaru's chin, which was still exposed outside the pit. Crack! A sound that sent chills down one's spine, a bone-cracking noise, could be clearly heard in the silent forest. Orochimaru's jawbone along with his cervical vertebrae was instantly shattered under this punch. He was sent flying like a cannonball just discharged from the barrel, forcefully propelled out of the pit. Rumble. Orochimaru's body traced a tragic parabolic arc in the air, crashing through several towering trees that required 2 people to embrace, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ultimately, he was deeply embedded in a massive rock in the distance, his fate unknown. The entire process was fluid and seamless. From the moment Shin struck to Orochimaru being sent flying, it didn't even take 3 seconds. The forest once again fell into a deathly silence. Only the rustling of leaves blown by the wind and Sasuke's heavy breathing akin to a broken bellows remained. Chen slowly retracted his fist, shaking his wrist. It was as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. He turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke, who sat on the ground completely stunned. In his pitch-black eyes there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation. He pursed his lips, his tone filled with disappointment. Is this the strength of the legendary 3 ninjas? Truly. Too weak. Hearing this, Sasuke jolted awake, suddenly lifting his head. He looked at the figure standing amidst the dust, resembling a descending demonic god, his lips trembling, but unable to utter a single word. He felt as if his worldview had been utterly shattered in that moment, then ground into powder. Chen paid him no further mind. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and turned to leave. Forget it, the spectacle is over, time to go find my teammates. However, just as he took a step forward, a strange rustling sound suddenly emanated from the wreckage in the distance. Following that, a cold, hoarse voice filled with madness and excitement slowly emerged from the ruins. Interesting. Too interesting. Chen paused his steps, slowly turned his head, frowning slightly. Not dead yet. This snake's vitality is quite tenacious. Before him, the massive rock within the ruins cracked open. A body, its bones completely shattered and neck twisted at an unimaginable angle, slid out limply from inside. Then the mouth of this corpse opened wide. A new Orochimaru covered in slime and completely unharmed crawled out slowly from that mouth. Orochimaru shed his skin. Cough, cough, cough. The newly reborn Orochimaru coughed violently several times, wiping the slime from the corner of his mouth. He did not look at Sasuke nor at the unconscious Naruto on the ground. His golden snake-like eyes greedily and fervently fixed on Chen, as if he had just seen the most perfect piece of art in the world. This perfect body. This chakra filled with destructive power. This overwhelmingly powerful physical technique. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and slowly licked around his lips, emitting a chilling hiss sound. The rumors are indeed true. Within you resides the power of that man. His gaze on Chen was 100 times, 1,000 times more fervent than when he looked at Sasuke. In his eyes, Sasuke's yet immature Uchiha body was nothing but a pile of defective products compared to the boy. Although Sasuke-kun is excellent compared to you, he is merely a firefly compared to the bright moon. Orochimaru's voice brimmed with unabashed excitement. Fujiwara-chan, is it? I will remember your name. He slowly opened his arms as if embracing. Wait for me, your body, your power will ultimately belong to me. Orochimaru's smile twisted into something extremely mad and deranged. Boom, boom, boom. The body of Orochimaru crashed through the air like a baseball struck for a home run, breaking several towering trees in succession. The sound of tree trunks snapping echoed endlessly, stirring up clouds of dust and wood shavings. Finally, with a thunderous crash, Orochimaru became deeply embedded in a massive rock in the distance. Cracks like spider webs spread across the hard rock and debris fell in showers. Nearby, Uchiha Sasuke sat slumped on the ground. He stared in shock at the terrifying destructive power comparable to a rampaging tailed beast, his jaw dropping in disbelief. After all, it was Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin. Even the third Hokage found him troublesome. A monster whose mere glance could paralyze him in fear. And now that same Orochimaru was treated like a punching bag by someone who usually struggled to perform even 3 body flicker techniques in class. Is this a dream? Sasuke's proud Sharingan, the single Tomo, wasn't even able to catch a glimpse of the shadow left by Chen's punch. He only saw a shadow flash by, and then the world began to shake violently. What kind of power is this? Is this truly the strength possessed by a 10-year-old genin? Sasuke felt his worldview shatter at that moment, crushed into fine powder. His pride and confidence as a member of the Uchiha clan felt as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of Chen's unreasonable absolute might. Just when Sasuke was questioning his existence, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from the wreckage of the shattered rock in the distance. Following that, the massive rock cracked open. A body with shattered bones and a neck twisted at an unimaginable angle slid out of it limply. But that was not the end. The mouth of that corpse suddenly opened wide, and a new Orochimaru covered in slime and perfectly intact slowly crawled out. Orochimaru shed his skin. This was a forbidden technique he developed. As long as his chakra was not exhausted, he could be reborn endlessly. Cough, cough, cough. The newly reborn Orochimaru coughed violently, wiping the blood and slime from the corner of his mouth. He no longer looked at Sasuke, his golden snake eyes greedily and fervently locked onto Chen, as if he were gazing at the most perfect work of art in the world. Interesting. So very interesting. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, slowly licking around his lips, producing a chilling hissing sound. This perfect body. This chakra full of destructive power. This utterly domineering physical skill. His gaze at Chen was 100-fold, 1,000-fold hotter than when he had looked at Sasuke. Your body, your power will ultimately belong to me. Orochimaru's voice was filled with unrestrained excitement and possessiveness. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to get serious. Ninjutsu hidden shadow snake hands. Hiss, hiss, hiss. From Orochimaru's sleeves, countless dark venomous snakes surged forth. These snakes converged in midair into a black torrent, opening their mouths filled with poisonous fangs, rushing towards Chen in a biting frenzy. The sight was enough to send anyone suffering from a fear of clusters into shock. However, facing the sea of snakes, Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He merely curled his lip dismissively. Another one of those disgusting tricks. Snake uncle, are you determined to be forever entwined with snakes in this life? He couldn't even be bothered to raise a hand. Instead, he gathered chakra in his right foot and stomped down hard. Boom. With a dull thud that sounded as if an ancient beast turned over underground, the earth trembled violently around Chen's foot, and grotesque fissures spread wildly in all directions. Localized earthquake. A terrifying shockwave visible to the naked eye and comparable to an rank earth release technique erupted in a circular blast. Bang, 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 bang. The torrent of venomous snakes upon encountering the shockwave slammed into an invisible wall of size without even having to. They were all smashed into a bloody mist. Blood rained down, splattering everywhere. What? Orochimaru's golden pupils suddenly contracted as he couldn't comprehend why his ninjutsu had been countered by such pure physical force. Before he could react, swish. Chen's figure instantly disappeared from his position. So fast. Orochimaru's heart raced, instinctively wanting to retreat. But it was already too late. Chen's figure appeared at his side like a phantom. With a sharp turn midair, his right leg lifted high like a battle axe accompanied by a piercing scream that sliced through the air, he delivered a fierce spinning kick to Orochimaru's face. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as if striking the very soul of everyone present. Orochimaru's head was deformed from the impact of this kick. He felt like he had been struck hidden by a speeding truck. Again he transformed into a cannonball flying backward at a speed even faster than before. Boom boom boom. This time he did not break any trees, for he was flying too high. He soared over most of the forest, tracing a tragic parabolic arc in the air. Finally, with a loud bang, he crashed heavily into a distant mud pit, like a broken sack splattering mud everywhere. This time there was no more movement in the ruins. The forest had completely returned to silence. Jin slowly retracted his leg, brushing off non-existent dust from his pants. He looked down from his elevated position at the steaming mud pit in the distance, his face filled with unrestrained disappointment and mockery. Is this the legendary Sannin strength? His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Sasuke's ears beside him. I am truly disappointed. Jin shook his head, curling his lip. You don't even qualify to make me warm up. Sasuke sat dumbfounded on the ground, listening to Chen's utterly disdainful complaints, and swallowed hard. He felt that his worldview had not just collapsed, but had been forcefully kicked into a dimensional rift by Chen's not even worthy of warming up. If you get serious, wouldn't you be able to kick the Hokage rock to pieces? Chin ignored the already completely withdrawn Uchiha orphan. He turned around and glanced at the unconscious Naruto and Sakura on the ground. Tisk, troublesome. He picked them up, one in each hand, like little chicks preparing to take them to reunite with his teammates. At that moment, a sudden fit of severe coughing came from the mud pit where he had kicked Orochimaru in. Then a figure covered in mud, looking extremely disheveled, struggled to crawl out of the pit. He was still alive. This vitality is more resilient than a cockroach. Chin raised an eyebrow in surprise. He saw Orochimaru covering his completely deformed face, his golden snake eyes no longer filled with greed and excitement. Instead, they were filled with deep fear and apprehension. He stared fixedly at Chin, his body moving backward uncontrollably. What? What kind of monster are you? His voice trembled. He had traversed the ninja world for decades and had never encountered such an unreasonable opponent. Without using ninjutsu or genjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu, he had been utterly powerless against this shadow-level powerhouse. This had transcended his understanding. Monster. Chin laughed, a radiant smile on his face. He shook the unconscious Naruto and Sakura he was holding, looking innocent. I'm just an ordinary genin passing by, you know. Do you believe me? Seeing Orochimaru crawling out of the mire looking disheveled, Chin couldn't help but smile. Whether I believe it or not is not important. What matters is that you seem to have some doubts yourself. What? What kind of monster are you? Orochimaru clasped his fully deformed face, and in his golden snake-like eyes there was no longer the greed and excitement from before, but rather a profound sense of fear and dread. Having roamed the ninja world for decades, he had never encountered such an unreasonable opponent. Without using ninjutsu or genjutsu, purely relying on his physical skills, he rendered this shadow-level powerhouse utterly defenseless. This had already surpassed the realm of his understanding. Monster. Jin shook the Naruto and Sakura he was holding, feigning innocence. I'm just an ordinary genin passing by, you know. Chin continued, and you Uncle Snake at your age, still playing in the mud. Don't you think it's dirty? Orochimaru ignored Chen's mockery. His golden snake-like eyes fixed intently on Chin. The fear within them was being replaced at an incredibly strange speed by a more frenzied and intense emotion. Greed. An almost pathological desire to completely possess the other. Ordinary genin. Hee hee. Orochimaru suddenly let out a chilling low laugh. Slowly, he stood up from the mire. The body that Chin had kicked to bones was now twisting and reforming at an extremely eerie angle, like a boneless creature. This perfect body. This destructive chakra. This utterly tyrannical physical skill. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and slowly licked around his lips, producing a chilling hiss sound. In his eyes not only was there no anger, but instead a blazing fire was igniting. The rumors are indeed true. Within you truly harbor the power of that man. His gaze upon Chin was 100 times, 1,000 times more fervent than when he looked at Sasuke. In his eyes, Sasuke's immature Uchiha body was nothing but a pile of inferior goods compared to this young man before him. It was the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. While Sasuke-kun is excellent compared to you, he is hardly worth mentioning. Orochimaru's voice was filled with unreserved excitement and possessiveness. He slowly opened his arms as if embracing his lover. Fujiwara-chan, is it? I will remember. Wait for me, your body, your power. Orochimaru's smile twisted and became frenzied. Will ultimately, faced with Orochimaru's passionate confession, which was akin to that of a perverse stalker, Chin couldn't help but shiver. Damn, does this Uncle Snake's XP system have some serious issues. How can someone get beaten up and still develop feelings? He wrinkled his nose in disdain. I'm not interested in men, especially not in an old man who hasn't bathed in decades. He will be interested. Orochimaru confidently chuckled. He knew that in his current state it was impossible to defeat this monster Hiden. If the fight continued, he might really meet his end here today. While Sasuke-kun is just an appetizer, I can't let it go to waste. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, who was still dazed, and a cunning gleam flashed in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a scroll from his bosom and threw it on the ground. Fujiwara-chan, you are indeed very strong like a monster. But mere strength is useless. A fool like you who doesn't know how to utilize power will eventually die under your own arrogance. This earth scroll is my gift to you as a meeting present. Orochimaru's voice became ethereal. Let's meet at the final venue. Before his words faded. Bang! Orochimaru's body suddenly transformed into a swarm of pitch-black snakes scattering in all directions and swiftly burrowing into the earth. In an instant he disappeared without a trace. He runs pretty fast. Jin curled his lips, too lazy to chase after him. He stepped down, crushing several little snakes that didn't manage to escape into a bloody pulp. Then he bent down and picked up the earth scroll covered in mud from the ground. Without even glancing at it, he tossed it to Uchiha Sasuke, who was still dazed. Sasuke instinctively caught the scroll, looking bewildered. Is this for me? If not, who else? Chin rolled his eyes. I'm not interested in such childish games. He carried the unconscious Naruto and Sakura, turning to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped and glanced back at Sasuke. That gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. What are you looking at? Sasuke shivered under that stare and instinctively took a half step back. I didn't. Remember, I don't want a word of what happened today to escape your lips. Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. If you dare to go out and say I saved you or mention anything about me. Chen's lips curled into a devilish smile. He pointed at the massive rock shattered by Orochimaru in the distance. I'll throw you into that stone as well to keep him company. After saying that, Chin turned without looking back, dragging the two burdens into the shadows of the forest, leaving Sasuke standing there in a daze. He stared at the earth scroll in his hand, then glanced at the terrifying traces of destruction in the distance, his mind in a chaotic state. Saved me. No. He was merely pushing aside an ant that was about to be crushed while he stepped on another ant in his way. From beginning to end, he had never even glanced at me. That was a pure bone-deep disregard. Damn me. Damn it. Sasuke tightly gripped the scroll in his hand, his nails digging into his palm, blood oozing out. In that moment, his dark eyes were dyed a shocking blood red with endless jealousy and unwillingness. A pitch-black Magatama slowly emerged within. Several days later, under the tower in the center of the Death Forest, the second exam officially concluded. To everyone's surprise, over 20 teams passed the exam this time. The number of successful candidates far exceeded expectations. It seems this year's youngsters are quite impressive. The third Hokage stood atop the tower, looking down at the disheveled yet spirited genin below, satisfied as he puffed on his pipe. However, when his gaze fell upon the black-haired boy in the crowd who was yawning and appeared to be half asleep, he instinctively furrowed his brows tightly. What on earth is this kid's background? Is he an enemy or a friend? Is he a dragon or a worm? The third Hokage felt a sense of incomprehensibility for the first time in nearly 70 years. Hokage-sama. The proctor Mizuki Kaze coughed a couple of times and stepped forward. Due to the excessive number of candidates passing the second exam, if we proceed directly to the third selection, it will take too long. Therefore, we have decided to hold a preliminary round for the third exam right here. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Before they even had a chance to catch their breath, they had to continue fighting. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyelids drooped even more. Fight again. This is such a hassle. He was just about to find a corner to take a nap. Above him, a massive electronic display screen randomly selected two names flashing with blinding light. Round 1, Uchiha Sasuke versus Chikuto Armor. Oh, is it my turn already? Sasuke snorted coldly, stepping out from the crowd with a cold and confident gaze. After the incident with Orochimaru, he had not only awakened his Sharingan, but had also improved his strength significantly. He instinctively turned to glance at Chen in the crowd. His eyes were filled with provocation and a declaration of war. However, Chen didn't even look at him. He was leaning against the wall, his head nodding slowly, seemingly. Already? Just you wait, Fujiwara-chan. Sasuke retracted his gaze, clenching his fists. One day I will make you acknowledge me. He leaped down, landing in the center of the arena, his eyes sharp as knives. Are you my opponent? The sound ninja Chikudo armor displayed a cruel smile across his face. Let me experience just how powerful your eyes really are, Uchiha brat. The trial in the Death Forest concluded with a passing rate far exceeding expectations. All the successful lower ninja teams gathered in the spacious and bright hall of the central tower. On the circular viewing platform of the second floor of the tower, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a group of Jonin instructors, looked down at the scene below. The will of fire is the cornerstone of protecting the village, forged by the blood of our predecessors. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, began his characteristic and exceedingly lengthy pre-battle motivational speech. The lower ninjas below stood straight, their blood boiling, wishing they could immediately sacrifice themselves for Konoha. Except for one person. Jin also stood at the back of the line, leaning against an inconspicuous corner. His head nodded repeatedly as he had already drifted off to sleep, even blowing a shiny bubble of mucus. Who are you? The faint sound of snoring was particularly jarring in the solemn hall. Beside him, Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru had expressions of disbelief. This guy, he can fall asleep in such an occasion. Kiba's mouth twitched. Shikamaru sighed helplessly, moving 2 steps aside to pretend he didn't know him. Seeing the scene, Yuhi Kurenai was so furious that she almost jumped down from the second floor to pull Chen's ear and drag him up. This guy is simply bringing shame to Team 9. Fortunately, the third Hokage's long-winded speech finally came to an end. A pale-faced man who always coughed, looking weak, stepped into the center of the arena. The proctor, Moonlight Gale. Cough, cough, cough. Gale covered his mouth and coughed a couple of times, speaking weakly. Due to the excessive number of participants passing the second exam, cough, cough. If we proceed directly to the third and final selection, it will take too long. Therefore, we have decided to conduct a preliminary round for the third exam right here, right now. As soon as he said this, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Before anyone could catch their breath, they had to continue fighting. The rules of the preliminary round are simple, unknown duels, cough, cough. Gale pointed to the large electronic display screen at the back of the hall. The matchups will be randomly drawn by the screen. The winners advance and the losers are eliminated. Now, cough, cough. The preliminary round begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, the massive electronic display screen lit up and countless candidates' names and avatars began to scroll wildly. Everyone held their breath, staring nervously at the screen, their hearts racing. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out and the names on the screen suddenly froze. Round 1, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sakano. Is it my turn? Sasuke snorted coldly, stepping out from the crowd, his gaze icy and confident. Having been stimulated by the Orochimaru incident, he had not only awakened his Sharingan, but also significantly improved his strength. He instinctively glanced back at Chin, who was in the crowd, his eyes filled with provocation and challenge. However, Chin didn't look at him at all. He was leaning against the wall, his head nodding, seemingly having fallen asleep. Sasuke's face darkened instantly. Just wait, Fujiwara-chin. One day I will make you acknowledge me. He leaped down, landing in the center of the arena, his gaze sharp as a knife. The ensuing battle was without suspense. Utilizing the insight of his Sharingan, Sasuke perfectly replicated Rock Lee's taijutsu, Lion's Barrage, effortlessly defeating the Sound Ninja's underling and advancing with ease. Next match. Gale announced again. The names on the screen began to scroll wildly once more. Chin was still sleeping soundly in the corner, with a bubble of mucus rising and falling with his breath, looking comically ridiculous. This guy's heart is too big. Kiba shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, ding. The names on the screen froze again. This time, everyone's gaze converged on the boy still snoring in the corner. The screen clearly displayed Round 2, Fujiwara-chin vs Sakon. The entire arena fell silent for a second. Following that, a wave of uncontrollable excitement erupted. Fujiwara-chin. Is that the monster who smashed the strength measurement column with a single punch? This is going to be a good show. Who is his opponent? Sakon. Never heard of him. Just as everyone was discussing, a boy with a spiky haircut looking exceptionally arrogant stepped out from the Sound Village team with a sinister smile. He was one of the Sound Ninja trio sent by Orochimaru to gather intelligence. Sakon. Finally, it's my turn. Sakon cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp popping sound. He glanced at Jin, who was still sleeping in the corner, his eyes filled with disdain and cruelty. The monster of Konoha. In front of me, he's just a useless fool. With a loud bang, he leaped down from the second floor viewing platform, landing heavily in the center of the arena and creating 2 shallow craters on the ground. He raised his arms high, showcasing the 2 dark holes in his palms. Hey, you sleeping guy. Sakon pointed at Chin and shouted arrogantly. My name is Sakon, remember it well, for this will be the last name. Just wait, I will use my ability to unleash supersonic waves and wind pressure, the vacuum wave, to tear you, the so-called Konoha monster, and your bones to shreds. Arrogance. To an extreme degree. However, in the face of his textbook-like death declaration, Chin remained leaning against the wall, sleeping like a dead pig, even rolling over to find a more comfortable position. Sakon's face turned green instantly. This was blatant disregard. Damn guy. How dare you underestimate me? He trembled with anger, wishing to rush up and tear Chin in half right then and there. On the viewing platform, Nara Shikamaru watched the scene, sighing helplessly. He walked over to Chen's side, extending his finger to gently poke his face. Hey, wake up. Her voice was not loud, carrying a hint of laziness. It's your turn. If you don't go down soon, you'll be disqualified. Huh. Chen groggily opened his eyes, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning widely. Is it my turn already? So fast. He sleepily glanced at the spiky-haired boy glaring at him from below. Oh, my opponent is this little kid. He pouted, his tone filled with disappointment. I thought I could draw a stronger opponent like that red-haired guy. Forget it, the sooner I finish, the sooner I can leave. He slowly stood up, stretched, and his joints cracked with a clear popping sound. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, he yawned, hands in his pockets, and walked slowly down the stairs to the center of the arena, resembling a somnambulant patient. His disheveled, sleepy appearance formed a stark contrast with the menacing Sakon across from him. You guy. Sakon looked at Chen's nonchalant demeanor, furious to the point of explosion. Proctor Moonlight Gale stepped between the two, wearing an expression of disbelief. He looked at Chen, who was still rubbing his eyes, and twitched his lips. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently twice, trying to regain everyone's attention. Since both contestants have arrived, Gale took a deep breath and then suddenly swung his arm down. Then round 2, the preliminary round, begins. The second round of the preliminary match begins. The weak voice of Moonlight Gale echoed in the empty hall. Opposite him, the sound ninja Sokka eagerly launched his attack. The fury within him had reached its peak, fueled by Chen-Yes' blatant disregard. He intended to tear this yawning opponent apart using the most ruthless and violent methods. Die, monster of Konoha. Sokka sneered, raising his arms high, aiming the 2 dark wind tunnels in his palms at Chen-Yi. Slash of the Void's extreme wail. Virum. The piercing hum instantly resonated throughout the entire. A visible and terrifying shockwave, a mixture of high-pressure air and ultrasonic waves, surged forth from Saku's wind tunnel like a flood breaching a dam. The violent wind pressure swept away the rubble and dust from the ground, transforming into a white torrent of destruction. Where it passed, the hard stone floor was plowed into deep ravines. The power of this attack had far surpassed that of a lower ninja. Even a regular mid-ninja struck hidden by this technique would undoubtedly be left in tatters. So strong. Naruto and Sakura in the stands turned pale with fear. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply as he questioned himself. If he were the one standing there facing this attack, aside from barely dodging with the Sharingan, there was no way to withstand it. Chen-Yi, get out of the way. Inuzuka Kiba shouted anxiously. However, Chen-Yi at the center of the storm seemed stunned. He still stood there with his hands in his pockets, unmoving, even finishing his yawn. Boom. In the next moment, the white torrent of destruction completely engulfed Chen-Yes' seemingly frail figure. The tempest mixed with rubble raged furiously in that area, producing a deafening roar. Dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Ha ha. Sokka laughed arrogantly at the terrifying destruction he had wrought. Did you see that? This is the consequence of provoking me. He withdrew his arms, looking around with great satisfaction. What Konoha monster? Before the power bestowed by my lord Orochimaru, it's merely a slightly strong. There's not even a scrap left, haha. Just as his laughter faded, it suddenly choked in his throat like a duck being strangled. Because as the smoke gradually dissipated, he saw in the center of the deep pit he had created, the black-haired youth still stood there. With his hands in his pockets, his posture was exactly the same as before he attacked, not having moved an inch. Unscathed. Not to mention injury, his ordinary black jacket didn't even have a crease. Not a speck of dust touched him. No. Impossible. Sokka's eyes bulged out, the pride and arrogance on his face instantly replaced by endless terror. He stared at Chen-Yi, his voice trembling. What? What did you do? Why did my slash of the Not just him, but all the commanding jonin in the second floor stands also suddenly stood up from their seats. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What just happened was chakra armor. Kakashi's dead fish eye widened, his voice slightly hoarse. No, wait. Yuhi Kurenai beside him shook her head. Although her genjutsu had no effect on Chen-Yi, her perception was top-notch. That is not ordinary chakra armor. The color and texture of that chakra. It resembles Sisin. A deep youthful voice spoke the forbidden name for her. Unbeknownst to him, Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, had already stood beside Kakashi. His thick eyebrows and large eyes were fixed on Chen-Yi below, flames of excitement burning in his gaze. Though it is thin, just a layer, it is definitely unmistakable. That is the divine power that can only be summoned with the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. My rival. You truly hide the secret that ignites the passion of youth. In the center of the arena, Chinyi impatiently rubbed his ears that felt itchy from the ultrasonic wave. The extremely thin, nearly imperceptible deep blue chakra armor, which could only be barely seen when the Sharingan was activated, rippled like water and then silently vanished. That was the most basic form of Susanoo, the rib armor. Though only a prototype, its defensive power was enough to ignore such a level of physical attack. So noisy. Chinyi pouted, finally finishing that long yawn. He raised his head and for the first time looked directly at the sound ninja across from him, who had already been stunned. His gaze was filled with unabashed disdain. With such little skill you dare to come out and boast. Is this how Orochimaru's snake taught you, little fools? As soon as his words fell, swish. Jinye's figure instantly vanished from the spot. No hand seals, no smoke of body flicker. It was pure speed that transcended the limits of the naked eye. Not good. Saku's inner alarm rang loudly. He didn't even see Jinye's afterimage. He could only rely on his battle instincts and subconsciously try to turn around to defend himself. But it was already too late. Bang. A heavy dull sound like a strike on a drum abruptly resonated in the silent hall. Jinye's figure appeared like a wraith behind Saku. He didn't even use his fists, merely slashing down with his hand, casually striking Saku's neck. Ugh. Saku's terrified expression froze instantly. He felt a tingling at the back of his neck, a surge of irresistible immense power. The world in front of him spun violently, then plunged into complete darkness. His eyes rolled back and his body fell limply like a noodle with its bones removed. Thud. He crashed straight down onto the cold floor, completely losing consciousness. Instant kill. Another instant kill. From Moonlight Gale announcing the start to Saku fainting, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. In the vast venue there was complete silence. Everyone was like they had been hit with a binding technique, forgetting even to breathe. They stared blankly at the youth, who slowly withdrew his hand and even disdainfully clapped his hands. Their minds were blank. In the second floor stands all the commanding jonin, including the always lazy Kakashi and the eternally passionate Might Guy. Even including the ever-stable Sand Village jonin Gara. At this moment they all collectively gasped in shock. This speed. This power. This terrifying absolute defense. Is this really a freshly graduated lower ninja? This is clearly a tailed beast wearing human skin. In the center of the arena, Chinyi completely ignored the piercing gazes directed at him from behind. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and turned to walk towards the proctor, who was still frozen in a waving gesture. Chinyi approached Moonlight Gale and poked him with his finger. Referee. Moonlight Gale awakened from his stupor, jumped in fright. Chinyi pointed at the sound ninja on the ground, who was foaming at the mouth, and then gestured towards the second floor stands, displaying an extremely innocent expression. Is the match over? He blinked, his tone filled with anticipation. Can I go back to sleep? In the eerie silence that enveloped the venue, Chinyi strolled back to the second floor viewing platform with his hands in his pockets, yawning as he went. His half-awake demeanor suggested that it was not him who had just taken down the sound ninja, but rather someone who had just gone downstairs for a bun. As soon as he returned to the 8th team's position, Inuzuka Ryo excitedly rushed towards him. Wow! Chinyi, you are incredible! He exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Chinye's shoulder and giving it a hearty pat. What speed was that? I barely saw how you got past him, and that arrogant hedgehog head just went down. Now we've truly made a name for ourselves in the Chunin exams, haha. Enough with the pats, my bones are going to fall apart. The black dog Maru also joined in, barking and wagging. Stop it, stop it. Chinyi pushed Inuzuka Ryo away, rubbing his shoulder. What name are we making? I just wanted to finish early and go back to sleep. This ridiculous match is really wasting my rest time. Nara Shizune quietly handed him a bottle of opened mineral water. A flicker of perceptible brilliance flashed in her half-squinted eyes. Here. Shizune's voice remained lazy, but upon closer inspection there was a hint of curiosity. What you just used? Wasn't the body flicker technique, was it? As a representative of high intelligence, Shizune saw more clearly than Ryo. The body flicker technique leaves traces of chakra fluctuations, but at the moment Chinyi vanished she felt nothing. It was pure physical speed, explosive to a degree that surpassed visual retention. Chinyi took a sip of water and mumbled vaguely, who knows, maybe it's just because my legs are longer. He wouldn't explain that it was the enhanced physical abilities granted by the Uchiha Madara template. The law of survival explanations are just disguises, and disguises are facts. Not admitting, not denying, let them guess for themselves. Shizune gave him a deep look but didn't pry further. She knew that this guy's secrets ran deeper than she imagined. The subsequent matches continued. Despite Chinye's earth-shattering instant kill, the following battles seemed somewhat lackluster. Still, everyone forced themselves to stay focused. Kenjiro easily won with his puppet technique. Tamari knocked 10-10 out of the ring with a fan. Shikamaru outsmarted the Sound Ninja Village's Gold with his high intelligence. The names on the screen scrolled again. Ding. Round 8, Hyuga Niji vs Hyuga Hinata. As soon as this matchup was announced, the atmosphere in the stands turned tense. An internal conflict among the prestigious Hyuga clan, a branch family genius versus the main family's eldest daughter. This is going to be interesting, Inuzuka Ryo whistled. I heard that Niji is recognized as a genius by the Hyuga clan. Hinata is in trouble now. Jinyi leaned against the wall and rolled his eyes. He had no interest in this family drama. I'd rather be sleeping right now. He mumbled, closing his eyes. In the center of the arena, Niji and Hinata had already assumed their gentle fist stances. However, Niji did not rush to attack. Instead, he activated his Byakugan. Veins bulged on his forehead, his gaze cold and oppressive. Give up, Lady Hinata. Niji's voice carried a sense of superiority. You are simply not cut out to be a ninja. Your eyes tell me that you are terrified. I am not. Hinata weakly retorted, her body trembling involuntarily. You don't need to lie to me, and my eyes can see through everything. Niji began his infamous psychological attack. You have been weak and mediocre since childhood, unable to bear the cruelty of being a ninja. From the moment one is born, fate is already decided. Just like you are from the main house and I am from the branch, you are the bottom tier while I am the genius. This gap is something you can never bridge, no matter how hard you try. Give up, accept your mediocre fate. That is the path you should take. Niji's lengthy monologue pierced Hinata's heart, bringing her to tears on the verge of breaking down. Even Naruto in the stands could not bear to listen any longer, angrily retorting. Meanwhile, Jinyi, pretending to sleep in the corner, was disturbed by this preachy sermon, frowning intensely. It's so noisy. He felt a wave of agitation. Are all the people from the Hyuga clan mentally ill? So much nonsense over a fight. What fate and destiny? I have forcibly bound Uchiha Madara's template. Who are you to talk to me about fate? If it weren't for that synchronization rate, I'd be lying in an orphanage now, enjoying my old age. In the arena, encouraged by Naruto, Hinata finally mustered the courage to attack Niji. But the gap in strength was simply too vast. Despite Hinata giving it her all, she was still battered by Niji's gentle fist. Stubborn and foolish. Niji snorted coldly, hitting Hinata's pressure point again, knocking her to the ground. You can't change your fate. Why do you still struggle? He looked at Hinata, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, and his killing intent grew stronger. Since you want to prove yourself, I will let you see reality clearly. Niji's eyes turned icy, his right hand gathering deadly chakra. He struck down fiercely towards Hinata's heart. Stop. Yuhi Kurenai was alarmed and prepared to jump down to save her. Might Guy Kakashi and even the Proctor Mizuki moved at the same time. Four Jonin-level powerhouses rushed into the arena from four directions, grabbing Niji's arms and body. They forcibly stopped this deadly blow. The match is over, Niji, Might Guy said sternly. Do not harm your comrades. Niji, pinned down by the four Jonin, still glared unwillingly at Hinata on the ground. Why? Why do you want to stop me? This is her fate. She brought it upon herself. The main house. The branch house. This damned fate, nobody can defy it. His roar, filled with resentment and unwillingness, echoed in the hall. Everyone fell silent. The conflict between the main house and branch house of the Hyuga clan was known to all. However, amidst this heavy atmosphere, a voice that was extremely lazy, even tinged with disdain, suddenly echoed from the corner of the second-floor viewing platform. I say, can you shut up? The voice was not loud, but in the currently silent hall it clearly reached everyone's ear. Everyone looked up. In the corner of the second-floor viewing platform stood the black-haired boy who had just annihilated the Sound Ninja and was dubbed the Konoha monster. With his hands in his pockets leaning against the wall, he wore an impatient expression as he dug at his ears, looking down at Niji, who was being restrained by four Jonin. In his pitch-black eyes there was no sympathy, only deep mockery. Always talking about an unchangeable fate. Jinyi curled his lip, his tone full of disdain. Since you believe fate is predetermined, then what are you, a caged bird marked with a cursed seal, barking about? Just obediently accept your fate. It's really noisy. The moment he spoke, all eyes in the arena were instantly glued to Jinyi. Gasps filled the air. This guy actually dared to publicly expose the Hyuga clan scars. And insult Niji as a barking dog. How bold. Niji's body stiffened suddenly. His pure white eyes fixed fiercely on Jinyi in the stands, veins bulging on his forehead. The anger and humiliation within him erupted like a volcano. You know nothing, you commoner. Niji roared through gritted teeth. If he weren't pinned down, he would have rushed up to fight. Do you understand the pain of a caged bird? Do you understand what a predetermined fate means? If we meet in the finals, I will make you experience this despair firsthand. I will make you see your mediocre fate clearly. Facing Niji's hysterical threat, Jinyi didn't even raise an eye. He lowered his hand from his ear and lightly blew on his fingertips, then replied in a tone that seemed to infuriate without consequence, "Oh, do as you wish. Just don't preach to me anymore, I find it annoying. Oh, do as you please. Just don't chant at me again, I find it annoying." Jin also tossed this remark aside without even glancing at the trembling Ningxi, turning to leave. This nonchalant attitude stung Ningxi's pride more than any vicious curse. You jerk. Ningxi was firmly held down by several jonin, only able to glare at Chen's retreating figure with his bloodshot white eyes. As this small episode concluded, the preliminary rounds also finally drew to a close. The final battle list was freshly unveiled. By an ironic twist of fate, Chen's opponent was none other than the genius from Sunigakure, who had also advanced by quick kills, Gara. Now this is interesting, a duel between two monsters. Shikamaru looked at the list on the big screen, stroking his chin and lamenting, I wonder if that red-haired sand can withstand one of Chen's punches. After the preliminary rounds, there was a full month of preparation time until the third official selection. This month was meant for the candidates to recover from their injuries while also allowing the feudal lords and nobles from various countries time to arrive in Konoha to watch the finals. For other candidates, this month was a golden opportunity to train hard and improve their strengths. Sasuke went to find Kakashi for some special training. Naruto was dragged off by Jiraiya for special training. As for Chin, finally I can sleep in for a whole month without guilt. The next morning, by a small river outside Konoha, the scenery was beautiful with lush green grass and the river water gently flowing, bringing a hint of coolness. Chin found a tree with dense foliage and spread out a mat in the shade, comfortably lying down. He rested his hands behind his head, chewing on a blade of grass while watching the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. This is the life. He mused, thinking that once the Chunin exams were over, he should save enough money to buy a decent, then he could come here every day to fish and soak up the sun. As for Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, let them go to hell. Just as Chin closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, a sudden whoosh. A gentle breeze stirred a few fallen leaves, sending ripples through the air. A man with silver spiky hair and a mask silently appeared beside Chin. The newcomer was none other than Hatake Kakashi. He held his signature book, Make Out Paradise, and looked down at Chin lying on the mat with a dead fish eye. Yo, Chin. Kakashi lazily greeted, on such a nice day, while everyone else is training hard, you alone are hiding here sleeping. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Chin didn't even lift his eyelids. Kakashi-sensei, why are you here bothering me instead of teaching your precious student? Are you here to invite me for some dango? Kakashi closed his book, stuffed it into his pocket, and sat down next to Chin. I've already arranged things for Sasuke. He looked at Chin, his tone becoming slightly more serious. I came to find you at the Hokage's request as well as my own. Oh. Chin still kept his eyes closed, responding dismissively. What instruction does the old man of the third have this time? I watched your match yesterday. Kakashi paid no mind to Chin's attitude and continued, your taijutsu is remarkable and your speed and explosive power surprised even me. However, Kakashi's tone shifted to a more serious note. Your attack methods are too singular. With only pure taijutsu, if you encounter an opponent skilled in long-range attacks or someone like Gara who possesses absolute defense, you could easily fall into a passive position. You need a finishing ninja technique to cover this shortcoming. Hearing this, Chin finally opened his eyes. He turned his head, looking at Kakashi with a strange expression. A finishing technique. Do I lack one? Does Great Fire Annihilation count? Does Susanu's sword count? I'm just afraid to use it and scare you all to death. Kakashi-sensei, I appreciate your kindness. Chin yawned and closed his eyes again. But I'm quite simple-minded and can't learn those complicated ninjutsu. Taijutsu is good, simple, and straightforward. Besides, even though Gara's sand is hard, I don't think he can withstand a few of my punches. Kakashi's mouth. This kid is truly arrogant to the extreme. But he didn't come today just to teach ninjutsu. He had a more important purpose. To test. To see if Chin truly possessed the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and whether he had awakened the Sharingan. During the Land of Waves mission, when Chin swiftly defeated the demon brothers and used the water dragon bullet, although Kakashi had not clearly seen the hand seals, he vaguely sensed an extremely special chakra fluctuation. That kind of fluctuation was too familiar to him. You can't escape this. Kakashi stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Since the Hokage entrusted you to me, I must be responsible for your safety. Moreover, the technique I want to teach you is very suitable for someone with your speed. He walked to the riverbank, turning his... Watch closely, Chin. This is my original rank assassination technique. It's called Chidori, also known as Raikiri. Kakashi's voice turned deep and chilling. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping his wrist with his left. An extremely violent lightning attribute chakra began to wildly gather in his palm. Zizizi. The harsh sound of electricity crackled in the air. Chen's tightly shut eyes slightly... He sighed helplessly. Why does Kakashi insist on pushing this on me? With Kakashi's chakra infusion, the lightning in his right hand grew brighter and more dazzling. What initially had only a few arcs of electricity instantly surged into a brilliant blue lightning ball. Countless tiny currents danced like frenzied silver snakes, rampaging through the air and tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere. Ki. A piercing shriek erupted like 1,000 birds screeching in unison. This sound was sharp to the extreme, as if it could pierce a person's eardrum directly. The birds in the surrounding trees were startled by the sound and flapped their wings to flee. Even the calm surface of the river was shaken by this violent chakra fluctuation, creating ripples. This is Chidori. Kakashi suddenly turned around, showcasing the dazzling lightning in front of Chin. The blue light cast flickering shadows on his face, obscured by his mask. His one exposed dead fish eye fixated on Chen's reaction. However, Chen's face did not show the shock, admiration, or fear that Kakashi had anticipated. In fact, he even boredly scratched his ear that had been tickled by the electric sound. I say, Kakashi-sensei, not only does this technique have an ugly name, but the sound is also too loud. If I were to use this at night for assassination, I'm afraid even before getting close to the target, the whole village's dogs would wake up because of you. Kakashi's mouth twitched violently. His prideful original strength ninjutsu was actually criticized by this kid for being too loud. What do you know? Kakashi suppressed his frustration and dissipated the Raikiri. The blue lightning disappeared and the piercing bird cries ceased. The forest returned to tranquility. Kakashi walked back to Chen's side, speaking in an inscrutable tone that even carried a hint of lecturing. Did you see clearly, Chen? This technique requires not only an extremely large amount of chakra, but also the ability to maximize the transformation of chakra's form and nature. I spent several years compressing lightning attribute chakra to this degree to create this invincible assassination technique. Its only drawback is that it moves too fast, creating tunnel vision, making it hard to see the enemy's counterattack. Therefore, it must be paired with extremely strong dynamic vision like. Kakashi paused, his dead fish eye staring intently at Jin. The Sharingan is needed to master it perfectly. He was subtly hinting. If Jin truly had the Sharingan, he would surely react to this. However, Jin merely yawned and turned over, presenting his back to him. Oh, that sounds too troublesome. Kakashi-sensei, this technique is too advanced for my commoner's brain to learn. You should go teach Sasuke instead. He has the Sharingan and will definitely pick it up quickly. I'll just continue practicing my Iron Head technique, which is more practical. Kakashi looked at Chen's indifferent back and took a deep breath. It seemed that verbal probing was ineffective. Can't learn it. Kakashi's tone became somewhat strange as he crouched down behind Chen. No worries, I have plenty of time to teach you slowly. Next, I'll explain in detail the principles of lightning attribute chakra flow in this meridian. Enough, my head hurt. Chen irritably covered his ears. He genuinely didn't want to learn this troublesome ninjutsu. In the template of Madara, there were countless powerful ninjutsu, and any one of them would be more practical than Chidori. Moreover, the shrill sound of Chidori was utterly incompatible with his Loki style of survival. However, he knew that if he didn't find a way to get rid of Kakashi, he wouldn't have a peaceful month. Sigh. Chen helplessly sighed, sitting up from the grass. He looked at Kakashi, who was crouching in front of him and ready to start a lengthy lecture, and suddenly became somewhat serious. Kakashi-sensei, you said just now that this technique requires the transformation of chakra's form and nature to reach their extremes, right? Kakashi paused for a moment and nodded. That's right. Why? Have you figured something out? Not exactly. Chen scratched his head, smiling somewhat awkwardly. I just think that while your technique has decent power, it's not only noisy, but also only capable of a straight thrust, making it too easy to dodge. Since you want to teach me. Chen slowly extended his right hand. He didn't form any seals, only narrowing his eyes slightly. How about I try according to the principles you just demonstrated? Just give it a try. Kakashi's dead fish eye, which was usually half-lidded, widened in surprise. He looked at the pale, somewhat frail right hand extended by Chinyi and couldn't help but let out a cold snicker. Chinyi ninjutsu is not child's play, especially not in strength ninjutsu. The fusion of form change and nature change requires exceptionally high chakra control. If you forcefully attempt it, you could easily cause your chakra to run wild and injure your own meridians. Kakashi pulled out the book, Make Out Paradise, from his pocket, intending to knock some sense into this reckless kid's. You should start with tree climbing and water walking. However, Kakashi's words got stuck in his throat before zzz. An extremely familiar yet far more piercing than before chattering sound suddenly erupted from the palm of Chinye's extended right hand. The sound was like 10,000 frenzied birds desperately screaming in a cage. Not only that, but the fresh air around seemed to be sucked dry of oxygen, becoming intensely oppressive in that moment. A heart-stopping pure aura of destruction swept across the entire riverbank like an invisible storm. Kakashi's body stiffened abruptly. He struggled to turn his head inch by inch. He saw Chinyi listlessly raising his right hand. There were no complex seals being formed, not even a single unnecessary movement. However, in his palm, a dazzling, piercingly bright deep blue lightning was wildly jumping and twisting. The size of that lightning was not just larger than Kakashi's previous Chidori, but its chakra density was several times higher, even appearing to have a viscous liquid-like quality. Countless thick blue arcs of electricity surged forth from the center of Chinye's palm, like rampaging silver snakes mercilessly wreaking havoc around. The grass beneath them was instantly carbonized to ash upon contact with these arcs. How? How is this possible? Kakashi's exposed right eye's pupil had shrunk to the size of a pin. He stared fixedly at the deep blue lightning in Chinye's hand, feeling as if his own breath was about to stop. Pure lightning attribute chakra nature change. Perfectly compressed to the extreme. This was not just giving it a try. This was clearly a Raikiri that was even more perfect and terrifying than his own creation. No, this could no longer be called Raikiri. This was practically a lightning-release nuclear bomb. Could it be? Kakashi's heart stirred violently as an absurd thought flashed through his mind. He just watched me demonstrate once and learned it. Even skipped the hand signs. What kind of monstrous ninjutsu talent is this? Even he who was once known as the #1 technician of Konoha had to go through countless failures and explorations at the age of 12 to barely develop this technique. What kind of freak is this kid? Just as Kakashi was plunged into extreme shock and even doubting life, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Jinyi frowned looking at the violent blue lightning in his palm and disdainfully curled his lips. This thing is indeed as you said. He waved his hand casually. That terrifying lightning capable of killing a jonin in an instant was effortlessly dissipated into the air as if he were throwing away a hot potato. The piercing bird cries suddenly ceased. The forest returned to tranquility, with only the sound of the breeze rustling through the scorched grass. Is this it? Jinyi clapped his hands looking at Kakashi, who was still frozen in place, his tone filled with unabashed disdain. I say, Kakashi-sensei, you spent years producing this shabby thing. Not only is it deafening like a bunch of ducks quacking. Moreover, Jinyi paused, accurately pinpointing the fatal flaw of this technique. The chakra in this thing is overly concentrated, leading to extreme instability of form. Once executed, it can only perform a straight thrust and cannot change direction midway. If during the thrust the enemy anticipates your trajectory, sets a trap, or counterattacks, you simply won't have time to dodge at such high speed. It's practically a death wish. Jinyi sighed, looking at Kakashi with the gaze of someone looking at a fool. I really don't understand what there is to be proud of in such a flawed ninjutsu. You might as well just go up and punch the enemy directly. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the sound of flowing water from the river in the distance echoed between the two. Thud. A soft sound. Kakashi's treasured book, which he even hesitated to let go of during battle, Make Out Paradise, slipped from his trembling fingers, dropping onto the grass. But he was completely oblivious. He simply stared blankly at this boy with a disdainful expression, feeling as if his heart was violently gripped by an invisible hand. Pain. So painful. His once proud rank original ninjutsu. The ultimate technique he once used to slay countless powerful foes during the Third Great Ninja War. That skill revered by the villagers as able to sever lightning. In the eyes of this 10-year-old civilian genin, it was only deserving of a dismissive "is this it?" and to be criticized as a worthless death trap. Worse still, he found himself unable to refute. Every word Jinyi said struck precisely at the fatal flaw of Chidori. This is also why he said that this technique must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan's super dynamic vision to be barely usable. Just one glance and I will not only learn it, but instantly see through its essence. Kakashi's dead fish eye completely lost its previous luster, becoming dull and lifeless. His once proud talent, the title of Copy Ninja that had been praised by countless people. In front of this boy's unreasonable and monstrous understanding, it was utterly crushed to dust. Kakashi felt his knees go weak. With a thud, he knelt directly on the scorched grass. He covered his face, which was concealed by his mask, with both hands. His tall and robust figure now appeared incredibly desolate and dejected. A wave of profound despair and self-doubt completely engulfed him. In these 30 years, Kakashi's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of an almost imperceptible sob. What have I really lived for? He finally understood why the third Hokage trembled so violently when looking at the reports from the South He River. Staying in the same village as this monster. The pressure is just too damn great. Seeing Kakashi, who seemed to age 10 years, in an instant kneeling on the ground, Jinyi felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? He extended his foot and gently kicked Kakashi's leg. Actually, this technique does have its merits. Jinyi attempted to comfort the injured guiding jonin. After all, he had shattered his Dao heart. What if he couldn't take it and jumped into the river? You see, while its straight thrust is easy to evade and the sound is loud, but if we make a slight modification, changing its chakra nature. Jinyi's words remained unfinished. Kakashi suddenly lifted his head sharply, and a faint glimmer of hope reignited in his exposed dead fish eye. Modify it. Change its nature. He stared intently at Jinyi, his voice anxious. This is the ultimate form change of lightning attribute chakra. If you forcibly change its nature, the lightning will lose its original penetrating power and become utterly powerless. This is simply impossible. Impossible. Jinyi looked at Kakashi's stubborn expression and couldn't. Kakashi-sensei, the words impossible do not exist in my dictionary. He slowly extended that pale right hand once more. Deep within his eyes, a fleeting flash of Uchiha's crimson light appeared. Since you think it's impossible. Jinyi's lips curled into a proud arc. Then I'll just casually modify it so you can see exactly how this broken ninjutsu should be used. Looking at Kakashi, who was kneeling on the grass with his hands covering his face, seemingly drained of all spirit, in an instant Chin awkwardly touched his nose. Isn't this mental fortitude a bit too fragile? He muttered to himself, feeling that he might have indeed been a bit too. After all, the person came with good intentions to teach you the ancestral secret technique. Not only did you learn it with just a glance, but you also belittled their proud technique to worthless. Anyone would find it unbearable. Cough cough, Kakashi-sensei, don't be too disheartened. Chin squatted down, patting Kakashi's shoulder, trying to salvage the shattered Dao heart of this elite jonin. Actually, the foundation of Chidori is quite good. It's just that your chakra attribute is relatively singular and lacks variation. Look if I make a slight adjustment, Chin said as he slowly raised his right hand. In his eyes a flash of crimson light belonging to the Uchiha clan quietly passed. The double Tomo Sharingan flickered in his dark pupils. Kakashi slowly raised his head, his dead fish eyes still filled with deep self-doubt. Adjustment. I spent years unable to change its form, do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, he was once again struck speechless by the scene before him. Zizizi. The familiar sound of chakra friction echoed in Chen's palm once again. However, this time it did not erupt with that blinding blue lightning. There was no shrill screeching sound like that of 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Instead, the surrounding light seemed to have been drained at that moment. A more oppressive, profound, and eerie aura of destruction spread through the air like a cold tide. Kakashi's eyes widened as he stared intently at Chen's palm. He saw a bolt of lightning so dark it was almost black quietly jumping in Chen's hand. Pure black. So black it seemed capable of swallowing all light, so deep that just a glance felt as if one's soul would be sucked in. What? What is this? Kakashi's voice trembled. He had never seen such a color of lightning chakra. No dazzling brilliance, no piercing noise. That dark lightning burned quietly yet emanated a deadly sense of danger that made one's scalp tingle. This is where I added a bit of extreme in attribute chakra to your lightning. Chin looked at the dark lightning in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. This was something he casually conjured by combining the properties of in-release chakra from Obito's template and his preliminary insights into spatial laws. You see, this not only resolves the issues of noise and light pollution, but also slightly enhances the penetrating power, Chin explained casually. As if he had simply added a pinch of salt to a dish. The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched violently. Added a bit of extreme in attribute chakra. So easily said. Is that something you can just mix in casually? Forcing the fusion of different chakra attributes can trigger terrifying explosions. Is this kid insane? Talk is cheap. Chin stood up and casually weighed the dark lightning in his hand. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say your Raikiri is unstoppable? How about this? He turned around, locking his gaze on a massive rock covered in moss towering 2 stories high several dozen meters away. Go. Chin did not make any charging motion, but casually threw the dark lightning as if tossing a baseball. Swish! The moment the black lightning left his hand, it made no sound of wind. Its speed was not particularly fast. Even Kakashi's eye without the Sharingan could clearly track its flight path. But this seemingly slow speed gave an eerie illusion of being unavoidable. What? What power could this possibly have? Kakashi thought as he felt a hint of doubt arise while watching the black lightning slowly approach the rock. The next second. Hiss, a sound so faint it was like tearing a thin piece of paper, suddenly echoed by the river. No explosion. No rubble flying. Not even a tremor. The moment the black lightning made contact with the massive rock, it was as if a drop of ink had fallen into the sea. It quietly merged in without a sound. Then, in Kakashi's horrified gaze, that indestructible several hundred-ton massive rock. The part struck by the black lightning, an area roughly the size of a water tank, had actually vanished into thin air. Literally vanished. No residue was left behind, nor did it turn to dust. It was as if someone had taken a giant eraser and simply erased a section of that rock. And the surface of the missing part was surprisingly smooth, like a mirror. It could even reflect the surrounding trees. As the breeze passed, a faint water-like distortion appeared in the space near the cut surface. Space. Spatial attribute. Kakashi's remaining dead fish eye widened, nearly rolling back. He pointed at the rock that had been erased, his finger trembling violently as if he had Parkinson's disease. You added spatial laws into your lightning. What? Kakashi felt his worldview shatter into pieces at that moment. Spatial ninjutsu. That was the highest level ninjutsu that even the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze needed to rely on his flying thunder god kunai to perform. It was universally recognized in the ninja world as the most difficult and mysterious law to master. Yet this mere 10-year-old civilian genin had just taken a casual glance at his Raikiri and made adjustments. And then fused spatial laws into lightning. What kind of divine comprehension is this? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Is this what you call a casual adjustment? Do you think this terrifying attack that can erase matter from existence is just a casual adjustment? Kakashi could no longer bear the shock of this dimensional descent. In my 30 years, I really lived in a dog's belly. Kakashi's mind was left with this last thought. Thud. His legs went soft and his eyes rolled back. This time he truly fainted, collapsing onto the charred grass, even foaming at the mouth. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Wake up. Jin looked at Kakashi lying on the ground and sighed helplessly. He walked over and gently kicked Kakashi's leg with his toes. No response. He picked up a stick from the side and poked Kakashi's face. Still no response. This mental fortitude is too poor. Jin shook his head and casually tossed the stick aside. I haven't even showcased the full power of my godly Raikiri and he has already fainted. The resilience of today's youth is truly lacking. He looked at the sky. The sun had already risen high. Forget him, I'm hungry. Jin stuffed his hands into his pockets and slowly turned around, heading toward the direction of Konoha village. Let's go eat some Ichiraka ramen. I wonder if that kid Naruto is there. In Konoha village at the Hokage building, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, looking troubled as he stared at a scroll of intel. The friction at the borders of the Wind Country is becoming increasingly frequent. Oh, what do those guys from Sunagakure want? He sighed, just preparing to light his pipe. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. A ninja from the Umbu wearing a cat-faced mask rushed in with a panicked expression, forgetting even the basic etiquette. Hokage-sama. Something has happened. The Umbu ninja's voice trembled. What happened? Why the hurry? The third Hokage frowned. It's Kakashi. The Umbu swallowed a gulp, his tone filled with disbelief. We found Kakashi unconscious by the riverside while patrolling outside the village. He seems to have suffered extreme psychological shock and has now been sent to Konoha Hospital for emergency treatment. What? The third Hokage's pipe fell on the desk with a thud. Kakashi suffered severe psychological shock. How is that possible? Who could force Kakashi to this point near the village? The Umbu hesitated, seemingly unsure how to explain. Speak. What exactly did you find? The third Hokage barked. We found a massive rock that was cut by a mysterious force at the scene. The Umbu took a deep breath, his voice dry. And there was also a trace of chakra left by a person at the scene. Who was it? The third Hokage stared at him intently. The Umbu lowered his head and struggled to utter the name. It was Tosaka-chan. A month's time, neither long nor short. Yet in Konoha village this month has passed unusually oddly. Since that time by the river when they exchanged pointers, Kakashi has been lying in the hospital bed for a full 3 days. The first thing he did upon waking was to submit a report to his superiors stating mental state not good, request for leave. As for what he actually saw, he kept it to himself. Just hearing terms like lightning blade or space would make him shudder instinctively. Meanwhile, Chinyu had blissfully enjoyed a month of idleness. Waking up naturally every day, occasionally visiting Ichiraka ramen to clock in life, was as if he were a celestial being. Until today, the final match of the Chunin exam officially commenced. In the vast circular venue, the sound of the crowd was deafening, with every seat occupied. Not only the villagers of Konoha, but also the daimyo of the Land of Fire, nobles and wealthy merchants from various countries, as well as high-ranking officials from surrounding ninja villages gathered in one place. The air was thick with a tense yet fervent atmosphere akin to water about to boil. Have you heard? There's a monster in this exam. Is it that genius from the Uchiha clan? No. It's a commoner named Fujiwara Tatsuya. Whispers among the audience were incessant. Rumors always spread the fastest. Even though the third Hokage issued the highest-level gag order, rumors like Konoha produced a human-shaped nuclear bomb and suspected reincarnation of Uchiha Madara still circulated among the high ranks of various countries. This is also why the specifications for this final match were so high. They all wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of being this rumored monster truly was. Please welcome the participating contestants. As the voice from the broadcast rang out, Chinyu yawned and slowly followed Naruto, Shikamaru, and others stepping from the dim corridor into the sunlit arena. As soon as he stepped into the arena, Chinyu's pace slightly faltered. His perception, enhanced by the Uchiha template, instantly sensed something was off in the atmosphere. Thousands of gazes from the surrounding stands converged upon him like searchlights. Yet strangely, the focus of these gazes was not on the favorite to win Gara. Nor were they on Konoha's genius Uchiha Sasuke, who hadn't even arrived yet. Instead, they bypassed everyone, fixated intently on him standing at the back of the line. What's going on? Chinyu's heart skipped a beat, nearly breaking out in goosebumps under the weight of such intense scrutiny. In those gazes there was curiosity, inquiry, doubt, and even unabashed fear and caution. Are these people crazy? Did I grow flowers on my face or something? He instinctively tugged at his collar, trying to hide himself. But his disheveled black hair and signature dead fish eyes stood out like a beacon among the crowd. It seems that even though I did nothing this month, my fame has somehow grown. He cursed inwardly. The first rule of survival: never become the center of attention in a crowd. And now all the villagers, even the entire ninja world, had come to gawk at him. Hey Chinyu, do you feel it? Shikamaru turned his head back, lowering his voice, a layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The way those people look at you is like they're viewing a rare beast. What did you do to draw these nobles here? How would I know? Chinyi rolled his eyes. Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome. Shikamaru scoffed, rolling his eyes. This guy's skin was getting thicker by the day. At that moment, Chinyi felt an extremely cold and malicious gaze shooting down from the highest point of the stand. He raised his head nonchalantly, slightly squinting his eyes. In the highest seating area, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright in ceremonial robes. However, he appeared somewhat fatigued, and his gaze occasionally swept over to Chinyi, revealing profound worry. Beside the third Hokage sat a man wearing a conical hat obscuring most of his face with a veil. That was the highest leader of Tsukuyomi, the fourth Kazekage. Yet in Chinyi's eyes hidden beneath his black pupils, that was not the fourth Kazekage at all. It was a massive chakra that reeked of snakes, nauseating. Orochimaru. He had actually disguised himself as the fourth Kazekage, shamelessly sitting beside the old third Hokage. This old eel has some guts. Chinyi sneered inwardly. As if sensing Chinyi's gaze, the disguised Orochimaru slightly lowered his head. He looked at the languid boy in the center of the arena, and the corners of his mouth beneath the veil curled into an extremely perverse smile. He could not help but extend his disturbingly long tongue, slowly licking around his chapped lips. What a perfect body. What an enticing power. Orochimaru let out a mad howl in his heart. Just wait, today not only will I destroy Konoha, but I will also claim you. This unabashed greed made Chinyi feel a wave of nausea. He unceremoniously raised his middle finger, giving Orochimaru a universally recognized gesture. Then he turned his head and continued yawning. Crazy. Orochimaru's smile instantly froze on his face, nearly unable to resist, making a move right then and there. This arrogant little brat. The competition finally officially began. To ensure fairness and safety in the finals, the proctor was replaced by Nara Shikaku, who was chewing on 1,000 books. Then the first round. Nara Shikaku glanced at the list in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto against Hyuga Neji. Contestants, please step forward. Aside from Naruto and Neji, the other contestants retreated to the stand. Chinyi found the most secluded corner, leaning against the railing, ready to enjoy this classic spectacle of the underdog overturning the genius. Yo, isn't this our busy little bee? A wild voice came from beside him. Inuzuka Kiba approached with Akamaru, slapping Chinyi on the shoulder. How does it feel to be surrounded by so many people? What a head of nonsense. Chinyi pushed him away in disgust. If you like it, I can let you have this treatment. I don't have the ability to smash the power-testing pillar with a punch. Inuzuka Kiba grinned, sitting next to Chinyi. Seriously, how do you plan to fight today? Your opponent is that painted face from Tsukuyomi. I heard his puppet technique is quite toxic. How to fight? Of course, with my feet. Chinyi casually replied, his gaze directed to the arena below. The match had already started. Neji, as proud as ever, activated his Byakugan and used Gentle Fist to beat Naruto without any chance of retaliation. While attacking, he did not forget to preach his own theory of destiny. The underdogs will always be underdogs. This is an unchangeable fate. Give up, you are not my opponent at all. However, this time Naruto did not yield like Hinata. Gritting his teeth, he was knocked down again and again, only to rise up repeatedly. I don't believe in any damn fate. To do what I say is my ninja way. In the face of despair, Naruto finally unleashed the raging chakra of the Nine Tails within him. The red chakra enveloped him, bursting forth with astonishing speed and power, directly shattering Neji. Ultimately, Naruto, with an unexpected uppercut from underground, knocked Neji harshly to the ground, winning the match. Beautiful. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Everyone was moved by this yellow-haired boy's tenacity and perseverance. Even an underdog can defeat a genius. This kid is really something. Chinyi looked at Naruto, who was exhausted on the ground, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This protagonist halo is indeed quite useful. He glanced at the pale-faced Hinata clan head Hyuga Hayashi. This old man is probably regretting it. With Naruto's victory, the first match came to a close. Nara Shikaku walked to the center of the arena, signaling for silence. He bit down on the 1,000 books in his mouth, scanning the stands before loudly announcing, now we will proceed to the second match. Konoha Village Fujiwara Chinyi against Tsukuyomi. Nara Shikaku paused, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Kankuro. The moment these words were spoken, the previously cheering venue instantly fell silent. All eyes again swiftly converged on the black-haired boy in the corner of the stands. Anticipation, excitement, curiosity. Is he finally going to take the stage? That rumored monster. I heard he can take down Chunin without even forming seals. Is that true? Under the gaze of the entire audience, Chinyi sighed helplessly, slowly getting to his feet. Seriously, can't anyone let me sleep well? He stretched lazily, walking down the stairs amidst the silence. Meanwhile, on the stands of Tsukuyomi, Kankuro, whose name had been called, turned pale as a ghost. His legs trembled uncontrollably, lacking even the strength to stand. He stared intently at the boy leisurely descending the stairs. Images replayed in his mind of that day on the street when the other party easily snapped his proud chakra thread with just and Gara's deeply wary eyes at that time. I have to fight that monster. Kankuro swallowed hard, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Just as the entire audience was anticipating this battle and Nara Shikaku was about to wave his hand to announce the start, Kankuro suddenly stood up violently. His face was deathly pale, his voice sharp and breaking from extreme fear, almost shouting, I forfeit. The broken voice of Kanjiro, trembling with extreme fear, lingered in the vast competition venue. He didn't even dare to step down from the stands. His hands were raised high like a surrendering captive, his body shaking like a leaf. What a joke. In the Death Forest and the preliminaries, he had personally witnessed the terror of this guy. Kicking Orochimaru away. Punching through the sound ninja. Is this something a genin could accomplish? He didn't want his painstakingly crafted crow puppet to be turned to dust by this guy's slap, along with himself being left paralyzed. Is face more important or life? Of course life is more important. There was a brief moment of silence in the entire venue. Then a massive wave of boos erupted. What? Are the people from Sunagakure that cowardly? Exactly. To give up without even trying to fight is just embarrassing. Refund. Refund. The nobles and dignitaries in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction, having paid a hefty price to watch the match. The chief examiner Nara Shikamaru also frowned in silence. He bit down on his senbon, glancing at the trembling Kanjiro in the stands, then at Shinya, who had just stepped into the arena, yawning. Since contestant Kanjiro has forfeited, Nara Shikamaru announced, helplessly turning directly to the next name on the list to avoid letting the match go cold. Then, due to schedule adjustments, the next match. Konoha's Shinya versus Sunagakure's Temari. Upon hearing this, Temari's expression instantly changed. She shot a furious glare at her useless brother Kanjiro, feeling both anger and disappointment. Useless thing, you've embarrassed Sunagakure completely. As the eldest sister of Sunagakure, she was also one of the representatives in this exam. Kanjiro may be cowardly, but Gara's sister cannot back down. Even if the opponent is that terrifying monster from Konoha. I will be your opponent. Temari shouted, seizing the huge 3-star fan behind her. She leaped down from the stands. In midair, she suddenly opened the 3-star fan, using the wind to glide down steadily to the center of the arena. Her graceful posture and impressive presence drew cheers from the audience. Shinya scratched his head, helplessly looking at Temari, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife. Hey, I just wanted to finish quickly and go back to sleep. He sighed. Sister, your brother has forfeited. Why must you come up and take a beating? Stop talking. You Konoha brat. Temari glared at Shinya, fully opening the 3-star fan in her hand, revealing 3 purple star patterns on it. I admit you're strong, but Temari will never back down like that coward Kanjiro. Today I will blow you out of the arena with this fan. Seeing both sides ready, Nara Shikamaru swung his arm down. Second match, begin. Just as the words fell, Temari showed no hesitation, knowing she must not let this physical monster get close. She tightly gripped the huge fan handle, wildly injecting her wind chakra into it. Take this. Wind release, great dust wind. Whoosh. Accompanied by Temari's roar, she exerted all her strength, swinging the 3-star fan forcefully forward. In an instant, a terrifying storm comparable to a level 12 typhoon materialized in the center of the arena. The howling wind emitted a chilling shriek, as if countless invisible blades were frantically slicing through the air. Wherever the storm passed, the hard bluestone floor was instantly sliced open like tofu, leaving behind numerous deep grooves. Rubble and dust were swept into the storm, transforming into the most lethal projectiles that rushed toward Shinya like a tidal wave. This power was several tiers stronger than the sound ninja's slash from the preliminaries. It was enough to turn an ordinary genin into minced meat. What a powerful wind release. Truly a genius from Sunagakure. The audience in the stands was astonished. Naruto clenched the railing nervously. Shinya, get out of the way. However, in the eye of the storm, Shinya stood still like a wooden post. With his hands in his pockets, he didn't move an inch. Are you stunned? Temari looked at the unmoving Shinya, her eyes flashing with surprise. But her actions didn't stop. Instead, she increased the output of her chakra. Rumble. The violent wind blades mixed with rubble instantly engulfed Shinya's somewhat slender figure. The entire arena was shrouded in a cloud of dust, making it impossible to see anything. It's over. Temari put away her fan, slightly panting. Having taken her full-powered hit from the great dust wind, even if he wasn't dead, he must be severely injured. However, as the dust gradually settled, Temari's face suddenly froze. Even Nara Shikamaru bit down on his senbon. In the center, Shinya was still standing there. Not even the hem of his clothing was damaged. He hadn't even activated the rib armor of Susanoo. In that earth-shattering storm just now, he merely extended his right index finger casually. That fair index finger stood quietly in midair. At the tip, of visibly compressed deep blue chakra was swirling. The density of that chakra was absurdly high, even forming a tiny vacuum vortex around the fingertip. The violent wind blades, capable of cutting through steel upon touching that index finger, seemed to collide with the waves of Poseidon's trident. They obediently parted, automatically separating from Chinya's body on both sides. How? How is this possible? Tamari was horrified, her eyes nearly popping out. A single finger. Just with one finger, he blocked my full-powered rank wind release. What kind of monster-level chakra control is this? Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage saw the scene, and the greedy light in his golden snake eyes became even more intense. What marvelous chakra control. Simply art. In the arena, Chinya somewhat boredly lowered his face. He looked at Tamari, who was completely stunned, and yawned. The power is alright, it's just that this wind is making me a bit sleepy. However, since you've finished your performance, it's my turn now. Chinya slowly raised the finger that blocked the storm, pointing it at Tamari, who was over 10 meters away. Sister, let me return the favor with a wind release. What? Tamari hadn't reacted to what he was about to do. Chinya's index finger and thumb formed a casual gesture akin to flicking the forehead. The highly compressed deep blue chakra at his fingertip instantly became violent. I call this move. Chinya's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Finger gun air bullet. A crisp sound like a balloon popping. Chinya flicked his finger. There was no hand seal. Not even a hint of a prelude to casting the technique. A bullet of air only the size of a walnut, but composed of extremely compressed air mixed with chakra. It instantly broke the sound barrier. Boom. The air bullet left a visible white wake in the sky, moving so fast that even Tamari couldn't catch it with her eyes. Not good. Tamari's heart raced, instinctively raising the 3-star fan to defend. But it was already too late. That seemingly inconspicuous air bullet carrying terrifying kinetic energy slammed hard into the giant 3-star fan. Bang, crack. A deafening sound echoed. The 3-star fan, made of special steel and capable of withstanding most ninjutsu attacks. At the moment it touched the air bullet, it let out a mournful cry of being unable to bear the pressure. A terrifying dent appeared on the fan surface, even showing fine cracks. Tamari herself felt a wave of overwhelming power radiate through the fan handle, leaving her no room to resist. Her entire body, along with the giant fan, was as if struck hidden by a high-speed train. Wow! Tamari let out a muffled groan, her feet instantly leaving the ground, tracing an exaggerated parabolic arc in midair. She crossed half the arena, soaring over the high wall. With a loud crash, she slammed into the hard wall behind the audience, creating a large pit. Stones flew everywhere. The 3-star fan in her hand slipped out, landing with a click. Tamari struggled a couple of times trying to stand up, but found her whole body felt like it was shattered. Eventually her head tilted and she fainted completely. One finger. One flick. Instant kill. The entire competition venue once again fell into a suffocating silence. No cheers, no applause. Only the heavy, disbelieving breaths of everyone remained. That was too exaggerated. Shikamaru in the stands swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. He didn't even move a foot. In the center of the arena, Chinya slowly retracted his finger and returned it. He didn't even glance at Tamari, who had smashed into the wall. He simply turned to look at the petrified chief examiner Nara Shikamaru. Referee, Chinya's lazy voice echoed clearly in the silent venue. So weak, it's simply a waste of time. I'm somewhat impatient. Who's next? Can we hurry up and let them fight together? I've already said I want to go back for a nap soon. A single finger could kill. The audience forgot to breathe and a deathly silence hung over the vast venue. It was not until Shiranui Gunma spat out the severed 1,000 books from his mouth that he stammered to announce that Chen had also won. A wave of suppressed gasps and commotion erupted from the stands. This is outrageous. Is this really the exam for the lower ninjas? That move just now, even a Jonin wouldn't be able to withstand it. Konoha actually hides such a monster. It seems there is no suspense left in this Chunin exams championship. The feudal lords and nobles whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Konoha's upper echelons filled with deep awe. Meanwhile, in the stands of Sunagakure, Maki and the leading Jonin had faces as dark as thunderclouds. Kenjiro forfeited and Tamari was eliminated in a single move. Today was a disgrace for Sunagakure. The only hope left was the monster known as the ultimate weapon, Gara. Fortunately, the next match would be the highlight of the day. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha Village against Gara from Sunagakure. With Shiranui Genma's announcement, the atmosphere in the venue was reignited. A genius from the Uchiha clan faced the most terrifying weapon of Sunagakure. This headline was enough to make everyone temporarily forget the previous one-sided crushing. Jin lazily walked back to the stands, found the most secluded shadowy corner, and lay down. Finally, I can take a nap. He closed his eyes, utterly uninterested in the match below. In the center of the arena, the battle erupted instantly. Sasuke did not disappoint the audience. Under Kakashi's special training, his speed increased tremendously, even allowing him to keep up with Rock Lee's taijutsu. Zzz. The screeching sound of a bird echoed throughout the venue. Sasuke's right hand shimmered with dazzling blue lightning, the rank ninjutsu that Kakashi taught him, Chidori. With this violent lightning, he pierced toward Gara's sandball, which was said to have absolute defense at an astonishing speed. Screech. The extreme sharpness of Chidori actually tore through the sandball's defenses, piercing into Gara's shoulder. From within the sandball, a shrill and frantic scream erupted from Gara. Blood. It's my blood. Seeing the blood, the long-suppressed Shikaka chakra within Gara completely went out of control, entering a rampage state. Maki in the stands changed his expression drastically. Not good. Gara is going out of control. The plan is ahead of schedule. Act immediately. At that moment, suddenly countless pure white feathers began to fall from the sky. These feathers swirled gently as if a sudden winter snow had descended, fluttering and blanketing the entire venue. What is this? So sleepy. The rank large-scale Genjutsu Nirvana Temple of Rebirth activated. As the feathers fell, the commoners, feudal lords, and even some weaker lower ninjas in the audience began to feel drained, their eyelids growing impossibly heavy as they slumped in their seats, slipping into a deep sleep. Enemy attack. It's a Genjutsu. Quickly break it. Kakashi, Might Guy, and other Jonin reacted immediately, forming hand seals release. However, at the moment Konoha's ninjas were preparing to confront the enemy, a sudden change occurred at the very top of the stands. Dissected by Sensei. Orochimaru, who was originally sitting beside the third Hokage and disguised as the fourth Kazekage, suddenly tore off his disguise. He grabbed the collar of the third Hokage, a kunai flashing coldly in his hand, directly holding him hostage as he crashed through the roof behind them. The two leaped onto the highest tiled roof of the venue. Hokage-sama. The Anbu were horrified and rushed to rescue him. But immediately after, four figures descended from the sky, the sound four. They occupied the four corners of the roof, forming hand seals simultaneously. Ninjutsu 4 Purple Flames Formation. A purple, terrifyingly high-temperature rectangular barrier instantly rose, trapping Orochimaru and the third Hokage tightly inside. One Anbu, not believing in evil, charged forward, but as soon as he touched the barrier, he was instantly burned into a charred corpse. The Konoha collapse plan is officially underway. Orochimaru stood within the barrier looking at the Konoha ninjas outside, letting out a proud and mad cackle. Boom. Boom. As if in response to Orochimaru's laughter, deafening explosions suddenly erupted from all directions outside the venue. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed. The ninjas of Sunagekure and Otogekure, who had been lurking in the village, launched their attacks simultaneously. The piercing cries of battle, screams of despair, and the booming sounds of ninjutsu explosions instantly shattered the tranquility of Konoha. Blood and slaughter enveloped this peaceful land. The venue was thrown into chaos as the sound ninjas and sand ninjas, disguised as Anbu, tore off their disguises and fought against Konoha's ninjas. Kunai and shuriken flew chaotically in the air, the light of ninjutsu flickering continuously. Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena, Chen, who had been sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by the series of explosions and cries. He rubbed his tousled hair and slowly opened his eyes. In his pitch-black eyes there was not a trace of the Genjutsu's influence. Are you kidding me? With his current mental strength, this large-scale hypnosis Genjutsu wasn't even worthy of tickling him. What the hell? Chen sat up, looking at the chaotic venue before him. The sound ninjas were clashing blades with Konoha's Chunin. Kakashi and Guy were clearing out the miscellaneous enemies. Sasuke had already chased the rampaging Gara into the forest. Can these guys just calm down? Chen irritably scratched his hair. I just wanted to quietly catch up on sleep. Is that so hard? He looked up at the purple barrier on the roof and at Orochimaru, who was confronting the old third Hokage. Orochimaru, that old slippery eel, really shows up on time for work. Chen smirked, having no intention of helping. This was the old man's fated battle, a price he had to pay for letting Orochimaru go all those years ago. Besides, if he intervened in a battle of this level, it would definitely expose more of his strength. By then, that old dog Danzo would probably lose sleep over how to dig out his eyes. The rule of survival: if it doesn't concern you, just stay out of it. Forget them. I'll find a quieter place to continue. Chen made up his mind, stood up, dusted off his pants, and prepared to slip out of this troublesome place. However, just as he turned around, boom! A deafening blast louder than all the previous explosions combined echoed from the outer city walls of the venue. The ground of the entire venue shook violently. Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look. He saw a massive white smoke rising from the high walls of Konoha. Soon after, a gigantic creature larger than even the Hokage Tower revealed its terrifying true form from within the smoke. It was a gigantic python with 3 heads. A 3-headed snake. It flicked its crimson tongue, twisting its massive body as it recklessly shattered Konoha's walls. With a sweep of its enormous tail, entire blocks of houses collapsed in an instant, turning to rubble. Countless commoners and ninjas let out desperate screams under its rampage. It's a summoning beast. What a huge snake. The lower ninjas in the audience turned pale at the sight. Chen watched the 3-headed snake wreaking havoc in Konoha. He glanced at the debris and rubble that was splintering and flying towards his feet due to the snake's collision. Even a burning wooden board fell with a thud right where he had planned to lie down in the shadowy corner. At that moment, Chen's gaze turned icy. He could ignore the grievances between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. He could also disregard the war between Konoha and Sunagakure. But you bastards, if you're going to fight, then fight. Why destroy the place where I was going to sleep? Just because I'm not roaring like a tiger, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Jin took a deep breath, slowly pulling his hands out of his pockets. A chilling crimson glimmer flickered in his pitch-black eyes like a volcano about to erupt. I just wanted to quietly watch the match and catch up on some sleep. Jin cracked his neck, producing a series of crack sounds from his bones. He looked at the rampaging three-headed snake, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you guys are forcing me to work overtime, then don't blame me for treating all of you like trash and cleaning you in the forest outside the arena. Kill me. Kill me. It hurts so much. Gara clutched his shoulder, pierced by Chidori blood seeping through his fingers. He knelt on the ground in agony, screaming hysterically. His face, covered in sand, was now twisted and distorted by sheer madness. A bloodthirsty killing intent burst forth from him as if it were a tangible force, causing the surrounding trees to wither under its pressure. Gara, calm down. Temari and Kankuro shielded him, their faces pale. They tried to stop the bleeding with sand, but it was utterly futile. The sting of blood, combined with the long-suppressed brutality, had completely ignited the monster within Gara. It's useless. It's coming out. Kankuro stepped back in terror, watching as the sand armor on Gara's body began to peel away in large patches, his voice trembling. Awoo. A howl completely devoid of humanity erupted from the depths of Gara's throat, shaking the heaven. This sound seemed to pierce through the depths of hell, carrying with it a violent wrath and hatred that soared into the sky. Even the white feathers falling from the Nirvana technique were shattered by this roar. Boom. The earth began to tremble violently as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. The soil within 100 meters of Gara was instantly swept away by a tempest. Countless yellow sands surged from the ground like a fountain wrapping around Gara's body. What? Sasuke, who had just arrived at the forest's edge, was so shocked by the terrifying sight that he stopped in his tracks. His Sharingan was fixated on the enormous sandball that continued to expand. Within that sandball, he felt an overwhelming and despairing evil chakra. This chakra was even 10 times more horrifying than Orochimaru's. 100 times. Bang! The sandball exploded. As the clouds of yellow sand dispersed, a sand monster as massive as a mountain appeared before everyone. Shikaku, the One-Tail, had fully descended. Its massive and corpulent body nearly obscured half the sky. Covered in mysterious purple runes, a gigantic tail thrashed wildly behind it. In its eyes, as large as copper bells, flickered a crazed and cruel glint. Ha ha! I have finally emerged. Shikaka let out a deafening laugh, its voice echoing across the entire village of Konoha. It had been trapped in that small cage for far too long. So long that it was on the verge of forgetting the taste of freedom. Now it would unleash its resentment accumulated over decades through slaughter and destruction. Die, humans. Shikaka swung its gigantic sand claw, larger than the Hokage building, sweeping down upon the forest with a roaring wind. Boom. There was no resistance whatsoever. Countless towering trees were instantly broken and crushed like fragile toothpicks under this apocalyptic strike. The terrifying shockwave flattened everything in its vicinity, creating a massive fan-shaped vacuum. If Sasuke hadn't retreated quickly, he would have been turned into pulp. He hid behind a large rock, gasping for breath, watching the overwhelming monster with a sense of helplessness in his eyes. This was a power that no ninja could contend with. This is the tailed beast. So terrifying. The Konoha ninjas who were fighting against the sound and sand ninjas also paused their actions. They looked up in horror at the gigantic monster that had suddenly appeared at the village's edge. In comparison, the three-headed serpent that was destroying the wall seemed like a mere earthworm. Quick! Notify all non-combat personnel to go to the shelters. Kakashi shouted loudly after using Raikiri to eliminate the enemy in front of him. However, Shikaka gave them no time to react. Its massive body suddenly shook, opening its abyss-like enormous mouth. This is easy. The surrounding air began to rush wildly into its mouth. The high-density chakra of yin and yang attributes compressed and fused rapidly in a ratio of 2:8 within its mouth. A gigantic energy ball as black as ink and exuding a suffocating aura of destruction was taking shape rapidly. The tailed beast bomb. All the ninjas witnessing this scene, whether from Konoha or enemy nations, felt their hearts stop beating at that moment. The black energy ball resembled a black hole capable of devouring everything. Just a glance sent shivers through their very souls. Moreover, the direction Shikaku was aiming at was the center shelter where the villagers of Konoha were hastily evacuating. No, don't. Yuhi Kurenai's face turned pale as she closed her eyes in despair. There were countless unarmed civilians, newborn infants, and elderly people there. If that tailed beast bomb were to drop, Konoha would instantly turn into a dead zone. Despair spread like a plague in the hearts of every Konoha ninja. It's over. Such an attack cannot be stopped. A captain from the Umbu squad despondently put down his ninja blade, his face ashen. Even the third Hokage within the Four Purple Flames formation could do nothing at this moment. This was a situation that could not be changed by individual power. In the face of this absolute violence capable of destroying everything, all tactics and sacrifices seemed so pale and powerless. Is Konoha really going to be destroyed? Just as everyone fell into deep despair. Just at the moment when the tailed beast bomb in Shikaku's mouth was about to coalesce and prepare to launch, a gentle breeze blew. It lifted a few withered leaves. A slender, even somewhat thin black figure appeared. No one knew when. Silently it stood at the highest point of Hokage rock closest to Shikaku. It was the statue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He had his hands in his pockets. His dark eyes, partially obscured by black hair, quietly gazed down at the rampaging beast. In his gaze there was no fear, no despair. Only a faint impatience, as if he were looking at a pet. "Hey, you fat raccoon." A lazy voice, even tinged with a hint of still waking up, abruptly rang out above Shikaku's head. "You've been disturbing my sleep for a long time, you know." "Hey, you plump raccoon dog," and this seemingly weightless remark pierced through the deafening maelstrom, not with volume, but with eerie, uncanny clarity, landing distinctly in every ear. Even Shikaku, the one-tail mid-incantation as it gathered its tailed beast ball, stiffened imperceptibly. Its colossal maddened eyes snapped upward in sudden violent motion. On the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was trapped within the four red flames formation. And he gasped, raggedly, blood streaking across his battered frame, every line on his face etched deep with exhaustion and age. His gaze locked onto Shikaku, vast as a mountain, and upon the tailed beast ball coalescing in its more radiating annihilation itself. And tears of utter despair welled in his clouded ancient eyes. "Will Konoha truly perish by my hand?" And Hiruzen closed his eyes in anguish, his gnarled hands beginning to weave seals with solemn, deliberate slowness. There was no retreat left. And even if it cost him his life, binding his soul to the Shinigami through the forbidden Edo Tensei seal to erase Orochimaru alongside himself, he would carve out one final sliver of hope for the village. Snake Boargoat Hair Dograt, just as he prepared to form the final seal, the irrevocable offering of his soul to the death god. His peripheral vision caught movement atop the Hokage monument, a solitary black figure standing atop the stone visage of the first Hokage. And Hiruzen's hands froze mid-seal. That is, and disbelief wrenched his breath away. He rubbed his eyes, fiercely riveting his stare upon that lone silhouette, hands thrust casually into pockets. And Fujiwara Tatsuya. What in the world does he think he's doing? And Hiruzen cried out, voice raw with shock. And against a tailed beast ball of that magnitude, not even his special jonin could possibly withstand it. Not even the combined might of every jonin in Konoha could halt its devastation. And was he standing there simply to die? And so Sensei Sarutobi, your village, still harbors fools who court death. Orochimaru too had noticed Tatsuya. And he ran his tongue slowly over his lips, cruel amusement glinting in his golden serpent eyes. But before absolute power, all resistance is futile. That is the full power tailed beast, let it reduce this decaying village to ash alongside him. And meanwhile Tatsuya stood unmoved amid the gale. The wind whipped his black coat into furious flaps, but he stood rooted, immovable as bedrock. Nee's expression, however, was grimmer than ever before. Not from fear, but from sheer exasperation at his own system. And moments earlier an alarm blared inside his skull like 100 air raid sirens shrieking in unison, drilling agony into his temples. Beep beep beep. Critical alert. Critical alert, N. Detected catastrophic energy convergence. Target Central Konoha District. Mandatory quest activated, prevent Konoha's destruction, demonstrate the sovereign's might, and quest description, the dignity of Uchiha Madara must not be trampled by a mere beast. Neen, the hour of universal despair, shatter its hope with overwhelming absolute force. Reward complete, unlocked, Susanoo first form skeletal, N. Template synchronization rate 5. Failure penalty, Konoha annihilated. Host's low-profile survival plan collapses prematurely, prepare for eternal exile. Damn it, and Tatsuya cursed under his breath. Nade only meant to find a quiet place to nap, yet this blasted system had just dumped a mandatory mission onto his lap. And the reward, and full Susanoo first form unlocked. And combined with the scattered synchronization points he'd accumulated thus far, his current rate hovered just below the critical 20 threshold. Add those 5 and he'd finally master the Mangekyo Sharingan's full power. And now that reward smells delicious, and he swallowed hard, any lingering reluctance instantly dissolving. Why embrace low-profile survival in the first place? And precisely for safety. And with a fully manifested Susanoo, he'd finally possess a true lifeline, a trump card against this world teeming with overpowered anomalies. Besides, if Konoha were reduced to rubble, where else would he find such a convenient free cafeteria and private dormitory? And looks like today's overtime is non-negotiable. Tatsuya sighed, resigned. Slowly he withdrew his hands from his pockets, and he lifted his head and stared directly down at the frenzied Shikaku and the tailed beast ball swelling to its apocalyptic zenith. Honestly, I just wanted to lie low until the very end, Ni's whisper hung between complaint and proclamation. Old man, you'd better settle my overtime pay in full, and the moment the words left his lips and Tatsuya slowly closed his eyes. The howling gale stilled absolutely. And even airborne dust hung suspended frozen midair. And then, in the next heartbeat, he snapped them open. The RRMM and two crimson blood-red eyes blazed forth beneath the dim sky, like twin searchlights searing through gloom. Within their obsidian pupils the original pair of Tomo now spun, 3 in total, whirling faster tighter weaving intricate spirals. Their rotation accelerated faster than faster still, until with a soft resonant pop and 3 Tomo fused seamlessly into a single profoundly arcane pattern complex sovereign and suffused with chilling, unassailable authority. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. And at that instant a palpable chakra erupted from Tatsuya, dense abyssal icy and overwhelmingly dominant, as though a volcano slumbering for 10,000 years had just roared awake. Krakum, and this chakra did not merely surge, it warped the heavens themselves. The thick oppressive clouds overhead tore apart, ripped open by a colossal vertical column of chakra, light leaving behind a yawning void in the firmament. Sapphire blue luminescence bathed half of Konoha in an eerie netherworld glow. And what is that? Inside the 4 red flames formation, Hiruzen's eyes widened in pure terror fixed upon that towering azure. So evil, so cold, yet utterly pure. And could it be, name long buried in Konoha's deepest, most forbidden annals, flashed unbidden into his mind. His wrinkled face drained of all color. And Orochimaru ceased his laughter entirely, his golden serpentine eyes locked onto the Hokage monument, blazing with stunned, disbelieving awe. Impossible. It cannot be. And meanwhile atop the Hokage monument and Tatsuya stood at the heart of the sapphire chakra column. His palms slammed together before his chest in a thunderous clap, and he roared Susanoo. The eruption of this chakra even formed a visible deep blue beam of light in the sky piercing through the dim heavens. The immense pressure caused the once rampaging one-tailed Shikako to halt in its tracks. The tailed beast ball forming in its mouth began to fluctuate violently due to the sudden chakra interference. Shikaku's enormous copper bell-like eyes warily gazed towards the direction of Hokage Rock, feeling a chill from the depths of its soul. This sensation was even clearer and more terrifying than before, an instinctive reaction of prey facing a Susanoo. Accompanied by the cold and deep shout of Chinyi, the towering blue chakra beam did not disperse like fireworks. Instead, in an extremely defiance of physical logic, it began to materialize rapidly around Chinyi. The first to appear were several massive ethereal blue chakra ribs, forming an impregnable cage that firmly protected Chinyi's slender figure at its center. Immediately the ribs extended upwards, quickly weaving into a thick spine. What? What the hell is— The Leaf Shinobi who were evacuating the civilians stared blankly at the changes atop Hokage Rock, forgetting to flee. Sasuke hid behind a boulder, his eyes bloodshot from shock. He fixated on the blue skeletal frame, his Sharingan spinning wildly. This chakra resonates with my Sharingan. Who is he? The transformation continued. The chakra skeletons seemed to come alive, growing wildly. 2 gigantic skeletal arms extended from the ribs as if to tear the sky apart. A hideous skull formed at the top of the spine with hollow eye sockets burning with ethereal blue flames. But this was merely the beginning. With a crisp sound of the system announcing reward granted, Susanoo first form fully unlocked, Chinyi's kaleidoscope Sharingan shone brightly. Rise for me. Suddenly countless robust blue veins surged forth from the massive skeletal frame. They entwined around the bones, and then large chunks of chakra muscle formed out of thin air, rapidly covering the stark white bones. Oh my. In the distance, Konohamaru sat on the ground in shock, his pants wet with fear. Is that a deity? In just a few seconds the skeleton transformed into a clear, muscular blue giant. But this was not the end. Finally, a layer of heavy and ornate chakra armor, resembling that of an ancient warrior, cascaded down like a waterfall, draping over the giant. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a towering blue demigod rose from the highest point of Hokage Rock. It stood above the village of Konoha, its massive form blocking out much of the sun, casting a shadow that enveloped half of the village. In its presence, even the towering trees appeared as insignificant as weeds. Is this really a genin? In the distance, Kakashi realized he had dropped the kunai in his hand, staring at the blue demigod with despair and helplessness in his dead fish-like eye. He finally understood why this kid looked down on his Raikiri. What use was it against a monster that could kick mountains? Inside the 4 purple flames formation, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was utterly petrified. His hand that held the pipe dropped limply. Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. The 3rd's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with disbelief. This is impossible. He's clearly a civilian. How could he possess such power? Orochimaru's pale face lost all color at this moment. His proud golden eyes fixed on the demigod, the greed within them replaced by profound fear. So this is his true power. Orochimaru swallowed hard, such level of destructive force, even I. At the very center of the demigod within the crystal glowing with blue light, Jin Yi stood with his arms crossed overlooking everything from above. This feeling is quite nice. He felt the world-destroying power emanating from Susanoo, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is the kind of mech a real man should wield. Hey you fat dead guy. Chinya's voice echoed through the Susanoo, booming like rolling thunder throughout Konoha. He controlled Susanoo, slowly raising its gigantic right arm. Buzz. The furious blue chakra wildly gathered in the palm of Susanoo. A massive chakra sword several dozen meters long instantly condensed into shape. The blade even burned with deep blue chakra flames emitting suffocating heat. Susanoo lowered its enormous head adorned with a warrior helmet. Two golden eyes like searchlights glimmered in the shadow of the helmet. Coldly and devoid of emotion it gazed down at the distant Shikaku, the ultimate symbol of power in the ninja world. Patter. Inside the four-purple flame barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, watched helplessly as his treasured tobacco pipe, a companion for decades, slipped from his trembling lips. It fell onto the violet flame's edge of the barrier and was instantly reduced to ash. Yet he remained utterly unaware. His clouded aged eyes widened now, gaping like bronze bells. They locked rigidly onto the 100 turtle azure battle god rising defiantly from the Hokage monument, his lips quivering violently, incapable of forming even a single coherent sentence. The power of a god, absolutely unmistakable. His heart clenched as if gripped by an unseen hand. A shock surged through him, overwhelming all reason. He had witnessed that man's magnificence with his own eyes. That sovereign arrogance, which scorned all under heaven as mere insects, and this very avatar of annihilation, the Susanoo. That child, that orphan civilian, has truly awakened the power of Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen felt his decades-long tenure as Hokage collapse into bitter farce. Had he truly mistaken a youth wielding divine power for a foolish show-off? Had he even contemplated dispatching spies to monitor him? Was this not courting death with reckless abandon? If the boy so much as frowned in displeasure, Konoha itself might vanish, not even ash remaining. Opposite Hiruzen, Orochimaru fared no better. His normally pale, chilling visage was now slick with fine cold sweat. Even his famed serpentine skin prickled faintly with terror. Madness. This world has utterly lost its mind. The thought screamed silently within him. He had originally intended, during the Konoha destruction plan, to seize Sasuke Uchiha's body as his next vessel. But now, that notion had been hurled beyond the heavens. Beside this monster piloting the complete body, Susanoo, Sasuke's nascent Sharingan was nothing but insignificant dust. This was ultimate power, the kind that cleaved mountains in two. Untouchable. Utterly untouchable. Orochimaru swallowed hard and began retreating backward imperceptibly. He resolved at the first opportunity he would flee without hesitation. He would no longer wade into Konoha's treacherous waters. Below the Hokage monument, Shikaku, the one-tail once arrogant and roaring its vow to obliterate everything, now trembled with unprecedented dread. A fear etched deep into its soul. As the azure battle god gazed down upon it, Shikaku was flung back into that fateful afternoon decades past. That man too had looked upon it with utter contempt, as if gazing upon refuse, then crushed it beneath this very azure giant, treating it like a mere plaything. No. No. Shikaku's colossal form recoiled involuntarily, 2 staggering steps backward, its massive tail lashing anxiously. Uchiha Madara. You accursed wretch, why do you still live? Its voice tore through the air raw with terror and despair. It knew with absolute certainty that it stood no chance against this monster. Yet the dignity of a tailed beast forbade surrender without resistance. Die. Die. Shikaku plunged into utter frenzy. It poured every last drop of chakra into the tailed beast ball, swelling grotesquely within its maw, reckless, unrelenting. The orb, already pitch black, now pulsed with a sinister blood-red radiance. The surrounding air, compressed to its breaking point, shrieked with sonic booms. The ball's destructive force had surpassed even Shikaku's limits. Blood seeped from its own mouth, its lips torn by the violent overflow of chaotic energy. Die. With a thunderous, earth-shaking roar, the colossal tailed beast ball, capable of obliterating half of Konoha, surged forward with cataclysmic momentum. Like a black meteor rending the night sky, hurtling straight toward the azure battle god atop the Hokage monument. Boom! In its wake, air vanished entirely, leaving behind a long, hollow vacuum trail. Buildings below collapsed, not from impact, but merely from the crushing pressure. It's over. Every Konoha shinobi who witnessed it shut their eyes in despair. Such power was simply impossible to... Yet Chaineye, within the crystalline core between the Susanoo's brows, did not so much as blink. Arms crossed, he watched calmly as the tailed beast ball expanded relentlessly within his field of vision. A sardonic smile slowly curled at the corner of his lips. So this is what you call heaven-shattering, earth-splitting power. His voice, amplified by the Susanoo, echoed across the entire sky of Konoha. I wonder. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with incandescent light. If it can withstand a single stroke of my blade. At his silent command, the 100-meter azure battle god stirred. It neither dodged nor formed defensive seals, but slowly deliberately raised its massive chakra blade, a radiant sword wreathed in deep blue flames. Its motion appeared languid, yet ripped the air asunder with gale force winds. Then, the colossal figure leaned forward ever so slightly. From its twin golden eyes, bright as searchlights, flashed a killing intent so chilling it froze the soul. Cut. No flourish. No preamble. A single devastating slash, pure unadorned, met the onrushing apocalyptic-tailed beast ball Hedon. There were no deafening explosions nor any earth-shattering energy clashes at the moment when the dozens of meters-long chakra giant sword of Susanoo descended. Suddenly an extremely blinding light erupted above the entire Konoha village, even overshadowing the brilliance of the sun. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. SHI. It was the sharp sound of space being compressed and sliced. The black-tailed beast ball which gathered all of Shikaku's power and could flatten the entire central area of Konoha. At the moment it made contact with the blade of Susanoo, it was as fragile as a black-skinned watermelon, effortlessly and smoothly split in two by the light sword engulfed in blue flames. The severed-tailed beast ball instantly lost its balance. The violent chakra was forcefully pushed aside by the sword's aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two halves of the tailed beast ball flew towards the distant mountains on both sides of Konoha at an incredible speed, brushing past the massive body of Susanoo. Boom! Seconds later, two muffled booms echoed from the horizon. Following that, two gigantic mushroom clouds slowly rose in the distant mountains. The terrifying nuclear blast shockwave traversed dozens of kilometers, still causing the buildings of Konoha village to shake violently as if they were caught in a 10-level gale. As the brilliant light dissipated, everyone opened their eyes. They stared blankly at the two mountain peaks that had been completely flattened in the distance, and then at the blue war god standing on Hokage rock unscathed. The entire village fell into a deathly silence. It had been cleaved. Even the tailed beast ball had been split in one strike. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Within the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru's pale face twisted completely. The scientific knowledge he prided himself on was being ruthlessly crushed into the ground at this moment. To think that pure chakra could slice through the highly compressed tailed beast ball. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, swallowed hard, feeling utterly drained as he slumped onto the roof tiles. This kind of power has long surpassed the realm of humanity. Meanwhile, Shikaku, positioned at the forefront of the battlefield, experienced the most intense visual and psychological shock. Its enormous bell-like eyes fixated on the blue war god who was slowly retracting the giant sword, and the madness and bloodlust in its gaze vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound marrow-deep fear. Monster. You monster. Shikaku screamed in horror within its mind. Its already low intelligence finally registered that this figure, before it was in existence, it could not hope to contend with. Even if it trained for 100 years in front of this man, it would still just be a mere raccoon. Run. I must run. Shikaku's massive body suddenly stiffened, and then it turned around without hesitation, sprinting away with all four legs, even discarding its dignity, rolling and scrambling into the depths of the forest. The fleeing figure exhibited none of the tailed beast's majesty, resembling a ground dog terrified by a vicious dog. Thinking of running. From within the crystal of Susanoo-chen also watched Shikaku's comical escape posture and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Waking up the entire village in the middle of the night and ruining my scene, and now you think you can just walk away. Did you even consider my opinion? Chen's eyes turned cold and the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his gaze spun wildly. Leave it to me. With a thought, Susanoo's massive body astonishingly displayed an incredibly agile movement. It took a sudden step forward. Boom. With just that one step, the enormous foot created a deep pit in the ground, causing the entire Konoha village to tremble. With the explosive force of that step, the 100-meter-high blue war god swiftly crossed several hundred meters, directly appearing behind Shikaku. Shikaku felt the sky above it suddenly darken, a deadly sense of crisis enveloping its entire body. It turned around in terror, only to see a blue hand as massive as a hill accompanied by a howling wind descending from the sky. The shadow of that hand completely covered its enormous body. No! Shikaku let out a desperate smack. A crisp, even somewhat comical loud sound exploded in the air above Konoha. Susanoo's gigantic hand swatted down as if trying to squash a fly. Without using any ninjutsu or employing the light sword, it just firmly and unreservedly slapped Shikaku. Bang boom. The once proud Shikaku of the sand was unable to muster even half a second of resistance against the terrifying force akin to a meteor strike. Its massive body was directly knocked off balance by that slap. Face down in an extremely humiliating posture, it smashed violently into the hard ground. A sky full of yellow sand, mixed with dirt and rubble, erupted like a fountain blotting out the sun. The earth trembled and massive cracks spread wildly from the point where Shikaku fell. It took a full half a minute for the billowing dust to gradually settle. In the dazed eyes of the villagers, a gigantic crater over 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep was revealed at the edge of the original forest. And at the bottom of the pit, the once ferocious and imperious Shikaku now lay like a dead dog sprawled in the mud. Its sand armor had largely fallen off, revealing the unconscious Gara within. Its enormous body continued to twitch, involuntarily foam forming at its mouth, lacking even the strength to wail. One slap. Just one slap. It had knocked the rampaging tailed beast back to its original form. The entire Konoha village fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja engaged in battle, or the Konoha Umbu responsible for evacuating civilians, everyone halted their actions, petrified, staring blankly at the pitiful Shikaku at the bottom. Then they looked up at the blue war god standing at the edge of the deep pit, slowly retracting its hand. Gulp. It was uncertain who it was, but someone swallowed hard in this deathly silence. Could this truly be something a human could accomplish? Even the first Hokage back in the day had to exert considerable effort to subdue a tailed beast right. Meanwhile, within the crystal of Susanoo-chan watched Shikaku, who had completely lost the will to fight and disdainfully curled his lip. Is that it? He rubbed his wrist out of boredom, his tone filled with disappointment. You didn't even let me finish my warm-up and now you just lay down. You are really too weak. Chin sighed, just about to release Susanoo and go back to finish his nap. Suddenly his gaze passed over the deep pit, looking towards the Hokage tower shrouded in a purple barrier. Oh, that old mudfish over there seems to still be unresolved. The corners of Chen's mouth curled into a playful smile, and his eyes coldly locked onto Orochimaru within the four purple flames formation. Hey, Uncle Serpent. The enormous voice of Susanoo rumbled across the skies of Konoha. Didn't you just say you wanted to turn me and this village into ashes? Was the tailed beast knocked unconscious with a single slap? The visual and psychological impact of this scene far exceeds all previous battles combined. Whether it was the ninjas fighting desperately or the civilians trembling in their shelters at this moment, it seemed as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. The entire Konoha village fell into a deathly silence. The smell of blood and gunpowder in the air seemed to have come to a standstill. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the ruins, a mournful wail, remained as if singing a dirge for this absurd farce. Someone unknown who had their kunai drop first onto the bluestone slab. This crisp sound was like the first domino. Immediately after, the clattering of weapons hitting the ground echoed from every corner of the village. The battling Sound and Sand ninjas all dropped their weapons. They looked at the enormous pit in the distance, then at the slowly dissipating blue warrior, their legs weakened, collapsing. Some even lost control, yellow liquid streaming down their pant legs. What? What the hell? One Sound ninja, his face ashen, trembled like a broken windbag. That is a monster. That is a deity beyond human comprehension. In the face of such might that could swat a tailed beast like a fly, these so-called elite ninjas found their proud techniques and killing skills utterly laughable, akin to children playing house. Any resistance appeared exceedingly foolish and futile. The ninjas of Konoha were no better off. Kakashi, Might, Gyasuma, and other elite jonin gazed up at the Susanoo gradually transforming into blue light, their hearts filled with nothing but shock and profound reverence. That kid Chin. Might Guy, who usually loved to talk about youth, swallowed hard, his voice dry. His youth burns too fiercely, doesn't it? This heat is even too much for me. Kakashi sighed helplessly, pulling his forehead protector down to cover his Sharingan. I told you this kid's strength is beyond our comprehension. Fortunately, he is from Konoha, or else he couldn't imagine the hell Konoha would face if Chin were an enemy. Inside the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru, who had originally boasted about destroying Konoha, now appeared paler than a corpse. His golden snake-like eyes were fixated on Chen's direction, his lips trembling violently. His prideful Edo Tensei, his meticulously planned collapse of Konoha, had all turned into a joke in the face of that earlier slap. Retreat. We must withdraw immediately. Orochimaru made the decision without hesitation, disregarding the third Hokage. He didn't even spare a thought for his Sound ninja subordinates, whom he considered disposable, transforming into countless white snakes and fleeing wildly through the gaps in the rooftops. Orochimaru, you want escape? The third Hokage intended to pursue, but due to his severe injuries, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, helplessly watching him leave. However, the third's heart held little regret. Instead, he let out a long sigh of relief. Konoha was preserved. And at this moment, at the bottom of the enormous pit with a diameter of 100 meters, Chin had already dispelled the Susanoo, lightly landing back on the ground. He strolled leisurely to the center of the pit with his hands in his pockets. There Gara, who had reverted to his original form after dispelling his tailed beast transformation, lay unconscious, like a pile of mud among the rubble. Not far away, Temari and Kankuro were cowering behind a broken tree trunk, trembling as they watched Chin. They didn't even have the courage to step forward to protect their brother. Chin approached Gara, looking down at him. This red-haired kid was quite arrogant a moment ago, wasn't he? Why is he silent now? He smirked, then extended his toe, lightly kicking Gara's colorless face in a manner that was extremely disdainful, as if he were kicking a bag of trash. Hey, wake up, stop pretending to be dead, Chin said lazily. Gara showed no response, his breathing so faint it was hardly audible. Chin lifted his head, looking towards Temari and Kankuro hiding behind the tree trunk. His gaze was cold, devoid of any warmth, as if he were looking at two ants he could crush at any moment. You too. Chen's voice was low yet clear as it reached their ears. Come here. Temari and Kankuro stiffened, their calves cramping. But they dared not disobey, so they could only support each other as they approached, trembling, and knelt before Chin with a thud. Chin. Lord Chin. Please. Spare us. The usually proud Temari had tears welling in her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. Kankuro even knocked his head to the ground, not daring to look at Chin even once. Chin gazed at the siblings, letting out a helpless sigh. I'm socially anxious and hate trouble the most. He pointed to Gara on the ground. Take your family's shape-shifting charm away. Temari and Kankuro were stunned, seemingly not understanding Chen's words. Take away. He isn't going to kill us, nor take us as prisoners. What? Do you want to stay here and treat me to barbecue? Chin rolled his eyes, his tone growing a bit impatient. Hurry up and get lost. Just looking at them annoyed him. He paused, his gaze suddenly becoming extremely sharp, a palpable killing intent enveloping the two. Go back and tell your superiors in the Sand Village. Konoha is not your playground where you can come and go as you please. Chen's voice was low yet resonated like a death knell deep within their souls. If you dare to cause trouble in Konoha again. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the land of wind and personally setting fire to your Sand Village. Do you understand? Temari and Kankuro felt as if a great weight had been lifted, nodding vigorously, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Understood. Understood. We're leaving right now. Kankuro hoisted Gara onto his shoulder with Temari guarding beside him. The two didn't even dare pick up the weapons on the ground, stumbling and rolling as they fled towards the village exit. Their speed was faster than they had ever run in their lives. Watching the Sand Trio escape in a disheveled manner, Chin finally clapped his hands in satisfaction, turning around to find a place that wasn't blown up to catch some sleep. However, just as he turned around, a voice shouted from the edge of the pit, Brother Chin. It was Naruto Uzumaki, his face covered in dust, as excited as a riled-up monkey. He rolled and tumbled down the pit, hugging Chen's leg with sparkling eyes. Brother Chin. You're so cool. That slap just now was simply amazing. Teach me. Please teach me. I want to learn that move that can flatten big monsters. Naruto's voice echoed loudly in the empty pit. Chen's face darkened instantly. He disdainfully shook his leg, trying to shake off the clingy blonde, but found Naruto holding on tightly. Get away. Who's your brother? Don't wipe your snot on my pants. No. You are my brother. From today you are my idol. Naruto stubbornly clung on, even rubbing his face against Chen's pants leg. Just as Chin was about to kick, several figures appeared at the edge of the pit. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and the newly arrived Jiraiya all jumped down into the pit, standing before Chin. Their gazes towards Chin had completely changed. No longer looking at a mere civilian genin, but at a peerless powerhouse capable of altering the balance of the ninja world. Chin. Yuhi Kurenai looked at her student, who always spoke of retirement, her feelings complex to the extreme. How much have you hidden? Chin looked at the Konoha high-ranking officials before him, who regarded him with the eyes of a monster, letting out a helpless sigh. The plan to survive had utterly collapsed. It seems that living a peaceful life will be harder than climbing to the heavens. Sigh, this is such a hassle. Chin pushed Naruto away, rubbing his aching temples. He looked at Kakashi, forcing a smile that was more painful. Kakashi-sensei, Chen's voice was filled with despair. Do you think I could apply to transfer to the logistics department to guard the gate? Would the third Hokage approve? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building within the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes were fixed intently on the direction of Hokage Rock. Although the towering blue chakra pillar had dissipated, the terrifying pressure lingering in the air still weighed down like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's pale cheeks like a waterfall, soaking his clothes from behind. The proud snake skin he boasted about now had goosebumps due to overwhelming fear. This is simply madness. Orochimaru murmured to himself, his voice trembling. He had imagined the potential of that perfect body countless times, even experiencing the pure terror of its raw violence in the forest of death. However, he never dreamed that a common brat named Fujiwara Tatsuya could achieve such a feat. One slap. With just a single slap, he sent the rampaging Shikaku back to its original form, as if swatting a fly. Even the tailed beast ball capable of destroying Konoha was split in half by that blue warrior sword. That is no creature a human can contend with. Alarm bells rang in Orochimaru's heart. He originally thought that the greatest obstacle to his plan to destroy Konoha was the third Hokage in front of him. But now it seemed that this entire plan was nothing but a ridiculous joke in the face of this monster. If that brat turned around now and noticed the barrier over here. Orochimaru swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. That 100-meter-tall blue warrior could easily shatter this supposedly indestructible four purple flames formation with a casual swing of its sword. Both he and the third Hokage would turn to ashes in an instant. No. I can't stay here any longer. Orochimaru made a decisive decision, no longer caring about the grand plan to destroy Konoha or the perfect vessel for Uchiha Sasuke. If he lost his life, what use was a vessel? He suddenly turned around, hands moving rapidly to form seals. Edo Tensei release. The first Hokage and second Hokage, who were originally engaged in a fierce battle with the third Hokage, suddenly emitted dazzling white light from their bodies. Immediately afterward, their souls seemed to be liberated, transforming into countless scraps of paper that dissipated into the air. The third Hokage, panting, leaned against a tile watching Orochimaru, who had suddenly released the jutsu, his eyes filled with astonishment. Orochimaru paid no mind to the third Hokage. He let out a frantic roar towards the Sound Ninja Quartet at the corners of the barrier. Hurry! Break the barrier. Retreat. The Sound Ninja Quartet was also terrified hearing Orochimaru's command, as if granted amnesty. They immediately cut off the chakra supply and the layer of purple flame barrier instantly vanished. Lord Orochimaru, which direction should we retreat? It's obvious. We run towards the direction without that monster. Orochimaru scolded impatiently. He didn't even dare to utter a harsh word, twisting his body and transforming into a massive white snake. The white snake flicked its tongue and slid down the wall of the Hokage building at its fastest speed. Then, like a loach that had its tail stepped on, it frantically burrowed into the forest surrounding Konoha, disappearing without. The retreating figure was utterly disgraceful. There was no trace of the legendary three shinobi's grandeur and demeanor left. On the rooftop, only the third Hokage remained. He leaned on his staff, barely supporting his aged body, not pursuing Orochimaru. He was too tired, and he knew Orochimaru had been thoroughly frightened and would not dare to step foot in Konoha for a long time. The third Hokage turned his head, gazing complexly towards Hokage Rock, staring at the deep pit, and the black-haired boy who was desperately holding onto Naruto's leg at the edge of the pit. Konoha really produced such a monster. The third Hokage murmured, his murky old eyes filled with shock, relief, and a deep sense of helplessness. A long-planned, nearly catastrophic crisis that almost led to Konoha's destruction was abruptly, unreasonably ended amidst Tatsuya's annoyance at the noise. Sunlight broke through the clouds, once more shining on the battered, but still standing Konoha. The villagers hiding in shelters and the bloody ninjas who had fought bravely emerged onto the streets, erupting in cheers and tears of joy for surviving the disaster. And at the edge of the deep pit, Tatsuya, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Naruto, who was clinging to his leg like a koala, away. Get off. I told you I'm not your big brother. Tatsuya disdainfully dusted off his pants. He ignored the odd and inquisitive gazes from Kakashi, Yuhi, Kurenai, and others around him. He stretched out a big lazy yawn, letting out a deeply satisfied sigh. Finally, it's quiet. Tatsuya yawned again, a tear even escaping from the corner of his eye. This damn Chunin exam is even more exhausting than a weeding task. He turned around, hands in his pockets, leisurely walking towards the orphanage. I can't take it anymore, I'm dead tired. I need to go back and catch up on some sleep. The others watched his back, which seemed as if nothing had happened, still as lazy as ever. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Just how thick-skinned is this kid? However, what Tatsuya didn't— at the moment he displayed the complete body Susanoo deep underground in Konoha, in that dark, damp root base. Shimura Danzo was sitting on a stone chair, his only remaining eye fixated intensely on the crystal ball in front of him. Inside the crystal ball, the scene of that 100-meter-tall blue warrior slapping over Shikaku was frozen. Susanoo. It's actually the complete form of Susanoo. Danzo's voice turned sharp and twisted due to extreme excitement and greed, like a night owl calling out in the night. He suddenly stood up, his body trembling violently with excitement. Even the cold chakra that had been concealed beneath the bandages on his right arm began to uncontrollably overflow. That fool Sarutobi has no idea what an unparalleled weapon capable of ruling the shinobi world he holds in his hands. Danzo paced back and forth in the empty basement, his single eye flashing with madness. Such power. It can only belong to me. It can only belong to the roots. As long as I get him, not only will I have the position of Hokage, but the entire shinobi world will be crawling at my feet. Danzo abruptly stopped, turned around, and looked at the group of root umbu hidden in the darkness behind him. Relay my highest order. Immediately activate the Tiangon Dizitsi Special Operational Group. Prepare the highest level of Curse Seal, Sealing Array, and Soul Control Scrolls. Danzo tightened his grip on the cane, revealing an extremely sinister and cruel grin. Go tell that waste Orochimaru. The perfect vessel he doesn't want. I shall gladly accept it. The plan to collapse Konoha, a devastating conspiracy that was supposed to deal a heavy blow to the village, ended up failing in an absurd and somewhat theatrical manner. Orochimaru fled in the night without even scratching the skin of the third Hokage. The rampaging Shikaku was like a small cat that had done something wrong slapped into the pit and then packed up and taken away by the people of Sunagakure. The post-war reconstruction work began swiftly. Although the venue and surrounding walls were severely damaged, the casualties among civilians and ninjas miraculously remained at an extremely low number. All the credit for this went to one person, the young man whose name spread throughout the ninja world overnight, even making the other 4 major ninja villages feel dread: Fujiwara Tatsuya. Morning. Tatsuya yawned, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes as he stepped out of the orphanage. He just wanted to buy a rice ball at the breakfast shop around the corner. But as soon as he stepped outside, he felt something was off. Look, it's Lord Tatsuya. An ant sweeping the ground saw Tatsuya and was so excited that she dropped her broom. She knelt down with a thud, clasped her hands together, and deeply bowed to Tatsuya. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Immediately it seemed like a chain reaction was set off. Passers-by, patrolling ninjas, and even the arrogant scions of noble families all stopped in their tracks, their gazes filled with fervent admiration and profound respect. Everyone who saw Tatsuya cleared a path, either bowing or performing the ninja salute. The entire street seemed to be welcoming a victorious king. Lord Tatsuya is magnificent. The Blue Reaper guarding Konoha. So cool. I want to have your babies. Various cheesy titles and excited shouts rang out, causing Tatsuya's head to throb. What is all this? Tatsuya's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he subconsciously quickened his pace. He just wanted to be a quiet bystander, who the hell wanted to be the Blue Reaper? This nickname reeked of an overwhelming sense of teenage delusion and was particularly likely to attract hatred. After finally squeezing out of the crowd, Tatsuya ran into the Ichiraka ramen shop, as if fleeing for his life, plopping down in the innermost corner. Phew. That scared me. Are these people insane? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was just about to place an order. Tatsuyani-ai. A shrill, penetrating voice suddenly exploded at the entrance of the ramen shop. Tatsuya jolted, nearly dropping his teacup. He saw Uzumaki Naruto, his face full of excitement like a monkey that had spotted a banana. He slid into the shop and lunged at Tatsuya's legs, hugging them tightly without letting go. Big brother. I finally found you. Naruto's eyes sparkled, nearly drooling. How did you create that blue supersized monster that could squash a raccoon cat yesterday? Teach me, please. I beg you, big brother. If you teach me, I'll give you half of my ramen from now on. Tatsuya's face instantly darkened. He kicked his legs hard, trying to shake off this blonde leech, but found that the kid had surprisingly strong grip. Get off. Who's your big brother? Tatsuya looked disdainfully at the snot marks on his pants. I already said that was just a dream I had. I don't even know how I did it. Big brother, don't lie to me. I saw it. Naruto stubbornly rubbed against him. Kakashi-sensei said that's called Susanoo. Isn't it a powerful ninjutsu? Teach me, teach me. You fool, that's a bloodline limit, you can't learn it. Let go of me. I don't believe it. As long as I work hard, I can definitely learn it. This is my ninja way. Looking at Naruto rolling around his legs and the curious gazes of the customers around, Tatsuya felt his blood pressure rising sharply. I can't live like this anymore. Tatsuya was at his breaking point. He grabbed the back of Naruto's collar and threw him out of the shop. Without even eating his ramen, he used body flicker technique, fleeing back to his single room in the orphanage. Bang! He slammed the door shut and locked it twice. No way, I absolutely cannot go out these days. Tatsuya lay on the hard wooden plank bed, letting out a long sigh. Fame for a person of survival was simply a disaster. He finally understood what it meant to be a person fears fame like a pig fears growing fat. Not only had he become the center of attention for the entire village, he also had to deal with a persistent fan like Naruto. To make matters worse, he knew that the higher-ups, those cunning old foxes, were surely discussing how to deal with him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, in the top-secret conference room on the highest floor, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt like it could freeze someone. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in the main seat looking extremely exhausted. Yesterday's battle, although Orochimaru escaped, had greatly drained his chakra and stamina. On either side of him sat Konoha's 2 advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain. At the far end of the long table, half of his body shrouded in darkness, was the root leader, Shimura Danzo, wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane. The theme of the meeting was solely about Fujiwara Tatsuya. Hiruzen, you have been too indulgent with that little brat. Hamura Mitokado was the first to speak out, tapping the table with a stern tone. The complete Susanoo is power enough to destroy the entire village. How could you let him live in an unattached? What if he loses control or is incited by other villages? Who will take responsibility for that? Exactly, Koharu added, nodding in agreement. Such power is like a ticking time bomb. We must strictly control him, preferably incorporating him into the Umbu under the direct command of the Hokage. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling smoke. This child Tatsuya, although he seems lazy, is not a bad person. He recalled the scene of Tatsuya slapping down Shikaku and saving Konoha. If it weren't for him stepping in yesterday, the losses for Konoha would have been unimaginable. He is a hero of Konoha, we cannot treat him like a criminal. I advocate for a gentle approach. The third Hokage looked around the room stating his position. Promote him to Jonin, give him the honor and treatment he deserves, and let him feel the bonds of the village. As long as we treat him sincerely, he will become Konoha's strongest ace. Foolish. A cold furious roar suddenly erupted from the end of the long table. Bang! Danzo slammed his hand down on the table. The solid wooden surface cracked under his force. His remaining eye was bloodshot, flashing with unrestrained madness and greed. Hiruzen, your pathetic kindness will eventually destroy Konoha. Danzo stood up, his cane thumping heavily against the ground. That is not an ordinary ninjutsu, that is the power of Uchiha Madara. What kind of calamity did that man bring upon the ninja world? Have you forgotten? Danzo stepped closer to the third Hokage, looking down at him with a chilling tone. Such a dangerously extreme power that could easily tear apart a tailed beast's fear must not be left unchecked. Bonds, honor, those are things only the weak need. Danzo sneered, revealing his extreme dark logic. For an uncontrollable weapon of unimaginable power, we must maintain absolute control. He must immediately reveal the secret of that power, or... Danzo's single eye revealed a fierce glint. The killing intent permeated the conference room like a tangible substance. He will be branded with the cursed seal of the root, becoming a puppet without thought, only capable of executing orders. Otherwise he will be the greatest hidden danger for Konoha. Bang! Shimura Danzo abruptly flicked his sleeve, and the heavy stone door of the underground secret meeting room slammed shut behind him. The high-level meeting ended in discontent. The soft policy of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was temporarily shelved under his strong opposition. Yet Danzo knew very well that Hiruzen would never easily give up on trying to win over Fujiwara Tatsuya. We cannot wait any longer. Danzo leaned on his cane, striding down the dark and damp corridor of the underground base. The cold walls echoed with the sound of dripping water behind him. The greed in his heart burned like a wildfire doused in oil, akin to the poisonous weeds that grew wildly after the rain, completely consuming the last shred of his rationality. The power of Uchiha Madara. The complete Susanoo. It was an ultimate weapon capable of suppressing tailed beasts and even confronting the entire ninja world. If I could obtain those eyes. Danzo's breathing became rapid and a maddening light flickered in his remaining single eye. Don't say it's merely the position of Hokage. Even the grand achievement that the first Hokage Hashirama Senju could not accomplish, unifying the entire ninja world, would no longer be a dream. This thought was like the deadliest poison, like the most tempting whispers of the devil. It shattered his bottom line as a Konoha elder. That old fool Hiruzen still clung to the bonds of the village and the will of fire. It's utterly laughable. In the face of absolute power, those ephemeral notions are completely defenseless. Only by firmly grasping power in one's own hands can one walk the righteous path. Hiruzen, you are too naive. Danzo stood before a massive iron door, a chilling smile spreading across his face. You have no idea that when facing a fierce tiger capable of destroying everything, the correct approach is not to feed it meat, but to pull out its teeth and lock its claws while it is still growing, turning it into a dog that can only wag its tail in submission. Danzo suddenly pushed the iron door open and walked inside. In the spacious underground training ground, dozens of root ninjas, wearing blank masks and black cloaks, stood silently in the shadows like lifeless statues. We pay our respects to Lord Danzo. Upon seeing Danzo enter, everyone immediately knelt on one knee, their voices synchronized and devoid of any emotion. Leaning on his cane, Danzo made his way to the highest point of the training ground. His cold single eye swept over these killing machines he had personally trained, and a hint of satisfaction flickered in his gaze. Hiruzen has his brightness, while I am the root guard in Konoha's darkness. For the village I shall bear any dirty or despicable means. Danzo found a grandiose justification for his greed, ignoring the third Hokage's stern warning at the meeting against acting rashly. He directly issued the highest-level top-secret order of the Root One that could even bypass the Hokage. Transmit my rank confidential order. His voice echoed in the empty basement, carrying an undeniable authority. The Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches Special Operations Team assemble immediately. As soon as he spoke, 20 figures among the kneeling root ninjas instantly raised their heads. The masks they wore were inscribed with the ancient characters of the 12 earthly branches, such as Zicho-in and Mao, along with the 10 heavenly stems like Jia-i-bing and Ding. The chakra fluctuations and killing intent emanating from them were several times stronger than those of ordinary root members. These 20 individuals comprised the most elite assassination unit of the root. They were Danzo's trump card. Each possessed strength on par with elite jonin and excelled in various assassination, poisoning, sealing, and barrier techniques. They were the sharpest knife in Danzo's hand, specifically used to deal with those tasks even the Umbu found troublesome. Target Fujiwara Tatsuya. Task level top secret. Task requirements: at all costs capture the target alive and seize his eye. The 20 members of the Special Operations Team slightly trembled at this task, seemingly surprised. However, they raised no objections and simply lowered their heads once more. Yes, Lord Danzo. Remember. A hint of cruel fierceness flashed in Danzo's single eye. The target is extremely powerful, do not underestimate him. Once the operation begins, immediately set up the 4-directional ceiling barrier to isolate all chakra fluctuations. Use all available means: poison, mist, paralysis needles, nerve toxins. The moment he shows signs of activating Susanoo, immediately use the sealing technique to suppress his chakra. Danzo's plan was ruthlessly insidious. He intended to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers, using all sorts of despicable means to wear Tanya down alive. This time I will ensure he has no way to escape. Danzo clenched his fist, a sinister smile of inevitability spreading across his face. Go bring back my most perfect container. Yes. The 20 shadows slipped into the darkness of the underground like ghosts, making not a sound. That night the moon was black and the wind howled. Dark clouds obscured the moon and the entire Konoha village was enveloped in silence. The prolonged battles had exhausted the villagers who had long since fallen into deep slumber. In the most remote corner of the orphanage in Konoha, Tanya lay in his shabby single room soundly asleep. He was utterly exhausted. Though his body was not physically drained, the mental fatigue left him devoid of the thought even to practice in his sleep. Hu. Hruh. The soft sound of snoring echoed in the silent room. However, at midnight, amidst total silence, the chirping of crickets and frogs around the orphanage suddenly ceased in a bizarre manner. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly clasped their throats. The entire world fell into an ominous, deathly silence. Soon after, an invisible chakra barrier, invisible to the naked eye, silently rose from the ground like an inverted bowl. It completely isolated the area where Tanya was located from the outside world. There were no chakra fluctuations, no sounds, and even the light was distorted. Within this barrier, even if a nuclear explosion occurred, those outside would not perceive a thing. Under the moonlight, 20 masked shadows emerged like demons crawling out of hell. Silently, they surrounded the small, dilapidated wooden house that emitted a faint light from all directions. In their hands, a cold glimmer of poisoned blades flickered. Among them, 4 ninjas standing at the edge of the barrier formed hand seals to maintain the seal. The leading ninja, wearing a Jia mask, looked at the tightly shut window and made a cold, beheading gesture. In the next moment, over a dozen shadows like predatory leopards blurred into afterimages and pounced on that small wooden house from different angles. Their target was singular: to capture the boy still lost in slumber alive. To seize those eyes that could overturn the ninja world. The night was as dark as ink, filled with a lurking sense of danger. Jin was lying on a hard wooden bed, caught between dreams and reality, dreaming of eating roasted meat. In the midst of this half-dream, he felt as if he had returned to the great bridge of the land of waves. In his dream, hundreds of sharp buzzing sounds, more piercing than an air raid siren, suddenly echoed in his mind as a rogue warrior charged at him with a torch, shouting something about overtime pay and full attendance bonus. Jin jolted awake, almost springing up from the bed. It's so noisy, Jin muttered, irritably turning over in an attempt to shake off the noise. Just then a blood-red warning screen flashed frantically across his retina like a virus pop-up. The piercing shriek of an alarm rang out in his mind without warning, yanking him violently from the chaotic dream. Following that, a blinding blood-red light enveloped him, locking him in a sealing barrier. Instantaneous movement and summoning techniques are disabled. Warning. Multiple nerve toxins and paralyzing gases are infiltrating. The series of red alerts instantly dispelled all remnants of sleepiness from Jin. With a cold mechanical voice, the system flashed warnings like a death knell. Warning. A large number of lethal threats detected. Warning. The host has been locked by a high-intensity sealing barrier. Jin suddenly opened his eyes, his dark pupils turning as cold as eternal ice in the darkness. Danzo. Jin slowly sat up from the bed. Jin's sleepiness evaporated in an instant. He opened his eyes wide, and in the darkness a flicker of unease crossed his pitch-black pupils. Outside the room, at least 20 cold, emotionless chakras had surrounded his dilapidated wooden house. The roots. He didn't even need to activate his Sharingan. With just his beast-like battle instincts enhanced by the template of Uchiha Obito, he could clearly sense the chilling presence outside, as if a caged beast was trapped. This old dog really won't give up. Jin sighed, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. I thought my display of killing intent during the Chunin exams would be enough to intimidate them. Well then, is it so difficult for you to let me sleep peacefully? These rats just have to come out for me to hit them. Jin rolled his wrist, producing a cracking sound. Then I will have to forcefully smash your old face to pieces. These rats are relentless. He murmured, his tone filled with the annoyance of being woken up. Wood splintered and dust filled the air as 20 figures wearing various animal masks and clad in black cloaks crashed through the frail walls of his small house. Their actions were coordinated and ferocious, like a horde of demons rushing in from all directions. There was no wasted breath, only the purest, most lethal intent. Swish! Swish! The sound of slicing air was sharp and piercing as countless weapons drenched in poison hurtled towards him. Like black phantoms crawling out of hell, the attackers wielded kunai and shuriken designed to counter bloodline limits along with seals inscribed with complex spells. Their movements were as swift as lightning, perfectly synchronized. In less than a second, from various tricky angles, they unleashed a torrent of deadly attacks towards Jin. These kunai and shuriken like a black rain poured down upon him, forming an impenetrable net of death. Not even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, could escape from such a saturated assault. All these hidden weapons glimmered with a haunting blue light, clearly indicating that encountering this level of assault while asleep, die. The attackers, masked and ruthless, bore a cruel delight in their eyes. In their eyes, this so-called Konoha monster was nothing more than a target to be shredded today. However, at that moment, as the web of death closed in, time seemed to freeze. Buzz. In the dark, the air was thick with tension as the deadly trap was about to ensnare him. The originally dark eyes of Jin suddenly lit up like two lanterns in the night. He merely sat there silently, as if the world around him had ceased to exist. Allowing those lethal attacks to magnify in his vision, he calmly awaited their strike. You think you can take me down, you bunch of insects? Jin sat on the bed. Even the slightest movement to evade seemed unnecessary. He slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered to life as he uttered a few words. You know nothing of power, since you insist on seeking death. It was not an ordinary Sharingan. The three black tomo were spinning madly, intertwining with each other. In the face of absolute power, numbers hold no meaning. Jin's voice was cold as ice, echoing like a judgment from the depths of hell. He did not even move a finger, unleashing an overwhelming chakra that distorted the very space around him. Centered around his body, it erupted with a thunderous force. Boom! An invisible yet overwhelming and terrifying chakra repulsion erupted, centered around Shinya's body. This was not the ability of the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei. This was a more pure, more brutal, and unreasonable violence. It was an energy shockwave forcibly created by Chinyi using the nearly tangible terrifying chakra from the Uchiha Madara template. Puff! 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 The dark weapons flying through the air, capable of piercing steel. The talismans inscribed with complex incantations able to seal bloodline limits. The moment they came into contact with this chakra shockwave, it was as if they had crashed into an invisible wall of size. Not even a ripple was stirred. Like ice and snow under the scorching sun, in less than half a second, they were violently turned into powder. The 5 root ninjas at the front had their eyes bulging out, their faces contorted in extreme horror beneath their masks. They had no time to react at all. The overwhelming shockwave slammed hard against their chests. Crack. Puff. The sickening sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing echoed in the small room. These 5 elite ninjas trained harshly in the roots with bodies comparable to steel. At this moment, it was as if they had crashed into a high-speed train. Their ribs instantly caved in and shattered, even piercing their hearts and lungs. With a gasp, all 5 of them sprayed out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Then their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings at a speed 3 times faster than when they came. Boom! The 5 bodies crashed violently into the already shaky wall behind them. Amidst the flying dust and wood chips, they slammed heavily onto the ground outside the orphanage, dying on the spot. Not even a single complete corpse was left behind. One strike. Just one strike. Not even lifting a finger, 5 elite root ninjas were killed in seconds. The remaining 15 root ninjas were all dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, trembling violently as if they were being sifted, barely able to hold onto their weapons. Monster. Quickly. Form the 4 corners sealing formation. Suppress his chakra. The lead ninja in the mask finally reacted from the extreme fear. He roared hysterically, trying to reorganize the formation. However, Chinyi would not give them this opportunity. Only now do you think of forming the array. Chinyi leaped off the bed, landing steadily on the floor covered in debris. His pair of scarlet Sharingan shone with a haunting, eerie light in the darkness. Too late. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chinyi's figure vanished from the spot. Fast. Fast to the extreme. So fast that even the dynamic vision of these elite Chunin could not capture his afterimage. He's behind. A root ninja shouted in terror, just about to turn around. Bang. A dull sound as if hitting a leather drum. Chinyi's figure appeared ghost-like behind him. A simple and brutal sidekick accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air struck hard at his waist. Crack. The spine of that root ninja was instantly snapped in 2 by this terrifying force. He didn't even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, completely The slaughter began. Chinyi was like a prehistoric tiger charging into a flock of sheep. In this small room, he stirred up the most primal and brutal bloody storm. No flashy ninjutsu. No world-destroying Susanoo. Only the simplest, most direct fists, and with each simple punch a chilling sound of bones cracking accompanied it. With each casual side kick, a black figure flew out like a broken sack. Monster. Don't come near. Help. These killing machines who had undergone the harshest training in the roots had long abandoned emotions and fear. At this moment, in the face of Jinye's unreasonable absolute violence, their proud combat skills and killing techniques seemed so ridiculous, so vulnerable. Their psychological defenses were utterly shattered at this moment. They finally remembered the fear of being dominated by death. Puff. Jinyi delivered a knife hand strike, accurately chopping at the neck of a root ninja attempting to form hand seals. He directly severed his cervical vertebrae. Then, with a reverse elbow strike, he smashed another ninja who was sneaking in from the side along with the mask on his face into pieces. Blood and brain matter splattered all over him. But he didn't even blink, his pair of scarlet Sharingan only held cold, piercing indifference. 10 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, the 20 root elites who had been so aggressive and had set up an elaborate trap were now 10 dead, 10 maimed. The dead were nothing but ashes or were turned into unrecognizable piles of flesh. The injured were also missing limbs, lying in pools of blood, crying out in pain with no strength to get up. The entire room had completely transformed into a hell of Shura. The intense smell of blood was so pungent it made one nauseous. Jinyi slowly walked out from the pile of severed limbs. His body was covered in blood, but his pair of scarlet eyes remained as clean as 2 rubies. One step at a time, he approached the lead root ninja codenamed A. At this point, his legs had been broken by Chenye's kick, and he could only lean against the wall looking at this boy who seemed like a devil descending from the heavens in terror. What? What kind of monster are you? As voice trembled, he had never seen such a terrifying opponent. Jinyi looked down at him without answering. He slowly raised his foot. Crack. A clear sound of bones cracking. Jinyi stepped down, directly crushing A's still intact right wrist into powder. A let out a shrill scream that was not human. Go back. Jinyi stepped on his hand, his voice cold and piercing, devoid of any emotion. Tell Danzo, that old dog hiding in the sewers. Jinyi leaned down, his pair of scarlet Sharingan fixated on his pupils, which had dilated in extreme fear. Clean your neck and wait for me. The corners of Jinye's mouth curled into a cruel arc, speaking each word sooner or later. I will personally go to the roots and dig out his dog eye. As the last surviving root ninja scrambled away into the night, the 4-directional ceiling barrier above the orphanage shattered. The intense stench of blood spread like a flood, instantly engulfing the surroundings. The dark patrol team nearby immediately sensed the ominous aura. What a strong smell of blood. It's coming from the orphanage. Quick. Let's go take a look. Shadows darted across the rooftops like phantoms in the moonlight. When they reached the dilapidated wooden house, everyone was stunned into silence by the sight before them. Severed limbs and broken arms lay scattered. Blood flowed like a river. The entire room had turned into a hell on earth, with dark red splatters staining the walls and ceiling. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of blood and the stench of entrails. In the center of this hellish scene stood a boy named Fujiwara Tatsuya, quietly observing. His body was drenched in blood and his pitch-black eyes glimmered with a chilling light under the moon, resembling a god of death who had just emerged from a sea of blood. Secure the scene. No one is allowed to approach. The leader of the Dark Squad decisively issued orders. At the same time, he dispatched someone to report this horrifying intelligence to the 3rd Hokage as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the Hokage building, the top-floor office, was brightly lit. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had rushed to the scene overnight. He surveyed the ground littered with severed limbs and the fragments of masks inscribed with special symbols scattered in the pool of blood. His wrinkled old face darkened in an instant. Root. Sarutobi's fists clenched tightly, crackling with rage in his murky old eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent within him, then turned to look at the boy leaning innocently against the wall. Tatsuya, are you all right? Tatsuya shook his head, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Lord Hokage, I'm so scared. These masked villains broke into my room at night to kill me. I was just acting in self-defense. Self-defense? You call this self-defense? The 3rd Hokage glanced at the ground where indistinguishable remains lay, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This was clearly a one-sided massacre. He could now be 100% sure that all his previous assumptions were. This kid was neither a fool seeking attention nor a lucky, unlucky soul. He was an utterly terrifying primal beast clad in human skin. A terrifying existence that could overturn the entire forest if disturbed from its slumber. The 3rd Hokage sighed deeply. He knew that Danzo had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Not only had he failed to pull out the tiger's teeth, but he had also completely provoked a slumbering Asura. Now he was faced with only 2 paths. One was to treat Tatsuya as an extremely dangerous individual according to regulations, leading to his capture, interrogation, or even elimination. But the consequences could very well be another disaster for Konoha, more terrifying than the Ninetales incident. The second was to spare no effort to appease this fierce tiger, making him willingly become the guardian ace of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage hesitated for less than 3 seconds before making his decision. He walked up to Tatsuya, revealing an extremely gentle, even somewhat apologetic smile. Child, I'm sorry you had to go through this. This matter is the village's fault towards you. I representing Konoha assure you that such things will never happen. Having said that, the third Hokage suddenly turned around and issued a series of undeniable orders to the leader of the dark squad behind him. Relay my Hokage orders. From today onward, promote Fujiwara Tatsuya to a special jonin of Konoha. He shall enjoy the same treatment as Kakashi. Additionally, immediately arrange for him a top-spec independent villa in the central district of the village. Provide 24-hour dark squad protection. Most importantly, the third Hokage's voice turned cold and authoritative. Fujiwara Tatsuya possesses complete autonomy unbound by any department's restrictions, including the dark squad and route. His orders under certain special circumstances are equivalent to my own. At this declaration, all the dark members present gasped in shock. This was not merely a promotion, it was clearly a coronation. Bestowing status, providing a mansion, and granting privileges equivalent to the Hokage. This was practically treating Tatsuya like an ancestor. Tatsuya himself was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this old fox to be so accommodating. It seemed that tonight's display of strength had borne fruit. After all this, the third Hokage did not linger any longer. Fueled by an overwhelming rage, he headed directly to Konoha's underground root base. Half an hour later, in the dark and damp underground base, Danzo was anxiously awaiting news from his subordinates. Boom! With a deafening sound, the heavy steel door of the base was forcefully smashed open from the outside. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in a Hokage ceremonial robe, radiated a suffocating aura of terrifying chakra as he stepped inside. Behind him followed a dozen masked members of the Hokage's direct dark squad. Sarutobi, what are you doing? This is route, and no one enters without my permission, not even the Hokage. Danzo stood up, shocked and furious, leaning on his cane. Shut up. The third Hokage roared, unleashing the oppressive aura of the shinobi hero, causing the surrounding root ninjas to hold their breath in fear. Shimura Danzo, you truly have some nerve. The third Hokage approached Danzo and slapped him hard across the face. Smack. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the silent basement. Danzo clutched his swollen face, staring incredulously at his furious old friend. You dare hit me. Hit you. Today I feel like killing you. The third Hokage pointed a finger at Danzo, scolding him vehemently. I warned you long ago not to provoke that kid. Did you think my words fell on deaf ears? 20 elite root members. All wiped out in a single night. This is your doing. What? Danzo's body froze as if struck by lightning. They all died. Are you satisfied now? The third Hokage looked at the shocked expression on Danzo's face, filled with disappointment. Because of your ridiculous greed, Konoha not only lost 20 elite combatants, but also offended a monster that could destroy the village at any moment. From today onwards, I strip you of the power to mobilize half of Root's forces. Stay here and reflect on your actions. If I catch you plotting behind my back again. The third Hokage's gaze turned icy. Do not blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, the third Hokage abruptly flicked his sleeves and left with the dark squad, leaving Danzo alone, standing dazed in place. The entire army wiped out, stripped of military power, publicly slapped in the face. A series of blows made Danzo feel a sweetness in his throat. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, swaying unsteadily, almost losing his balance. Humiliation. An unprecedented and outrageous humiliation. Fujiwara Tatsuya. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms from excessive force, blood oozing out. His single eye was filled with resentment and madness. I will never let you go. At this moment, the very Tatsuya whom Danzo despised was comfortably lying in his newly assigned villa. In the enormous bathtub capable of accommodating dozens of people, rose petals floated on the surface. Sigh, the life of the rich is so plain and dull. Tatsuya leaned against the edge of the bathtub, sipping ice juice with a satisfied sigh. From a destitute orphan to a life winner living in a mansion. He achieved this in just one night. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, strength is the ultimate truth. Just as Tatsuya enjoyed his bath and prepared to roll around on the soft bed. Ding! Suddenly, the long-lost system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully thwarted the assassination plot of Root, severely wounding Shimura Danzo, demonstrating unparalleled dominance. Perfectly aligned with Uchiha Madara's character setting of those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Current template synchronization rate has surpassed the 20 threshold. Special rewards are being dispensed. Tatsuya's breath suddenly hitched, his heart racing uncontrollably. A 20 synchronization rate. This meant that his Sharingan was finally going to undergo a qualitative transformation. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained. The system's cold and emotionless voice now sounded like heavenly music. Uchiha Madara's exclusive kaleidoscope Sharingan technique beginner unlocked. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully shattered the Konoha collapse plan, severely injuring the root assassination squad, showcasing unparalleled dominance. A series of system notification sounds frantically flooded Chinye's mind. He had just emerged from the enormous bathtub that could accommodate a dozen people still enveloped in steamy moisture. Finally, it's time for the reckoning. Chinye wiped his damp hair and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. This overtime was worth it. Since the Chunin exam began, battling Orochimaru, dealing with Shikaku, and cleaning up the roots vermin, all his efforts were for this final year-end bonus from the system. Evaluating comprehensively. Evaluation level S. Perfect template synchronization rate is rapidly increasing. 15. 18. 22. Finally, the progress bar halted at the gleaming number 25. Ding. The current template synchronization rate has exceeded the 25 threshold. Special rewards are being distributed. Chinye's breath caught and his heart began to race uncontrollably. 25 synchronization rate. This meant that his Sharingan was finally about to undergo a qualitative transformation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Uchiha Madara's exclusive Mangekyo Sharingan ocular technique unlocked. Buzz. In that instant, as the system's notification echoed, Chinye felt as if his eyes were being brutally pressed by two burning hot irons. An indescribable searing pain exploded from the depths of his eyeballs. Immediately after, an immense chilling ocular power far surpassing all his previous chakra combined surged into his brain like a flood. Ugh. Chinye groaned, his legs weakened, and he fell to one knee on the cold floor. He painfully closed his eyes. The world before him was instantly replaced by an endless sea of blood. In the center of that blood ocean, a giant moon radiating an eerie red glow hung high in the sky. On that moon, a man clad in ancient armor wielding a massive fan stood with his back to him, quietly gazing down at the turbulent sea of blood below. That figure was proud, domineering, as if it sought to trample the entire world beneath its feet. Chinye knew it was the will imprint of Uchiha Madara. It was the trial one must undergo to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. With such a feeble will, do you think you can wield my power? A cold, emotionless voice thundered deep within Chinye's mind. Suddenly the blood sea surged, unleashing monstrous waves that transformed into countless grotesque demons rushing towards Chinye to engulf him. They aimed to utterly shatter and assimilate his consciousness. Humph, with just a remnant of will you dare to be arrogant before me? Chinye sneered, his eyes devoid of fear. Though he inherited Madara's power, he was still himself the one who only wished for a peaceful retirement. Fujiwara Chinye. His soul would never be subjugated by anyone. Break for me. Chinye shouted, unleashing his formidable spiritual power in a massive explosion, instantly shattering the incoming blood demons. The sea of blood calmed, the red moon collapsed. The illusion before him shattered like a mirror. When Chinye opened his eyes again, he had returned to the spacious, bright bathroom. He slowly stood up and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling mirror. In the reflection, a pair of eyes that could make the entire ninja world tremble stared back. No longer an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, the three black tomos had perfectly fused together, forming an extremely mysterious and complex pattern composed of 3 straight lines and 3 concentric circles exuding endless majesty and coldness. Uchiha Madara's exclusive Shinra Mangekyo Sharingan. It was complete. Chinye clenched his fists tightly, feeling the vast chakra within him that was several times more powerful than before. He not only had fully mastered the first stage of Susanoo's skeleton form and the second stage muscular form, he also sensed that within his eyes a terrifying ocular technique capable of distorting reality and altering rules was brewing. That feeling was like a deity looking down on the mortal chessboard. With just a thought, he could make the pieces move towards annihilation according to his will. This feeling of power surging. Chinye gazed at the cold-eyed reflection in the mirror, unable to help but in those crimson eyes there was an infinite depth and danger. Truly intoxicating. He knew that from this moment on. On this chessboard of the ninja world, he would no longer be that pawn at the mercy of others. Nor would he be the player only capable of passive defense. He was now the sole player capable of overturning the entire board. Danzo. The corners of Chinye's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Get ready, I will have your head. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the eternally rainy country, atop the highest steel tower in the Rain Village, a gaunt man with countless black rods protruding from his back sat quietly on a massive life support device. Before him floated a large holographic projection. The projection revealed Shikaku, who had rampaged through Konoha and was ultimately flipped over by Chinye with a single slap. Did we fail to capture the One Tail? The red-haired man, Nagato, sighed hoarsely. Leader, according to Jutsu's intel. A blue-haired woman composed of countless paper pieces, Konan, appeared silently behind him. The Sand Village's plan was ruined by a Konoha genin. That genin is the one who caused your chakra fluctuations at the village entrance. Konan's words trailed off. Nagato suddenly lifted his head vigorously, his colorless eyes snapping open in the darkness. Buzz. No whites, no pupils. Only a series of mysterious ripples radiating an eerie purple light. Rinnegan. In the direction of Konoha. Nagato's voice grew extremely grave. Just now I felt an extremely familiar, even heart-pounding ocular power fluctuation. That power is exactly as described by Lord Madara. Relay my orders. Nagato's voice echoed in the empty room carrying an undeniable authority. Target changed. Before capturing the Nine Tails, go to Konoha and bring back that interesting variable. The feeling of power surging within is truly intoxicating. Jin also gazed into the mirror at the pair of crimson otherworldly eyes resembling a kaleidoscope that could devour everything, unable to resist whispering softly. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the terrifying power of his gaze had quietly receded, returning to his ordinary pitch-black pupils. But he knew that his world had irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a country perpetually shrouded in rain. In rain-hidden village atop the tallest steel tower, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, suddenly opened his swirling rinnegan in the darkness. Just now he distinctly sensed an extremely dangerous, even heart-pounding fluctuation in time and space that flickered briefly from the direction of Konoha. Relay my orders. Nagato's hoarse voice echoed in the empty room. Change of target, head to Konoha and bring back that interesting variable. The scene shifted to Konoha village. The first rays of sunlight in the morning streamed through the window, casting light on Chen's newly replaced luxuriously soft bed that seemed to swallow a person whole. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks akin to a death summons jolted Chen awake from his dream of counting money. Who is it? It's early morning, can't people get some sleep? Chen, with his bedhead looking like a bird's nest wearing silk pajamas, sleepily opened the door of the villa. At the door stood two umbu wearing fox masks, emanating a chilling aura that warned others to stay away. Fujiwara, Chen's special jonin. The lead umbu's voice was devoid of any emotion. The Hokage urgently summons you, please accompany us immediately. Again. Chen's face instantly fell, all traces of sleep vanished. Does this old man treat me like a donkey for the production team? Just worked overtime yesterday and now another shift today. Though unwilling, he knew he couldn't defy the Hokage's orders. Jin could only yawn, change his clothes, and follow the umbu to the familiar Hokage's office. In the office, smoke curled around. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, his expression more serious than ever. Even his beloved pipe lay on the table unlit. You're here, Chin. The third Hokage gestured to the chair across from him. Sit. Chin unceremoniously plopped down, even crossing his legs. I say, old man, why did you summon me this early in the morning? Is it about the reconstruction funds running low? Or did some lord's dog lose something again? As a special jonin of Konoha, his status was equal to Kakashi's, so he no longer needed to be as timid as before when speaking to the third. The third Hokage was infuriated by his nonchalant attitude, but had no way to deal with him. He could only sigh helplessly and take out a wanted notice adorned with a red cloud pattern from his drawer. Take a look at this. The third slid the wanted notice in front of Chin. This is an urgent report just received from Jiraiya from the Land of Rain. The third's voice grew low and serious. A rogue ninja organization called Akatsuki has been making waves in the ninja world recently, and their target is to capture tailed beasts. Akatsuki. Chin feigned surprise as if it was the first time he had heard of them, but in his heart he was well aware. Finally, he was going to deal with this group of crazies. That's right. The third's expression became increasingly grave. According to Jiraiya's intel, every member of this organization is a powerful rank rogue ninja, and even Orochimaru was once a member. Just a few days ago, they attacked Sunagakure and captured Gara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Although in the end you accidentally resolved it. The third Hokage glanced at Chin. But this has exposed Konoha's Nine Tails, making it their next target. So what? Chin dug at his ear, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Let them come with you, as Hokage. The sky could fall and it wouldn't hit me. You brat. The third Hokage slammed the table in anger. He took a deep breath, knowing that reasoning with this kid was futile and had to change tactics. Konoha has just experienced Orochimaru's invasion, leaving our defenses weak and lacking high-level combat power. And that old bastard Danzo is lurking in the shadows. I must stay in the village and cannot leave easily. Therefore, I need someone strong enough to deter those lowly beings to assist Jiraiya in investigating the true nature of this Akatsuki organization. As the third Hokage said this, his murky old eyes fixed intently on Chin. That gaze was akin to looking at a piece of exquisite jade. Chin instantly understood his meaning. I won't go. He firmly rejected, shaking his head vigorously. What kind of joke is this, asking me to risk my life against a bunch of rank rogue ninjas? I refuse. My dream in life is to retire safely of fighting, and killing is what I detest the most. The task reward is 30 million ryo. The third Hokage slowly revealed a number. Chen's actions froze instantly. 30. He swallowed hard, feeling his heart skip a beat. 30 million ryo was enough for him to buy out an entire Chiraka ramen, eating until he felt sick. Additionally, all expenses for this mission will be fully reimbursed by the village. The third Hokage continued to sweeten the deal, a sly smile appearing on his face. During the mission, you can freely mobilize all Umbu branches within the Land of Fire, holding the power of execution without prior approval. After the mission, I will grant you a month of paid leave. Chin fell silent. He had to admit this old fox understood human nature too well. Money, power, and vacation. These three temptations were simply tailor-made for a slacker like him. So what do you say? Consider it. The third Hokage coaxed gently. Ahem. Jin cleared his throat, sat up straight, and put on an extremely serious expression. Hokage-sama, how could you say that? He pounded his chest with righteousness. Protecting Konoha is our ninja's unshakable duty. Just a mere Akatsuki, leave it to me. I guarantee I will uncover their true intentions. The third Hokage watched his shameless expression transform in an instant, his eye twitching uncontrollably. But the objective had been achieved. Very well, with your word, I can rest assured. The third Hokage handed a scroll to Jin. This is Jiraiya's contact method. You can set off today. No problem. Jin accepted the scroll, feeling delighted as he tucked it into his pocket. 30 million Ryo. He could already imagine whether to buy a villa with a hot spring or to take over Konoha's casino first after the mission. At this moment. By the way, there's one more thing. The third Hokage suddenly called out to him. What is it? The Akatsuki's target is very clear, the Nine Tails. The third Hokage's gaze became somewhat complicated. So this mission has an additional condition. That is to keep your distance from Naruto. During the mission, try not to come into contact with him to avoid involving him in danger. Chen was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood the third's meaning. This was to prevent the Akatsuki from tracing through him to find Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Alright, got it. Chen made a face as he didn't want to be involved with that troublesome guy Naruto anyway. I'm off now, old man. Remember to transfer those 30 million Ryo to my account in advance. Chen waved his hand and turned to leave the office. Watching Chen's nonchalant back, the third Hokage shook his head helplessly. I hope this kid can truly be reliable. Jin yawned as he walked out of the Hokage building. Having been dragged up for a meeting early in the morning without breakfast, his stomach was already growling. First I'll grab some dango to fill my belly, then pack my things. He hummed a tune as he walked toward the commercial street. However, just as he reached a street corner and was about to turn, his steps suddenly halted. The pair of pitch-black eyes hidden beneath his black hair narrowed slightly. A wave of extremely cold, emotionless chakra emanated from an outdoor tea house not far ahead. Two sources. Both were very powerful. Jen pretended to be unconcerned and continued walking forward, but his peripheral vision quietly glanced towards the tea house. In the corner of the tea house sat two extremely peculiar figures. They wore hats pulled low over their faces and donned black cloaks embroidered with ominous red clouds. One of them was tall, with a gigantic weapon strapped to his back wrapped in bandages resembling a door panel. The other sat quietly, and though his face was obscured, the chilling aura radiating from him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Chen's pupils dilated suddenly. Red clouds and black robes. Carrying a large sword. The icy demeanor. This signature attire could only belong to the Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hashigaki. They have infiltrated Konoha already. Surely it can't be this coincidental. Jin felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. I just accepted a mission to investigate you, and you come right to my doorstep. As Jin hesitated whether to pretend he hadn't seen them and slip away or to go up and greet them. In the tea house, the quiet figure seemed to notice his gaze. Slowly, he raised his head. Beneath the shadow of the hat, a pair of crimson eyes with three black tomo quietly illuminated the darkness. Coldly, their gazes collided violently in midair. That one in the black robe seems to be looking our way. A bystander beside the tea house munching on snacks said curiously to his companion. Do you think he has noticed? Their eyes met. For a suspended instant, the air seemed to congeal. Chen Yi bit into the tricolored dumpling in his hand and chewed absently. He narrowed his eyes, feigning indifference, as he appraised the two uninvited guests in the tea house, a hulking man in a black robe embroidered with red clouds carrying a great blade, and a figure beneath a straw hat whose bearing was as cold as ice. Yuji Boyu and Ganshi Guijiao. They arrived fast. These two numbskulls are unbearably brazen, Chen Yi fumed inwardly. Wearing the ragged uniform of the Shaozuji in broad daylight, drinking tea on Muye's busiest commercial street. As if the Nbu were blind and could not see them. Beneath the straw hat, Yuji Boyu's blood-red Xia Luanyen lingered on Chen Yi for a full 3 seconds. In his abyssal placid gaze there flickered for the first time a faint and startling confusion. From this seemingly ordinary black-haired youth, he felt a chakra fluctuation, so familiar it stirred a strange sense of kinship. As if encountering a long-lost clansman. Yet Yuji Boyu knew all too well that the Yujibo clan had no survivors left save for Zhuozhu. Mr. Yuji Boyu, what is it? Ganshi Guijiao beside him noticed the oddity and grinned, baring shark-like teeth. Does that brat have a problem? Shall I tear him in two? No. Yuji Boyu drew back his gaze slowly. His voice was icy and utterly without feeling. Just an inconsequential brat. Our target is Jio Wei. At that moment, whoosh. Whoosh. 3 black shadows like phantoms slipped silently into the 3 corners of the tea house encircling Yu Jiboyu and Ganshi Gui Jiao. At their head stood the masked Chimu Kakashi, the chain-smoking Yuan Fei Sima, and the Genjutsu master Shiri Hong. Yu Jiboyu. Kaka's voice was low and grave as he slowly drew up the forehead protector over his left eye. I never expected you would dare return to the village. The flies of Muyi are truly persistent. Ganshi Gui Jiao rose and seized the enormous bandaged sharkskin blade at his side, a cruel smile cutting his face. Mr. Yu Jiboyu, it seems today we will not leave without tearing this place down. Jinyi watched the confrontation, and instead of fleeing he slipped into the shadows of a street corner. In a flash he ghosted to the tea house roof. He found the best vantage on the railing, sat with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely ate his dumpling, and delightedly watched the live spectacle below. This is a VIP perch, far more entertaining than buying a ticket to the Zhongren exam, Jinyi scoffed. The standoff below had reached a fever pitch. Sima and Shiri Hong were clearly outmatched by Ganshi Gui Jiao, press-backed by that chakra-absorbing great blade. Sutton water shark bullet technique. Ganshi Gui Jiao forced them back with a single slash, his hands flashing through seals as a shark shaped from condensed high-density chakra burst from the ground and charged at Sima. This ends now. Kakashi intervened in time, making seals in turn. Sutton water shark bullet technique. 2 identical jutsu produced 2 sharks that collided midair, erupting into a spray of water. Copy ninja Kakashi indeed lives up to the name. Ganshi Gui Jiao licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Jiboyu merely stood there, not even drawing his hands from his sleeves. He simply regarded Kakashi with an air of lofty indifference. Senior Kakashi, long time no see. Yu's voice was cold. You seem quite practiced with that eye of yours. However, Yu Jiboyu slowly lifted his head. Of the Xia Luanyen beneath his hat radiated a chilling red light. With an eye you stole from another, you dare to show off before me. Today I will show you what the true strength of the Yu Jibo clan is. Jinyu, perched on the roof, nodded, slightly amused by Yu's swaggering proclamation. The tyrant aura is solid and the lines are well delivered. Whether he can stand up in real combat remains to be seen. Below Kakashi was clearly provoked by Yu's words. He drew a deep breath and the 3 comma-shaped tomo in his Xia Luanyen began to turn. Then let me take my lesson, genius of the Yu Jibo. As you wish. A cold arc tugged at the corner of Yu Jiboyu's mouth. The 3 tomo Xia Luanyen shifted in an instant. The 3 tomo linked rapidly, forming a strange shuriken-like pattern. Mangekyo Xia Luanyen. A terrifying ocular power far surpassing Ganshi Gui Jiao's erupted. Kakashi froze as if struck by lightning, feeling as though his very soul was being sucked into those eyes. No. It's a genjutsu. Do not look into his eyes. Kakashi shouted hoarsely, but it was too late. A ghastly trail of blood tears slowly welled at the corner of Yu's right eye. He locked onto Kakashi and prepared to unleash the ultimate genjutsu that could obliterate an opponent's mind in an instant. You do. At that fateful moment. Swoosh. A piercing sound of something cutting the air came from above the assembled crowd. It was impossibly fast. Even Kakashi and Yu Jiboyu's Xia Luanyen could only catch a blurred black streak. Bang. A half-eaten bamboo skewer still stained with syrup. Like a bullet fired from an electromagnetic cannon, hammered into the paving stone between Yu and Kakashi with horrifying force. Crack. The hard flagstone spiderwebbed with fissures radiating from the skewer. The impact was so violent the entire street shivered. The sudden turn froze everyone. Yu's "you-do" was interrupted as the ocular backlash made him emit a muffled groan. All heads turned in unison toward the trajectory of the skewer. On the tea house roof railing sat the black-haired youth who had been eating dumplings at the corner not a moment before. Somehow he was already there. He brushed crumbs from his hands and leapt down from the roof several meters high. With a soft thud, he landed lightly, not even raising a wisp of dust. Hands in his pockets, he strolled into the gathered group with leisurely slowness, not bothering to look at the battle-ready Ganshi Gui Jiao and a Sima nearby. Instead, he walked straight up to Yu Jiboyu, tilting his head as he sized him up. The way he looked at him was like one viewing a gorilla in a zoo. I mean, Jinyi curled his lip, his tone unapologetically mocking. Picking on someone who only has a single Xia Luanyen and has to pull down his forehead protector to use it, what kind of accomplishment is that? He pointed to the ashen-faced Kakashi, then at Yu Jiboyu. That whole eye-killing stare and pose-showing routine of yours is well practiced. Jinye's voice was low, but it carried to everyone present. Yu Jiboyu. The ordinary bamboo skewer remained deeply embedded in the cracked bluestone slab, its tail end quivering slightly. The terrifying force attached to it made Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki instinctively take a half-step back, a hint of gravitas flashing in their eyes. Jinyi. Kakashi turned around in shock, looking at the leisurely approaching boy, his heart skipping a beat. How did you get here? Step back, this guy is extremely dangerous. He didn't want this newly emerging Konoha monster to be taken down here. However, Chinyi seemed to have not heard his warning. He walked straight up to Itachi and began to mock him in an annoyingly condescending tone as if giving a live lesson. Bullying a disabled person with only one Sharingan who has to pull down his forehead protector to activate it, what kind of skill is that? Your ninjutsu is pretty good, Uchiha Itachi. At this statement, the entire place fell silent. Kakashi's face turned dark instantly. What do you mean by disabled person? I call this tactical concealment. On the opposite side, Kisame was amused by Chinyes' outrageous attitude. He grinned widely, revealing his shark-like white teeth. Mr. Itachi, it seems the food in Konoha is quite good, even raising such an ignorant little brat to be so arrogant. Kisame hefted his gigantic sword, the serrated blade glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen under the sunlight. Since you want to die so badly, I'll slice you into sashimi to feed my Samahata. He roared, his massive body transforming into a blue afterimage as his Samahata screamed through the air, viciously striking down towards Chinyes' head. Chinyi, be careful. Asuma and Kurenai exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late to rush to help. However, facing this terrifying strike that could split an elephant in half, Chinyi didn't even lift an eyelid. He neither dodged nor avoided, not even touching the ninja tool pouch at his waist. At the moment when Samahata was about to land, he casually raised his right hand. Bang! A dull thud echoed as if striking a cowhide drum. That enormous invincible sword Samahata was caught firmly in Chinyes' palm. A violent gust of wind erupted around the two, lifting the ground beneath them. Yet Chinyi remained as rooted as a tree, completely unmoving. What? Kisame's eyes bulged out and the grin on his face instantly froze. He stared in disbelief at his Samahata, blocked by a pale hand, feeling his worldview completely overturned. Barehanded. Catching Samahata. Is this kid's hand made of iron? What terrified him even more, he discovered that his invincible chakra-absorbing demon sword Samahata now resembled a fish that had its throat pinched, utterly helpless. Not only could it not absorb a trace of chakra, but it was also emitting a mournful buzzing sound under the unbearable pressure. This was because at the moment of contact with Samahata, a layer of extremely thin, nearly imperceptible deep blue Susanoo chakra had already covered Chinyes' palm. The density and quality of this chakra were far beyond what a ninja of Kisame's level could shake. Is this all you've got? Chinyi lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes finally looking directly at Kisame. His gaze was filled with unabashed disdain. You aren't even worthy to scratch my back. As soon as the words fell, Chinyi forcefully twisted his wrist, holding Samahata. Crack. Kisame felt a terrifying force surge through the sword. He didn't even have time to react, and his entire being was sent flying as if struck hidden by a speeding truck. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and along with the sword, he was sent crashing into the wall several meters away, leaving a massive human-shaped dent in the hard surface. A one-hit kill. Another one-hit kill. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence once more. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai all looked at Chinyi as if he were a monster, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Just how monstrous is this kid's strength? Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching coldly, finally showed a hint of seriousness in his otherwise indifferent eyes. Kisame. He called out in a low voice, leaning slightly forward and assuming a combat stance. He knew that he was facing a true challenge this time. This kid's taijutsu is probably on par with Might Guy. Don't look into his eyes. Itachi's three-demo Sharingan quickly connected into a kaleidoscope, and he sternly warned Kisame, who had just crawled out of the rubble. This kid is not right. He has the same aura as us. Kisame wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Chinyi with eyes full of wariness and fear. He knew exactly what Itachi was talking about. It was the cold, arrogant chakra aura belonging to the Uchiha clan. Oh! Chinyi heard Itachi's words and couldn't help but smile. He turned his head, looking at the wary Uchiha Itachi, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful arc. Are you referring to this? The next moment, Chinyi suddenly widened his pitch-black eyes. A terrifying ocular power greater than when Itachi activated his Mangekyo erupted with a force 10 times more ancient and domineering, like a waking ancient beast. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, Chinyes' originally pitch-black pupils were instantly replaced by an alarming blood red. Following that, 3 straight black lines extended from the center of his pupils, perfectly connecting with the 3 concentric circles around them, forming an extremely profound, complex pattern filled with destruction and majesty. The exclusive, straight-bara Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara suddenly revealed itself. This is impossible. Uchiha Itachi seemed struck by lightning, his body stiffening as disbelief washed over his face for the first time. Mangekyo Sharingan. And it's straight Barris. How could you possibly have these eyes? The Uchiha clan was clearly supposed to be down to. He stared fixedly at Chinyes' crimson eyes, feeling his mind spiral into confusion. The pure ancient and overwhelmingly domineering ocular power even caused a nearly imperceptible crack in his proud genjutsu defenses. Itachi knew he absolutely could not match this monster in taijutsu. His only hope lay in the genjutsu he took the greatest pride in. No matter who you are. Itachi decisively declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He abruptly closed his left eye, channeling all of his ocular power into his right eye. A shocking stream of blood tears slowly slid down the corner of his eye. In my Tsukuyomi world, nothing— Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi. With Itachi's cold and resolute voice and extremely chilling and viscous ocular power like invisible tentacles instantly pierced into Chenya's mind. Chenyi didn't even activate his Sharingan's counterattack. He deliberately restrained his spiritual energy, allowing this ocular power to drive straight and forcibly pulling his consciousness into a bizarre space, completely isolated from reality. Crimson. Dark. Suffocating to the point of making it hard to breathe. When Chenyi opened his eyes again, he found himself firmly bound to a massive black cross. The sky was blood red and the clouds were dark gray. Surrounding him was an endless void with only an infinite expanse of red water emanating a nauseating scent of blood. This is the Tsukuyomi space, the absolute domain of Uchiha Itachi. And directly in front of him stood one, then two, 10, 100, countless Uchiha Itachis densely surrounding him on the blood-colored water surface. Each Itachi held a glimmering kunai in hand. In the world of Tsukuyomi, space-time and mass are all under my control. Countless Itachis spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping, cold and devoid of emotional fluctuation, like the pronouncement of death. For the next 72 hours, you will be continuously pierced by me. Until your spirit completely collapses and you become a useless shell. Let's begin. The closest Itachi raised his kunai, his gaze utterly indifferent. Thud. Without any hesitation, the sharp kunai directly pierced through Chenya's abdomen. The intense pain was so real it drove one mad. Ugh. Chenyi let out a muffled groan, his brows slightly furrowing. Immediately after, a second Itachi stepped forward and stabbed through his thigh. The third, the fourth. One stab followed another, showing no mercy. That kind of deep bone-penetrating pain magnified within the Tsukuyomi space was enough to cause even the strongest-willed person to mentally collapse within minutes or even directly suffer brain death. However, 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Itachi's expression gradually changed to one of concern. He noticed that Chenyi, bound to the cross, not only did not emit the heart-wrenching screams he had anticipated. Even the expression on his face showed little change. Except for a slight frown when he was initially stabbed, this guy was now yawning. Hey, I say. Chenyi lowered his head, looking at the kunai protruding from his body, like a hedgehog letting out a somewhat helpless sigh. Is your action of pulling the knife out and stabbing it back in too monotonous? He raised his head, and in his pitch-black eyes there was no sign of fear or despair. Instead, they were filled with deep boredom and disdain. Is that it? Didn't you have breakfast? Chenyi pouted, his tone laced with unmasked mockery. With that level of strength, you aren't even worthy to give me a massage. You lack the strength to stab someone, yet you want to play mind games. Itachi's gaze suddenly sharpened, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. What are you forcing? In Tsukuyomi, no one can withstand this kind of mental torment. Forcing? You think too highly of yourself. Chenyi laughed, a laugh filled with arrogance. He raised his head, and those originally pitch-black pupils suddenly transformed into a shocking blood red. The kaleidoscope Sharingan once again bloomed in this blood red space. A wave of spiritual energy, older, more domineering and pure than the Tsukuyomi space. Like a volcano that had slept for 10,000 years, it erupted at this moment. Buzz. This wave of spiritual energy was the max-level mental resistance of Madara, who had seen countless battles and looked down upon the world. It was a terrifying will that even Hashirama Senju could not completely suppress mentally. In the face of absolute spiritual pressure, Itachi's proud Tsukuyomi was like a paper cage. It was simply laughably fragile. Crack. A clear sound of shattering echoed abruptly in the silent blood-red space. The black cross that bound Chenyi shattered like fragile glass the moment it came into contact with this violent spiritual energy, disintegrating into a sky full of black powder. What? The countless Uchiha Itachi clones around him changed their expressions simultaneously. They could not understand how someone could forcibly break free from the constraints of Tsukuyomi with pure spiritual energy. Before they could react. Splash. Chenyi casually pulled out all the kunai embedded in him and tossed them into the blood water like garbage. Those deep wounds under the nurturing of his enormous spiritual energy instantly healed, leaving not even a scar. He reached out and tightly gripped the wrist of the Itachi standing in front of him. Crack. With a clear sound of bone cracking, that Itachi let out a cry of pain, the kunai falling from his hand. Chenyi snatched that kunai. Then in front of all the Itachis, he exerted force with his 5 fingers. Bang! That sturdy kunai formed from Itachi's ocular power was actually crushed into a sky of iron filings by Chenyi with just one hand. Is this the world you control? The quality is not impressive at all. Chenyi sneered, his left leg whipped out like a whip, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, striking fiercely at the waist of the Itachi in front of him. Bang! That Itachi didn't even have time to scream before he was directly kicked away 10 meters. He crashed into the blood-red water, sending up a long splash, which finally dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Immediately after, Chinyi charged into the midst of those countless Itachi clones like a tiger among sheep. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't use any ninjutsu, just pure physical skills. A punch exploded one clone's head. A kick shattered another clone's chest. Those Uchiha Itachis who could terrify countless ninjas in the outside world were now before Chinyi, akin to a pile of paper dolls ruthlessly slaughtered without mercy. This pathetic space is just irritating to look at. Chinyi smashed the last incoming clone with a punch, dusted off his hands, and looked up at the blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. That was the core of the Tsukuyomi space as well as Itachi's will. Control time. Control space. Chinyi's mouth curled into a cruel arc. He slightly bent his legs, gathering all his immense spiritual energy like a compressed spring onto his right fist. Even the space around his fist began to warp due to this terrifying power. Then I'll smash your space. Chinyi roared, his right fist like a cannonball fiercely striking upward toward the blood-red void above. Smash it for me. Boom, crack, crack. With one punch, the heavens and earth collapsed. The seemingly indestructible blood-red sky, upon contact with Chinyi's fist, actually spread countless shocking cracks like a mirror struck by a giant hammer. No. In the void, Itachi's terrified scream echoed. But it was all too late. Accompanied by a deafening sound of shattering, the sky collapsed. The sea of blood dried up. The entire Tsukuyomi world constructed by Itachi's ocular power. Under Chinyi's unruly punch shattered like fragile glass, layer by layer, completely turning into nothingness. The real world. Puff. Uchiha Itachi's body suddenly stiffened. He looked up and a mouthful of crimson blood gushed out like a fountain. The left eye that released Tsukuyomi had a long shocking blood streak running down the corner, and even the eyeball appeared slightly bulged, filled with bloodshot. He covered his eyes, staggered 2 steps in pain, and knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. His whole body was already soaked with cold sweat. Having Tsukuyomi forcibly shattered from within, the terrifying mental backlash nearly caused his brain to crash on the spot. He even felt that his left eye's vision had become severely blurred. Mr. Itachi. Kisame was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Itachi suffer such a great loss in a genjutsu duel, even to the point of being utterly defeated. Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai were also stunned. Is it over? The legendary Tsukuyomi, which could instantly eliminate elite jonin, not only had no effect on this guy, but even backfired on the caster like this. And as the victor, Chinyi leisurely opened his eyes, not a trace of fatigue on him, instead stretching out a big yawn. He looked down at the kneeling, suffering Uchiha Itachi, his eyes filled with mockery. What's wrong? Is your 72 hours only this few seconds long? In the real world, everything happens in the blink of an eye. Just as Kakashi shouted, "Don't look into his eyes," a muffled groan reached his ears. Pfft. The once untouchable and high and mighty Uchiha Itachi suddenly trembled, throwing his head back as he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. He pressed his hand tightly against his left eye, blood seeping through his fingers and staining half of his cheek. Staggering back several steps, he barely managed to support himself with a kunai, preventing himself from falling. Itachi-san. Kisame was horrified, neglecting the samahata in his hand as he rushed to support him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Itachi was actually injured, and this happened right after he unleashed his strongest illusion, the backlash of the illusion. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. They understood all too well what this meant. The boy named Chinyi had a mental strength powerful enough to shatter the space of Tsukuyomi. That was an unfathomably deep mental power, like an endless ocean. What kind of monster was this kid? You. Itachi gasped heavily, his unshielded right eye filled with horror. He looked at Chinyi, who was unscathed and even stretching lazily, and a storm surged in his heart. How is this possible? Not only did he possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but his mental strength completely overpowered his own. Even during the peak of the Uchiha clan, such a monster had never existed. What? Your 72 hours, is this all you can do in a few seconds? Chinyi looked down at Itachi, a mocking curve gracing his lips. He stepped forward, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan shimmering with a chilling eerie light under the sun. Is this what you call the true power of the Uchiha clan? What a disappointment. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Chinyi, Itachi knew that his taijutsu and genjutsu had become utterly useless. If he didn't reveal his trump card soon, he and Kisame would really be in trouble today. Kisame stepped back. Itachi abruptly shook off Kisame's hand, a determined fierceness flashing in his eyes. Knowing he couldn't match him in strength, he could only go for a one-hit kill. He suddenly widened his right eye, the pattern of the Mangekyo spinning wildly, and a large amount of blood trickled from the corner of his eye. Amaterasu. With a low roar from Itachi, his gaze locked fiercely onto Chinyi. Boom. There was no warning. A pitch-black flame exuding an extremely evil and destructive aura suddenly ignited on Chinyi. This flame had no temperature, yet it created a terrifying illusion that it could burn even the soul to ashes. Not good. It's Amaterasu. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Chinyu, take off your clothes quickly. Yuhi Kurenai's face turned pale with fear. Although she had never seen Amaterasu, the kind of black flames that made one shiver at a glance were definitely not something ordinary water techniques could extinguish. Legend has it that Amaterasu is the flame from the center of the sun. It will not extinguish until the target is completely reduced to ashes. Ha ha. If you're hit by Itachi's Amaterasu, you're dead for sure, little brat. Kisame laughed maniacally from the side. He had witnessed the power of Amaterasu. Even tailed beasts would peel away from that black flame. However, Chinyu, completely enveloped by the black flames, did not scream in agony as they imagined. He didn't even make a move to take off his clothes. He simply lowered his head and glanced at the black flames crazily burning on his body. A trivial skill. Chinyu snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. The black flames were indeed burning fiercely. However, they did not touch Chinyu's body at all. Just a mere 0.1 seconds before Amaterasu ignited. The violent chakra belonging to Uchiha Madara within Chinyu had already reacted on its own. Buzz. A layer of extremely dense deep blue translucent chakra appeared. It instantly expanded over Chinyu's body. This was the most basic form of Susanoo rib armor. Although it was just a thin layer of chakra skeleton, it acted like an indestructible absolute defense, completely isolating the so-called black flames that could burn everything outside the armor. This is impossible. Itachi's bleeding right eye widened in shock. Amaterasu was actually blocked. What level of chakra density has this kid reached? Before Itachi could recover from his shock, Chinyu moved. It was as if he was shaking off a layer of dust from his body. He slightly shrugged his shoulder. Get away from me. The small piece of Susanoo chakra, which was still clinging to the Amaterasu flames, was forcibly stripped off by Chinyu from his defense. Then it was tossed away like a piece of burning rag. With a casual flick. Whoosh. That small piece of chakra burning with black flames drew a black arc. It flew straight towards the shimmering surface of the Nankagawa River. Boom. The moment the black flames hit the water surface, a deafening explosion erupted. Immediately after, an astonishing sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. The so-called black flames that would never extinguish began to burn violently on the water surface. Large amounts of river water rapidly vaporized under the scorching of the black flames, rising into thick white steam. Yet the black flame showed no signs of extinguishing, instead burning even more fiercely as if the water could serve as fuel. Kakashi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai all gasped in astonishment. Can even water burn? What the hell is this hellfire? What shocked them even more was the boy who casually flicked away this hellfire. Chinyu stood there, not a speck of black. The layer of deep blue rib armor shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura. He looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was completely stunned, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Playing with fire in front of me. Chinyu's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Big nephew according to seniority. You should call me ancestor. Watching that strange black flame capable of igniting even the river was casually flicked away by the young man. The hand of the dried persimmon Kisame gripping the shark skin trembled uncontrollably. His shark-like face, always holding a cruel smile, was now utterly frozen. Only 2 words remained in his mind: absurd. Tsukuyomi was ineffective, forcibly shattered. Amaterasu was treated as mere dust blown away. Even his prideful monstrous strength seemed like a joke before that boy. What the hell is this? Mr. Itachi. Kisame instinctively took a half step back, his voice sounding a bit dry. He looked at the faintly visible blue chakra skeleton around Jiangchen, feeling as if his throat was being tightly choked by an invisible hand. The density of that chakra. It's simply more outrageous than the 9 tails. This is already beyond the level. Kisame knew deep down that today they had hit a wall embedded with diamond. If they continued fighting, both of them would end up perishing here. This situation is too tough, let's withdraw. Kisame decisively decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After continuously using Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, his chakra was almost depleted and his eyes were experiencing waves of excruciating pain, causing his vision to blur. He looked at the boy standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an ancient azure-like aura, feeling a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. He even had the illusion that what he faced was not a 10-year-old child, but the legendary figure who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Though he was reluctant, Itachi knew very well that Kisame was right. If they didn't leave now, they truly wouldn't be able to escape. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. Withdraw. Upon receiving the command, Kisame felt as if he had been pardoned. Without hesitation, he plunged the shark skin into the ground and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Boom. The river water of the Nankawa seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, raising towering waves. A massive water wall over 10 meters high crashed towards Kakashi and the others on the shore like a tsunami. Not good. Fall back. Kakashi was taken aback, hurriedly pulling Asuma and Kurenai to retreat. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame seized the moment of chaos to leap backward like two cannonballs. Splash! They sank into the roaring river, instantly disappearing without a trace. The huge water wall crashed onto the shore, leaving the ground in disarray. However, for Jiangchen, who stood still, not even the hem of his clothes got wet. The water wall seemed to hit an invisible barrier 3 meters away from his body, parting automatically to the sides. It was the rib armor of Susanoo. TCH, they run pretty fast. Jiangchen curled his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. He initially wanted to test other abilities of the Sharingan, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to play with these Akatsuki lunatics. He snapped his fingers. The layer of deep blue chakra skeleton rippled like water, and then quietly, the suffocating, terrifying pressure around him also dissipated. Jiangchen returned to being that lazy harm. All done, time to wrap up. He clapped his hands and turned to leave. Hey! Don't you dare walk away. Kakashi struggled out of the water, grabbing Jiangchen. The look in Kakashi's eyes had completely changed. It was a gaze filled with the awe one would have for a monster, a deity, or something non-human. What? What was that just now? Kakashi's voice trembled. What thing? Jiangchen feigned ignorance. Wasn't I just watching you guys? The wind was too strong, I couldn't even open my eyes. Kakashi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Do you call that a show when you casually slapped Kisame away and resisted Amaterasu? And those eyes of yours? Kakashi stared intently at Jiangchen's pupils, trying to discern something from them. But Jiangchen's eyes were now pitch black, clear as a bottomless abyss, showing no trace of the Sharingan. Are you guys alright? A bold voice, even somewhat nonchalant, suddenly came from behind the crowd. A tall man with a full head of white hair, wearing an oil forehead protector and wooden sandals, had appeared there without anyone noticing. Perched on his shoulder was a small toad. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi and Asuma were startled. How did you end up here? If I hadn't come, you guys would have been taken away. Jiraiya scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield and the black flames still burning fiercely on the water's surface, which even water couldn't extinguish. When his gaze fell on the black-haired boy standing with one hand in his pocket, looking impatient, his eyes, which always carried a hint of mockery, suddenly focused. This chakra. So impressive. Jiraiya looked at Jiangchen unscathed, then glanced at the battlefield that was almost leveled, swallowing hard. He had observed the entire fight from a distance. Whether it was barehandedly receiving the shark skin, forcibly shattering Tsukuyomi, or casually brushing aside Amaterasu like trash, the power this kid demonstrated was simply absurd to the extreme. Hey kid. Jiraiya walked up to Jiangchen, circling around him as if examining a rare animal. The third Hokage told me about you. He stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in amazement. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems the old man was being modest. You're not just a monster, you are clearly a human-shaped tailed beast. Jiangchen rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. Old pervert, are you done watching? If you're done watching, step aside. I still need to go home and sleep. Don't rush off. Jiraiya chuckled, throwing his arm around Jiangchen's shoulder and guiding him towards the village. Perfect, I have something to discuss with you as well. His tone suddenly became somewhat serious. The Konoha collapse plan. Although the third Hokage isn't dead, he's severely weakened and currently lying in the hospital. We need a new Hokage to take charge. Jiraiya looked at Jiangchen, a glint of seriousness flashing in his usually mischievous eyes. And I need to undertake an extremely dangerous mission requiring a strong helper. He paused, revealing an extremely lewd smile. So, Jiraiya patted Jiangchen's shoulder with force. Quickly pack your things and come with me to we need a new Hokage and I. Jiraiya looked at Jiangchen, his smile growing increasingly radiant. Need a bodyguard capable of crushing mountains. Bodyguard. Jin also heard Jiraiya's words, rolling his eyes dramatically and refusing on the spot without a second thought. What does finding the Hokage have to do with me? The third hasn't died yet, let him go himself. I want to go home and sleep, stop bothering me. What kind of joke is this, asking him to be a bodyguard? And go find Tsunade. Isn't this just like the original story where Naruto goes on a tour with Jiraiya? It's all about training and fighting along the way, what a hassle. He certainly didn't want to waste his precious leisure time on such trivial matters. Hey, don't go, kid. Jiraiya grabbed Chen's arm, shamelessly closing in. This is no small matter. The third is gravely injured and won't be able to get out of bed for at least a year. Right now the village is leaderless and Danzo, that old schemer, is lurking in the shadows. We need to find someone influential to come back and stabilize the situation. That doesn't mean I have to go. Jin disdainfully shook off Jiraiya's hand. Doesn't Konoha have 2 advisors? Let them go then. Those 2 old fossils. Jiraiya scoffed. If they could convince Tsunade to come back, I'd eat this copy of the tale of the Jiraiya right here. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade had long since lost hope in Konoha due to the deaths of her brother and lover. Now she was engrossed in gambling, buried in debt, and hiding outside, refusing to see anyone. The only ones who could persuade her to return apart from Naruto, the unexpected no. One master of verbal persuasion, were The physical nuclear bomb right in front of him who could crush mountains with a single slap. Chin, I'm begging you. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, nearly kneeling in front of Chin. Think about it, Tsunade is the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. With her around, if you get injured in a fight missing an arm or a leg, she can patch you right back together. Moreover, she's a stunning beauty. Don't you want to witness the legendary prowess of the Sannin in person? Just as Jiraiya was desperately persuading him. Big brother Chin. Perverted sage. A shrill voice rang out from the street corner. Naruto, bruised and battered, came charging in like a little cannonball. He hugged Chen's thigh with one arm and Jiraiya's arm with the other, tears and snot streaming down his face. Where are you guys going to play? Take me with you. I just heard from Kakashi-sensei that you guys are going to find that amazing grandmother. I want to go too. Chin looked at this stubborn yellow-haired child clinging to his leg and at the old pervert still rambling beside him. He felt his head buzzing and swelling 3 times over. Forget it, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. He took a deep breath, preparing to make a run for it. Whatever mission, whatever bodyguard, let them go to hell. However, just as he was about to use the body flicker technique, the troublesome system in his mind rang out at the most inopportune moment. Ding. Detected that the host is at a critical plot node. Side quest triggered: find the Sannin and recruit the proud medical sage. Quest description: one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, a sure loser in gambling, is currently wandering outside. Find her and use your absolute strength or wealth to make her obediently return to the village. Quest rewards: 2 increase in template synchronization rate. And randomly unlock a crank physical technique of Uchiha Madara. Chen's movements instantly froze. A 2 synchronization rate. This reward is quite tempting. Besides, going out for a while is definitely better than staying in the village while that old dog Danzo keeps an eye on him. So, what do you think? Think it over. Jiraiya looked at Chin, who suddenly stopped moving, thinking his eloquence had worked. Ahem. Chin cleared his throat and pushed Naruto off his leg. He wore a very reluctant expression. Fine, since you're begging me so much. He sighed, putting on an expression that said, I'm only doing this for the village. I guess I can go, but I have a What condition? Don't say one. If it's 10, I'll agree. Jiraiya was overjoyed. Chin raised a finger, a scheming smile creeping onto his face. Very simple. From now until the mission ends. All expenses for food, drink, and other necessities along the way, including, but not limited to, staying at the best hot spring inns, eating the most expensive barbecue, and drinking the strongest alcohol. Chin paused, his tone becoming unyielding. All of it will be covered by you, and I won't spend a single penny. Jiraiya's smile instantly froze on his face. He touched his flat frog wallet, feeling his heart bleed. This kid is treating himself like a mobile ATM. Wah. What about this? Can't we? Forget it, I'm not going. Chin turned to leave. No. I agree. Isn't that enough? Jiraiya, with tears in his eyes, grabbed Chin. For the future of Konoha, he endured. And so, amidst Naruto's cheers and Jiraiya's heartache, a bizarre trio set off on a journey to find Tsunade. Along the way, to prevent Naruto, this dead weight, from being a nuisance, Jiraiya started teaching him the rank jutsu, the Rasengan. Naruto practiced diligently, getting dirtier every day. Meanwhile, Chin was just going through the motions. When Jiraiya taught Naruto to climb trees, he slept under the tree. When Jiraiya taught Naruto to walk on water, he fished by the riverside. When Jiraiya taught Naruto to make chakra balls, he sat nearby eating them. His leisurely demeanor was far from that of someone undertaking a dangerous mission. He looked more like an old man on a funded vacation with a travel group. One day, the trio passed through a town famous for its hot springs. As soon as Jiraiya entered the town, his lecherous eyes began to wander, finally locking onto the steaming women's hot spring in the center of the town. Ahem, that. Naruto-chin. Jiraiya rubbed his hands, speaking in a lecherous manner. I just remembered some important information that I need to go research. You two go explore on your own. After saying that, he vanished in a flash. Research. Naruto scratched his head, looking confused. Chin, however, revealed a devilish smile as he watched Jiraiya disappear. Old pervert, if you dare ask me to be your bodyguard, be prepared to be swindled by me. He leisurely walked over to a stall by the roadside and bought a cup of chilled juice. Then he wandered to the back wall of the women's hot spring. He didn't even need to activate his Sharingan to clearly perceive the situation. On the other side of the wall, Jiraiya was crouching sneakily by a hole in a wooden board, drooling at the sight inside. Really, how indecent. Chin shook his head, casually picking up a small stone from the ground. He attached a faint trace of chakra to the stone and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The stone cut through the air with a sharp sound, tracing a perfect arc in the sky. Bang! A crisp sound of a wooden board breaking echoed. The stone accurately pierced the wooden board where Jiraiya was hiding, grazing his nose as it flew past. There's a pervert. Catch that, peeping Tom. In the next moment, a wave of piercing women's screams erupted from the other side of the wall, enough to blow the roof off. Immediately following was Jiraiya's anguished cries as he was beaten by a group of furious women from the bathhouse with wooden tubs, washcloths, and soap. Ouch! Don't hit my face. I'm a Konoha ninja. It's a misunderstanding. This is all artistic creation. Jin listened to the howls of pain coming from the other side of the wall, happily sipping his chilled juice. This is what life is about. He smacked his lips, glancing at the sky. I heard that not far ahead is the famous Shortbook Street. Legend has it that the sure loser in gambling. Chen's lips curled into a playful arc. She should be right. The small town of Duan Street, renowned for its casinos and brothels, was now in sight. Jin had just finished the last sip of his chilled fruit juice, watching the bruised and battered Jiraiya grumble ahead, feeling immensely pleased. Lecherous sage, will you dare to peep again next time? Naruto followed alongside, gleefully mocking him. Shut up. What does a brat know? I was merely collecting material for my artistic creation. Jiraiya stubbornly retorted, but his limping posture betrayed just how badly he had been beaten. Yes, the material is about to beat you into more material. Jin lazily quipped, preparing to welcome the impending fat sheep. However, just as he took a step forward, a sudden ding. The long silent system notification rang out in his mind with an unprecedented sense of solemnity. Unlike any previous occasion, this time the notification carried an undeniable conclusive tone. Highest directive detection complete. The final directive from the creator has been issued: end the conflicts of this world and conclude this chapter's story. Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt. His pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. Creator. Final directive. He wondered uncertainly in his heart. System, what do you mean? Executing final agreement. Beginning to lift all restrictions. Template synchronization rate restriction lifted. 10. 30. 70. 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. The template Uchiha Madara synchronization rate has reached 100. A terrifying power 100 times more immense than when activating the Sharingan surged from the depths of his soul, like a torrential river bursting its banks. Ugh. Jin let out a muffled groan as his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. He felt his body like a balloon about to burst, every cell being filled with boundless energy. Bloodline limit restrictions lifted. Rinnegan. Activated. Reincarnation Sharingan. Activated. All causal laws and world lines have converged upon the host. Congratulations, Fujiwara Chin, you have reached the endpoint of this world and gained story ender privileges. Hey, Chin, what's wrong? Jiraiya and Naruto were startled when they saw Chin suddenly stop emanating terrifying chakra. Chin did not respond. He slowly lifted his head. His dark eyes had transformed unbeknownst to him into a mesmerizing pattern radiating a purple glow. And on his forehead a blood-red eye with 9 tomo slowly opened. So, this is the final conclusion. Jin murmured softly, feeling within him a power capable of creating and destroying worlds in an instant. All confusion and schemes became crystal clear at this moment. He finally understood the significance of his arrival in this world. It was not for conquest nor for survival. He was merely a tourist sent to experience the plot. And now it was time to exit the stage. In that case, let this farce come to an early end. Jin slowly closed his eyes, his immense divine sense instantly enveloping the entire Shinobi world. In Amigakure atop a tall tower, Pain, who was about to order an attack on Konoha, suddenly froze, filled with horror in his Rinnegan. He felt an unbeatable will descend, forcibly severing the connection between him and the Outer Path's golem. The hatred in his heart melted away like ice and snow under this will. In Konoha, in the underground base, Danzo, who was plotting how to seize Chen's Sharingan, suddenly let out a shriek. His arm, which had been implanted with countless Sharingan, inexplicably turned to ashes without warning. His ambitions and darkness vanished like smoke. In a dark cave somewhere, Orochimaru, drooling over the first-generation cells in a petri dish, suddenly felt a sense of boredom. He realized he no longer had the slightest interest in Sasuke and Chin. Eternal life seems not so interesting. Perhaps exploring the origin of life is the true truth. On the distant moon, the descendants of Akatsuki were preparing to stir trouble. Suddenly, an invisible dimensional barrier enveloped the entire moon, cutting off all prying eyes. Jin slowly opened his eyes, the Rinnegan on his forehead quietly disappearing and his eyes returning to their normal dark hue. As if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. He glanced at Jiraiya and Naruto, who were now completely petrified, and a radiant, relieved smile appeared on his face. All right, all the troubles have been resolved. The Akatsuki organization has decided to disband and return home to farm. Orochimaru aspires to become a scientist to benefit the Shinobi world, and Danzo has decided to become the head of security at the Temple of Fire. The world is at peace. As for me, the savior. Jin stretched out in a huge yawn, his bones cracking with a crisp sound. It's time to clock out. Having said that, he ignored his 2 companions who were already experiencing a collapse of worldview. He turned and walked to the softest, sunniest patch of grass by the roadside. Then, in the ghostly gazes of Jiraiya and Naruto, he lay down extremely peacefully and contentedly, hands behind his head, crossing his legs. Whew. A faint snore sounded. He fell asleep, enveloped in a satisfied smile, sinking into a deep slumber. The sunlight bathed his face, warm and tranquil. It was as if he had come here merely to take a peaceful afternoon nap on this patch of grass. The wind blew, stirring up a few fallen leaves. On the vast official road, only Jiraiya and Naruto remained standing like two statues bewildered in the breeze. After a long while, Jiraiya finally turned his head with great difficulty, looking at the equally dazed Naruto and dryly asked, "Hey Naruto." Jiraiya swallowed hard, feeling as though his throat had been sandpapered. "Pinch me, am I still in the hot spring, knocked out and dreaming?" Naruto did not respond. He merely pointed dully at the spot where Chen had just stood, his lips trembling as he stammered out each word. "Lecherous sage. Just now." Chen's eyes seemed to have transformed into strange circular purple rings. "Good. Lecherous sage." Naruto pointed numbly at the soft grass, his voice trembling like a withered leaf in autumn wind. "Just now." Chen's eyes. They looked strange, concentric violet rings swirling like abyssal spirals. Jiraiya swallowed with difficulty, his throat burning as though scraped raw by coarse sandpaper. He did not answer Naruto, for what he had witnessed far surpassed the boy's perception. The instant those violet rings blazed to life, he glimpsed fractures in space-time itself and chains of causality binding past, present, and future. That was the domain of deities. "Hey Naruto." Jiraiya's voice emerged parched and hollow. "Pinch me, am I still lying unconscious in that hot spring bath? Is this all just a dream? How should I know?" Naruto finally snapped out of his stunned paralysis, lunging forward and shaking the youth who lay peacefully asleep upon the grass, reckless, desperate, unyielding. "Hey, Chain-Eye. Wake up now. What are you, a monster? What did you do just now? Don't touch him." "Naruto." Jiraiya cried out in alarm, straining to intervene, yet his legs refused to obey, as if weighed down by molten lead. It was primal terror, welling from the soul's deepest recesses, before an existence operating on a higher dimensional plane. And yet Naruto's brute strength, rivaling that of a tailed beast, seemed impossibly to take effect. Upon the grass the slumbering youth stirred, slowly, deliberately, and opened his eyes. No Rinnegan's violet spirals. No Sharingan's crimson tomo. Instead, two obsidian orbs, fathomless, infinite, gazing out as though capable of swallowing the entire cosmos whole. Calm. Detached. Utterly devoid of human sentiment. Too loud. Chain-Eye sat up and brushed stray blades of grass from his clothes, his tone as placid as remarking on fair weather. "I'm off duty. Can a man enjoy a peaceful lion? Off duty." Naruto froze, utterly bewildered by the phrase. "Chain-Eye, stop pretending." Naruto jabbed a finger at his own eyes, then gestured wildly toward the distant sky, shouting incoherently. "Your eyes just now. And those villains, the root Orochimaru Akatsuki. What happened to them? Did you do it?" "Yes." Chain-Eye nodded, his admission crisp and unhesitating. "I rewrote their script." Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged blank, baffled glances. "Precisely, the script." Chain-Eye rose to his feet and stretched his joints, cracking with sharp crystalline snaps. His gaze fell upon the two figures before him, still bound within the narrative, and upon his face bloomed a subtle layered smile, equal parts compassion and transcendent detachment. "Every joy and sorrow, every conspiracy and betrayal, every war and peace in your world, they are nothing more than a preordained story, meticulously scripted. And I too was once merely a character within that tale." Chain-Eye spread his hands lightly. "But moments ago I received a directive from beyond the story." "Directive?" Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "Indeed, directive." Chain-Eye snapped his fingers. Snap. A translucent cerulean screen shimmered into being, visible only to Jiraiya and Naruto, materializing midair without warning. Upon it glowed cold, emotionless system text: "Final directive, proceed to generate chapter 68, to conclude this novel." Conclude this novel. Staring at the words, Jiraiya and Naruto stood petrified, as if struck by celestial thunder. At last comprehension dawned. They truly were characters, bound within a story. Their world, their destinies, all governed by lines of command, cold and absolute. Correct conclusion. Chain-Eye observed their dazed despair, his voice utterly unruffled. "The creator grows weary. He no longer wishes to witness your endless cycles of conflict. So I, granted authorial privileges, took the liberty of harmonizing every element liable to spark discord. Akatsuki has disbanded to cultivate rice fields, Orochimaru has pledged himself to scientific advancement for the Shinobi world, Danzo has accepted appointment as chief security officer at the Fire Temple, thus war ceases." A faint self-satisfied smirk flickered across Chinya's face. World peace. Universal harmony. A flawless finale ready for conclusion. What nonsense is this? Naruto erupted first, his sapphire eyes blazing with genuine incandescent fury for the first time. What story? What script? He slammed a fist against his chest, roaring. "This life is my dream of becoming Hokage, my bond with Sasuke, none of it can be erased by a single word. Conclude. Give back my story. Give back my fate." Jiraiya too shook off his stupor. He studied the youth before him, so familiar yet profoundly alien, and his expression grew immeasurably complex. Chani. Even if this is a story, its ending must be written, not by decree, but by us. Oh, Chani regarded the two characters who refused to submit to destiny, and for the first time a glint of wry amusement danced within those bottomless eyes. He said nothing more. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze, piercing through the sky through dimensional veils, toward an unseen presence reading these very words. Do you hear them? His voice was soft, yet resonated as if addressing the totality of existence. They seem rather displeased with the peaceful ending I've arranged for them. A knowing, enigmatic curve lifted the corner of Chinya's mouth. He extended a hand, as if an invitation. Then, he paused, letting his words ripple across the silent, open road laced with quiet, unsettling playfulness. Shall you consign them to a tranquil, idyllic twilight, or restore to them the world they know, drenched in blood and tears, forged in bonds and defiance? What is your next command? My reader.